Hello everyone, like, subscribe and share Tree Fanfiction audiobook channel for next part. Chapter 1. Soul Society. The quarters of the 4th team. Qian Ye, the 3rd member of the 4th division, is treating Rukia Kukaki, Hitsuga Ichiware, Abarai Renji, Matsumoto Ranjaku, and others. They have just traveled to the present world to fight the Arankar that Aizen such as Grimjo made with Hagyaku. Although he successfully defeated the enemy, he also suffered more or less injuries. After they returned to the Soul Society, they came to the 4th division for treatment. As Kaida's genius, Qian Ye quickly helped them recover from injuries and Ryutsu. Seeing this, Rukia Kukaki and Matsumoto Ranjaku smiled and praised Qian Ye. Qian Ye, your kite is really powerful. Not only did my injury recover quickly, but I was also full of energy and refreshed. Don't talk about the 3rd seat, you may even become the vice-captain or even the captain in the future, right? At this time, seeing Rukia's eyes, Abarai Renji next to him also felt sour. In Godi I-13, Qian Ye is the heart of countless Shinigami. Although Qian Ye is young, and his fighting talent is not outstanding, but he has a handsome appearance and a gentle personality, so he is naturally popular with girls. In addition, similar to Hitsuga Ichiware's cultivation talent, Qian Ye's kite talent is also a once-in-a-thousand-year talent in the Soul Society. After a big battle, a handsome, gentle and considerate doctor like Qian Ye is the most popular. If Qian Ye is given a certain amount of time to develop, it is probably not a problem for Kide to surpass Anohanaretsu or even Team Zero's Kylin Temple Ten's hero. Of course, in the face of everyone's praise, Qian Ye just smiled lightly, as he has long been used to it. He was even a little depressed right now. Because Qian Ye knew very well after learning about Soul Society's recent movements that the main plot had already begun. The Soul Society at this time can be said to be full of wind and rain. After acquiring Hagyaku, Aizen will slowly develop his own plan. After Aizen has completely merged with Hagyaku, the Battle of Karakura Town will begin. But for Aizen, Qian Ye is not very afraid. After all, according to the rules set by Captain Yamamoto, the 4th division, as a medical team, cannot go to the front line. And Qian Ye is not as weird as Anohanaretsu, she is a nanny with explosive combat power. He only needs to be responsible for the first aid of the wounded with peace of mind. And to deal with Aizen, there are also Kurosaki Ichigo and other comparisons. Just follow the original plot and develop without intervention. The only thing worth worrying about for Qian Ye is the Millennium bloody battle that will soon follow. Facing the attack of the Invisible Empire, even the strongest Shinigami Yamamoto genre Iisei Shigakuni died tragically in battle. Anohanaretsu also sacrificed herself for the awakening of Zaraki Kenpeki. In such a big battle, Qian Ye can't guarantee that there will be no accidents. Qian Ye is very worried about this. He has been judging the situation, constantly practicing, paying attention to the situation at any time, and thinking about how to improve his survival rate in the Millennium bloody battle. When Qian Ye was thinking wildly, suddenly, countless golden beams of light descended from the sky, suddenly shining brightly. Mysterious and simple. The momentum is terrifying. The scope of the golden light is boundless, and a golden screen gradually emerges. The power contained in it has shocked countless strong people. Rukia Kukaki and Matsumoto Ranjaku and others all exclaimed. Ah! What is this thing? Is some powerful enemy attacking the Soul Society? Now! After a brief moment of astonishment, Abarai Renji and others suddenly got up, and Ryutsu released, and began to enter the fighting state. At the same time, in the entire Soul Society, all Shinigami are also facing an enemy. Countless strong men raised their heads, looking solemnly at the golden light falling from the sky. How is this going? It is simply an unheard of terrifying power. Could it be that there are still powerful enemies actively invading the Soul Society? Especially those with senior qualifications such as Yamamoto Motoyanagi Shigakuni, with a chilling expression, and the powerful Ryotsu overflowed unconsciously. Such a terrible Ryotsu, who else but Aizen and Yuhabach from 1,000 years ago? For a moment, Yamamoto Motoyanagi Shigakuni and the others were lost in thought, ready to fight. When everyone in Soul Society was surprised and suspicious. The other side. Hueco Mundo. The throne of the Void Knight Palace. After seeing this inexplicable golden screen, Aizen, who had already betrayed the Soul Society and obtained Hagyaku, also looked puzzled. What amazing power is this? Silver, Tosen, can you all see it? Ichimaru-jin said with a smile. I saw it, it is simply an unimaginable and spectacular scene. Tosen Kaname also nodded solemnly. Even if I am blind, I can still see these scenes. It's incredible. Such power, shouldn't it be possessed by the Spirit King? Number 1 Espada Stark lazily said. I wonder if the Shinigami from the Soul Society are here to attack. Aizen just smiled lightly. I don't seem to be aware of Shinigami's breath. Don't worry, there is no opponent in front of us. Mere images, why fear? Aizen dares to challenge even the Supreme Spirit King in the Three Realms. What is there to fear from a projection that has no actual lethality? Maybe it's just an objective existence without life characteristics. And in the shadow of the buildings of Siritii. In the hidden space formed by spirits, an invisible empire covered by ice and snow has stood here for thousands of years. In the Temple of Ice, countless Quincy Masters wearing white hooded long cloaks all looked at the golden screen with solemn faces. The Emperor's assistant, Ugrin Hasward, C. Pinata Pakaja of the Pro Guard, Diaskin Nakroval and others looked at each other. Hasward, who is under one person and above 10,000 people, frowned and pondered for a moment, and then took the initiative to ask. What do you think of this so-called three-dimensional projection? Is it the Soul Society, or Aizen's ghost? Pinata Pakaja frowned and said. This Aizen betrayed the Soul Society, made some kind of Hagyaku, and ran to Hueco Mundo. It seems like the mastermind behind this incident. Miracle, Gerald Valkyrie dismissed it, and said carelessly. But we shouldn't have to worry, Aizen is still a Shinigami after all, it can't compete with our majesty. It might even beat me. Besides, this should be just a scary screen with light. Askin Nakroval also said proudly. According to our detection, the Soul Society is also very surprised at this time. It is estimated that it is not the ghost of the Shinigami. Let's just treat it as a show. Hasward nodded, and simply continued to observe. Well, His Majesty is still in a deep sleep. I hope that he will not be disturbed to recover his strength. We are fully focused on this golden screen, and we must not be careless in the slightest. At the same time, even in Karakura Town in the real world, there are similar scenes. But the scale is not so grand. Many people with relevant abilities, such as Kurosaki Ichigo, Sato Yasutora, Inu Orium, Ishida Uryu, etc., also had a golden light in their minds and saw corresponding pictures in their minds. They were also extremely surprised by this, and began to observe the mysterious screen seriously. When countless plot characters are shocked and suspicious, only one person remains calm. That is Qian Ye. In his mind, he heard information that no one else could. Congratulations on becoming the host of the live broadcast room of Three Realms Projection. This live broadcast room is called the Three Realms Projection, and it has various videos formed by the will of the world. The homeowner can spread these videos to the Three Realms. As long as you play the video and harvest the emotional energy of the audience, you can get corresponding homeowner exclusive rewards through various channels. The three-world projection has the following functions: play videos, create group chats, post questions, issue rewards, and display bullet screens from all heavens and myriad worlds. Chapter 2. After hearing this, Qian Ye was very excited. I finally succeeded in awakening cheat? Don't worry about becoming cannon fodder in the next millennium bloody battle. Afterwards, Qian Ye gradually became familiar with his cheat. See all kinds of famous scenes in the background of the Three Realms projection. Byakuov's Ichigo, Kenpeikyov's Ichigo, Skyaku Execution, Aizen Throne Declaration, King and Mount Theory, Bullhead vs Xiaohu. After studying cheat for a while, Qian Ye fell into deep thought. Would you like to play these famous scenes for more emotional energy? That has to be topical. And it has to be beneficial to one's own camp. Obviously, it's either exposing some passionate scenes, or exposing some important information. Just right, I've been in a dilemma before, how to let Godi-13 know the existence of the Invisible Empire in advance. But on the one hand, I am worried that I will be assassinated by people from the Invisible Empire, and on the other hand, I am also worried that Captain Yamamoto will suspect my source of information. Now with this cheat, everything can be easily solved. Thinking of this, Qian Ye secretly rejoiced. Based on his familiarity with the world of Shinigami, Qian Ye set his sights on the main character, Kurosaki Ichigo. After all, he is the most ruthless person in this anime world, and he can even be said to be the most ruthless person in countless anime worlds. He is also the core character in the development of the main plot. With the powers of Shinigami, Hollow, Quincy, Fullman and more. It is precisely because of the mixing of so many forces that he has obtained such a powerful force. Moreover, various bosses in the Shinigami world, such as Aizen, Yuhabach, etc., are inextricably linked with him. If you want to play the famous scene, you can't do without this Kurosaki Yihang. Therefore, Qian Ye quickly arranged the corresponding video, accompanied by the passionate BGM, and officially released the video to the whole world. Simultaneously open various functions of the Three Realms projection. Now, with the advent of the golden screen, a mysterious spiritual space is also born. The projection of the Three Realms is coming. The live broadcast room is about to play an inventory video. Relevant personnel are entering the chat group. Squad 0 Ichibe Hisub, Kylan Temple Ten's Hero, Shutara Senjimaru, Hikifun Kiryu, Namiya Wanjiu joined the chat group. Yamamoto Jinyanaga Shigakuni, Qian Ye, Anoha Naretsu, Kirako Shunsui, Jaishur Yukatake, Zaraki Kenpeiki, Hitshuga Ichwir, Byakuya Kukaki. Aizen, Tosen Kaname, Ichimaru Jin, Star K, Baragan, Holly Bell, Ulachala. Kurosaki Ichigo, Inu Orium, Ishida Urahara Kisuke, Hirako Shinji. Countless people were drawn into this extremely mysterious chat group. After seeing the golden screen, everyone was already very surprised. What's more, there is still this mysterious chat group space. After a brief moment of shock, everyone quickly started talking. Yamamoto Jinyanagi, what is this? Three-dimensional projection? Is it visible to Soul Society, Hueco Mundo, and the world? Hitshuga Ichwir, could this be a hallucination? Captain, did you see that too? Kirako Shunsui, I have detected it, and this thing does not look like a false illusion. It even makes me feel powerless, and I can't even detect it. Byakuya Kukaki, Urahara Kisuke made the fancy stuff, right? Urahara Kisuke, I swear, I don't know what's going on. Kurosaki Ichigo, is everyone in this chat group? It's incredible. Rukia Kukaki, even the real Ichigo appeared, this golden screen and chat group is amazing. Kurotsuka Mayuri, it's really beyond my imagination. How advanced technology is it to accomplish this? Urahara Kisuke, could it be Aizen's fault? While countless people were concerned about the golden screen, soon, a mysterious and simple voice sounded. Ding! Every audience who can see the projection, this projection is called the Three Realms projection. Next, this projection will show the famous scenes of Shinigami, Quincy, and others in the Three Realms. After the video is played, various questions will appear. There are rush answer questions, multiple choice questions, etc. Those who answer the questions correctly will receive various rewards such as points, and the points will be used for ranking later, and those who rank first will receive generous rewards. Stay tuned. Rewards include the following things: Panacea, Ryotsuba Boost, Zanpakuta Enhancement, Kid Kendo Shunpa White Hits and other technical enhancements, Resurrection Coins, Hagyaku, part of the body of the Spirit King. At the same time, there are also powers from other worlds, such as Devil Fruit, Rinnegan, the power of 6 paths, telekinetic power, substitutes, Taigu. Now, the projection of the 3 realms is resounding. After hearing the rewards announced by the 3 realms projection, countless people were extremely surprised. Hitsuga, are these rewards too great? Even the Hagyaku that Aizen wanted so much? Jaisure Yukatake, there is still part of the body of the Spirit King? Zaraki Kenpeki, oh, there are so many powerful forces that I have never heard of? Urahara Kisuke, I have to question this, Hagyaku is not so well made. What's more, there is the Supreme Spirit King. Kurosaki Ichigo, what are you guys talking about? Why can't I understand at all? Aizen-suke, I am also curious, is it possible to mass-produce Hagyaku and Lingwang parts and reward those who answer the question? Hitsuga, Aizen, are you here, the damn thing? Are you really the mastermind behind this golden screen? Hinamori Momo, Captain Aizen. You. Hitsuga, Hinamori, he is no longer the captain, you know, he is the traitor of our soul society. Kurako Shunsui, although it is not clear what this golden screen is. But we must not allow people on the Aizen side to receive these rewards. Qian Ye, come on everyone. Afterwards, people from Hueco Mundo also spoke out. Number 4 Espada Ulakaila, you are so naive, don't think you can stop Master Aizen's plan. No point to Espada Barragan, it's just a bunch of brats, I want to see if you can defeat us. Number 3 Espada Haribel, the so-called Captain Shinigami is nothing compared to Espada. Zaraki Kenpeki, these are Aizen's subordinates, right? I really want to fight with you guys. Kurosaki Ichigo, I will work hard to answer these questions correctly. Of course, when everyone was excited, Qian Ye, the behind-the-scenes mastermind of the 3 realms projection, was still very calm. According to the rules of the 3 realms projection, when the rewards are issued to the winners, the homeowner Qian Ye can also get the corresponding rewards. So he is still leisurely, just be a spectator happily. When countless people are arguing endlessly, the sound of the golden screen sounded again. Ding! The questioning session will start next. Excuse me. What is the most perfect work made by Aizen-suke in this life? Chapter 3. After hearing this, there was a lot of discussion in the chat group. Urahara Kisuke, it's actually related to Aizen? I feel like this question is not going to be simple. Kurotsuka Mayuri, you can get rewards for answering questions? I still can't believe it. Hitsuga, is this really Aizen's fault? Do you want to flatter yourself by asking such questions in the first place? Ulakshala, our Aizen-sama is not so boring. Urahara Kisuke, indeed, Aizen is not like this kind of person. Yamamoto Genryon Agashigakuni, this masterpiece made by Aizen, could it be what all his previous conspiracies pointed to? Aizen-suke, that's right, it's Hagyaku. Here is my answer. There is no doubt that Hagyaku is the most perfect work in my life. Kurako Shunsui, oh, not good, let Aizen answer first, it won't really let him get such a rich reward, right? Urahara Kisuke, hello. Aizen. If you really want to count, without me, how can you have the finished product of Hagyaku? At this moment, after answering the question, Aizen still had a calm expression on his face. Without a doubt, the most outstanding work of his life should be Hagyaku. No one knows Hagyaku better than Aizen. Hagyaku has its own sense of self. It can absorb and materialize the hearts of the surrounding things. At the same time, it can protect the host from death. When the host's ability reaches its limit, Hagyaku can even make the host evolve to a higher level. Only by acquiring Hagyaku can one break the boundaries of Shinigami, Hollow. At this moment, Aizen thought to himself. Even my own Zanpakuto, kid abilities, etc. are nothing compared to Hagyaku. Will this so-called projection of the three realms really give it the rich rewards it said before? Although Aizen already has Hagyaku, it would be nice to get another Hagyaku, or to gain other abilities. After all, if you want to break into the Lingwang Palace and completely replace the Lingwang, you should be more prepared. And in the Ice Temple of the Invisible Empire. Hasward looked at the golden screen and the conversations in the chat group, frowning in thought. This Hagyaku is powerful, and they had heard about it when they searched for information before. It is a substance that can break the boundary between Shinigami and virtual. But as Quincy Masters, they didn't care about it. After all, they have the holy text and the ability to complete the Eucharist bestowed by His Majesty Yuhabach. Even without His Majesty's hands, they will surely be able to deal with Aizen easily. A mere Hagyaku, not worth mentioning. They thought proudly in their hearts. As long as His Majesty Yuhabach is fully revived, then their Quincy camp will be able to shine brightly and crush the Soul Society. Aizen Suk and Yamamoto Motoyanagi Shigakuni and others are nothing to be afraid of. So at this moment, Hathward and other Quincy Masters continued to secretly observe Soul Society, Hueco Mundo and the projections of the three realms, and did not reveal their whereabouts hastily. And at this time, Qian Ye, the mastermind behind the scenes, smiled slightly. This question is not so easy to answer. Even Aizen, who thinks he can always control the overall situation, has to fall into the trap. Qian Ye quickly manipulated the projection of the three realms and began to judge the answer. Ding! Next, we will start to judge the answer. Unfortunately, Aizen Suk answered wrongly, depriving Aizen Suk of 10% Ryutsu. For it? Countless viewers were shocked. Aizen, an ambitious man who has always been in control of the overall situation, and even counts as exhaustive, actually gave the wrong answer? And the object of the question is still himself. If not Hagyaku, what else? At the same time, Qian Ye on the other side is also full of cleverness, immediately refreshing his mind. He felt a huge Ryutsu, which started to rush to his body, spread all over his limbs and bones. Qian Ye felt extremely comfortable physically and mentally. Is this Aizen Suk 10% Ryutsu? It is indeed the existence of Ryutsu, which was later marked by Yuhabach as a super combat power. Ryutsu at this time alone is already so terrifying. So it is only natural that Aizen can crush all the captains with his own Ryutsu. For Qian Ye, who has mediocre combat power and only strong healing skills, this is a qualitative leap. At the very least, he can obtain the strength of the captain level threshold. Of course, although Qian Ye was having fun, the other bosses were all confused. Hueco Mundo. In the Palace of Void Night. At this time, Aizen's heart lake rippled. Although on the surface he is still as smooth as a mirror, so that he will not lose his ground, but in his heart he is still unavoidably puzzled. How can that be? Even Hagyaku isn't his best work? No one knows Hagyaku better than him. Why does the projection of the three realms say that? Chapter 4. At this time, Aizen Suk really found that the Ryutsu on his body disappeared by 10% in an instant. Although it sounds like a small amount, it will not weaken Aizen's strength too much, but it is definitely not small for Ryutsu's vast Aizen. It is estimated that the reduced Ryutsu is more than the total Ryutsu owned by some weak captains. Ichimarujin and Tosen Kaname next to him were also very surprised when they saw Aizen, whose Ryutsu showed obvious changes. Master Aizen, are you all right? Is it true that the projection of the three realms has such a wide range of supernatural powers? Of course, Aizen is still the same as before, hacky hides, and is not panicked by this sudden change. It can be said that the huge landslide is in front of it and the color remains unchanged. He calmed down, calmly, and said non-committally. It seems that the projection of the three realms is a bit beyond my expectation. I am becoming more and more interested in it, and I want to see what it can do next. Why do I say that my Hyaku answer is wrong? Aizen will always be that Aizen. Even if there is an unexpectedly powerful existence, he still has a calm expression, and his expression is still confident. In addition to doubts about the three-world projection and divine power, Aizen quickly recalled all the information he had consulted in the past, thinking whether he could find any clues related to the three-world projection. All his life, he was unwilling to submit to the Soul King and the old order of the Soul Society. For the projection of the three realms, it is no exception. Therefore, Aizen must try to find out whether the projection of the three realms comes from the power of the Spirit King, or the existence beyond the Spirit King. Just like how he dealt with Yamamoto genre Ise Shigakuni, with such a powerful person and thing, he had to think of a perfect plan. Hearing Aizen's reply, Tosen Kaname and Ichimarujin held their breaths, tried hard to control the fluctuation of expressions on their faces, and didn't say much. Seeing that Aizen is so confident, Tosen Kaname also continues to maintain blind confidence in Aizen. I firmly believe that Aizen can lead me to change the structure and order of the Soul Society, sweep away the decadent nobles and all traditions, and realize true justice. Even if this inexplicable projection of the three realms appears, it will have little impact. This is his belief in Aizen. And Ichimarujin also caused an uproar in his heart. If such an invincible Aizen can be forced to be punished, then the three-world projection is really mysterious. Could it be the Spirit King, or a higher existence than the Spirit King? But at least one thing is certain, if he can get the reward of the three-dimensional projection, then he may really be able to defeat Aizen, or find the missing soul of Matsumoto Ranjaku. At the same time, and everyone in the Soul Society is also extremely curious about Aizen's state at this time. Hitsuga Ichwir, Aizen, why are you silent? Kurako Shunsui, could it be that he was really deprived of so much Ryutsu? Is this projection of the three realms real? Urahara Kisuke, Aizen, who always liked to pretend to beep so much, stopped talking. It seems to be true. Yamamoto Motoyanagi Shigakuni, then the three realms projection, isn't it really Aizen's fault? Jaishur Yukatake, great, luckily Aizen suffered first. Trying to replace gods with Hyaku is simply wishful thinking. Tosen Kaname, you don't have to deny Master Aizen in such a hurry. In the future, he will definitely stand in the sky. Sooner or later, he will figure out what is going on with the three realms projection. Ulakshala, we, Lord Aizen, are the kings of Hueco Mundo, and will not submit to other things. Urahara Kisuke, humph, Aizen people, just brag about it yourself. At this time, the duck mouth is still dead. Kurosaki Ichigo, what are you guys talking about? How can I not understand at all? Aizen-suke, Kurosaki Ichigo, you might as well think about how to become stronger. Now you are not qualified to contact this kind of existence. Kurosaki Ichigo. And at this moment, Aizen-suke was still thinking very seriously in his heart. Does the projection of the three realms really have such terrifying power? She can even deprive her own Ryutsu. According to the historical data I found in the Soul Society, even Ichibe Hisub of Team Zero, or the real Soul King, should not have such power. Is this the existence far beyond the gods? Will the rewards given by the projection of the three realms really surpass the rewards of Hyaku and the body parts of the King of Souls? Aizen, who couldn't figure out the origin of the projection of the three realms for a while, told himself to be vigilant about the projection of the three realms, but also made up his mind. For the next question, you have to try it yourself to see what rewards you can get after answering correctly. Moreover, Aizen also began to recall the previous answers. The most perfect work in my life, why not Hyaku? This is something that can make oneself surpass Shinigami and become a perfect species. Haven't gotten the real Hagyaku yet? Isn't the combination of myself and Urahara Kisuke's Hagyaku the perfect form? Or do you mean that in the future, will you create more powerful works than Hagyaku? If this is the case, it will definitely be a powerful force that can replace the Spirit King. Thinking of this, Aizen couldn't help feeling a little more hopeful. While Aizen was puzzled, everyone in Soul Society was also very surprised. Hitsuga anyway, Aizen got all the answers wrong? So what is the answer? Yamamoto Yuan Yanagi Shigakuni, a traitor to the Soul Society, why should we speculate? Probably something strange that he himself didn't know about. Aizen-suke, it's not a big problem. After all, I was supposed to replace the existence of the King of Souls. Maybe in the future, I will have more great works, so that they are beyond my own imagination at this time. Jaishur Yukatake, Aizen, don't be too sentimental, it's not enough to make Hagyaku, and you want to replace the Soul King? You are bound to fail. Aizen-suke, then how do you explain my wrong answer? Even if you are not familiar with Hagyaku, you should admit how powerful it is. Urahara Kisuke, indeed, my previous Hagyaku was half finished, and I don't know what this new Hagyaku from Aizen will be, but it's definitely not simple. If this is not his strongest masterpiece, it is really unimaginable. Kurosaki Mayuri, is it so powerful? Don't worry, when the time comes, I will make a move. Let me, the current director of the Technology Bureau, solve this masterpiece of Aizen invention. Because this question is really unimaginable, and the power of the three realms projection is also completely confusing, so everyone did not continue to answer at this time. In the team quarters of the 4th Division, Hitsuga Matsumoto Rangiku and others were also full of doubts. Rukia Kukaki touched his heart, still thinking about what happened before. Isn't the Hagyaku that Urahara Kisuke hid from me the target of Aizen's series of big moves? Isn't it the most important masterpiece? Hitsuga also pouted, a little sullen. This hateful Aizen, I don't know what other weird things he has. If he can surpass Hagyaku, then I really don't know what will happen in the future. Seeing countless people in the Soul Society talking about it, Qian Ye was still drinking tea calmly. At this time, only Qian Ye knew the answer. He was also filled with emotion. Aizen-suke is indeed a very charismatic villain. I have been thinking all my life how to transcend the ordinary Shinigami, replace the gods, and stand in the sky. In addition, he has been looking forward to meeting an opponent comparable to himself. He even raised the main character to defeat him, Kurosaki Ichigo. This Kurosaki Ichigo is the most perfect work in Aizen's life. For this reason, Aizen can even be said to have worked hard, cared about him all the time, and was both a father and a mother. I hope that Kurosaki Ichigo will grow up quickly. Create an existence that can transcend the boundaries of species. In the anime world, it can be regarded as an extremely rare villain. After seeing that no one answered the question, Qian Ye arranged the corresponding operation of the three-dimensional projection in his mind. The three-dimensional projection quickly made a sound. Ding! The answer will be announced next. Chapter 5. In the subsequent screen, the answer to this question will appear. As the mysterious voice sounded, corresponding pictures began to appear on the golden screen. I saw it in a modern urban setting. Broken walls and ruins are everywhere, like the ruins after the war. Aizen-suke, fused with Hagyaku, and Kurosaki Ichigo, wearing a hollow mask and holding a Zanpakuto, are facing off. Kurosaki Ichigo tries to get Zanpakuto to overwhelm Aizen's power, but Aizen deflects Kurosaki Ichigo's attack with ease and doesn't take him seriously. Seeing such a scene, countless viewers were stunned. Hitsuga, it turned out to be Aizen. Has he come to this world? When is this scene? Byakuya Kukaki, the person opposite him is Kurosaki Ichigo? Zaraki Kenpeki, oh, This person is Kurosaki Ichigo? What the hell is his face? And Ryutsu seems to be very different from the past too. I seem to be a little out of recognition. Byakuya Kukaki, unmistakable, this familiar mask, and his unique dead bully outfit. Kurosaki Ichigo, this, seems to be really me, but this mask, the pattern is not like my previous mask. And when did this happen? Why am I completely unimpressed? Aizen-suke, indeed, this scene is neither the present nor the past. Hitsugaichware, are you kidding me? Could it be some kind of projection of the three realms made up? Could it be that Aizen is fooling us and using Kaika Suijutsu? Anohanaretsu, using Kaika Suijutsu on so many of us at the same time? It seems unlikely. Urahara Kisuke, I suddenly thought of it, isn't this a scene from the future? Is the three realms projection so powerful? Kurotsuka Mayuri, if this is the case, it is not impossible. After all, the projection of the three realms is indeed powerful enough. I have studied it for a long time but have not made any progress. Everyone began to realize slowly that the three-world projection is indeed extremely incredible. Kurako Shunsui, then in the future, Kurosaki Ichigo will be able to fight Aizen face to face? This is not easy. Aizen-suke, Kurosaki Ichigo, not bad not bad. Although Aizen can't believe it, the projection of the three worlds can predict the future. But because of the previous incident of depriving Ryutsu, he can only tentatively believe in the supernatural powers of the three realms projection. Urahara Kisuke, this is Mr. Kurosaki in the hollow state, right? I don't know how far his hollow ability has reached. On screen, Aizen looked at Kurosaki Ichigo with admiring eyes, without any killing intent at all. It made Kurosaki Ichigo feel a little creepy. People who don't know think they are talking about life in a very harmonious way. Aizen even smiled slightly and said to Kurosaki Ichigo, "What a pity, Kurosaki Ichigo, you have lost your last chance to kill me, that was my last opening just now." Naturally, Kurosaki Ichigo didn't want to believe it. So what? At least I got you hurt. Aizen appears to have a small gash on his left shoulder, but Aizen doesn't care about it. Oh, can this kind of thing be counted as a wound? As soon as the words fell, the bone-deep wound began to flash with blue light, and healed instantly. Kurosaki Ichigo was shocked. Is it high-speed regeneration? He thought it was a unique ability of Su Cai. Aizen touched his wound, feeling Kurosaki Ichigo's Ryutsu from it. Oh, is this your Ryutsu? It's great, to have such growth. Sure enough, as I expected. Feeling the breath of Kurosaki Ichigo, Aizen's expression at this time seemed to be enjoying it. Then, he lifted off his white tights with his hands, and showed his body generously to Kurosaki Ichigo. In his flawless body, a dazzling purple crystal is embedded in the position of others. Kurosaki Ichigo was shocked. Is this Hyaku? Seeing this scene, the people of Soul Society were very surprised. Rukia Kukaki, Ichigo almost killed Aizen? Ichimaru-jin, not bad, it's just a few 100 million points away. Tosen can name, obviously, Aizen-sama is just trying to test Kurosaki Ichigo, and he didn't fight seriously at all. Hitsugaichware, Ichimaru-jin. Tosen can name. Don't be complacent, do you really think that Aizen is really invincible? Matsumoto Rangiku, this scene is so realistic, it really looks more and more like a future scene. Jaishur Yukatake, damn, did Aizen fuse Hyaku into his body? It's a little weird. Anohanaretsu, Aizen's recovery ability surprised me. And Kurosaki Ichigo's Ryutsu at this time seems to be very strong, so he can fight Aizen. Rukia Kukaki, the Hyaku that used to be in me, became part of Aizen's body? Urahara Kisuke, how can Hyaku develop such a use? Byakuya Kukaki, by the way, didn't the Three Realms projection originally say that it would announce Aizen's masterpiece? Isn't the answer Hagyaku? Everyone is full of doubts at this time. Almost forgot the subject of the video. Aizen-suke, it seems that this should be the scene of the future. Yes, Urahara Kisuke, you don't even know the real purpose of Hagyaku. At this time, my power is far beyond your imagination. Zaraki Kenpeiki, haha. I'm quite interested then. Yamamoto Yuan Yanagi Shigakuni, humph, the old man is still here, showing off his strength in front of me, it's just a trick. Aizen-suke, don't worry, Captain Yamamoto, sooner or later we will fight. Kurosaki Ichigo, wait, what is Aizen talking about in this picture? What is my growth, all in his expectation? Aizen-suke, yes, the me in the picture really speaks my heart, Kurosaki Ichigo, I really look forward to your growing faster. The future you in the picture still seems a bit lacking. Kurosaki Ichigo, hey, what did you say? I can't understand it at all. Urahara Kisuke, Mr. Kurosaki, please read on patiently. It seems that the future scenes contain a lot of information. The screen is still playing. Looking at the puzzled Kurosaki Ichigo, Aizen recalled the past and said to himself. Your encounter with Rukia Kukaki, after the battle with Ishida Uryu, further awakened your Shinigami power. You learned to free your Zanpakuto while fighting Obari Renji. You got the chance to learn Bankai while fighting Zaraki Kenpeiki. While fighting Byakuya Kukaki, stepped into Hollow's realm. When fighting Grimjo, he can use his Hollow ability skillfully. The battle with Ulquiorra has gained even stronger power. Aizen seems to be summarizing his life for Kurosaki Ichigo. Kurosaki Ichigo. In the chat group, countless people couldn't help but speak one after another. Kurosaki Ichigo, hey, what are you talking about? Why am I getting more and more confused? Kurosaki Ichigo, who is confused, has the same mentality as his future self in the picture, slowly collapsing. Chapter 6. Kurosaki Ichigo's mood was indeed a little out of control at this time. He almost wanted to confront Aizen, just ask him directly. Urahara Kisuke, Mr. Kurosaki, calm down, don't let Aizen see the joke. Rukia Kukaki, manager of Urahara, I also don't understand what Aizen means. Obari Renji, how does Aizen act as if he knows everything? Know about my fight with Kurosaki Ichigo? Zaraki Kenpeiki, and my fight with Kurosaki Ichigo, he knows it all? Byakuya Kukaki, Hollow's domain. Is the scene of Kurosaki Ichigo at that time, and the mask he is wearing at this time, really Shinigami's Hollow? Aizen knows everything? Grimjo, why do I still have my share? Humph, that damned Kurosaki Ichigo, can't I finish him off? Ulukshala, Grimjo, don't make a fuss here. Having said that, it seems that in the future, I will also fight this Kurosaki Ichigo. These important opponents in the growth history of Kurosaki Ichigo, it is a bit incredible to hear Aizen's words. Kurosaki Ichigo, he knows so many battles, this. Urahara Kisuke, Mr. Kurosaki, don't fall for Aizen's tricks, he is cunning by nature, and he may be fooling you. Although Urahara Kisuke was also very surprised, as Aizen's opponent, he couldn't let Aizen have the opportunity to pretend to beep. It would be a real embarrassment for the Shinigami if everyone was being played around by Aizen. Yamamoto Motoyanagi Shigakuni, that's right, this person's Kaika Suijutsu, as well as his character, are hard to distinguish between true and false, and it may just hit you psychologically. Zaraki Kenpeiki, oh, is it useful for these two people to talk so much? It's better to fight quickly. On screen, Kurosaki Ichigo's past experience was quickly summarized by Aizen. Let him be stunned by what Aizen said. While talking, Aizen held out his hand to Kurosaki Ichigo. Kurosaki Ichigo. Your battles from the past to the present are all in my expectation. Hearing this, Kurosaki Ichigo was even more shocked. My battles from the past to the present are all within your expectations. What the hell is going on? I'm asking you, what's going on? Kurosaki Ichigo is already hysterical at this time. Aizen is still very calm. Keep your voice down, I have always believed in you and will become the best material I have been looking for a long time. That's why I help you grow. Aizen didn't pretend either. A direct showdown with Kurosaki Ichigo. The growth of Kurosaki Ichigo is actually the result of his own planning. Without myself, Kurosaki Ichigo's journey of cheating would not be so easy. Therefore, Aizen looked at him with the eyes of admiring his own masterpiece at this time. Kurosaki Ichigo. He was getting more and more confused now. He's Aizen's best material? Have you become the experimental product of the great scientist Aizen? Aizen seemed to enjoy Kurosaki Ichigo's shocked expression very much at this time, and continued to explain further. Otherwise, don't you find it strange? In the past, you never met Su, but when you saw Urahara, you were attacked by Su. The decoy used by Quincy Isshin to destroy the trash can actually attract Minos Grande. You just started to become a Shinigami, and after growing up slowly, Urahara, who had been undetectable until now, was discovered by the Soul Society very quickly. Meanwhile, under Qian Ye's montage, there are other scenes where Aizen speaks to Kurosaki Ichigo in the real world, too. After Kurosaki Ichigo gained the power of Urahara Shinigami, he defeated the virtual scene and appeared on a high-tech surveillance screen. The person looking at this screen is Aizen Suke, the gentle captain of the 5th Division who still wore glasses in the past. He looked at Kurosaki Ichigo with a meaningful expression on his face. It seems that Aizen has indeed been paying attention to Kurosaki Ichigo for a long time. After that, Isshin attracted a Minos Grande, and the scene where Kurosaki Ichigo Ryutsu suddenly increased and defeated Minos Grande in one fell swoop was also just seen by a special fly from Soul Society. This is Soul Society's real-world radio broadcast, and it was originally only used to randomly observe Karakura Town. But just in time came to the screen of Isshin and Kurosaki Ichigo, so that Kurosaki Ichigo got the attention of Soul Society. Subsequently, the covered mobile unit also quickly obtained information on Urahara. In the chat group, Urahara, no way? Could it be that this is indeed a bit of a coincidence? Is it all arranged by Aizen? Kurosaki Ichigo, how could this be, what is he talking about? Isshin, having said that, I was also very puzzled at the time. I almost lost control of the game with Ichigo. Is this the reason? Sui Feng, I thought Kurosaki Ichigo and others were discovered simply because of the credit of our stealth mobile unit. On screen, Aizen continued. Also, people like Abarai Renji, Zaraki Kenpeki, Byakuya Kukaki, etc., when you fight them, they just happen to be within range of you. So that you can keep improving. Don't you ever feel weird? At this time, Aizen is full of heart. Chat group. Kurosaki Ichigo? Abarai Renji? Zaraki Kenpeki, speaking of which, it seems to be a bit of a coincidence that I met Kurosaki Ichigo so quickly. If it were another captain, they might not only think about fighting him. Byakuya Kukaki, BD, is that possible? How do you say we are all in Aizen's arrangement? This feels really sick. Anohanaretsu, but in Soul Society, Aizen really made a fool of many of us. Kurako Shunsui, indeed, although I and Jushiro both felt that something was wrong, it was still a bit late. Ichimaru-jin, hey! Your entire Soul Society was originally arranged by our Captain Aizen. Hitsuga Ichware, damn, I don't want to admit such a thing. Everyone in Soul Society is scalp-tingling. They can no longer tell what other things they have accomplished by relying on their own will. It seems that everyone is being controlled by Aizen. On screen. The more Aizen said, the more heartbroken he became. Kurosaki Ichigo, do you think all of this is just a coincidence? Do you think the victory in the duel is the result of your hard work? Kurosaki Ichigo became more confused the more he listened. It turned out that these things were not because of his protagonist aura. These things are not a fateful encounter? The clown was myself? Unable to admit all this, Kurosaki Ichigo roared loudly, swooped up, and attacked Aizen again. Bang! Facing this lightning-like strike, Aizen still didn't pay attention at all. With one hand, he caught Kurosaki Ichigo's zanpakut. Aizen said calmly, "Don't let me down anymore, as my best material, you shouldn't only have such power." He just looked at Kurosaki Ichigo tenderly at this moment, as if treating him like a child. If he really wanted to be cruel, Kurosaki Ichigo would have died countless times. Until the decisive battle at this time, Aizen still came to talk to Kurosaki Ichigo with the mentality of cultivating Kurosaki Ichigo. Chapter 7. After the screen arrived here, it did not continue to play. The screen gradually went black. Aizen's words are still echoing in the minds of countless viewers. "Don't let me down. You are my best material." The audience, who are still unsatisfied, are still immersed in shocking emotions. Rukia Kukaki, hey, why did it stop so soon? I still want to know the next plot. Kurotsuka Mayuri, is this really a future scene? Isn't it a fake movie screen made by people? Zaraki Kenpeki, so boring, will they fight? Seeing the scene just now, many people were still a little speechless. If it weren't for Kurosaki Ichigo's desperate attitude, many people might have thought that Aizen was practicing with Kurosaki Ichigo. Yamamoto Motoyanagi Shigakuni, although I don't want to admit it, the bottomless ryotsu behind the golden screen and the authenticity of this picture don't seem to be fake. Kurosaki Ichigo, ah! What the hell is he talking about? I don't believe it. Jaishur Yukatake, it seems that Aizen's plan is really not simple. Even we now underestimated him. His previous betrayal and what he planned far exceeded our imagination. Kurako Shunsui, wait a minute, although the information is shocking, but don't forget the theme of this golden screen. Wasn't it originally a masterpiece of Aizen? Thought it was Hagyaku at first, but it doesn't seem to be. Kurako Shunsui's words awakened the dreamer. Everyone remembered the business. Kurotsuka Mayuri, is it more accurate to say that this most perfect work is Aizen himself after fusion with Hagyaku? Anohanaretsu, indeed, resilience alone is far beyond the scope of Shinigami. Hitsuga Ichware, he is facing Kurosaki Ichigo at this time, it is completely cat and mouse. And just off the screen, I can feel his ryotsu, it seems stronger than when he betrayed the Soul Society. Shihao and Yoryuaki, the ruins in the world in the picture seem to be after a great war. Aizen no longer needs to use Arankar to test it out, but took action himself? Ichimaru Jin, it seems that under the influence of Hagyaku, Captain Aizen is already invincible. Urahara Kisuke, no, the answer is a bit unimaginable, but it seems to be like this. I think what the Three Realms projection wants to express is that Aizen's perfect masterpiece is Kurosaki Ichigo himself. Kurosaki Ichigo, hey? What did you say? At this time, Urahara Kisuke spoke amazingly. Kurosaki Ichigo was shocked to hear that his life was arranged by Aizen. After hearing that I am Aizen's most perfect work, my mind is even more confused. What is this all about? Obtaining the power of Shinigami inexplicably, and not long ago learned about Kurosaki Ichigo of the Soul Society, it is completely impossible to digest so much information. While Kurosaki Ichigo doubted his life, he also remembered his past experience. The more I think about it, the more I feel bad. When he met Aizen last time, he was blocked by Aizen's finger. But Aizen is very gentle. The attitude of speaking, even a little kind. Afterwards, he didn't cause much fatal damage to himself. It shows that Aizen really doesn't have much hostility towards him. It can be said to be similar to the scene in the picture just now. Did he not want to kill himself, the best material? And the other Shinigami also couldn't react when they heard Urahara Kisuke's words. Jaisure Yukatake, is Kurosaki Ichigo Aizen's perfect work? This seems a bit unimaginable. Although Kurosaki Ichigo is not simple, it seems to be unreasonable to say that it is the perfect masterpiece of Aizen. Ano Hanaretsu, but this is a future scene, what will happen in the future? Could it be that Kurosaki Ichigo will have something to do with Aizen? But they also seem to be in a state of hostility. Byakuya Kukaki, by the way, Kurosaki Ichigo's mask, as well as the suspected virtual power in his body, really don't seem to be born naturally, and someone must have made it deliberately. Abarai Renji, indeed, Kurosaki Ichigo's growth rate is a bit too fast. Aizen on the other side was lost in thought as he watched the chatter of the crowd. Although he has always had an overview of the overall situation and is in control of all plans. But the appearance of the projection of the three realms disturbed his mood. What Urahara Kisuke said does make sense. Although the three realms projection didn't say it clearly indicated that Kurosaki Ichigo is the answer to this question. True, Aizen has been manipulating Kurosaki Ichigo's life. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Kurosaki Ichigo is perfect material for him. As a human being, Kurosaki Ichigo possesses the power of Su and Shinigami, and it is indeed possible to completely break through the limitations of species. From this perspective, he is even better than visored such as Hirako Shinji. After Aizen obtained Hagyaku, although it helped many people realize Arankar, the virtual Shinigamization can indeed break the limitation of species and gain stronger power. Aizen is also immersed in the wonderful feeling that God created all things. But these Arankars are still far from the perfect works in his mind. Is Kurosaki Ichigo his best work? Can Kurosaki Ichigo really surpass Hagyaku? At least you have to have the strength to compete with yourself, so you can't let yourself down, right? It's a pity that although Kurosaki Ichigo in the picture is powerful, he is far from satisfying Aizen. After much deliberation, Aizen couldn't convince himself, so he had to put aside his thoughts for the time being and see what the next plot would be. In the present Karakura Town. In addition to Kurosaki Ichigo, Ishida Uryu, and others, there are actually many people who also saw the projection of the three realms in their minds. For example, Kurosaki Isshin, the father of Kurosaki Ichigo, and Ishida Ryastring, the father of Ishida Uryu, just kept diving in chat groups. Seeing this future scene, Kurosaki Isshin couldn't help pouting, and said to himself, "The relationship between my son and Aizen is really deep, it's ironic. I don't know, I thought Aizen was Ichigo's father. Kurosaki Isshin is very unpleasant. Hey, it's not time for a showdown with Ichigo yet. But now my Shinigami power is slowly recovering, and there will be so many great turmoil caused by Aizen in the future, it may not take long, and I will join the battle. My good-for-nothing father, I can't go on forever." Kurosaki Isshin, who is the biological father of Kurosaki Ichigo, watched the intriguing questions and scenes projected in the three realms, and remembered Kurosaki Masaki and other things, and he had mixed feelings in his heart. Is Kurosaki Ichigo Aizen's most perfect work? Snort. It's funny. In that case, what are I and Kurosaki Masaki? Kurosaki Ichigo is a product of their love. In a way, Kurosaki Ichigo is the perfect couple. How could Aizen understand such love? Things like Hagyaku and Arankar made by Aizen are devoid of love and affection, so what if they are powerful? Can it be considered a perfect work? The combination of factors such as Quincy, Shinigami, Hollow, and humans produced Kurosaki Ichigo with such a rich bloodline. This is simply the arrangement of fate. Even Aizen, who claims to be a god, is not qualified to attribute it to himself. At the same time, on the Soul Society side, the Shinigami couldn't figure it out for a while. Quite a few Shinigami can't yet agree that Kurosaki Ichigo would be perfect for Aizen. Perhaps Aizen himself after fusing with Hagyaku is the correct answer? After all, the Aizen in the screen has indeed surpassed Shinigami, and has begun to evolve towards a higher level. Moreover, at this time, Kurosaki Ichigo has not yet reached the point where soul society attaches great importance. Many Shinigami are still analyzing the dialogue between Aizen and Kurosaki Ichigo, trying to figure out the meaning of the three-dimensional projection. Some Shinigami are skeptical about the projection of the three realms, wondering whether it is similar to Kaika Suijutsu's ability. Qian Ye was very satisfied after seeing the mood changes of countless strong people. I believe that in the near future, everyone will know more and more important truths. It will also allow him to gain more and more emotional energy such as shock. When everyone is thinking about it. With Qian Ye's arrangement, the sound of the three realms projection sounded again. Ding! Next, continue to play related videos. This is a famous scene of a legendary figure. It can be called the weakest captain. One of the most famous Shinigami captains, a disgrace to the Shinigami squadron leader. Meguruma Kensei. He is the captain of the former Soul Society Godai 13 Division 9 and the current member of Vizard. At the same time, it is also a combat unit to measure the strength of the Shinigami world. It can be described as an unbelievable legend. The man with 69 tattooed on his body. Please watch the next screen carefully and be ready to answer questions at any time. One title after another is the best comment on Meguruma Kensei. At this time, as soon as the inventory of Meguruma Kensei came out, a stone stirred up waves in an instant. Meguruma Kensei? Kuna Mashiro, can Kensei be said to be one of the most famous captains? What's the name? Hirako Shinji. Oh, I didn't expect Kensei to be the bottom of the team leader. Pucci. It's so legendary. Isn't this nickname too funny? And what does this combat unit mean? Qian Ye, if I understand correctly, it means to use his smallest combat power unit to measure other powerhouses, right? Hirako Shinji, oh, for someone like me, maybe 2 or 3 Meguruma Kensei will be no problem, right? Meguruma Kensei, damn it, I'm not that bad, am I? Am I shameless? Chapter 8. At this time, the appearance of Vizard in the chat group surprised Soul Society. Yamamoto Yuan Yanagi Shigakuni, Hirako Shinji, Meguruma Kensei, you are still alive, right? Probably still hiding in this world. Hirako Shinji, oh, does the captain still remember us? Yamamoto Yuan Yanagi Shigakuni, what kind of stand do you plan to use to get along with us? After Aizen defected, we also know the truth about you Hollow. Hirako Shinji, forget it, I am neither your enemy nor your companion, we all just hate Aizen and want to settle accounts with him. Aizen-suk, Captain Hirako, it seems that you really have a crush on me. But I don't care about you anymore. Hirako Shinji, damn it, Aizen, I will never let you go. Wait for my revenge. When everyone was arguing non-stop, the corresponding scene quickly appeared on the screen. Meguruma Kensei's hollow battle scene. Hundreds of years ago, many strange crazy death events happened in Rukanga. This is exactly what Aizen-suk's early experiments with hollow led to. Meguruma Kensei, the captain of Godai 13's 9th Division, was ordered to lead a team to investigate. However, Ryutsu, a member of the 9th Division, disappeared quickly, so Godai 13 organized people to rescue Meguruma Kensei and others. Urahara Kisuke and Saragaki Hiri and others met Meguruma Kensei who entered the hollow state. Everyone tried their best, but it was difficult to control Meguruma Kensei who had lost Shinigami consciousness. This is also one of the few highlight moments of Meguruma Kensei. Finally, with the assistance of countless people, Hachigen used Kid's highest Bakud 99 Gon, to control Meguruma Kensei's body. In the chat group, Hirako Shinji, damn it, it is because of Aizen and Tosen that we will be wronged. So I was forced to hide. Jaishur Yukatake, Aizen's conspiracy really started very early. Rukia Kukaki, how many things are in his calculations? Kurosaki Ichigo, these guys are all former Shinigami, they became virtual, and they are also in the plan of Aizen. At this time, Kurosaki Ichigo was still a little nervous. Don't know what's so special about yourself compared to these hollow Shinigami? Is it not just me who has Shinigami and hollow abilities? But Meguruma Kensei and Hirako Shinji and others were framed by Aizen. What about the Shinigami power and hollow ability on him? Also related to Aizen? Saragaki Hiri, it seems that Kensei, the weakest captain, still has a little bright moment, haha. Meguruma Kensei, thank you so much. Hisagi Shuei, that's not true, this is the captain I admire the most. Number 6 Espada Grimjo, humph, it's just beating one's own companion, what a highlight moment. Civil War Number 1? While everyone was talking, the screen began to switch. Here comes Meguruma Kensei's battle for fame. Battle of Karakura Town. At this time, number 77 Arankar Wanda Weiss is fighting with Kuna Mashiro, the former vice-captain of the 9th Squad. Kuna Mashiro didn't think much of Wanda Weiss from the start. With her mask ability, she once had the advantage. He even used his own Zero to launch an attack on Wanda Weiss. It's a pity that during the slapping process, Kuna Mashiro hollow time ended and the mask shattered directly. Wanda Weiss quickly attacks Kuna Mashiro, putting him in danger. Fortunately, at this time, Meguruma Kensei arrived in time and rescued Kuna Mashiro. Boom! Meguruma Kensei's fist hit Wanda Weiss hard. Sorry, I'm not mature enough to be merciful to the brat. As soon as the words fell, he directly dragged Wanda Weiss and fell to the ground. It looks like it's full of momentum. It is indeed the demeanor that a real man should have. Then, after putting down Kuna Mashiro, Meguruma Kensei said to her with a firm face. Lie down, I'll beat him up. After speaking, Wanda Weiss and Meguruma Kensei engaged in a fierce battle. Meguruma Kensei seemed to have an edge over Wanda Weiss in the initial bout. Smacking, Meguruma Kensei started Bankai. Bankai. Iron Fist breaks the wind. This is the first member of Vizard to use Bankai. Turn on Bankai's Meguruma Kensei, and the Ryutsu on her body will instantly increase several times. His aura suddenly rose. The next moment, Meguruma Kensei brought countless stern whines, and approached Wanda Weiss. Such a handsome scene made everyone almost forget his title as the weakest captain. A big battle is about to begin. At this time, after seeing the battle screen of Meguruma Kensei, discussions began in the chat group. Meguruma Kensei, hey, when was this scene? Why am I completely unimpressed? Kuna Mashiro, if nothing else, it should be another scene in the future. Kurosaki Ichigo, and if you look closely, it looks like the city where I fought Aizen just now. Could it be Karakura Town where I am? Yamamoto Moto Yanagi Shigakuni, indeed, this Aizen himself has come to this world, there must be a big conspiracy. The Shinigami don't know at this time that Aizen has been planning to make the King Key to go to the Soul King Palace. Urahara Kisuke, Kensei, you have to work hard, don't make us Shinigami too weak. Byakuya Kukaki, humph, even though he is the weakest captain, he can't be called the captain. Hitsuga Ichware, is this the power of Vizard? Well, it's really okay. Matsumoto Rangiku, this Arankar doesn't seem to be very powerful, Meguruma Kensei should be able to solve it soon, right? Komamura Seijin, according to the information on the golden screen, this Arankar should be number 77. Such a late number, it must not be much stronger, right? Kurosaki Ichigo, this Arankar seems to be a bit special, it can't speak at all, just like a baby. Ishida Uryu, indeed, let alone language, it seems that there is no consciousness, reason, etc., so it seems to be even weaker. Zaraki Kenpeki, hey, you can't say that, without consciousness and rationality, can you not become a top expert? Sudden. While everyone was discussing, a voice suddenly sounded. Ding! The question and answer session is open. May I ask which of the following barrages has won the most audience approval and become the featured barrage? Qian Ye also activated the barrage function of another dimension at this moment. Damn it! Maguruma Kensei is so handsome. Come on, Quangzai. Teach this Wanda Wise a lesson. Surprised, the unit of measurement actually has fans? Doghead. It's over. GG. Don't you know the rule of opening Bankai first? As the first visored to open Bankai, I am a head lower than others in terms of momentum. How many punches can this Wanda Wise fight? Aaron Carr, who can deal with Yamamoto's captain, can't be a few hundred cars? It's too much. Where do you put Quangzai? At least tens of thousands of cars are needed. Rounding up, it's 100 million. Maguruma Kensei, are you polite? Poor Kensei, he has a protagonist's face for nothing. Bold. The captain of my majestic 9th division, the man with 69 engraved on his body, even Xiaobing admires me so much, has the same outfit as me. Is it something you can insult? Damn it! This broken car can drive, and it really deserves to be a fan of Maguruma Kensei. Maguruma Kensei, you little black people dare to play tricks? How many cars can you beat me? Ridiculous. Even Aizen didn't dare to do anything to Maguruma Kensei himself, so he could only let Wanda Wise do it, which shows that Maguruma Kensei's status is comparable to that of Yamamoto's captain. The strongest and the weakest captains, don't they have the same status? Now. The dense barrage flew by quickly. Let the people in the chat group be very surprised. The Three Realms projection was announced after countless wonderful barrages were released. The barrage is played. Quick answer starts. Remind again, those who answer correctly will be able to earn corresponding points. The ranking of the points will determine how many rewards you will get in the future. As soon as they heard this information, everyone immediately became excited. Zaraki Kenpeiki, what are these? What is a barrage? Can you fight? Yamamoto Jinyanaga Shigakuni, unit of measurement? Open Bankai first and lose? Something inexplicable. The old antiques of the Soul Society all looked confused. Chapter 9. Kurosaki Ichigo, who lived in the modern city, explained while the Soul Society was in the dark. Kurosaki Ichigo, well, how should I put it? To put it simply, the so-called barrage is the audience's evaluation of the scene in front of them. Hitsugaichwir, well, we who have been to this world have a little understanding of modern human civilization. Hirako Shinji, humph, you Shinigami, you are already out of date. Qian Ye, that's right, a younger Shinigami may be easier to understand. Maguruma Kensei, I have something to say about the person involved. What kind of car boxing is there? My name is Maguruma Kensei, what kind of alien creatures are these barrages? Byakuya Kukaki, although I still don't understand, let me choose a normal comment, right? Come on, Quangzai. Teach this Wanda Wise a lesson. That sentence sounds a little more normal. There are a lot of slightly exaggerated barrage, and more serious captains like Byakuya Kukaki don't even want to say it. That's a shame. I am a decent person. Urahara Kisuke, speaking of which, there seems to be a lot of information in these barrages. Even involving Captain Yamamoto? This unfamiliar number 77 Vandal Wise Aaron Carr, is it possible that he can still fight the captain? Kurosaki Ichigo, this Aaron Carr, is also an excellent work of Aizen, right? Sui Feng, does this sound incredible? That's not the way to joke. These bullet screens make these Shinigami who start at 100 years old at every turn confused. Qian Ye, I think there should be some truth. The more harmless a guy looks, the more likely he is a hidden master with explosive combat power. Anohanaretsu, indeed, what Qian Ye said still makes sense. Kurako Shunsui, little friend Qian Ye, it's not a good idea to say that. After being reminded by Kurako Shunsui, Qian Ye also came to his senses. Good guy. If you say that, it really has some connotations. First generation Kenpei's demon flower sister. Such a kind sister Hua. Not to be messed with, not to be messed with. Qian Ye, cough cough cough. Back then, who knew that Aizen Suk, who seemed to be a gentle and kind person, would do such a thing? Aizen may also deliberately mark a late number to confuse us. Number 77 Wanda Wise, percent at. Number. Ulachala, Wanda Wise, don't talk. Be quiet and watch. Grimjo, humph, no matter what, it's just a not so popular captain, Maguruma can say. Was it a surprise to use number 77 to deal with it? At this time, in the palace of Void Knight, Aizen Suk smiled faintly seeing his vandalism exposed. As expected of their opponents, these Shinigami's eyes are really sharp. It seems that there is a lot of important information that may be exposed by the three-dimensional projection. He used Hagyaku to create Arankar Vandal Wise, which is indeed an important killer for him. Its returning blade is the Prince of Extinguishing Fire, capable of absorbing flames, and is the greatest nemesis of Yamamoto Genryu's Shigakuni Zanpakut. If it is exposed in advance, it will add a lot of trouble if Yamamoto Genryu's Shigakuni and others take precautions. At this point, Ulquiola and Arankar all looked at Aizen with a serious face, wanting to see how he would deal with this incident. Of course, Aizen, who thought he had reached the pinnacle of Shinigami, still looked at the screen calmly. It's still the king of Hueco Mundo who Arankar adores with haki all over him. Let the Arankars follow suit. Maybe they were overthinking it. Even if exposed by the projection of the three realms, Master Aizen can still easily deal with Captain Yamamoto. There is no doubt about it. They just need to trust Master Aizen. And Aizen is indeed not blindly confident. He has long known that the sum of all espadas may not be as effective as him alone. And after fusing Hagyaku, I will surpass the limit of Shinigami. At worst, it will be a little more troublesome later. How can you be afraid of a mere Shinigami if you want to stand in the sky? In the face of absolute power, means are not important. Even if it is Yamamoto Genryu's Shigakuni who is known as the strongest Shinigami in the millennium, I don't need to be afraid. Take it as an added challenge. I have been cultivating Kurosaki Ichigo, let him continue to grow, and finally challenge Aizen Suk himself. I really hope to find an opponent who can match myself. If the road to becoming a god is too easy, he will be a little lonely. This may be the so-called extreme coldness. Moreover, the supernatural Aizen also learned about some of the more terrifying existences in the Zero Team through his own way. People with weird abilities like Ichigo Hisub are more worthy of his attention. In the present Karakura Town, Kurosaki Ichigo's father, Kurosaki Isshin, is also holding his chin and thinking hard. It seems that Hirako Shinji and others have also joined the battle against Aizen. I guess I'm about the same. Aizen, just wait for me. Don't think that these hybrid creatures you made are very powerful. Sooner or later, I will fight with an eye for an eye. Kurosaki Isshin is furious when he thinks of Aizen's previous experiments such as emptiness and whiteness in order to break the boundaries of species. The Injetsu in his hand seems to be breathing flames. In the chat group, the Shinigami are still analyzing the video and talking. Shihao and Yuaki, speaking of which, the place where Maguruma Kensei and Wanda Wise fought, should it be in the present world? And from the screen, it seems to feel other Ryutsu. Kurosaki Ichigo, it seems that the situation is not good. Behind this Vandal Wise, there should be more terrifying ghosts, will they appear? The more the Shinigami analyzed, the more they felt that the projection of the three realms and the scene in the picture were not simple. But at this time, the projection of the three realms also began to urge them. Remind everyone, don't forget to answer the questions and select the selected barrage. Now that Shinigami remembered, they still had to answer questions. So I repeated these wonderful barrages with a little shame. Kurosaki Ichigo, it's over. GG. Don't you know the rule of opening Bankai first? Grimjo, surprised, the unit of measurement has fans? Doghead. Ulakshala, poor Kenshi, you have a protagonist face for nothing. Hisagi Shuei, bold. The captain of my majestic 9th division, the man with 69 engraved on his body, even Xiaobing admires me so much, has the same outfit as me, is it something you can insult? Cough cough, so shy. Hirako Shinji, Maguruma Kensei, you little black people dare to play tricks? How many cars can you beat me? Maguruma Kensei, I'm numb, I don't want to answer anymore. I want to close my eyes and plug my ears. Maguruma Kensei in the real world has already covered his face, all hope is lost. Zaraki Kenpeki, Kengzi come on. Teach this Wanda Wise a lesson. Kurako Shunsui, ridiculous. Even Aizen didn't dare to do anything to Maguruma Kensei himself, so he could only let Wanda Wise do it, which shows that Maguruma Kensei's status is comparable to that of Yamamoto's captain. At this time, most of the influential people from all sides gave their answers. After everyone answered the question with a little embarrassment, the Three Realms projection has finally begun to announce the correct answer. Ding! The correct answer is the following barrage. Bold. The captain of my majestic 9th division, the man with 69 engraved on his body, even Xiaobing admires me so much, has the same outfit as me, is it something you can insult? This round of answers, Hisagi Shuei chooses the right barrage and gets 1 point. In this regard, the people of Soul Society are very happy. Yamamoto Moto Yanagi Shigakuni, yes, at least this first point was obtained by our Soul Society. Hisagi Shuei, ah! What an honor! Although I don't quite understand why this 69 should be specially emphasized, but it involves me, so I have to answer it. This 69 has a special purpose. On behalf of Maguruma Kensei, former captain of our 9th squad. Kurosaki Ichigo. Inu Orium. Ishida Uryu, this answer does not seem to be a serious answer. Matsumoto Rangiku, I also feel that I have been to this world. Based on my understanding of human beings and this barrage, I feel that Maguruma Kensei should be treated as a laughing stock. Qian Ye, I don't think there's anything wrong with it. A real man engraves 69 to show his status, and no one else can doubt him. Maguruma Kensei, humph. Anyway, I think these barrages are very unfriendly to me. I hope the next video will let me shine. I am the weakest captain, Maguruma Kensei, was the captain at any rate, and I will definitely solve this number 77 soon. At this time, all the dead Chengdu are setting the flag one after another. It made Qian Ye laugh in his heart. It's no wonder that Maguruma Kensei has become a combat power measurement unit in the Shinigami world. Such a handsome and tough protagonist's face, full of momentum before the battle, as if trying to turn the tide, but the record is so miserable. The contrast is indeed great. And, besides the scourge Maguruma Kensei, no one else can escape. Qian Ye would never play a mediocre video with no topics or stocks, or a video without important information. If not, how do you gain more emotional energy? After the question and answer session, it didn't take long for Shinigami to say, and the follow-up scene appeared on the screen soon. Wanda Wise seemed to be aware of the situation on the other side, something was wrong. As Aizen's secret weapon, he came here to participate in the Battle of Karakura Town. The purpose is to deal with Yamamoto genre Ise Shigakuni. So he quickly began to use all his strength, and stopped laughing and playing. Boom! Wanda Wise turned on the returning blade, and his aura rose instantly. The thin body swelled a lot in an instant. Maguruma Kensei, who saw this scene, was immediately dumbfounded. This Wanda Wise is so strong? How does it feel stronger than other espadas he has seen? Before Maguruma Kensei could react, Vandal Wise had already burst out, launching a full blow to Meguruma Kensei. Boom! 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 In just a few face-to-face meetings, Meguruma Kensei, who was weak in hard power, was instantly killed by Wanda Wise. Then, Wanda Wise didn't even bother to give this Meguruma Kensei an extra knife, but went straight to the other side of the battlefield. The scene at this time also came to an abrupt end. After seeing Meguruma Kensei being killed in seconds, the Shinigami were greatly shocked, but also continued to stare at the screen intently, wondering what the hell is going on in this field, and if there are other Aizen personnel fighting. But the screen has gradually turned dark, and it seems that this series of videos is coming to an end. Shinigami had to talk non-stop in the chat group. Hirako Shinji, good guy, Kensei, you are really good, a number 77 Arrancar can't solve it. Kurako Shunsui, just now I thought that number 77 and Meguruma Kensei played back and forth, which is already pretty good, but I didn't expect that when I got serious, it would be Meguruma Kensei in seconds. Kurosaki Ichigo, are Arrancars so strong? Are these works by Aizen? In Kurosaki Ichigo's mind, the words Aizen's work seemed to be a nightmare, lingering. After that, do I really want to become someone far better than these Arrancars? Otherwise, how can it be called Aizen's most perfect masterpiece? Meguruma Kensei, how is it possible? I am the captain hundreds of years ago, I seriously doubt that this is a fake video. Definitely Kaika Suijutsu from Aizen. Heli Bell, Tisk, we, Master Aizen, as for targeting a weak person like you? Kuna Mashiro, it's really miserable. But this Arrancar will return to the blade, and the momentum is obviously much stronger. It's not wrong to lose the fist. Urahara Kisuke, although we don't know much about the strength of Aizen's Hueco Mundo at this time, the strength of number 77 is indeed a bit beyond the standard. Anyway, this Meguruma Kensei is also the former captain, right? Hitsuga Ichware, yes, the name of Captain Yamamoto was also mentioned in the barrage before. Could it be that Wanda Wise can really compete with the captain? Zaraki Kenpeki, it's incredible, such a powerful Arrancar, I must meet him then. Hitsuga Ichware, isn't the strongest Arrancar Espada even more powerful? Komamura Seijin, there are so many Minos Grande who are comparable to the captain, or even surpass the captain level. That's at least Vasto Lord level. The Shinigami in Soul Society, the more I think about it, the more I am secretly frightened. Either this Meguruma Kensei is really good, or this Wanda Wise is really strong. Ulakshala, correct me, this Meguruma Kensei is the weakest captain, right? If it were me, it would be normal for me to take a second. Harry Bell, it's not that we are too strong, it's that you are too badass. Captain Shinigami is nothing, let alone the weakest? Nothing to be surprised about. Anohanaretsu, could it be that Qian Ye really hit it off? Can this Wanda Wise have a touch with Captain Yamamoto? Kurako Shunsui, indeed, Qian Ye's analysis is quite reasonable. We should be a little cautious when we encounter number 77 Wanda Wise in the future. Rukia Kukaki, Qian Ye is right. Facing the enemy, we must be cautious. Meguruma Kensei, well, yes, even if this is really a vision of the future, there must be problems. I won't be wronged if I lose. In this world, Meguruma Kensei burst into tears. Fake. This must be all fake. How could I lose to an Arrancar who looks so weak? Meguruma Kensei can only hope that there will be his own highlight moments in the future, and he will make a good name for himself. It is a pity that Meguruma Kensei's video did not continue to appear after that. At this time, Qian Ye, who had just finished harming Meguruma Kensei, began to set his sights on the next lucky spectator. A new round of famous scene inventory video starts again. Ding! Next, a new round of stock taking will begin. Inventory of a Shinigami known as the strongest meat shield. And to some extent, it may be the Shinigami with the most tenacious vitality and the longest blood bar. She is the vice-captain of the 5th Division, Hinamori Momo. As soon as this remark came out, all the Shinigami were shocked. Hinamori Momo? Hitsugaichweir? Everyone shouted outrageous. Isn't Hinamori Momo's nickname a bit too much? Could it be that, like her captain Aizen, she is also a strong man pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger? Chapter 10. Seeing Hinamori Momo's inexplicable nicknames such as Shinigami with the longest blood bar, Soul Society is all stunned. After all, everyone can see the strength of Hinamori Momo. The vice-captain is not as good as the top, but more than the bottom. It is said that the defense is the strongest among Shinigami, but it seems that it is not obvious, right? What's more, Hinamori is still the type who looks very thin at first glance. No matter how you look at it, it has nothing to do with meat shields, right? This is even bigger than Aizen's transformation from a man with glasses to a big boss. Hitsugaichweir, Hinamori, why did you become so strong without saying a word? Zaraki Kenpeki, is it so powerful? Then you have to fight me. Anyway, your defense is so strong. Hinamori, ah. Captain Zaraki, I dare not fight you. Anohanaretsu, Zaraki Kenpeki, don't really be rough on other little girls. Rukia Kukaki, so Hinamori is so unfathomable? Aizen, oh, Hinamori, it seems that you have grown up, I am very pleased. Although you can't see it now, the potential in the future may be amazing. Hinamori Momo, ah, Captain Aizen. Hitsugaichweir, Aizen, stop teasing Hinamori, UBD. I don't allow you to have another word with her. Kurako Shunsui, but having said that, it is not particularly difficult to rank with so many Shinigami in terms of attack power, but in terms of defense power, it is really hard to say. Jaisure Yukatake, if you don't have special skills, you can only see the strength of Ryutsu, right? Hinamori is so good? No. 5 Espada Neutra, is it so powerful? Can it compare to my defense? I'd love to meet this Hinamori Momo. When everyone was discussing, the corresponding scene soon appeared on the screen. Impressively Ichimarujin and Hinamori Momo. It seems that this is the scene before Aizen defected to Soul Society. Ichimarujin said at this time that there was something important to show Hinamori Momo. In a pure white palace, led by Ichigenmaru, Hinamori Momo meets Aizen again. Seeing this, Hinamori burst into tears. Woohoo! Captain Aizen is so warm. Just like in the past, it cleanses my heart. Aizen gently stroked Hinamori's head, like her father, and said gently, I'm sorry, there was a reason for my fake death before, I'm really sorry, I hope you can forgive me. Hinamori rushed to say. No need to apologize, woohoo. I am already very grateful to God that Captain Aizen is alive. Aizen continued with a calm tone. It's great to have a subordinate like you, thank you. But as he spoke, Aizen's tone gradually became colder. By now. Swish. As soon as the words fell, a knife directly penetrated Hinamori's body. Hinamori couldn't believe it, like being hit by a heavy hammer. Ah, what? She raised her head with difficulty, looked at Aizen's cold face, and still couldn't believe what she saw. Aizen's expression at this time has completely lost any warmth. He is completely different from him before. As cold as ice. Before Hinamori could react, he passed out. I don't know if it's because of the injury, or because of the psychological blow Aizen gave her. Thump. Hinamori fell weakly to the ground. The blood spurted wildly, turning the ground into a river of blood very quickly. Afterwards, Aizen and Ichimarujin continued to walk forward with smiles on their faces. Embark on their final mission to defect from the Soul Society. And at this time, the barrage also quickly drifted past. Ah, is Aizen so cruel? Isn't he very nice to Hinamori? Aizen is really the fastest speed recorder who turned his face and refused to recognize anyone. It was him who said the knife hidden in the smile. At the same time, he is also the actor with the strongest acting skills in the world. A woman in love has a negative IQ. Haha, there's no way, after all she's been fooled by Kaika Suijutsu for the longest time, I don't know if it's been decades. This is the end of Chasing Stars, telling us not to worship idols. Note, Hinamori didn't die afterward. Here it is, the number 1 meat tank in the world. A person who is pierced by Aizen and never dies. Hinamori, HP -1. Humph, what do you know? When Aizen rebelled in the Soul Society, the first Godai 13 member to be killed was Hinamori. It can be seen that Hinamori's threat is great. Doghead. That's right, the first meat tank is immortal, how dare Aizen fight against other captains? Doghead. But it still didn't kill Hinamori. This is the end of not making up the knife. Shinigami World. Kurosaki Ichigo, Yamamoto Motoyanagi Shigakuni, Byakuya Kukaki, and others all looked at these pictures with silent faces. Seeing these unscrupulous barrages, I was speechless. Although all Shinigami have experienced this incident. But he still looks at Aizen in the picture very seriously, hoping to learn more details about Aizen. Hinamori stares at Aizen in the frame in pain. It was found that his eyes were indeed extremely cold and ruthless. Nothing fake. Let Hinamori, who was already very sad, sprinkle salt on the wound. In the chat group. Hitsugaichweir, Aizen, UBD, you did such a thing to Hinamori. Aizen Suk, she can only blame herself for being stupid. It's a pity that she wasn't killed. Zaraki Kenpeki, it's really interesting, he was able to survive the attack of Aizen, he is really a Xiaoqiang from immune to death. Kurako Shunsui, it's not a man at all to do this to a girl. Jaishur Yukatake, I have to say, Aizen is indeed a conspirator with great acting skills. Before, his every move did not show what he wanted to plan at all. Kurako Shunsui, except for Rukia, Kurosaki Ichigo, and others, Hinamori and others were all fooled by him. Urahara Kisuke, having said that, everyone, don't forget the theme of this video. It's really unbelievable that Aizen didn't kill Hinamori Momo. Sorry, I'm not saying Hinamori Momo should die. I just can't see him, life is so tenacious. Shihaoren Yoryuaki, this little sister's vitality is really tenacious. No wonder it was rated as the strongest meat shield. I dare not say that my body has such a strong defense. At this time, everyone began to discover their blind spots. Did Aizen show mercy to Hinamori? Or is it that Hinamori survived by relying on his tenacious will? Or maybe she originally had a strong vitality and then slowly awakened. How credible are the comments from the Three Realms projection? Hinamori is really the Shinigami with the longest blood bar? At this point, everyone's expressions are very strange. Sui Feng, actually, I originally thought that Hinamori could be cured because of Captain Anohana and Qian Ye and others kite in the 4th division. Qian Ye, well, although I was in charge of treating Hinamori, I have to admit that it is indeed a miracle that he survived after being pierced through the chest and losing so much blood. Kurosaki Mayuri, speaking of which, is there anything special about Hinamori? The vitality is so tenacious, I want to study it. Anohana Retsu, Captain Kurosaki Mayuri, you better stop thinking about it. Katetsu Isane, it's really unpredictable, Aizen's face changed so quickly, how gentle he was before, and how heartless after that. I don't know whether he is gentle or indifferent. Yamamoto Yuan Yanagi Shigakuni, such a fickle and multifaceted person, no wonder he has the ability of Kaika Suijutsu, and he even managed to hide it from the old man. Rukia Kukaki, having said that, although Aizen has done so many bad things before, in this rebellion, he has not killed anyone seriously. Aizen Suk, what kill? Does it matter to me whether the ants are alive or dead? 1 or 2 or countless, it doesn't matter to me. For Aizen, who is deep in the city, it is absolutely impossible for people to know his starting point. Whether it's because of Hinamari's strong vitality or because of Aizen's mercy, people in the Soul Society probably won't be able to figure out for a lifetime. Even, in Aizen's mind, he doesn't think he has defected from the Soul Society. The entire Soul Society is his own. Can it be considered a defection? Then why do these Soul Society's own people have to kill them? Hinamori Momo, Captain Aizen, I still can't accept all of this. Why did you betray our Soul Society? Hitsuga Ichware, Hinamori, he is just an ambitious evil person, there is no need to pay attention to his thoughts. At the beginning, Aizen's betrayal of the Soul Society really made countless people angry. However, after calming down at this time and replaying the previous scene again, many people will inevitably have doubts. What is the ultimate purpose of Aizen? Why was it involved in so many battles, but it didn't do much damage to the Soul Society? He who got Hagyaku, what other unknown purpose does he have? This Aizen is indeed an unfathomable mastermind. And in the previous video, it is also clearly stated that he directed the life of Kurosaki Ichigo. No one knows how many masterpieces Aizen will complete in this life. All I know is that what he is plotting must be something more far-reaching. And a few people like Jaishur Yukatake vaguely guessed that the purpose of Aizen may be the position of a more lofty god in the sky. While everyone was talking non-stop, the screen was still playing. The screen of Soul Society ended, and then switched to a familiar urban background. Aizen stood in the air, and the opponent who appeared in front of him was Sui Feng. Aizen smiled lightly at this, and began to talk about the great philosopher. Oh? Isn't this the commander-in-chief who is secretly maneuvering? The majestic commander-in-chief is actually fighting head-on. Have you forgotten the purpose of the covered mobile unit? Fight without aesthetics, die without virtue. I advise you not to seek death. Seeing this, the people of Soul Society were amazed again. From the looks of it, it turned out to be a familiar urban background again. Is this Aizen fighting the other captains too? Is it the same time as Kurosaki Ichigo's previous fight with Aizen? Chapter 11. Everyone is looking forward to it. Wondering how the Sui Feng vs Aizen fight will turn out. On screen. Even Sui Feng, who was fighting head-on, was not afraid of Aizen and insisted on continuing to fight against Aizen. After some talk, Sui Feng quickly appeared several after-images, as if his clone had been activated. Countless Sui Feng flew away. Fight Aizen! Seeing this, Aizen still had a calm expression. Watching Sui Feng's attack with interest. When Aizen wanted to do something to Sui Feng, Hitsuga Ichware on the side quickly started to use his skills. Crack! He froze Aizen, making it impossible for Aizen to use his power quickly. When Aizen was slightly startled, Sui Feng has activated skills quickly. Let your own Zanpakutsu Zumibaki touch Aizen's body. When Aizen's expression was very moved, Sui Feng shot again. Launched the second level kill, once again encountered Aizen. Sui Feng firmly believed in her heart that as long as she got hit by this one skill, anyone would surely die. In the chat group, Kurosaki Ichigo, ah, it's Aizen again. Is this the same location as my previous fight? Shihaoren Yoryuaki, oh, another future scene? Has Aizen been successfully hit? Well done Sui Feng. Sui Feng, do I have a chance to kill Aizen in the future? Kurako Shunsui, is Aizen going to fight us? That was really something to look forward to. Yamamoto Yuan Yanagi Shigakuni, as long as he fights us head-on, he will definitely die. Kurosaki Ichigo, it seems that I should fight Aizen with the Shinigami. Just when everyone was cheering. Within a few seconds, they quickly realized that something was wrong. Although it was attacked by Sui Feng twice. But Aizen didn't die on the spot. He even looked at Sui Feng very calmly. Shinigami battles are zero-pressure battles in the final analysis. I only need to use Ryutsu, and I can cancel your skill damage. Aizen's Ryutsu theory is irrefutable. That's right. Ryutsu is strong and can do whatever he wants. Of course, the others didn't sit idle either. Kurako Shunsui appeared directly behind Aizen with the aid of a shadow, piercing him with Zanpakuto. Swish! At this time, Aizen also rarely showed a surprised expression, as if he was seriously injured. At the same time, Hitsuga Ichware also rushed forward, preparing to attack Aizen. At this time, Aizen still thought that Hitsuga Ichware was still young and energetic, so he did things completely regardless of the consequences. It is simply full of flaws. It can be killed in seconds at any time. But at this time, beyond his expectation, there was someone assisting Hitsuga Ichware to launch the attack. Hirako Shinji launched his own skill to caress, causing Aizen's senses to become disordered. Hitsuga Ichware, who was attacking from the front, actually flashed behind Aizen and attacked him. Swish! Straight through Aizen's body. Hitsuga Ichware was also worried that he wasn't stabbing deep enough, so he manipulated Zanpakuto and stabbed deeply. Make sure Aizen takes more lethal damage. In this way, under the combined attack of countless people, the Shinigami captains finally succeeded in launching a fatal attack on Aizen. Although Aizen still wanted to struggle, it seemed that he was too seriously injured and lost the power to fight back. After seeing this scene, many people cheered. Thought Aizen was really hurt by this. They firmly believe that Aizen is an invincible existence. But encountering the attacks of so many captains, there must be a price to pay. Hirako Shinji, haha, Aizen really can't beat so many of us. Urahara Kisuke, the siege of so many captains, even if he has integrated the power of Hagyaku, is far behind. Otherwise, there is no need for him to run away directly. Hitsuga Ichware, humph, we don't need the captain to do anything, we are all enough to solve it. Tosen can name, impossible, Master Aizen is absolutely impossible to fail, this is definitely not a real scene. Ulachala, I don't think such a scene will happen in the future, it's absolutely fabricated. Aizen-suke, don't be so anxious, just read on patiently. The strength of these Shinigami captains alone is not enough. Kurako Shunsui, humph, Aizen, just keep talking. When everyone is talking about it, the screen continues to advance. The crowd also got their first glimpse of Kurosaki Ichigo's perspective in the golden screen clip. Seeing these scenes, Kurosaki Ichigo was so shocked that his eyes stared straight. While the captains all seemed to have their own skills and ended up hurting Aizen, Kurosaki Ichigo wasn't any happier. He shouted hoarsely. Everyone, what the hell are you doing? After Kurosaki Ichigo yelled, the Shinigami captains who were fighting suddenly woke up. And the scene in front of them also quickly began to change. It turns out that the person Hitsuga Ichware exposed just now was not Aizen. It's Hinamori Momo. Only then did everyone see it. Aizen is already below the surface. The positions between Hinamori Momo and Hinamori Momo have been swapped. Afterwards, he easily dropped two cannon fodder like vice captains in seconds. Hirako Shinji was extremely shocked at this time and asked angrily. Aizen, damn it! When exactly? Although they had been wary of Aizen's Kaika Suijutsu for a long time, they didn't expect to end up with his Kaika Suijutsu. Obviously everyone has tried their best to attack Aizen, so he should have no time to launch Kaika Suijutsu, right? Hearing this, Aizen said coldly. When? Thank you for asking. Don't you know? My Kaika Suijutsu is thorough, complete hypnosis 5 senses. Can play with all living people at any time. Hirako Shinji rushed over while furious. So I'm asking you, when exactly, is Kaika Suijutsu used? Aizen's face was even more gloomy. I want to ask you, when did you have the illusion that I didn't use Kaika Suijutsu? In front of Aizen, no one can pretend to be beeping with strength and words. After Aizen dropped the famous line. Without waiting for the other captains to strike, the enraged Hitsuga Ichware completely lost his mind. He swung the zipping knife and rushed over quickly, intending to kill Aizen who killed Hinamori Momo. But Aizen just said that coldly. It's full of mistakes and omissions. Everyone is. Swish. With another simple blow, he instantly killed Hitsuga Ichware. Immediately afterwards, the captains next to him also rushed back and forth. But as Aizen said, no matter how many ants come, they are vulnerable. Swish. 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 From the old and spicy Captain Kirako Shunsui, to the other young captains, and to the leader of the Masked Legion, Hirako Shinji, all were instantly killed by Aizen. Seeing this scene, Kurosaki Ichigo on the side can only be completely dumbfounded. Holding Zanpakuto, seems to have been completely unresponsive. The Aizen in front of him is so invincible that no one can deal with him. At this time, bullet screens floated across the screen again. Appeared. The one with the strongest defense among the Shinigami. It's amazing that one person has withstood the attacks of so many captains. Aizen said, I dare not bear the attack of so many captains. Damn it, I just saw Aizen being hit by so many attacks. Did I fall for Kaika Suijutsu too? Aizen is really bad fun. Let Hitsuga Ichware hit Hinamori Momo on purpose, just to stimulate him. Ha ha ha. Aizen said, these people I can second casually, but just to tease them. If he doesn't play with others in his own hands, he will never let it go. This is a complete mockery of idol culture, tormenting Hinamori Momo who worships him so repeatedly. He was hit by so many attacks, so he still isn't dead? In the chat group, everyone was also shocked and continued to discuss. Ichimaru-jin, sure enough, I knew Captain Aizen would not end so soon, it was just an illusion. Tosen can name, how naive, thinking that the first attack will prevent Master Aizen from using Kaika Suijutsu? Ichimaru-jin, let me tell you. Captain Aizen is strong in every aspect, even if he doesn't use his own abilities, he can instantly kill all of you. Chapter 12. At this time, the people on Aizen's side can be described as arrogant. And countless Shinigami took a closer look and found that in these bullet screens, in addition to teasing Hinamori Momo's nickname of the strongest tank, there are also many contents that make them extremely uncomfortable. As a friendly reminder, Kirako Shunsui, Hirako Shinji, Sui Feng, and Hitsuga Ichware are not dead. Hinamori is also strong. He was immune to death by so many captains, but he flew in the air for a long time before landing. Unfortunately, these captains are just scraping, and they can't wake up the sleeping Hinamori, doghead. Is this the horror of Aizen? After some pointers and Pua, even Hinamori Momo can be promoted to such a powerful tank. It's such a blessing to be under Aizen. Whether it is Shinigami or Arankar, everyone is extremely happy and realizes the consummation of life. Doghead. As expected, Aizen is so gentle. He really, I cried to death. Aizen wants to use his personality charm to influence these Shinigami and make them his subordinates, why should he kill them all? Aizen, people can kill, but I just don't kill, just play. For Aizen, this decisive battle may be just a game, and only the Shinigami are playing it seriously. Phantom scene, famous lines. I don't know why, but I'm still a little bit excited. Yeah, Aizen doesn't look like a villain at all, knowing the truth behind him, I even hope that Aizen can win. Elegant, confident, calm, gentle, you tell me I'm a villain? Aizen, when did you have the illusion that I am a villain who does all kinds of evil? Aizen can drive Kaika Suijutsu 24 hours a day, and Ryutsu can still be used up. Philosophers, educators, scientists, politicians, great poets, simply invincible. Thanks to Kaika Suijutsu for curing my nearsightedness, I can see clearly without eyes. After seeing this shocking scene, all the Shinigami also looked more serious than ever. There is no time to take care of these various barrages. Although they have always overestimated Aizen, they still can't imagine that this Aizen is so powerful. The Soul Society can be said to be completely defeated at this time. The Shinigami have a heated discussion. Urahara Kisuke, indeed, Aizen's strength at this time has far exceeded our imagination. The scenes edited before are obviously false illusions in everyone's minds. Kurosaki Mayuri, I didn't expect this golden screen to be so powerful that it can restore the illusion in my mind. I almost thought everyone could kill Aizen. Sui Feng, damn, my Zanpakuto can't work on Aizen. Shihaoren your Yuaki, it seems that Sui Feng, your Ryutsu still needs to be improved. I was also worried that you would kill me at first. Jaishur Yukatake, it seems that this battle is really fierce like never before. So many captains have appeared, is Aizen going to have a decisive battle with us? Feeling the terrible fighting power of Aizen at this time, the countless dead Shendu are uneasy. Numerous questions linger in the minds of the Shinigami. Is Aizen's power at this time already so terrifying? Whether it is Zanpakuto's Kaika Suijutsu ability, or his own panel data, it is far superior to powerful Shinigami such as Kuroko Shunsui. How should the forces of the Soul Society deal with Aizen? Urahara Kisuke, it seems that at this time, he should have merged more and more deeply with Hagyaku to possess such terrifying power. Kuroko Shunsui, damn it! Didn't expect even me to be on it. Was it all solved by him in an instant? Zaraki Kenpeki, why am I not here? If only I were here. There should be a chance to participate in the fight. I don't believe that Kaika Suijutsu can influence me. Byakuya Kokaki, yeah, except for Zaraki Kenpeki, who loves to fight, I don't seem to be here either. Anohanaretsu, indeed, Zaraki Kenpeki may have a chance to target this Aizen. Komamura Seijin, yes, when he was dealing with Tosen, he could indeed decipher his Bankai, even if he lost his vision and hearing, there was no problem at all. Of course, Aizen's men said they didn't approve of it at all. Ulakshala, hee, how naive, no matter how many captains come, it is an easy solution for Master Aizen. Grimjo, it's like a decisive battle, other captains should also appear here, right? Is it all taken care of by our other errand cars? Baragan, if it were me, it wouldn't be a problem to kill so many people instantly. In the chat group, countless dead Shendu was silent. I don't want to say any more discouraging words, so as not to make the people of Aizen's side more proud. So many sieges by Captain Shinigami were instantly killed by him. Among so many people present, except for the captain, almost no one can fight him. Everyone is even thinking, after this battle, how much combat power will Godi 13 have left? Qian Ye, in this way, our fourth team must work very hard after the battle. Anohanaretsu, it's a pity, if I also join the battle at this time, the battle situation may change dramatically, right? Baragan, if it were me, you would definitely die without a whole body, and there would be no room for treatment. Aizen still played too lightly. Zaraki Kenpeki, I understand. With so many rare opponents, how could they kill them all? In that case, where will there be any opponents who can fight in the future? Byakuya Kokaki. At this time, in addition to being shocked by Aizen's terrifying combat power, everyone also found more and more doubts. Aizen doesn't seem to have much interest in killing the Shinigami. In the picture, he seriously injured countless Shinigami, but obviously did not make up the knife. Although this is a good thing, it still makes the Shinigami feel very uncomfortable. It seems that Shinigami is not an enemy in Aizen's eyes, just like a child. What exactly is he trying to do with this big game of chess? What is his ultimate goal? Kuroko Shunsui, Aizen, what are you going to do? In your eyes, what exactly is our Godi 13? What on earth are you fighting us for? Do you want to rule our soul society, or do you want revenge? Your Zanpakuto does not seem to have any killing intent. Aizen Suk, I still have the same thought as before, one more ants and one less, whether it is injured or dead, it doesn't matter to me. Ulukshala, indeed, we Aizen-sama don't need to explain too much to you. Yamamoto Moto Yanagi Shigakuni, Aizen, don't get too complacent. Don't forget that I am the strongest Shinigami. I alone is enough to surpass the other dozen captains, and it is enough to solve you. Hitsuga Aizen, don't be complacent, we may have just consumed too much in the previous battle. If the other captains help, you will die for sure. If Captain Yamamoto is the only one, he will be able to deal with you. Muguruma can say, I don't know where the other Shinigami are, and they don't appear in the screen. Maybe they are fighting with other Aizen's subordinates? Byakuya Kukaki, it seems that we have to be more careful about Aizen's Kaika Suijutsu, his ability has indeed exceeded our imagination. Rukia Kukaki, indeed, his Ryutsu is much stronger than we imagined, so we need more manpower, even conservatively, at least 6 captains, or more. Tosen can name, Master Aizen kills Kurako Shunsui, Hirako Shinji and you 4 people in a flash, not because he can only kill 4 in a flash, maybe you only have 4 people. Harry Bell, don't worry, as long as you have our loyal subordinates assisting Master Aizen, it is absolutely impossible for you to defeat us. Ulukshala, Master Aizen can deal with you so calmly, we must be sharing the pressure in other battlefields. Baragan, humph, at least the old man can hold back 3 captains. Stark, well, you all work hard, kill all necessary opponents as much as possible. While everyone was talking non-stop, a familiar mechanical sound came again. Ding! Next, we will enter the question and answer session. Among the series of barrages that appeared before, which one can get the most approval from the audience and become the featured barrage? Seeing this familiar question again, everyone looked at each other again. The 3 realms projection also listed the content of the barrage that appeared before. After seeing these bullet screens, Shendol looked strange. These bullet screens seem to be harming Hinamori Momo, or touting Aizensuke. After all, the scene just now was mainly about Aizen showing off, abusing food desperately, killing so many captains in seconds. Do you really want to answer it? Wouldn't that make Aizen even more arrogant? It's really unreasonable. Chapter 13. In the chat group, everyone continued to talk. Kurako Shunsui, it's really embarrassing, it's really uncomfortable for us old people to answer barrage questions. We are not such unprincipled people. Grimjo, hehe, you all lost to us, so you are embarrassed to say it. Harry Bell, don't answer these questions if you have the ability. Hitsuga humph, you Aizen have the ability to not play tricks, and fight our Yamamoto captain. Maybe our captain Yamamoto is worried about destroying the city, so we can't do anything casually. Yamamoto Moto Yanagi Shigakuni, indeed, in this worldly environment, my actions will also be greatly restricted. Aizen must have valued this too, so he intentionally messed up things in this world. Let's have a decisive battle with us. Jaishur Yukatake, there is nothing wrong with what you said, it must be an insidious means deliberately arranged by Aizen. Shendu, who died in the Soul Society, found reasons one after another to explain their fierce battle with Aizen. And as long as there is Yamamoto genre Ise Shigakuni, they can have Ding Gaishinsen. The strongest Shinigami hasn't made a move yet, why is Aizen so proud? Ulukshala, don't make excuses for yourself, we Aizen-sama won't use such clumsy means. Let me answer the question. Aizen will use his personality charm to influence these Shinigami and make them his subordinates. Why kill them all? Baragan, I also answered. Aizen is really the fastest speed recorder who turned his face and refused to recognize anyone. It was him who said the knife hidden in the smile. Stark, for Aizen, this decisive battle is just a game. Only the Shinigami are playing seriously. Hori Bell, it's such a blessing to be under Aizen. Whether it is Shinigami or Arankar, everyone is extremely happy and realizes the consummation of life. Doghead. Grimjo, Aizen said, these people I can second casually, but to tease them. Ichimarajin, this is the fate of star chasing, tell us not to worship idols. Tosen Kaname, it's such a blessing to be under Aizen. Whether it is Shinigami or Arankar, everyone is extremely happy and realizes the consummation of life. Doghead. Zamariruros, Sail Aporo, Noitra. After the forces of Hueco Mundo answered questions one after another, members of other forces began to answer questions although they felt a little uncomfortable. Hitsugaichwir, shall we answer these questions as well? I really don't want to say a good word about this Aizen. Well, I replied, Aizen is really the fastest speed recorder who doesn't recognize anyone. It was him who said the knife hidden in the smile. Anohanaretsu, Aizen is also the best actor in the world. Yamamoto Jinyanaga Shigakuni, is this Aizen so cruel? Kurako Shunsui, Aizen is also the best acting actor in the world. Jaishur Yukatake, if you don't play with others in your hands, Aizen will never let it go. Kurosaki Ichigo, damn, what are these words? I don't know how to answer. Well, just this barrage I just saw Aizen was hit by so many attacks. Could it be that I also fell for Kaika Suijutsu? Kurosaki Ichigo is still a bit dreamy at this point. It was as if everything in front of him was a dream. The previous self was easily crushed by Aizen, and it was exposed that his life experience was arranged by Aizen, which has already made Kurosaki Ichigo bewildered. Now seeing the picture, I can only watch the Shinigami piercing Hinamori, and then queue up to die. This made Kurosaki Ichigo, who wanted to protect his companions, very sad. Ishida Uryu, thanks to Kaika Suijutsu for curing my myopia, I can see things clearly without glasses. Abarai Renji, Aizen, isn't he very kind to Hinamori? Zaraki Kenpeiki, Aizen, although people can kill, I just don't kill them, hey, I just play. Byakuya Kukaki, Kuratsuka Mayuri, Komamura Seijin, Inu Orium. Soon, after everyone finished answering, the Three Realms projection began to announce the answer. Ding! The correct answer is the following barrage. It's such a blessing to be able to serve under Aizen. Whether it is Shinigami or Arankar, everyone is extremely happy. Can achieve the fullness of life. Doghead. This round of answers, Holly Bell, Tosen Kaname, and others all chose the right barrage, but Holly Bell answered first, and Holly Bell got 1 point. The folks at Hueco Mundo are delighted about this. Then they all started to praise Aizen crazily. Ulachala, very good, our Hueco Mundo has finally received rewards, and I hope we can exchange for some powerful items in the future. Aizen Suk, Holly Bell, you all did a great job. Hori Bell, yes. I'm honored to be right. Although I don't quite understand what the dog's head means. But it is indeed a very happy thing to be under our Aizen-sama. We are all willing to sacrifice for Master Aizen. Ulachala, that's right, we Aizen Masters are the saviors leading the changes in this world. You Soul Society, you better submit to us quickly. Tosen Kaname, I also think that only by following Master Aizen can real justice be realized. The Soul Society is really too corrupt, and a real change must be ushered in. These Hueco Mundo and former members of the Soul Society really adore Aizen. Komamura Seijin, Tosen, are you really fascinated by the Aizen ghost? Did you fall for Aizen's Kaika Suijutsu just like Hinamori, and you're so stupid to work for him? Tosen Kaname, Komamura, it's you Soul Society people who are stupid. People like you who don't understand the truth can't understand Master Aizen's Shinigami, so don't speak wildly. Kurako Shunsui, I don't think that if you follow Aizen Suk, you will surely gain true happiness. A person as proud as Aizen will not be looked down upon by anyone. For a while, people from Soul Society and Aizen started a heated discussion. Each of them has their own ideas and standpoints of justice, and Qian Ye is also very embarrassed when he sees this. Maybe in the complicated world of Shinigami, it's just not winning or losing. After all, the people of the Soul Society are, to some extent, not very clean. The battle between the two sides is difficult to measure with good and evil. And at this time, in the Invisible Empire, seeing this small-scale yet vigorous and far-reaching battle, the Quincy's were also amazed. Gerard Valkyrie was a little surprised and said, "I really didn't expect this Aizen to be so strong. He killed so many dead Chengdu in seconds. Didn't he run away from the Soul Society in desperation before, and didn't dare to fight the Shinigami?" As the Emperor's assistant, Hasward's mind has never been idle. He held his chin, pondered for a while and then analyzed. Could this Hyaku give him so much power? When I saw him deal with Kurosaki Ichigo before, he was indeed very powerful, and he also had super fast recovery ability. It is indeed not like an ordinary Shinigami. We need to study this Aizen in particular. Gerard Valkyrie dismissed it. Hehe, isn't it recovery ability? It's not a rare thing, I don't think I'm worse than him. Exljabero interjected. Don't be too careless. Although I haven't fought against this Aizen, but he has attracted so much attention from the Soul Society. At least he has the ability to become a member of the Zero Division, and we can't take it lightly. Gerald Valkyrie couldn't help curling his lips. Forget it, this Aizensuk is nothing more than an abuser, but we can also solve these Shinigami. As for our Majesty, let alone. Hasward has been conducting in-depth and detailed analysis. Having said that, what do you think Aizen's purpose is for doing this? It seems that these dead Chengdu don't know Aizen's ideals and goals. Will he be interested in the existence above the Spirit King Palace? Harthward's questioning was loud and loud. Many Quincy Masters also have to admit that even they who have been hiding behind the shadow of Siriti cannot understand the enigmatic Aizen. This is likely to become a major obstacle to their attack on the Soul Society. After all, they really can't know the future plot. Chapter 14. Hearing Hasward's question, Ljabero nodded. Before Aizen defected to the Soul Society, he expressed interest in standing in the sky. So Aizen might also want to attack the King of Souls. However, what exactly he thinks, and whether it is similar to Our Majesty, is unknown. Hasward analyzed further. Then if he also wants to attack King Ling, it may be necessary for Our Majesty to recruit Aizen, and he is even eligible to become a member of the personal guard. Diaskin Nakroval raised his legs arrogantly. With Aizen's strength, is he qualified to be a member of our pro-guard? Isn't that equal to us? Let him experience it first. It's not such a great record against these weak chicken Shinigami. After all, I don't know what battles Kurako Shunsui and others have experienced before, whether their combat power has been greatly reduced, and Aizen's strength may also be overestimated. Seeing the blind arrogance of these Quincy ants due to their long-term development, Hasward felt a little bad, but it was not easy to blame them for a while. In this way, these Quincy Masters continued to watch the projection of the Three Realms seriously. Without the knowledge of Soul Society and Hueco Mundo, secretly analyze the intelligence of Aizen and Soul Society. At the same time, in the current Karakura Town, Kurosaki Isshin frowned when he saw Aizensuk show his talents and kill Kurako Shunsui, Hirako Shinji and other powerful Shinigami in an instant. Seeing the fiasco of so many captains, as a former member of the Soul Society, Kurosaki Isshin is naturally in a bad mood. His own strength is among the captains, so he should be considered to be at the top of the list. If I can participate in the battle, it should also increase the power of the Soul Society, right? And, his own son, Kurosaki Ichigo, also appeared in this battle. According to the projection of the Three Realms, he even had an in-depth communication with Aizen, and those who were fooled by Aizen were dumbfounded. Although I don't know how the battle situation of all the captains is, it seems that the Soul Society's battle situation is not optimistic. As my father, I can't stand by and watch. Otherwise, he would not even have a son. This is the crystallization of love between myself and Kurosaki Masaki, the most cherished work of them. Must fight with Aizen. While everyone was discussing, Qian Ye continued to control the projection of the three realms and started a new round of inventory. Ding! Please pay attention, the famous scene of the next Shinigami captain will be played next, and pay attention to possible problems at any time. The head of the Kurosaki family, the head of the Four Nobles, the captain of the 6th Division of Godi I-13, Byakuya Kurosaki. He is a role model for Shinigami. A model of nobility. The most elegant nobleman with the most elegant skills. However, as one of the 5 members of the swastika every enemy, Byakuya Kurosaki is also one of the people who get slapped the most. After hearing this information, in the chat group, everyone was amazed and continued to discuss. Abarai Renji, it seems that we have seen the performance of our captain. But why does it feel a bit bad? Zaraki Kenpeiki, indeed, why does it feel like there are not a few words to praise Byakuya Kurosaki? Matsumoto Ranjaku, you must know that Captain Kurosaki has always been a person with a cold image, so there shouldn't be any embarrassing scenes, right? Hitsuga Ichiware, speaking of which, what does the 5-member group that must swat every enemy mean? Komamura Seijin, Bankai when encountering enemies? There seems to be nothing wrong with it, right? This is the principle of cautious fighting. Madaram Ikeku, yes, the Bankai Senbonzakura Kage Yoji of Captain Kurosaki is quite strong, and if he can use it, he can still feast his eyes. Kurako Shunsui, isn't this really Kaika Suijutsu made by Aizen? The content of our Shinigami is not very friendly. Byakuya Kurosaki, well, I think I should be able to save some face for the Soul Society. At this time, the Shinigami of the Soul Society are a bit square. I feel uneasy. Worried that the next scene would be another embarrassing scene that they could not accept. In that case, it will only make Aizen more arrogant. A captain with a solid reputation like Byakuya Kurosaki must not be ashamed anymore. Ulakshala, to put it bluntly, your Soul Society is indeed deflated in front of our Aizen-sama, so taking stock of your scenes will naturally be very ugly. Heli Bell, so many Shinigami before, after counting and fighting our Aizen-sama, there is no follow-up, and I don't know if they are all dead. Grimjo, even if he doesn't die, he should be our boss subordinate. Star K, that's right. Now that you've all seen the ending, don't make unnecessary efforts, just accept your fate and surrender, lest we have to do so much trouble. Baragan, when will I take stock of my famous scenes? Definitely going to kill you scumbags, I'm the king of Hueco Mundo. At this time, the Hueco Mundo forces are looking forward to the next scene. Soon, scenes related to Byakuya Kurosaki began to appear on the screen. This is Karakura Town in the real world. Byakuya Kurosaki and Abarai Renji came to this world to complete a very painful task, preparing to take away Rukia Kurosaki who violated the rules of the Soul Society. But Ishida Urahara appeared in time and blocked Abarai Renji's move. He even reported his name with full force, and politely told the other party that his name was Ishida Urahara. And he reported his name to let Abarai Renji know who defeated him. Abarai Renji was angry and funny, and started to fight with Ishida Urahara. Unfortunately, although Ishida Urahara pretended to be very mellow, it didn't take long for him to be quickly defeated by Abarai Renji. Totally effortless. At this moment, a lot of barrage broke out. It started, the mode of pretending first and then being slapped in the face has begun. Ishida Urahara, who played such an important role in the later period, is now like a cannon fodder. In the early stage, I was obedient, and in the later stage, I punched hard. Bow and arrow plus magic is really an anomaly in the Shinigami world. Yuhabach said he was very sorry. Such a person will be favored by Yuhabach. After seeing these bullet screens, ordinary Shinigami don't think there is anything unusual. However, Shinigami such as Yamamoto Motoyanagi, Anoha Naretsu, etc., have a much faster heartbeat. In this bullet screen, Yuhabach was actually mentioned. Although it's just a casual mouth, it really can't be ignored. I always feel that there may be some important information revealed. It's like saying that number 77 Arrancar Wanda Weiss can deal with Captain Yamamoto. It shouldn't be an irrelevant thing, right? At least have some contact, right? And having said that, this Ishida Uryu is indeed quite worthy of their attention. After all, he is the last surviving Quincy on the surface. Soul Society Shinigami and Quincy are mortal enemies. They once fought Yuhabach and almost wiped out all existing Kunish. Their feelings towards this Ishida Uryu are indeed very complicated. However, Ishida Uryu and Kurosaki Ichigo came together to rescue Rukia Kukaki before, which is considered to be a blessing. And because of this, Ishida Uryu lost the power of Quincy. So Soul Society didn't have trouble with Ishida Uryu afterwards. Yamamoto Motoyanagi Shigakuni and others may not have imagined that in the future Soul Society, there will be an unprecedented disaster because of Yuhabach and other Quincy Masters. And at this time, in the Invisible Empire, seeing the Quincy ability displayed by Ishida Uryu, many Quincy were also very surprised. Oh, there is actually a Quincy here in this world. He didn't die because of His Majesty's sanctification? It's so strange. And judging by his fighting style, it seems that he is still using traditional Quincy fighting techniques. Gerald Varkey yawned. It's an insult to the name of our Quincy, and was easily killed by a vice-captain without liberating Zanpakuto. This must be the hot chicken among the mixed races. At this time, everyone simply thought that Ishida Uryu was a malnourished fish that slipped through the net when Yuhabach was holy. However, Hasward stared at Ishida Uryu seriously, showing an expression of interest. I think our Majesty should be very interested in him. Ishida Uryu can mix with someone like Kurosaki Ichigo, and he doesn't seem to be easy. Maybe it will be very powerful after His Majesty gives it strength. Although Hasward gave Ishida Uryu a good evaluation. But he didn't know that the strength of Ishida Uryu in the later stage might be far beyond his imagination. Chapter 15. In addition, when Abarai Renji killed Ishida Uryu in seconds, there were some special bullet screens, which also made Hathward very concerned. Yuhabach said he was very sorry. A person like Ishida Uryu will be favored by Yuhabach. He began to ask other Quincy Masters for their opinions. Why is our Majesty mentioned in the barrage? I thought that in the current world, no one knew the name of the Quincy, let alone the name of our Majesty. Will this be related to our future actions? After all, these barrages often carry information about the future. Li Jibaro folded his hands on his chest, confidently said. Isn't this normal? After all, our Majesty is about to regain his strength, and it's time for us to launch a counterattack against the Soul Society. From now on, our name of the Quincy Master will once again be famous all over the world. The other Quincy Masters also shouted frantically. That's right. Maybe there will be no Shinigami name in the future, and everyone will only know Quincy. Long live your Majesty! I hope His Majesty will lead us to revenge quickly. Maybe there will be a famous scene of our Quincy soon. There aren't many Shinigami scenes anymore. These spicy chickens Shinigami Maguru Makensei, Hinamori Momo, Byakuya Kukaki, Kurosaki Ichigo, we can easily destroy them. At this time, the Quincy Masters fell into a mood of great anticipation. At this time, they believed that the day to attack the Soul Society and wipe out the Shinigami was close at hand. The screen is still playing. Abarai Renji is about to kill the defeated Ishida Uryu. Fortunately, at this time, Kurosaki Ichigo also arrived in time. Ryotsuba broke out and forced Abarai Renji back. He also has the same pretend as Ishida Uryu. I am Kurosaki Ichigo, the one who will defeat you. Please teach me. And after seeing Kurosaki Ichigo's Zanpakuto, Abarai Renji was very puzzled. Why is this guy's Zanpakuto so huge? After observing, Abarai Renji knew that Kurosaki Ichigo was the one who took away Rukia Shinigami's power, so he immediately fought fiercely with him. After getting hurt by Kurosaki Ichigo for being careless, Abarai Renji was angry and asked what Kurosaki Ichigo's Zanpakuto name was. Kurosaki Ichigo also didn't know that Zanpakuto had a name, so he was very puzzled. Hearing this, Abarai Renji disdains Kurosaki Ichigo even more. Cut. Scum who doesn't even know Zanpakuto's name. So, Abarai Renji quickly shikai. Roar, Zabimaru. Abarai Renji's Zanpakuto has become a snake belly sword, and it can also be stretched freely, making it huge. With a strong Zabimaru, Abarai Renji seriously injured Kurosaki Ichigo at one point. However, Kurosaki Ichigo quickly rose to his feet under Rukia's shouts, and started fighting again. His aura suddenly swelled, and he teleported to the back of Abarai Renji, seriously injuring Renji in one fell swoop. Renji was severely slapped in the face, and his life was hanging by a thread. Just when Kurosaki Ichigo was about to continue attacking, his sword was unknowingly broken by Byakuya Kukaki, who had been watching the battle. The speed is unimaginable. When Kurosaki Ichigo was amazed, the next second later, Byakuya Kukaki used his unique Shunpo tactics to quickly turn behind Kurosaki Ichigo. Like a phantom, like a ghost. Swish! Just a face-to-face, Kurosaki Ichigo already spurted blood and fell to the ground. At this time, he is vulnerable in front of Byakuya Kukaki. At this moment, the bullet screens floated by. How funny! Renji also had the nerve to laugh at Ichigo for not knowing Zanpakuto's name. Renji is a caliper, against Ichigo's machete? Ichigo has exploded so quickly, is this the beginning of Bai Yi's proxy game? Of course, Renji was a bit turbulent in the early stage, and he was limited to 80% of his strength. It is understandable to lose to Ichigo. Sure enough, it's Captain Kukaki, he's really strong. After all, this is Shunpo who inherited Flash Goddess Yoryuaki. It's simply the boss in the early stage. No way, the gap is huge. Remember Byakuya's trick Shunpo, you will have to test it later. Sooner or later, Ichigo fights fire with fire. Byakuya, Ichigo, I still hold a grudge. After seeing this scene, countless people were also slightly shocked. Kurosaki Ichigo, it turned out to be my previous experience in Soul Society, which is a bit embarrassing. Anohanaretsu, it seems that Ichigo is still too weak at this time, which shows that his growth rate is indeed very fast. Zaraki Kenpeki, but his performance is really not simple, he has made breakthroughs in battle many times, this is the opponent I long for. This is the bosom friend I have been waiting for a long time. Anohanaretsu. Hitsuga Ichwir, I didn't even know Zanpakuto's name at first, but I was dealt with by Abarai all at once, and then stood up and defeated Renji after a few seconds. From being killed by Captain Byakuya before, to being able to fight with Byakuya in Soul Society, the captain comes and goes, and the speed of progress makes me feel ashamed. Hirako Shinji, it's almost like cheating. The power in his body is indeed very evil. Sui Feng, you have only practiced for a short time, so how can you improve so fast? At this time, all the Shinigami began to witness the journey of Kurosaki Ichigo, a boy who was in trouble. Aizen Suk, of course, Kurosaki Ichigo still has some potential. In fact, I have been following him. Such an opponent is indeed very suitable for his experience. Aizen's expression at this time was as loving as an old father. Kurosaki Ichigo's open tour? This is your own way of education. Komamura Seijin, Aizen, you don't have a place to speak here. Ichimaru-jin, just to remind you, the information that has been shown in the previous screen, do you think this is the Soul Society accidentally discovering Rukia Kukaki? In fact, it was all arranged by Captain Aizen. Ulakshala, Master Aizen is really far-sighted, one step counts as 10 steps. Byakuya Kukaki. Abarai Renji. Rukia Kukaki. Listening to the words of the Aizen camp, the Soul Society unanimously pretended to be deaf and dumb. Although combined with what Aizen said before, they are a little bit worried at this time. It seems that Aizen's eyeliner is beside them, watching them all the time. This feeling is so unpleasant. What is more uncomfortable than making a mistake is making a mistake under the arrangement of the enemy. It made them feel as if they had been Aizen's marionettes before and didn't know it. Soon, the picture stopped abruptly after reaching here. Start switching to the next scene. Soul Society. Skyaku Hill before execution. Obrai Renji is on the run to save Rukia Kukaki. But at this moment, his captain appeared. Boom! From a high tower, Byakuya Kukaki loomed. Shock Obrai Renji with his own Ryutsu from afar. The eyes are cold, as if looking down on ants. After Byakuya Kukaki used his unique Shunpo, Obrai Renji narrowly avoided it. At this moment, he thought he had the ability to fight his captain. So, under the slightly startled eyes of Byakuya Kukaki, Obrai Renji opened Bankai. Huge Ryutsu is suddenly released. The Baboon King Zabimaru. Obrai Renji shows that he must save Rukia, and to do so, he fights Byakuya Kukaki. My body can already keep up with you. Captain Kukaki, your sword can no longer kill me. Let me surpass you. If you don't agree to let me pass, I will kill you. Obrai Renji at this time, even after practicing Bankai, was a little bloated. First start setting up the flag. Hearing this, Byakuya Kukaki just sneered, not to be outdone, and followed Obrai Renji to set the flag. Just by you can't even make me kneel on one knee. As soon as the words fell, two members of the face-slapping team, Obrai Renji and Byakuya Kukaki, started a fierce battle. While fighting, he also taunted his skills to full and talked non-stop. And at this time, the mysterious voice of the golden screen sounded again. Ding! Questions begin. Audience, please listen to the question. In the next battle, what Shinigami will be slapped in the face? Those who answer correctly will be rewarded with points. Hearing this, everyone in the chat group was very surprised. Kurotsuka Mayuri, well, it's okay to be slapped in the face, but now I have to ask again. This is a double slap in the face. Nyanmen, this question is really a bit of a bad idea. Byakuya Kukaki. Chapter 16. Seeing this weird question, many Shinigami expressed their embarrassment. Hitsugaichwir, it seems inappropriate for us to answer this question. Matsumoto Rangiku, no matter who gets slapped in the face, it's not a good thing. Obrai Renji, what are you afraid of? Let me answer. Yes, Captain Kukaki was slapped in the face. Didn't the Three Realms projections remind you very clearly before? Captain Kukaki is one of the most face-slapped people. Byakuya Kukaki, Obrai, I don't think you need to emphasize this. Obrai Renji, hey, I was forced to offend the captain for the sake of answering points, sorry. Kurosaki Ichigo, oh, really? Renji, you are really amazing. At this time, Obrai Renji scratched his nose, triumphant, and obviously very confident. After all, this is one of his few highlight moments. Although the result of the battle was not ideal, it was a glorious defeat. But it didn't take long for Obrai Renji to be happy. The sound of the Three Realms projection sounded again. Ding! Obrai Renji finished answering. Determining whether the answer is right or wrong. Ding! Obrai Renji's answer is wrong. Corresponding punishment is in progress. Deprivation of Obrai Renji's item, silver and white wind flower yarn. As soon as this remark came out, the Soul Society was quite surprised. Hitsugaichwir, hi? I think Oberai's analysis is very clear, it completely fits the theme of the video, but it's also wrong? Komamura Seijin, is it another question with pitfalls? Kukaki Silver Ridge, hi, wait. Byakuya, you actually gave someone else the precious silver and white floral yarn from our Kurosaki family? Once the head of the Kurosaki family, Kurosaki Yinling couldn't sit still. This Byakuya Kurosaki is such a black sheep. You know, this is a precious scarf that can only be worn by the head of the Kurosaki family from generation to generation. It is the proud work of the famous weaver, third generation Tsujiyo Kuroiman. In Seoul society, this scarf is enough to build 10 houses. Byakuya Kurosaki, er. Grandpa, this Abarai Renji used Bankai in the battle with me, and he has a very tenacious will. Although he was defeated, he won my approval, so I gave it to him. Kurosaki Yinling, all right, you are now the head of the Kurosaki family, so I won't care about it. After all, Kurosaki's family is rich and powerful, so Kurosaki Yinling will naturally not take it seriously. Abarai Renji, damn it! The silver and white flower yarn worth 10 buildings is gone? As if an invisible hand snatched it away, it was like a ghost. I would have sold it earlier if I knew it. Only then did Abarai Renji realize the great powers of the three-world projection. Madaram Ikeku, haha, Renji, you are now a pauper again. Don't be discouraged, let's go to a dance later, or have a fight, let's relax. Byakuya Kurosaki, Abarai, I hope you won't be so vulgar, this is the symbol of the nobility of our Kurosaki family, which cannot be measured by money. Abarai Renji, oh, I'm sad because I lost your precious things, Captain, ah. But the more I thought about it, the more angry I became. Not only did I answer the question wrong, but I also lost such an important property. Shihaurin your Yuaki, hey, Byakuya, if it were the fight scene between me and you might be the one who gets slapped in the face. Byakuya Kurosaki, humph, why worry about winning or losing? Sure enough, your mentality is still not working. Zaraki Kenpeki, that's right. Fighting is the most important thing. Abarai Renji, but why did the three-dimensional projection mention Captain Kurosaki before, but also emphasized that he was slapped in the face? Yamamoto Motoyanagi Shigakuni, in this way, the projection of the three realms is really powerful. It is conceivable that the punishment Aizen received before should also be inevitable. Kurako Shunsui, I have been deprived of 10% of Ryutsu. This should hurt Aizen too. Of course, the folks at Hueco Mundo also shot back. Ulukshala, don't worry, our Aizen-sama will be punished very little, not to mention using a few % of your strength is more than enough to deal with you. Helly Bell, if an adult scratches his skin a bit, it's not something a child can deal with. Byakuya Kurosaki, alright, back to the topic, let me answer this question. The person who was slapped in the face was my vice-captain Abarai Renji. Thinking of the rewards she will get next, Byakuya Kurosaki still feels a little bit looking forward to it. Of course, he also hopes that he can gain greater strength in order to protect his family. However, it didn't take long for Byakuya Kurosaki to be happy. The sound of the three realms projection sounded again. Ding! Byakuya Kurosaki finished answering. Determining whether the answer is right or wrong. Ding! Byakuya Kurosaki's answer is wrong. Byakuya Kurosaki was punished as follows: experience the most frightening thing in his life, and play the scene on the screen at the same time. Byakuya Kurosaki? Byakuya Kurosaki is so dazed. How could Abarai Renji be wrong and himself be wrong? Is it true that I am one of the people who have been slapped the most in the face according to what the Three Realms projection said to me at the beginning of the inventory? Rukia Kurosaki, why both my brother and Renji's answers are wrong. It's impossible to slap someone in the face, right? Slap me in the face? It doesn't seem reasonable either. Kurosaki Ichigo, is it me who slapped me in the face? Probably not. Helly Bell, hehe, Shinigami's emotions are really funny, do you like to pretend to beep so much, and then get slapped in the face? Urahara Kisuke, isn't the answer obvious? After eliminating all the correct answers, there is only one. Byakuya Kokaki and Abarai Renji, two people. Both of them got slapped in the face, slapped each other in the face. As soon as the voice fell, the three realms projection quickly responded accordingly. Ding! Urahara Kisuke answered correctly. Bonus 1 Urahara Kisuke point. At the same time, a reminder, a round of questions and answers is based on 5 questions. After 5 questions, the reward settlement stage will start. Urahara Kisuke, yes, I can get points too. Never let the people of Aizen grab the good rewards. Kurako Shunsui, we have done 4 questions now, we have to work hard for the last question. Kurosaki Ichigo, these questions are really tricky, and you may answer them wrong if you are not careful. Byakuya Kokaki, yes, is there such an answer? Abarai Renji, it seems to be right, Captain Kokaki. It seems that we are not thinking comprehensively, haha, Captain, this is a bit embarrassing. Shihaoren Yoryuaki, it's interesting that you can still slap each other in the face. Let me see how you slap each other in the face. All the Shinigami were talking, and the projection of the 3 realms also spoke. Next, first play the source scene of the question and answer. Byakuya Kokaki's fearful punishment will be carried out after this. Shihaoren Yoryuaki, oh, Byakuya, this is considered probation. After the slap in the face, then continue to lose face. Byakuya Kokaki. Soon, the corresponding scene appeared on the screen. Zabimaru became a colossal monster at this time, shaped like a snake skull with a huge snake mouth. Boom! Boom! Abarai Renji controls the Baboon King Zabimaru, like a spirit snake coming out of its hole, circling around, chasing after Byakuya Kokaki. Along the way, all the buildings in Searing Court were destroyed. Rumble! Zabimaru, the Baboon King, is roaring ferociously like a beast. Roar roar! Wherever you go, you must bite everything in front of you into pieces. In the end, the Baboon King Zabimaru found his chance and bit Byakuya Kokaki. Roar hard and close your mouth hard to destroy Byakuya Kokaki. Byakuya Kokaki just plainly said. It's over here. Scatter. Senbonzakura. Boom. In an instant, Byakuya Kokaki unleashes the Shikai, blasting Baboon King Zabimaru to pieces. The fragments crashed to the ground. Byakuya Kokaki floated to the ground, thinking he had defeated Abarai Renji. But in fact, the joints of the snake bones are connected by the spiritual power of Abarai Renji, so they can be decomposed and assembled freely. So the Baboon King Zabimaru was broken just now, just to dissolve Senbonzakura's 1000-rooted blade. Subsequently, Zabimaru, the Baboon King, opened his teeth and claws and launched a counterattack. Rumble! Byakuya Kokaki jumped backwards to avoid it. He was even forced to kneel down on one knee in a bit of embarrassment, as a buffer. The golden screen also deliberately replayed this scene several times, making it look like a ghost. Even though Byakuya Kokaki in the picture is very calm, but Soul Society's death Shendu is embarrassing for him. It was just to take care of the noble team's face that they didn't laugh out loud. Byakuya Kokaki. At this time, Captain Byakuya Kokaki, the most face-saving high-cold captain, made waves in his heart and began to understand the feelings of Meguru Makensei and Hinamori Momo and others. It is simply public execution. He was so embarrassed that he could buckle his toes on the ground to find 3 rooms and 1 living room. Chapter 17. When Byakuya Kokaki was very embarrassed, many Shinigami also came to make up the knife. Shihaoren Yoryuaki, haha, the projection of the 3 worlds is well done. I made my sister laugh. Sure enough, Byakuya, the oath you made is so strange, and it will come true immediately. Ichimaru-jin, Captain Kokaki, those who don't know thought you were kneeling down to propose. At this time, Byakuya Kokaki became the object of crazy ridicule. On screen. Although Byakuya Kokaki was devastated, he managed to maintain his composure, not to embarrass himself too much. Hold on. My Kokaki family can't lose face. Seeing this, Abarai Renji was even more confident. Humph, you've already been forced to kneel on one knee, let's end the battle between me and you. Abarai Renji strikes again. However, Byakuya Kokaki didn't want to get punched in the face anymore and immediately used Kid. Had 33 blue fire pendant. The blue light instantly illuminates the battlefield, dazzling. Boom! Abarai Renji Bankai was directly deposed by Byakuya Kokaki. Then, another trick Kid. Bakut 61 6-stick light prison. The 6 paths flashes instantly, locking Abarai Renji's movement. Of course, even though Abarai Renji had failed at this time, Byakuya Kokaki launched Bankai. Scatter. Senbonzakura Kage Yoshi. I don't know if it's to cover up the embarrassment of being slapped in the face by Abarai Renji, or to pretend to beep. In the end, Abarai Renji was badly wounded, blood spraying several floors high. On the golden screen, facing the battle between Abarai Renji and Byakuya Kokaki, countless barrages floated by. Sure enough, if you start first, you will lose. Laughing to death, half of the Soul Society has turned their backs and hit their own companions. What a gorgeous Bankai, countless sakura flowers falling, how romantic. I will marry Dabai if I want a girl. The cold captain, coupled with the beautiful skills, is really a cute contrast. Renji is the worst Bankai. Equally incomplete Bankai, Chwer can be captain. Chwer is unable to display Bankai's full strength, and Renji is going the wrong way for Bankai. To say that Ichigo didn't know Zanpakute's name and called himself the wrong name is even more outrageous. The orangutan doesn't recognize him, so he doesn't want to tell him his name. Laugh. Although Renji lost, he still slapped Byakuya in the face. What is a flag like Byakuya doing here? Is kneeling on one knee a marriage proposal? Others slap each other in the face, but the deputy captain and the captain slap each other in the face. It's not a family, don't enter a family. After seeing this scene, many people were amazed. Rukia Kokaki, oh, Abarai, why are you working so hard? Abarai Renji, Rukia, in order to save you, this is what I must do. Chur Sasakaibe, I have to say that what we Soul Society did this time was really inappropriate. We almost wronged the good man Ichigo, which led to the Soul Society civil war. Tosen can name, humph, it's really embarrassing to be played around by our master Aizen. Ichimaru-jin, if some Shinigami captains are not smart, you will be even more embarrassed. Yamamoto Genryuze Shigakuni, humph, I advise you not to speak too quickly, you will have to pay the price for this sooner or later. Shihaoren Yoruaki, Byakuya, why are you silent? What do you think when you see this scene? Byakuya Kokaki, there is nothing to say. Abarai Renji, Captain Kokaki, although I made you kneel on one knee, there is absolutely no malice. Byakuya Kokaki. Urahara Kisuke, Abarai, don't you just turn on the pot and lift it. Shihaoren Yoruaki, didn't you see that the big white face is all black? Abarai Renji, but then again, what does this barrage mean? My Bankai is on the wrong path? Is my Bankai still an incomplete Bankai? Kurosaki Ichigo, this is quite possible, after all, your Bankai is indeed a bit weak. Hitsuga Ichwir, you'd better strengthen yourself. After all, to be familiar with Bankai, 10 years is a must. Your Bankai's Zanpakut is always broken, it's kind of ugly indeed. Before everyone could laugh at Byakuya Kokaki, the Three Realms projection made another sound. Ding! Next, Byakuya Kokaki's punishment will begin. You will enter a specific time and space, and feel the immersive horror scene. The content in it is the last thing you want to see. Only those who are fearless can reduce the mental shock. The audience can also see the fear scene in your heart. After hearing this, the audience still felt a little novel. What kind of weird punishment is this? Having said that, what is Byakuya Kukaki most afraid of? Byakuya Kukaki, oh, don't worry about it. Fear, for me now, doesn't exist anymore. As a Shinigami, you have to fight all the time, and you have long since overcome your fear. Zaraki Kenpeki, well, I don't know what this is either. Stark, are you really fearless? How enviable! If it were me, seeing no one around would scare me enough. Baragan, the old man is not even afraid of death, what else is there to be afraid of? My husband is the king of Hueco Mundo. Heli Bell, can a mere Shinigami resist fear? I do not believe. Aizen Suk, it sounds interesting, I would like to see the special ability of the three-dimensional projection. At the moment, there is a lot of interest in Byakuya Kukaki's punishment session. And in the Invisible Empire at this time. Fa Snot couldn't help looking forward to seeing Byakuya Kukaki's punishment. Oh, can the Three Realms projection use such an ability? I don't know if it can compare with my ability. I can make people feel the original fear. This is derived from the instinct of creatures, it is irresistible. Chapter 18. Under the expectation of countless people, Byakuya Kukaki's mind at this time appeared on the screen. But his mind was empty right now, and after a long time, it was still pitch black. Apparently, with the efforts of Byakuya Kukaki, he hasn't developed real fear yet. Byakuya Kukaki calmed down and told himself not to be afraid. In battle, if you are not afraid of death, what else is there to be afraid of? As long as you protect the most important thing in your heart, you have nothing to fear. Thinking about it, Byakuya Kukaki couldn't help recalling the image of Rukia Kukaki in his mind. Thinking of the image of Rukia Kukaki, I should be able to overcome fear better. However, suddenly, Byakuya Kukaki was shocked. The beautiful image of Rukia in his mind turned into a lifeless skeleton with no flesh and blood. Creepy. It's chilling. This is the most unacceptable thing in Byakuya Kukaki's heart. Byakuya Kukaki, who thought he was fearless, had a complete mental breakdown. This fear is simply insurmountable. Is real fear. This is not emotion, but instinct, born spontaneously from the heart. Like countless flies crawling over the body. At this moment, Byakuya Kukaki was shaken violently because of Rukia, and a phantom of swarms of insects climbing his body also appeared in front of his eyes. This scene can be described as extremely powerful. Compared with the bloody battlefield, it is even more disgusting and appalling. The rustling sound of flies crawling shocked the audience in front of the golden screen. Even just looking at the screen, they seemed to feel the same way. After seeing this scene, all the Shinigami were shocked and started discussing. Rukia Kukaki, ah, my lord brother, he must be suffering in his heart right now. Qian Ye, but thinking about the benefits, this kind of punishment will not really hurt the body, but it can be considered a good thing for his spirit to be tempered, so that he can be more determined in future battles. Anohanaretsu, well, I hope Captain Kukaki will get over it quickly. Abarai Renji, so the captain was afraid of such a scene? This is also what I am afraid of. Matsumoto Rangiku, Captain Kukaki is still a sister-in-law madman? What a big contrast. Kurosaki Ichigo, I thought Byakuya Kukaki was a ruthless person, but he seems to value his sister too. Then why were you so cruel in the first place? Although he explained the reason, I still don't quite understand it. Aizen Suk, it's interesting, even my Kaika Suijutsu can't do such a horrible scene directly. Ichimaru Jin, indeed, I still admire him when he was determined to execute his sister. With a cold appearance, there is actually a weak heart. Hitsuga Ichwir, damn it. You bastards have the nerve to talk? If it weren't for you traitors, how could we have such a tragedy before? In addition, the audience couldn't help but become more and more impressed by the projection ability of the three realms. Can't help feeling that there is a sky beyond the sky. Such an ability, apart from the gods, is simply hard to explain. Even the older generation such as Yamamoto Genre Ise Shigakuni and Kurako Shunsui did not dare to belittle them. Hirako Shinji, the projection ability of the three realms is indeed quite strong, and the effect it produces is comparable to the ability of Zanpakuto in the hallucination system. Coupled with the previous deprivation of Ryutsu, deprivation of items, etc., it is scary to think about it. Kurotsuka Mayuri, if nothing else happens, this feeling of fear should be unavoidable. It is a punishment based on biological instinct. I have studied similar drugs, but they are far inferior to this three-dimensional projection. Kurosaki Ichigo, something instinctive. It's really scary. If I see the horror of my companions, I will probably be similar to Captain Kukaki. Hitsuga Ichware, yes, if it were me. I can't even imagine it. Zaraki Kenpeiki, oh, fear? Does this exist for me? Anohanaretsu, what if you can never fight? Zaraki Kenpeiki, ah. That is absolutely unacceptable. I have to cut off the projection of the three realms first. Make me unable to fight, I would rather die. Anohanaretsu. Kuzajishi Yachiru. Tosen Kaname, fear? This is indeed a very terrible emotion, and we must overcome it with justice. Aizen Suke, weak Shinigami, it's ridiculous, you can't overcome even such a little fear. Ulakshala, I can't think of anything to be afraid of, and there seems to be nothingness in my heart. As for our Aizen-sama, he is even less afraid, I can't imagine him having anything to be afraid of. Sui Feng, if Master Yuryuaki is in my mind, he will also become a pile of skeletons. Ah! I collapse just thinking about it. Shihaoran Yuryuaki. After several seconds of watching with mixed emotions, the golden screen slowly went black, ending Byakuya Kukaki's execution. Byakuya Kukaki is also like a survivor, shivering and moaning in cold sweat all over his body. I had to hold on to the wall to force myself to stand on my feet. Although the scene just now was only a short period of time, for him, it was a torment like years. It was also fortunate that he was working in his sixth team, so no one else could see his distressed appearance. Byakuya Kukaki, such a terrifying scene, it seems that I have overestimated myself, this fear, is really not something I can bear. Rukia Kukaki, big brother, alas. Byakuya Kukaki, but don't worry, after this punishment, I feel that my mentality has matured a lot. I have a deeper understanding of how to protect the people and things I want to protect, and how to improve my spiritual realm. Qian Ye, that's right. Captain Kukaki is really elegant and reliable. Reasonable use of fear can also protect you better. Hitsuga Ichware, yes, Captain Kukaki, this is a blessing in disguise, it is training rather than punishment. Grimjo, in this way, Master Aizen will let you stab his own Hinamori in the future for your own good. Baragan, indeed, a person with a bad mentality cannot be calm, and is not qualified to be a strong person at all. Can only be killed in one hit by Aizen. Hitsuga Ichware, shut up. When everyone is arguing non-stop, the screen quickly lights up again, and the next scene appears. The inventory of Byakuya Kukaki is still going on. After Kurosaki Ichigo and others successfully rescued Rukia Kukaki, the entire Soul Society fell into a war. The likes of Kurako Shunsui and Shihaoran Yuryuaki have found their match. Byakuya Kukaki also fought against Kurosaki Ichigo again. Before the battle, both sides are used to talking harshly first. Kurosaki Ichigo spoke with confidence. I absolutely want to stop you from executing your own sister. Use your Bankai quickly. I will definitely destroy it. Byakuya Kukaki clearly doesn't care about Kurosaki Ichigo. Humph, that's ridiculous. I won't change my mind. Rukia and your fate, absolutely cannot be changed. How dare you tell me to use Bankai? You are going to die under my Bankai, 1,000 years too early. As someone who does not pretend to be uncomfortable, Byakuya Kukaki set up a flag first. Snort. Joke. Whoever uses Bankai first loses. How could the setting of swastika every enemy appear on him? Byakuya first uses Senbonzakura's Shikai to attack Kurosaki Ichigo. Sakura flowers flying all over the sky, densely covering Kurosaki Ichigo. But Kurosaki Ichigo quickly uses Zangetsu, swinging the sword with one hand, and unleashes a powerful slash. Boom! The crescent sky is rushing. The sharp and merciless saber energy burst out instantly. Plow the ground along the way into a deep ravine. Byakuya's eyes widened instantly, unable to resist such an attack at all. His gauntlet fell to the ground, dripping blood. After being taught by Uncle Zagetsu, Kurosaki Ichigo made the first crescent sky rush against people, and gave Byakuya a blow. Kurosaki Ichigo also said very proudly, "That's the name of my move, Crescent Moon. Byakuya. Use Bankai to fight me." At this moment, many people were surprised when they saw Kurosaki Ichigo's moves. Zaraki Kenpeki, I seem to be a bit impressed with this move. Aizen Suk, as expected, you are indeed the one I fancy, Kurosaki Ichigo, your progress is really fast. Ichigo, why is it you Aizen again? Hey, wait a minute, this is Captain Shiba's move. Why would Kurosaki Ichigo? Yuxin and Ichigo seem to be quite similar. Jaisure Yukatake, no wonder I felt a little familiar after seeing Kurosaki Ichigo. Now that I think about it, he does look a lot like Qian. Could he be related to Captain Shiba Ichigo? Because of the result of the battle between Kurosaki Ichigo and Byakuya, everyone probably knows. So a lot of Shinigami's focus is on other details. After all, this is what they were very confused about before. Chapter 19. Now, hearing everyone's questions, Kurosaki Ichigo was also a little confused. Kurosaki Ichigo? Ah, what are you talking about? My father, Kurosaki Isshin, is just an ordinary doctor, and he doesn't seem to be a big man as you say. My relatives should also be ordinary people. Ichigo, ah. Really? Kurosaki Isshin? That name is really the same as Captain Shiba Isshin. Just different surnames. And why do you have the same move name as Captain Shiba Yuxin, and the effect is similar? Kurosaki Ichigo, hey? No way? What a coincidence! Who is the Captain Shiba Isshin you are talking about? Ichigo, he was the original captain of our 10th squad. After he left, I became the captain. Who taught you this crescent sky rush? Kurosaki Ichigo, how should I put it? Anyway, I learned it by myself. Matsumoto Ranjaku, well, Kurosaki Ichigo doesn't look like the old captain either. But it is more similar to Shiba Qian, the former vice-captain of the 13th squad. Rukia, that's right, no wonder I feel so close to Ichigo, the more I look at it, the more I feel like it. Byakuya, I also thought it was quite similar before, and Shiba's ancestral crescent moon is familiar to him, so I was so surprised. Kurosaki Ichigo, ah, why do you all say that? I don't understand. I'm going to ask my dad. Kurosaki Isshin, Kakik, son, you don't need to look for it, I'm actually here too. Kurosaki Ichigo, ah, dad, are you there too? Do you also have the ability to see this mysterious golden screen? Kurosaki Ichigo was completely stunned at this time. I strongly doubt my ears and my brain. How long has his father been lurking? Is Kurosaki Isshin really the former captain of the Juban team that Ichigo and others said? He felt that the shock he felt at this time was not far from the previous knowledge that he was Aizen's most perfect work. Ishida Uryu, I don't think the classmates and neighbors around me can see it. I guess only those of us with special abilities can see it, right? Kurosaki Isshin, haha, I also have some special abilities. Ichigo, Captain Yuxin, is it really you? Kurosaki Isshin, Well, it seems that I can't hide it now. I guess the Soul Society may need my strength in the future, so I'll admit it. Knowing that there are projections from the three realms, the world will definitely undergo major changes. So Kurosaki Isshin doesn't pretend anymore. I have a showdown. I used to be Shiba Isshin, captain of the 10th squad, and now I am Kurosaki Ichigo's biological father, Kurosaki Isshin. Matsumoto Ranjaku, ah, then you are really the old captain. Why are you? Kurosaki Isshin, ahem, there are too many complicated things, and I don't know how to tell you for a while. Kurako Shunsui, if nothing else, it should also be related to Aizen. Visored, Urahara Kisuke, Shihauer and Yuruaki and others who came to the present world are basically inseparable from Aizen. Yamamoto Yuan Yanagi Shigakuni, well, Kurosaki Isshin, although I don't know what happened to you, as long as you are on the side of the Soul Society, I welcome you to join the crusade against Aizen. Kurosaki Isshin, thank you for your trust in me. Kurosaki Ichigo, Dad, what are you talking about? Oh, what are these things? Kurosaki Isshin, Ichigo, if I have time in the future, maybe I will tell you, and I don't even need to tell you, maybe the three-dimensional projection will reveal related things. Kurosaki Ichigo, well, although I still don't understand. But I understand, Dad, you have worked so hard to raise us up, I am very grateful and considerate of you, you must have your own difficulties. At this time, Kurosaki Isshin really didn't want to tell all about himself. The reasons for this are complex. There is the guilt of letting his wife Kurosaki Masaki die at Sue's hands because there was no rescue. And because of the fear of the ancestor of the Quincy Master, Yuhabach. That's right. This is the root of all evil. In order to restore power when Kurosaki Ichigo was a child, Yuhabach launched the sanctification and regained the power of the non-pure bloodline destroyer. That's why Kurosaki Masaki, who fused the virtual power, lost his power later and died in the hands of virtual. And, Kurosaki Isshin makes it clear. His son's lineage is indeed a bit complicated. If the strength in his body is exposed so quickly, it is estimated that people from various camps such as the Quincy will also be tempted by Kurosaki Ichigo. Therefore, Kurosaki Isshin chose to hide from his children for the time being. But now, under Aizen's calculation, his son Kurosaki Ichigo met Rukia Kukaki and got involved in this Uzumaki. And my own Shinigami power is also recovering. It can only be said that it is God's will in the dark, right? If Aizen provokes a war in the future, I really can't stand by and watch. Kurosaki Isshin thought a lot when it was revealed that Aizen's perfect masterpiece was Kurosaki Ichigo. He already knew about Aizen's conspiracy at this time. I also gradually learned about my past experience, encountering things such as emptiness. Many thanks to Aizen. And after that, Aizen may continue to train his son to make it a perfect masterpiece? Is it tolerable or unbearable? So for his son Kurosaki Ichigo, he has to stand up too. And in the Void Night Palace at this time, watching the conversation between Kurosaki Ichigo and his son, Aizen had a meaningful smile on his face. As someone who has been following Kurosaki Ichigo, his understanding of Kurosaki Ichigo is no less than that of Shiba. After all, without the emptiness he created, Shiba Yuxin back then probably wouldn't have met Kurosaki Masaki, and naturally there wouldn't have been Kurosaki Ichigo. Therefore, Kurosaki Ichigo can become the person who gathers the power of Quincy, Shinigami, and Su, and becomes such a perfect and rare material, thanks to him. Seeing the Soul Society making all the fuss, Aizen is calm. I really enjoy the feeling of playing with them in the applause. Chapter 20. On screen. The battle between Byakuya Kukaki and Kurosaki Ichigo continued. After being injured by Crescent Moon, Byakuya Kukaki also knew that he was slapped in the face by Kurosaki Ichigo. But even at this moment, he still had a cold expression on his face, using words to regain his position. Right into the sky? Such an arrogant name. Okay, since you're asking so strongly, then use your eyes, see it, and remember my Bankai. You will turn into dust in front of me and disappear. Bankai. Senbonzakura Kage Yoshi. Soon, after 1,000 years. Byakuya Kokaki ignored his flag and used his Bankai. He let go of the Zanpakut from his hand, and the knife fell downward, sinking into the ripples of the ground. The ground ripples on the two sides next to it are countless huge blades rising. Whoosh! Moment! The scattered blades even reached hundreds of millions. In this state, Byakuya Kokaki can control all the blades at will, achieving a seamless attack with both offense and defense. Kurosaki Ichigo was quickly cornered by Senbonzakura Kageyoshi's attack. It was hard to block the next move, and the next move came one after another. Kurosaki Ichigo had a hard time even parrying, let alone countering. Boom! In the end, Kurosaki Ichigo, who was beaten very embarrassingly, crawled out of a huge pit. After a lot of talk, Kurosaki Ichigo decided to use his own Bankai. Bankai. Tensazangetsu. Rumble. A blow that is far better than the previous saber chi burst out. Kurosaki Ichigo also put on a new costume because of this, extremely handsome. The face of Byakuya Kokaki was so moved that it was broken again and again. Are you kidding me? Such a small thing is also a Bankai. Damn it, from the sabotage execution to Bankai. You like to trample on our dignity time and time again. Then let you pay a heavy price. Swish! Before Byakuya could make an official move, Kurosaki Ichigo flashed in front of Byakuya Kokaki in an instant. Use Tensa Zangetsu to Byakuya Kokaki's throat. The so-called dignity? As you said, I will trample on it. As soon as the words fell, Kurosaki Ichigo stepped back again and returned to his original position. Use this to slap Byakuya Kokaki hard in the face. At this time, Byakuya Kokaki has no advantage in speed. Thinking of Byakuya Kokaki at the beginning, he used amazing speed to show the gap between himself and Kurosaki Ichigo. Kurosaki Ichigo used the same moves for revenge. On the surface, Byakuya Kokaki didn't recognize Kurosaki Ichigo's Bankai, but he also had to treat it with caution. At the moment, I continue to set the flag again. It's impossible to get Bankai in travel misfortune. Miracles only happen once. If you didn't kill me just now, you will lose the chance to kill me forever. At this time, barrages flew by. Here we go, Byakuya sets the flag again. What about using Bankai after 1,000 years as promised? 1,000 years. Yuhabach can be resurrected. Doghead. Ichigo, I still hold a grudge. The moves used by others must be used again to get back the spot. Hey, what a handsome captain, why do you always let yourself get slapped in the face? Byakuya, is such a small thing also a Bankai? Captain Yamamoto? Captain Yamamoto, Bankai. Remnant Fire Tadeo. Byakuya Pon. Doghead. Haha, I seriously suspect that Yuhabach was scared by Captain Yamamoto at the beginning, so the Bankai subconsciously given to Ichigo is also so small. Is this imitation of Remnant Achi? The opinion upstairs is really reasonable. Subai, hey, that middle-aged man, Byakuya said this is not Bankai. Uncle Zagetsu, I think Yamamoto is so small. Uncle Zagetsu, this is the strongest Bankai I've ever seen, so I'm going to do a similar protection Ichigo. Doghead. Uncle Zagetsu really loves his son. He really, I cried to death. Doghead. For a while, in addition to jokes, there are also various popular science in the barrage. The reason why Tensa Zangetsu looks so mediocre is that his strength is not released. It's because Ryutsu Quinya is shrunk in the knife, and the top powerhouse will hide his breath. But Byakuya is partly right, it's not really Bankai. Actually, Kurosaki Ichigo Bankai's clothes are also a part of Bankai Tensa Zangetsu. Ryutsu consumption will also be damaged, and Ryotsu recovery will also be repaired. After seeing these bullet screens, many viewers were filled with question marks. There is really a deep mystery in this. Because they realized the importance of answering questions before, everyone read each barrage very carefully. Kurosaki Ichigo, hey? What are these barrages talking about? How do you know everything you shouldn't know? In vain? Son? Not a real Bankai? Kurako Shunsui, why is there such a large amount of information on the barrage? I'm a bit confused. Also mentioned some things that are not widely known. Yamamoto Yuan Yanagi Shigakuni, Yuhabach revived? Hope it's a joke. Sui Feng, but Kurosaki Ichigo's Bankai is indeed a bit small, which surprised me. Shihaoren Yoryuaki, looking at the meaning of the barrage, it seems that the Bankai of Yamamoto's captain is also very small. I have never seen this before. Jaishur Yukatake, you can't look at this thing casually. If you look at it, the entire Soul Society may be destroyed. Abarai Renji, isn't this also Kurosaki Ichigo's real Bankai? What the hell is Yuhabach? At this time, countless people are analyzing the content of Kurosaki Ichigo's barrage. After all, Kurosaki Ichigo's fighting power is incredible for many Shinigami. The current picture is the best way to understand it. Many people still remember what Aizen said before. Kurosaki Ichigo's life was arranged by himself. As Aizen's most perfect work, he must have his own uniqueness, right? By analyzing Kurosaki Ichigo, you can further get more information about Aizen. Byakuya Kukaki, according to the barrage, Ichigo's Bankai clothes are also part of Bankai? Then I can barely understand. Kurako Shunsui, if the bullet screen is not talking nonsense, then Kurosaki Ichigo's ability is a bit like returning to basics. Turning the condensed Ryotsu into this small weapon, and using the crescent moon, is also a similar compressed Ryotsu. Zaraki Kenpeiki, hey! Kurosaki Ichigo! Why didn't you use this Bankai form sooner? That would get me even more excited. Anohanaretsu, oh, when Kurosaki Ichigo defeated Captain Zaraki before, didn't he even use Bankai? Kurosaki Ichigo, well, yes, I didn't actually learn it at that time. Hitsuga Ichwir, is it such a fast progress? It's shameful. Abarai Renji, what the hell is this Uncle Zagetsu? Will he be happy to call his Zanpakuto name Uncle? Kurosaki Ichigo, whatever. Invisible Empire. Seeing these bullet screens, many Quincy Masters also made quite a commotion. Gerald Vaki patted the table and muttered something. These bullet screens actually mentioned Our Majesty's name again, it really disrespects His Majesty. And the Shinigami of the Soul Society, probably don't even know Our Majesty's name. However, there is a barrage that is interesting. I don't know if it was a mistake. Our Majesty has indeed been resurrected almost 1,000 years ago. Hasward said calmly. Leave aside these bullet screens, anyway, it won't expose the things about our invisible empire. Speaking of which, do you think this Kurosaki Ichigo is very similar to our Quincy? I have an indescribable feeling that he is definitely not like Shinigami anyway. Askin Nakroval also analyzed. That's normal. He wasn't a pure Shinigami, and Aizen seemed to have done something to him. But compared to Quincy, it's still far from it, right? Hathward's eyes were sharp, staring at Kurosaki Ichigo's fighting posture, further analyzing. The way he moves, it doesn't seem to be pure Shinigami's Shunpo either, which makes Byakuya Kukaki completely unguardable. It can even be said that it is a bit similar to the flying scythe of our Quincy Master. And his Zanpakuto is obviously not created by the sword god Namiya Wanjaya from the Lingwang Palace, it seems to be created with his own spirit. Anyway, it's indescribably weird. While talking, a majestic voice came over. Hasward, yes, your analysis is indeed in place. As soon as these words came out, all the Quincy's were shocked, and they all stood up suddenly. The person who spoke was the Emperor of the Invisible Empire, the founder of the Quincy Yuhabach. Chapter 21. Seeing Yuhabach appearing, everyone saluted respectfully. Your Majesty is awake. Yuhabach lowered his eyes and said slowly. I just woke up and saw the so-called projection of the three realms, but I may not have seen some content. You can add it to me later. Also, I want to emphasize to everyone, this Kurosaki Ichigo, you need to pay attention. Although his strength cannot be seen yet, he is likely to be qualified to become one of the special forces. As soon as Yuhabach's words came out, one stone stirred up 1,000 waves. You must know that Yuhabach will only mark the unknown combat power as a special combat power. This is someone who may greatly hinder their future plans. After hearing such information, the Quincy's were a little surprised. How can this Kurosaki Ichigo get the evaluation of super combat power? As His Majesty said before, Zaraki Kenpaki's combat power is incalculable, but his strength is temporarily suppressed. We can still understand. Ichibe Hisub of Team Zero's ability and wisdom, we can also understand. But what's so special about Kurosaki Ichigo? Yuhabach rested his chin and said noncommittally. Maybe I really don't know. It's because I don't know clearly that it's even more terrifying. His future potential is indeed unimaginable. Just from what he's been through recently at Soul Society, you can see his rapid progress. Looking at the picture of Kurosaki Ichigo, Yuhabach's face is complicated and incomprehensible. It seems that Kurosaki Ichigo is not regarded as a simple enemy. The Quincy Masters also felt that he seemed to have some things he didn't want to say. Although Kurosaki Ichigo is Shinigami or virtual on the surface, Yuhabach, who is a Quincy Master, seems to know him very well. But in the face of Yuhabach, they naturally dare not question, at most they bury their doubts in their hearts. Of course, a small number of self-righteous Quincy Masters still don't take Kurosaki Ichigo seriously. So what about the potential? His current strength is still far behind. He will be instantly killed by a real master casually, right? Let's talk about his strength in the future. On screen. Facing Kurosaki Ichigo, who turned on Bankai, Byakuya Kukaki started an even more frenzied attack. Whoosh whoosh. Countless sakura flower sword blades form a silky attack form, and the sky is full of sakura flowers, sweeping out. Surround Kurosaki Ichigo completely. It's cold. Gorgeous. The most beautiful scenery, with the deadliest attack. But after that, Senbonzakura Kage couldn't keep up with Kurosaki Ichigo's speed. And even if surrounded by countless sakura flower sword blades, Kurosaki Ichigo swung the sword wildly and broke them up directly. Next moment, Kurosaki Ichigo broke through Byakuya Kukaki's attack circle in an instant, and quietly came behind Byakuya Kukaki. Is there only one miracle? What is the second miracle? Swish! Tensazang Etsu goes straight to Byakuya Kukaki. Tat for tat. This is the similar move that Byakuya Kukaki used when he instantly killed Kurosaki Ichigo in this world. Byakuya Kukaki was hit hard by this and was almost insane. Only then did he realize that Kurosaki Ichigo's Bankai condenses all spiritual power and gathers it in the blade to increase his speed and strength. Seeing how powerful Kurosaki Ichigo is, Byakuya Kukaki was forced to use his trump card at this time. Annihilation Senbonzakura Kage Yoshi. Byakuya Kukaki seems to have created an exclusive space surrounded by countless blades. This is Byakuya Kukaki's absolute offensive stance after abandoning his defense. And Byakuya Kukaki, who entered the state, was able to suppress Kurosaki Ichigo again. The barrage area also ridiculed this. Is this a space for couples? Haha, what a goddamned space for couples. But then again, if Kenpaka came to this place, it would be exactly what he wanted. Haha, another Kenpaka happy house. At the same time, in the chat group. Abarai Renji, it seems that Ichigo and you can't defeat Captain Kukaki too? Zaraki Kenpaki, having said that, I am also curious about the result of your battle. Komamura Seijin, both sides are competing with each other's cards, but it is obvious that Captain Kokaki has more cards, and the battle is at the end. Shihoran Yoryuaki, although you have the upper hand, Byakuya, I still want to say that you have been slapped in the face a lot, conservatively estimated twice, haha. Byakuya Kokaki. Urahara Kisuke, I really have to pay a heavy price for underestimating Mr. Kurosaki. At this time, they launched the final fierce battle. Blood continued to splatter. The blades collided repeatedly. Boom! 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 At this time, Kurosaki Ichigo felt more and more powerless. Byakuya Kokaki also thinks Kurosaki Ichigo is getting slower. Then, Byakuya Kokaki used had. Boom! A powerful white flash pierced through Kurosaki Ichigo's body, causing Kurosaki Ichigo to be badly injured. Byakuya Kokaki thinks the game is over and decides to kill Kurosaki Ichigo for good. But just when Byakuya Kokaki swung the last knife, Kurosaki Ichigo's king fight came online. Kurosaki Ichigo, controlled by Shiro Ichigo, muttered. Didn't I tell you? If you die, I will be very embarrassed. Kurosaki Ichigo, controlled by Bai Ichigo, began laughing wildly to fight back against Byakuya Kokaki, causing him to hang his body again. At the same time, he said arrogantly. You're such a wimp, Ichigo. He hit your Bankai's Ryutsu, and his bones creaked inside him. Show you how to use Bankai correctly. He quickly begins to tyrannize Byakuya Kokaki. Show Kurosaki Ichigo what the real Bankai is. Countless crescent moons, with the extremely majestic Ryutsu, crushed heavily towards Byakuya Kokaki. Forcibly took crescent moon Tiancheng as flat A. And it will still rotate, the black crescent sky rushes. Boom! Rumble! Byakuya Kokaki didn't dare to fight for a while, and could only try to avoid Kurosaki Ichigo's attack. The blood-red shock wave formed a huge contrast with the blue sky and white clouds of Siling Court. Bai Ichigo is far better than Kurosaki Ichigo in terms of power use, blocking the enemy's movement and other skills. People are secretly shocked. Byakuya Kokaki, who was beaten so embarrassingly, could only pant heavily and talk to himself. Is this guy hypocritical? Byakuya Kokaki was slapped in the face by Kurosaki Ichigo again, feeling very uncomfortable. Chapter 22. In the chat group, everyone was shocked and continued to discuss. Zaraki Kenpeki, ah. At this time, Ichigo is even stronger? Hey, you kid, don't even try to run away. Why don't you use it when you're fighting me? Kurosaki Ichigo. Abarai Renji, although he is on my side, I am still a little upset. Why does this kid always become stronger so quickly? They are all ordinary people, so what am I missing? Seeing Kurosaki Ichigo's cheating, countless people feel unbalanced. Aizen Suke, not bad, Kurosaki Ichigo. Your progress is very fast, and you can already use virtual power. Ichimaru Jin, the kid who was used by our Aizen captain, I hope you don't let us down. Hitsuga Ichwir, why are you everywhere? Jaishur Yukatake, the power possessed by Kurosaki Ichigo is indeed difficult to describe with the power of our Shinigami. As Captain Kokaki said, it is not like the power of Shinigami at all. But virtual power. Kurako Shunsui, in the previous scene where Kurosaki Ichigo and Aizen were fighting, he did wear a mask, but the specific style is a little different. It seems that we have to study Kurosaki Ichigo carefully. Anohanaretsu, indeed, he may have many secrets that we can't imagine. Hirako Shinji, Ichigo is similar to our Vizard, no one knows Hollow better than me. Aizen Suke, indeed. You know Hollow best, Captain Hirako. Hirako Shinji, Aizen, UBD, shut up. Urahara Kisuke, ahem, the person who understands virtual reality the most should be me. Ichigo's half-face hollow mask at this time should not be able to control Su's power well, and it is still insufficient compared with the full-face mask. Tosen can name, after Kurosaki Ichigo hollow, he can even suppress Byakuya Kukaki, but such power is still far away. Grimjo, such a guy doesn't need our attention yet. At this time, even the well-informed Captain Yamamoto looked puzzled. Kurosaki Ichigo's posture at this time does not seem to be Shinigami's posture. As for talking about Su, although the mask on the outside looks a bit like it, it is not really Su. Its essence seems to be the power of Shinigami again. It's puzzling. The screen quickly reversed the plot. Kurosaki Ichigo suddenly seemed to wake up, and he didn't want Sushiro to fight for him anymore. So, he grabbed the mask and wanted to tear it off. Click. After a painful struggle, Kurosaki Ichigo finally changed the account password and successfully forced the power leveling Sub-I to go offline. Fight Byakuya Kukaki back to normal again. The bullet screens drifted past again. Sub-I, get off the assembly line, Lao Z doesn't want you to play for me. Ichigo, sorry, Byakuya, I was hacked just now. Shiro Ichigo, damn, I haven't played enough. Kurosaki Ichigo, a foodie and fun-loving crumb. The GM is about to come, who told Bai to be so arrogant? Get me banned. Your account has been logged in elsewhere. Ichigo is such a scumbag, he was taken offline after taking advantage of other people's hypocrisy. If Byakuya Kukaki is disabled, he will take the head with his body. Ichigo knows the essence of head grabbing. Tsundere Sub-I is about to feel wronged again. I, Kurosaki Benway, did not cheat. After seeing this scene, everyone was surprised again. Abarai Renji, he forcibly broke the mask. The courage is indeed very great. Anohanaretsu, it seems that his mind is still very clear. Kurako Shunsui, Kurosaki Ichigo also doesn't know how dire the consequences will be for him if he loses control. Ishida Uryu, come on, Ichigo. Inu Orium, you can't become such a monster. Byakuya Kukaki, having said that, what is this barrage talking about? Could it be related to Kurosaki Ichigo's power? In vain? White Ichigo. Hang up? Hacking? Inexplicably. Rukia Kukaki, obviously, Ichigo does have another mysterious power in his body. Urahara Kisuke, indeed, Mr. Kurosaki still needs some time to control it. Kurosaki Ichigo, oh, so many of you are watching, I don't have any privacy, I feel so uncomfortable. The screen is still playing. Soon, Byakuya Kukaki began to unleash his final secret. Final scene: Beatty Sword. Kurosaki Ichigo was also secretly heartbroken. There are indeed many fighting postures mastered by Byakuya Kukaki. In the face of Byakuya Kukaki, Kurosaki Ichigo also remained unchanged. A trick to eat all over the world. Or continue to use Crescent Sky Chong. And its inky black Ryatsu. Boom. Boom. The ultimate moves of the two sides launched a final collision. The two sides gnawed at each other, eroding each other's strength, and no one would be outdone. In the eyes of countless people looking forward to, the battle between Byakuya Kukaki and Kurosaki Ichigo finally came to an end. Rumble. After a burst of gunpowder, Kurosaki Ichigo was dripping with blood, and he couldn't even stand still. While Byakuya Kukaki can still stand calmly, Senbonzakura is broken. Although Byakuya Kukaki admitted that the weapon was broken and he was defeated, he actually retained a lot of fighting power. The water was released just to let Kurosaki Ichigo help save his sister. Afterwards, Byakuya Kukaki also stated the reason for his execution of Rukia Kukaki. Because he is a nobleman of the Soul Society, no matter how helpless he is, he can only take the lead in following the rules. And Kurosaki Ichigo couldn't agree with Byakuya Kukaki's philosophy, and woke up Byakuya Kukaki loudly. What's the point of a family if you can't even protect important people? It is only the rules of the Soul Society that he wants to challenge, not Byakuya Kukaki himself. And these words finally woke up Byakuya Kukaki. Since then, Byakuya Kukaki's thoughts have completely changed. Seeing this scene, countless people sighed. Shihoran Yoryuaki, yes, I kind of agree with Ichigo. Yamamoto Moto Yanagi Shigakuni, although the rules of the Soul Society have been broken. Maybe it will be even more wrong if you stick to the rules at this time. Aizen Suke, Kurosaki Ichigo, well said. Rules are made for those who cannot live without rules. Aizen, the great philosopher, continues to make countless Shinigami irrefutable. Hitsuga Ichwir, is this why you betrayed the Soul Society? Aizen Suke, Captain Hitsugaya, ants cannot understand the thoughts of gods. Chapter 23. And after the battle between Byakuya Kukaki and Kurosaki Ichigo, another scene appeared. Aizen Suke, still wearing glasses, was watching the battle between Kurosaki Ichigo and Byakuya Kukaki through his own monitor and screen with great interest. From behind, Ichimaru-jin also walked over. Just saw the scene of Kurosaki Ichigo tearing up the mask, and wondered. Oh, is it over so soon? Aizen just said lightly. Don't worry, everything is expected. This is just the beginning. It seems that even when Aizen was carrying out his own defection plan, he still didn't forget to observe the growth of Kurosaki Ichigo. It is simply well-intentioned. The barrage is also very lively at this time. Aizen is actually chasing after us like us. Sure enough, Aizen is Ichigo's real father, the one who cares about Ichigo the most. Doghead. Perfectly explained how Ichigo, step by step, spawned monsters and upgraded. I thought it was the protagonist of a role-playing game, but I didn't expect it to be someone else's pet in a game. Ichigo cheated, and Aizen helped to recharge the money. I cried to death. This scene once again shocked the people of Soul Society. Kurosaki Ichigo, why is it Aizen again? Byakuya Kukaki, are you really watching the battle between me and Kurosaki Ichigo? Urahara Kisuke, sure enough, what Aizen said in the first video before is not false. Kurosaki Ichigo, ah! What the hell is this? Kurosaki Ichigo looked around immediately, wanting to see if there were any small monitors, such as camouflaged mosquitoes or something. But after looking for a long time, I found nothing. This feeling of being watched is really terrible. Sasakibe, well, what happened in the entire Skyakuya Hill is under the observation of Aizen. Anohanaretsu, he is still in the process of playing dead. I still have time to watch the battle between Kurosaki Ichigo and Captain Kukaki. Aizen Suke, I was observing the entire Soul Society at that time. Besides, Kurosaki Ichigo is my best material, so I still have to take good care of it. Kurosaki Ichigo, damn it. I don't want such a life. Aizen, what do you take me for? Aizen Suke, calm down, am I not concerned about your growth? Better than these Shinigami trying to beat you up? Kurosaki Isshin, Aizen, this is my son. If you want to care about it, I will care about it. Don't worry about it. Aizen Suke, Captain Shiba Yuxin, you have to take a longer view. I did this to create a masterpiece that the world will marvel at. A whole new species. Kurosaki Ichigo, ah! I don't want to hear you anymore. Aizen Suke, but now can you really become my most perfect work as the Three Realms projection said? I'm still skeptical. I hope you don't let me down. Aizen was still explaining himself in his mind at this time. The perfection of Kurosaki Ichigo mentioned by the Three Realms projection should not be in terms of strength, but just another level of perfection. After all, even in the future scene projected by the Three Realms, he is still far from defeating himself, right? Maybe it's because of Kurosaki Ichigo's growing nature, with the power of human, Shinigami, and virtual at the same time, it's more like a brand new species with unlimited potential. So answering Hagyaku by yourself is wrong, right? My goal is to replace the Soul King, stand in the sky, establish my own order, and make the Soul Society what I expect. This is Aizen's claim to the order of the Soul Society. But I don't know, will Kurosaki Ichigo have his own unique proposition? If you just want to maintain the order of the Soul King like those conservative Shinigami, you will be too disappointed. Maybe he will figure out the future path in the future and join his camp? Thinking of this, Aizen's heart is still looking forward to it. Someone like Kurosaki Ichigo, in order to protect what is in his heart, may really blaze a unique path. While everyone was discussing, a new scene soon appeared on the screen. Byakuya Kukaki's Espada Zamari Ruros. Hueco Mundo. At this time, Zamari was preparing to attack Rukia Kukaki, who fell to the ground. Sister-in-law Byakuya Kukaki quickly appeared and stopped him. A shot to Rukia Kukaki touched Byakuya Kukaki's reverse scale. Zamari, who claims to be the fastest in Espada, started a speed duel with Byakuya Kukaki. But in terms of speed, Zamari is inferior. So, Zamari returned immediately. Calm down. Cursed Isunga. A very disgusting monster appeared in front of everyone. The lower body is a peach-colored pumpkin-shaped ball, floating off the ground. 50 yellow eyes also appear on the body. He looked at Byakuya Kukaki with his eerie eyes, causing a mark to appear on his leg. This is what he calls the ability to love. Can control the place where the enemy's mark appears. Byakuya Kukaki was slightly taken aback when he saw his legs moving forward uncontrollably. However, he quickly reacted and cut off the meridian in his leg, making himself unable to move. After seeing Byakuya Kukaki being so cruel to himself, Zamari secretly admired him. He simply locks onto the target and imprints on Rukia Kukaki, who is lying next to him on the ground. Seeing this situation, Byakuya Kukaki rushed over quickly regardless of his injured leg. The skill that was supposed to control Rukia hit Byakuya Kukaki's left arm. Without even thinking about it, Byakuya Kukaki slashed at his left arm again. So far, Byakuya Kukaki has been crippled. He casts Kid with his right hand. One of head rush. Boom. Byakuya Kukaki shattered the ice crystals on Rukia, and Yamada Hanadaru next to him took her away. It's a pity that Rukia Kukaki's head was also controlled by the skill, and the whole person was dominated by Zamari, and began to attack Yamada Hanadaru. Seeing this, Byakuya Kukaki could only quickly stop his sister. Rukia Kukaki was unable to win even against Byakuya Kukaki, who was injured in his hands and feet. She simply slashed at her neck with a knife. Byakuya Kukaki can only drop Zanpakut, use Bakud 61 6-stick light prison. Swish! Rukia Kukaki, who was imprisoned, could no longer shoot himself. Byakuya Kukaki, who finally has no worries, officially casts Bankai. Senbonzakura Kage Yoshi. Zamari originally wanted to control Byakuya Kukaki's attack, but unfortunately, his 50 eyes are far less than Byakuya Kukaki's hundreds of millions of sharp blades. Swish 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 swish. Under the attack of Byakuya Kukaki, the palace of Sui Palace was also directly shattered. This shows how strong Byakuya Kukaki's attack is. But after the smoke cleared, Byakuya Kukaki saw that Zamari was not dead. The lower half of his pumpkin turned into a meatball, and a skull-shaped ring armor appeared on the outside, barely blocking Byakuya Kukaki's attack. Zamari, who is at the end of his battle, activates the last 8 eyes on his forehead, and wants to fight Byakuya Kukaki desperately. However, Byakuya Kukaki at this time had no fear at all. Bakud 81 Splitting Void directly interrupted Zamari's control. It turns out that Byakuya Kukaki has seen through the domination of Zamari's love, which is actually a power similar to Shinigami Kid. So just use Kid and you'll be fine. Zamari completely lost the threat to Byakuya Kukaki and was quickly defeated by Byakuya Kukaki. Zamari, who was very fanatical about Aizen, was killed while shouting the name of Master Aizen. After the picture arrived here, it soon gradually became dark. Hueco Mundo. Aizen in the Void Knight Palace just looked at Zamari expressionlessly. Zamari, it looks like you lost to Shinigami in this Hueco Mundo battle. Although Aizen's tone was calm, Zamari couldn't help but sweat profusely. You must know that Aizen is the god in his mind. I really embarrassed Aizen. Chapter 24. Hearing Aizen's words, Zamari quickly fell to his knees. I'm sorry. Master Aizen. I will never make the same mistakes again. I must desperately protect Hueco Mundo. Of course, Aizen knows the essence of leadership well, so he just beat Zamari and didn't blame too much. However, you have been shouting "Long live Aizen" in the picture, which also shows your loyalty. At the same time, this also warns us that the power of these Shinigami should not be underestimated. And there is a little more reason, Zamari, you met with Byakuya Kukaki. His blades can reach hundreds of millions, which is indeed far more than the number of your eyes. If you are replaced by other captains, you may not fail. You just need to reflect on how you should deal with captains like Byakuya Kukaki. Hearing this, Zamari, who was kneeling on the ground, burst into tears. Master Aizen, thank you. I will go through fire and water for you, no matter what. Grimjo said disdainfully. The mere Captain Shinigami is unable to deal with it. If it were me, I would definitely be able to easily deal with Byakuya Kukaki with strength. Sayalaporo of number 8 also sneered. It's a shame to be the number 7 Espada, even I am inferior. Ulakaila noticed other details. Isn't this place our Hueco Mundo? Could it be that the Shinigami are going to attack our Hueco Mundo? Isn't it hard to imagine? Aizen also frowns in thought. Shinigami will definitely not attack Hueco Mundo with a large force. It should be that we have started to display the plan, so they want to destroy it. But they are too naive, and their strength is far inferior to our Shinigami. At this time, I will just disperse my troops. It is even digging my own grave. So everyone, don't worry, just Shinigami, don't be afraid. The words of Aizen Haki are awe-inspiring and resounding. The constant echoes in the Palace of the Void make Espada all rejoice. It seems that the scene of Hueco Mundo's defeat has aroused the strong confidence of the Arancars. They firmly believe that with the leadership of Aizen, they will definitely crush Soul Society and let Shinigami know how powerful they are. And everyone in the Soul Society also began to analyze the battle just now. Kurosaki Ichigo, I have to say, this Espada is really strong. Although Captain Kukaki defeated him, it is still a bit thrilling. Anohanaretsu, well, to be serious, if Zaraki Kenpeki faces such an opponent, he is likely to be recruited. After all, this is a person who needs a certain strategy to deal with. Hitsuga Ichware, indeed, although Captain Zaraki is strong, it would be hard to say if he was facing an out-of-control self rather than an opponent. Zaraki Kenpeki, hey! Really? I want to see if he can successfully control me. Kurotsuka Mayuri, hey, I also want to study this Zamari. It is really fun to control others with a glance. I want to see if his move can be copied by me. Jaishur Yukatake, I'm already getting goosebumps. Of course, there is nothing to analyze about the details of this battle. Everyone is more concerned about the cause and effect of this battle. Anohanaretsu, having said that, why did our Kukaki captain go to Hueco Mundo? It seems that something big will happen in the future. Kurako Shunsui, I don't know if there is any connection with Aizen's attack on the present world in the future. Ulakshala, maybe the connection is that it is because your people came to Hueco Mundo that they died to go back. After all, this Byakuya Kukaki was not seen in the Shinigami attacking Aizen-sama. Abarai Renji, are you kidding me? Captain Kukaki is no match for you. Grimjo, by the way, you guys, and Rukia Kukaki, didn't seem to appear either, maybe they were also eliminated along with Byakuya Kukaki. Abarai Renji, let's wait and see. However, although he spoke confidently, Abarai Renji was inevitably a little worried in his heart. It has to be said that breaking into Hueco Mundo, the territory of Aizen, is indeed a very risky thing. I don't know why my future self would do this. Unless there is some important reason, right? It didn't take long for everyone to discuss, and a new scene soon appeared on the screen. In the building complex of Soul Society, Abarai Renji, whose costume has changed significantly, is fighting a mysterious enemy. During the battle, he found that his attacks were not effective. The opponent is always using a mysterious coat of arms to block his attacks. When Abarai Renji was seriously thinking about the strategy against the enemy, another enemy appeared from behind him and launched a sneak attack. Fortunately, Byakuya Kokaki appeared at this time, defusing the enemy's attack. And the person in front of him is the Quincy of the Invisible Empire, Ace Not. Finding that his Shikai couldn't do harm to Ace Not at all, Byakuya Kokaki frowned and prepared to launch Bankai. But Abarai Renji dissuades. Captain Kokaki, according to Vice Captain Sasakib's report, this guy can seal Bankai, very dangerous. Byakuya Kokaki just plainly said. I know, but these people are the enemies of Vice Captain Sasakib, and without any warning, Siraidi's blood flowed all over the ground. Unforgivable. There is no way to defeat them without Bankai. We can only try to find a way to break the seal. So Renji, if my Bankai is sealed, it will only depend on your Bankai. After speaking, Byakuya Kokaki didn't hesitate any longer. Bankai. Senbonzakura Kage Yoshi. Hundreds of millions of colorful sakura blades surround Ace Not. However, Byakuya Kokaki was surprised. After the next second, his own power has disappeared. He lost his mind and said to himself. How is it possible? Bankai wasn't sealed, but taken away. The entire Shinigami world was in shock after seeing this. Yamamoto Jinyanaga Shigakuni, when was the scene in front of me? Is it also from the future? Has an enemy actually invaded the Soul Society? Kurosaki Ichigo, this time is different from me before, it is the mysterious enemy who really invaded the Soul Society. Byakuya Kokaki, to be able to capture my Senbonzakura Kage Yoshi, wouldn't the other captains also? At this moment, the Shinigami were in an uproar. Chapter 25. In the chat group, Shendo became serious and continued the conversation. Hitsuga indeed, judging from the information on the screen, there is definitely more than one enemy, so is something going to happen to us Captain Bankai? Chur Sasakib, according to Captain Byakuya, I have fought these enemies before, and it would be a disaster if my Bankai was taken away. Anohanaretsu, I feel a sense of foreboding that I haven't felt in a long time. Zaraki Kenpeiki, oh? Is it that good? Hehe, then you should let me out. I'm not afraid of being taken Bankai. Let me fight them and finish them off. Aizen-suk, this is beyond my expectation. There are still such enemies. I wonder who will come first compared to my previous battles? In the Palace of Void Knight, Aizen was finally surprised at this time. In the picture, I have already started a battle with so many Shinigami, which means that it must be time for my plan to be implemented. It should be very close to the Lingwang Palace, right? But why is there this mysterious enemy? Who is ruling the Soul Society at this time? If his plan had been successful, would these mysterious enemies dare to invade? The confused Aizen really couldn't figure it out, so he concentrated on analyzing the information on the screen. Hitsuga Aizen, you traitor, stop talking, we don't need you to protect the Soul Society. Aizen-suk, if you dare to do something to my Soul Society, of course I can't stand by and watch, if you captains can't solve it. Yamamoto Jinyanaga Shigakuni, what about your Soul Society? Stop talking about yourself Aizen. Don't worry, our Godi I-13 is more than capable of dealing with it. As long as the old man is alive, no one can destroy the Soul Society. Aizen-suk, I hope you can solve it, otherwise, I will have to do it. Grimjo, Captain Shinigami is really in a mess, maybe let us make false shots, we don't worry about being taken away from Bankai. Kurosaki Ichigo, what are you talking about? Do you think that such a strong captain has been taken away from Bankai, so you can deal with it easily? And at this time, in the Invisible Empire, Hasward and the others were finally moved in a rare way. Why did our Quincy begin to attack the Soul Society? Is this also a scene from the future? Now that the Soul Society has knowledge of our ability to capture Bankai, it must be all-out war. On the throne, Yuhabach, who claims to be omniscient and omnipotent, just looks at the three-world projection with a blank expression. Although he thinks he can see through everything, the scope of omniscience and omnipotence is also limited. Yuhabach can only secretly be afraid of the projection of the three realms. The power of these projections from the three realms was indeed far beyond his imagination. It will probably take a few years for him to fully recover his strength. Could this three realms projection be able to see through such a distant future? But at this time, because he wanted to maintain his image of being in control of the overall situation, he didn't say much, but watched the people under him discussing. After seeing himself appear, Ace Knot said with a sad smile, "Hey, it seems that our Majesty will soon fully recover his strength, so he led us to invade the Soul Society. This so-called Byakuya Kukaki is definitely not my opponent." The expression on Hasward's face also showed a bit of anticipation. If there are no accidents, then this will happen in a few years, right? That's not bad. We have been lurking for so long, and it's time to let the Soul Society know the demeanor of our Quincy. While everyone was discussing fiercely, the screen was still playing. Seeing that Byakuya Kukaki was in trouble, Abarai Renji wanted to play Bankai too. But Byakuya Kukaki stops him, leaving his Bankai Baboon King, Zabimaru, as the last resort. With Byakuya Kukaki leading the charge, Ace Knot pulled out all the stops. Let Abarai Renji see what his weaknesses are. In the chat group, Zaraki Kenpeki, I also recognize the strength of Captain Kukaki. Such a weak enemy can be easily dealt with, right? Byakuya Kukaki, although I really want to think so, the enemy's ability is indeed weird. Sealing Bankai, relying only on my Shikai, is probably going to be a lot of trouble. Urahara Kisuke, I'm not that scared, just use Shikai, I should be able to deal with it too. Hirako Shinji, I don't think it's too scary to lose Bankai. Zaraki Kenpeki, I'm even less afraid, it's okay if Shikai is taken. Komamura Seijin, I can't say, if Bankai is not used. Kurotsuka Mayuri, it is impossible to win without knowing the enemy's intelligence. We are better off defending strategically. On screen, Ace Knot seized the opportunity, activated his fear ability, and created an all-like light arrow around him out of thin air, successfully hitting Byakuya Kukaki. And according to Ace Knot's narration, everyone also understood his ability. Those hit by his light arrow will fall into a state of fear. Suspicious of everything around him, unable to focus on fighting. Facing Ace Knot's fear ability, Byakuya Kukaki was very calm at first. He can even attack him with ease. What nonsense! How is it possible to fight without fear? I accept fear in battle, and that's why I subdue it and gain the strength to move forward. However, while talking, an extremely terrifying scene suddenly appeared in Byakuya Kukaki's mind. Make him unable to concentrate on fighting in battle. Byakuya Kukaki's pupils constricted in extreme fear, and he tried to slash at the opponent with a knife. But Byakuya Kukaki's attack was out of order, and Ace Knot was able to hit Byakuya Kukaki hard. At the same time, take the opportunity to liberate Bankai sealed in the badge. Boom 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 boom. This is Senbonzakura Kage Yoji cast by Ace Knot. With Shikai alone, Byakuya Kukaki can't beat his own Bankai at all. Hundreds of millions of Sakura flower blades severely injured it, and under the powerful impact force, it was also impacted to the nearby wall. Byakuya Kokaki was seriously injured. The ribs and even the internal organs were fried to a bloody mess. Appalling. Total fiasco. Seeing this scene, everyone was surprised like never before. Compared with the previous battle, this scene shocked them even more. Abarai Renji, the captain, was injured so badly. Damn it! Who the hell is this guy? Byakuya Kokaki, will there still be such a fiasco? Moreover, Bankai was taken away, which is an insult to the dignity of our Kokaki family. Then again, what the hell am I seeing in my head? Matsumoto Ranjaku, the ability of this enemy is similar to the punishment that Captain Kokaki received before. Obviously, he said that his fear is an instinctive fear, and it may be seeing the scene that Captain Kokaki least wants to see. Hitsuga Ichware, indeed, although Captain Kokaki has rich combat experience, but because he cares about his sister, he can't overcome his fear at all, and he still has a weakness in his heart. Zamari, sure enough, you Shinigami are all hype, but they are not that powerful. Grimjo, humph, I think I'm the one who's fearless, these Shinigami aren't worthy yet. If it were me, this enemy would be resolved in an instant. Abarai Renji, that's all right, all of you, don't brag, you haven't been beaten anyway, so you can just let your mouth be high, be careful and get slapped in the face. Kurotsuki Mayuri, it seems that the punishment of the previous 3 realms projection is not without reason. Recalling Rukia Kokaki's skeleton image. Byakuya Kokaki and others still linger in the mind and shudder. Not surprisingly, Byakuya Kokaki, who is fighting Ace not in the screen, must have seen a similar scene. It's simply the ability of the underworld. Kurosaki Ichigo, it seems that Byakuya Kokaki at this time may have thought of Rukia, so he lost his mind and was caught by the enemy. Zaraki Kenpeki, what a sinister opponent. Byakuya Kokaki, I seem to be able to empathize with myself in the picture. It should be similar to the scene when I was punished before. In this way, I was a blessing in disguise, at least I can sharpen my mind in advance. In the future, I will definitely not repeat the same mistakes. Jaishur Yukatake, and we have also seen the ability of this mysterious enemy, we must try our best to avoid its ability to take away Bankai, and also avoid its light arrow attack. Anohanaretsu, yes, unless Ryutsu can be used to restrain this ability, but it is estimated that many captains cannot do it. And Captain Kokaki is so seriously injured in the picture, even I dare not say it can be cured. Kurako Shunsui, and according to their conversation, there should be many similar enemies. It is a team. That is really a crisis that the Soul Society has not seen for many years. The Shinigami of the entire Soul Society are like enemies. Chapter 26. At this time, countless dead Shendu analyzed a lot of important information. Great for future battles. Komamura Seijin, for those who depend on Bankai, it is indeed a major blow. Unless he also has outstanding attainments in cutting fists and walking ghosts. But even such a well-rounded Captain Kokaki is like this, and the others have to be more energetic. Hirako Shinji, humph, you may still have to rely on the power of our Vizard. After all, we are not people who rely solely on Bankai to fight. Yudeo Tienbogen, then relying on my kid ability, I should still be able to fight. Saragaki Hiri, Tisk, these annoying Shinigami, even if they ask us to help, at least they have to beg us. Yamamoto Jinyanagashigakuni, don't worry, the old man is still alive. As long as I, the strongest Shinigami, are here, no matter how strong they are. Can't use Bankai? Humph, the old man's Shikai, white hits, etc., can destroy them. Jaishur Yukatake, that's right, as long as there is a teacher, we will have Ding Gaishinsen. Everyone at this time, after seeing the scene of the Millennium Bloody Battle, felt as if they were facing a formidable enemy. They all thought seriously, thinking about how to deal with so many terrifying enemies. Of course, in the Invisible Empire. The Quincy Masters also looked serious. Some Quincy Masters worry that the exposure of these future scenes may affect their plans. After all, most of the Soul Society's information is well known to them. And the Soul Society knows nothing about them. But now with the projection of the three realms, their intelligence advantage will no longer exist. Of course, many arrogant Quincy Masters still don't care about this. Ace Knot, who had just appeared on stage, also curled his lips. Even if my ability is known, it's not a big problem. I believe that they can't overcome the original fear. Except for a few Shinigami with bug abilities, I'm not afraid of them at all. As long as His Majesty is here, the ending of the Soul Society's destruction will definitely not be changed. The other Quincy Masters also echoed. They all have firm confidence in their abilities. It is impossible for these traditional Shinigami to fight against these bug-capable peepers. While all the Shinigami can't help feeling jealous and fearful, another new video is about to appear. Ding! Next, let's take stock of the scenes related to the next captain. Captain of the Godai 13th Division, the youngest captain, the owner of Zanpakuto of the strongest ice and snow department, known as a genius boy, Ichigo I. One of the 5 members who must swat every enemy. Upon hearing this, Shinigami of the Soul Society was once again amazed. Another inventory of Captain Shinigami. And it still seems to sound very wrong. Ichigo I, why am I also a member of the enemy swastika group? The name sounds weird. Matsumoto Ranjaku, this is understandable. After all, the captain, your Shikai and Bankai are not much different. Of course, there is no need to use Shikai if you can use Bankai. Ichigo I, even without Bankai, I'm still very strong. Hinamari Momo, after watching the picture of Captain Kukaki before, I suddenly feel a little worried for Yuhabach. Kurako Shunsui, Chwer is a genius boy, and he will definitely surpass me in 100 years, so don't worry about his accident. Sure you could take, but I am still worried about those who invade the Soul Society in the future. Anohanaretsu, it's useless to worry about things so far away. When has the Soul Society been afraid of foreign enemies? Or think about Aizen, which is close at hand. Indeed, Aizen's crisis at this time is visible to the naked eye. Ichigo I, damn it, I don't know if these enemies are colluded by Aizen himself. Ulakshala, how powerful our Master Aizen is, we don't need these foreign enemies to realize our ideals. Tosen can name, we, Aizen-sama, can easily deal with most of your Godai 13 members only by ourselves. Yamamoto Moto Yanagi Shigakuni, don't get too complacent, even if I don't make a move, Aizen can't handle it calmly with so many captains making a move. While everyone was talking non-stop, the corresponding scene soon appeared on the screen. This is the aftermath of Aizen killing Hinamori Momo earlier. Inside the Siraidai building, Ichigo I also sees Aizen and Ichimaru-jin soon after discovering that Central 46 has been destroyed. Chwer was shocked, and stared straight at Aizen who had dead before. Soon, he saw Hinamori bleeding all over the floor. Chwer was instantly enraged. Aizen turned his head and said calmly. It's a pity that you found out. I'm really sorry, I didn't mean to scare you, at least to prevent you from finding out, I should chop her into pieces. Aizen looked quiet and weak on the surface, but he said such extremely evil remarks in a calm tone. Under Aizen's deliberate stimulation, Chwer was even more furious. He clenched his fists and roared with grief and indignation. So, are you deceiving us all? Aizen just smiled and denied. No, it's not that I deceived everyone, it's just that you have never known my true face. There are some truths I hope you can understand. Longing is the feeling farthest from understanding. Great philosopher Aizen-suk, officially launched. Even Chwer can't refute. Chapter 27. Now, seeing Aizen's evil deeds, Ichigo I was furious and turned on his strongest state without hesitation. Bankai. Daiguren Haran Meru. Chi chi chi. The powerful Ryotsuo was suddenly released from Chwir. Countless blue icicles exploded and fell from the sky. The ice-cold air of ice mist swept in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the ground and walls of the palace were completely covered by white thin ice. Now, Chwir looked at Aizen with a sullen expression, full of hatred for him. Aizen, I have to kill you. Aizen just laughed more happily at this time, and the golden sentence was frequent. I advise you not to bluff when you speak. In that case, it will only make you look very weak. A simple sentence left Hitsugaya Chwir speechless. Chwir simply stopped talking, and prepared to use fighting instead of talking. However, even in the face of such an attack, Aizen's expression is still very calm. Clack la la. Aizen was quickly completely frozen by Chwir, frozen into an ice sculpture. Of course, Aizen's body seemed to be blown away by the wind, and disappeared immediately, followed by Chwir's position exchange. It's really a beautiful scenery. Although it's this season, it's not bad to be able to see the ice. Click. As Chwir was shocked, the ice cube he created shattered in an instant. At the same time, blood spurted from his body, and it flowed wildly. Swish! The expression on Chwir's face was dull, as if frozen into an ice sculpture. Aizen's words still linger in his mind. Is Chwir's blow with all his strength just a sight to him? Although the words are short, they are extremely heart-wrenching. Thump! That's it. Chwir fell into a pool of blood very unwillingly. The ice flowers wither quickly. The vitality is gradually melting like an ice cube. There was a sense of despair and powerlessness in his eyes, and the originally radiant eyes began to dim continuously. Facing Aizen, he seems to have no desire to continue fighting. At this time, barrages also floated by. Who would have thought that the most talkative person would be a villain? I can't beat it, I can't say it, it's just hopeless. Aizen really can make people mentally collapse. Captain Yamamoto can't deal with Aizen's Kaika Suijutsu, can he? One of Aizen's subordinates wears sunglasses and the other squints, otherwise they would not be his subordinates. I've never seen such a pretend villain. Byakuya, Chwir, learn it. At this time, Aizen is qualified to pretend not to be slapped in the face. This wave of serial pretend, I am convinced. Although many Shinigami knew about this scene, it was the first time they saw it with their own eyes. They can only be silent about it. After all, whenever Aizen shows up, their Shinigami are basically disgraced. It's very frustrating to think about it. In the chat group, Tosen can name, sure enough, in front of our Aizen-sama, the so-called captain is vulnerable. Ichimaru-jin, don't be too shocked, but our Aizen captain is too strong. It would not be much better if it were any other captain. Ulukshala, it is your honor to let our Lord Aizen do it himself. Heli Bell, Zanpakut, the strongest ice element, is nothing more than that. Grimjo, everything in the Soul Society is under the control of Master Aizen. Soon, the next picture of Hitsugaya Chwir also began to appear. Hitsugaya Chwir, Madarame Ikeku, Ayasukawa Gongjin, and Matsumoto Ranjaku are dealing with several errand cars such as number 10 Yami and number 6 Ruby. At this time, Ruby was still quite strong, and quickly suppressed Hitsugaya Chwir and several others. Hitsugaya Chwir hastened to swastika every enemy. Daiguren Haranmeru. A cold chill swept through my heart. Both the cold air and the killing intent seemed real. Death Spirit. Number 6 Espada has just replaced Grimjo and thinks he's great. Hehe, I'll solve it all by myself. Hang him, Mr. Ruby activated her return to blade state. 8 tentacles appear from behind and start attacking Hitsugaya Chwir together. Boom! This lightning-fast attack caused Hitsugaya Chwir to retreat tens of meters and hit the ground hard. Madarame Ikeku and others were not Ruby's opponents either, and they all fell into desperation soon. Matsumoto Ranjaku is also under Ruby's attack, and his life hangs by a thread. In the real world. Hueco Mundo. Grimjo's face was as gloomy as water, and he looked at Ruby coldly. This guy became the new number 6 Espada after Tosen Kaname cut off his own arm. But Grimjo can't beat Ruby at this time, so there's nothing he can do about it. And Ichimarujin inadvertently shot Ruby with a snake-like gaze. Ruby, the nasty guy, dare to do anything to Matsumoto Ranjaku? If you really hurt Matsumoto Ranjaku, then you have to settle accounts with him. Aizen, on the other hand, flattered Ruby. Good job, Ruby. When Ruby heard this, she was flattered and said, "It is my greatest honor to serve Master Aizen." Seeing Ruby's appreciation from Aizen, other Arankars are very envious. They all clenched their fists, looking forward to their appearance in the next video, to make a good face for Master Aizen. As long as you perform well, you can prove your strength to Master Aizen. This is the most glorious thing for Arankar who fanatically worships Aizen. But in the later screen, Urahara Kisuke made a timely shot to save Matsumoto Ranjaku. Only soon to be entangled by Yami and Wanda Weiss again. Ruby prepares to continue attacking Matsumoto Ranjaku. But at this moment, several extremely cold icicles appeared instantly, blocking this move. Hitsuga Ichiware didn't completely lose his combat power, but was preparing a trap, trying to kill Ruby in one fell swoop. He used all the moisture in the air to create a Millennium Ice prison, which instantly imprisoned Ruby. Boom! Dozens of icicles shrank and surrounded Ruby in an instant, and closed them in ice. Millennium Ice prison. Ruby's tentacles all broke directly, and immediately began to disconnect, unable to continue to fight. At this time, Hitsuga Ichiware barely found a place for himself. In the chat group, Matsumoto Ranjaku, it's so dangerous, I almost got into an accident. Fortunately, Urahara Kisuke and the captain took the shot. Urahara Kisuke, oh, I didn't expect that I would show up to help you too. Hitsuga Ichiware, although this number 6 Espada is not weak, it is not that strong either. It does not seem to be stronger than the previous number 6. Grimjo, of course, this is a counterfeit. Byakuya Kukaki, if you Espadas only have these strengths, then it's really not worth mentioning. Ulakshala, just wait, sooner or later you will know how powerful we are. Ruby, damn it, I was RD by you, otherwise, how could you hit me? Besides, it's normal for me to be the captain and vice-captain who beat so many of you Shinigami. Shame on you beating people. Yami, Ruby, you can't be careless anymore, or you'll lose face to our Master Aizen. Urahara Kisuke, you Arankars are indeed not weak, which is a bit interesting. We have to analyze these videos carefully and grasp the information of these Arankars. Arankar of Aizen is the more imminent crisis than the distant Quincy of the Invisible Empire. The Soul Society also takes this seriously and is actively searching for intelligence. Hirako Shinji, having said that, why is the number 77 Arankar Vandal Wise mentioned earlier not doing much here? Urahara Kisuke, indeed, he was always on the sidelines, like a child, without any threat at all. Kurosaki Ichigo, I don't know where I am right now? Are you fighting against the designated enemy again? Kurosaki Ichigo is anxious at this time, completely unable to see through the future. After all the previous battles had a close relationship with him. The discussion among the people was not over yet, and yet another new scene appeared. It turned out to be their familiar scene again, Karakura Town in this world. At this time, the number 3 Espada, Holly Bell, saw the failure of his subordinate officer, so he started to make a real move and launched Returning Blade. Conquer him, Queen of the Sharks. Huge waves like pearl oysters immediately appeared to envelop Holly Bell. Holly Bell's image has changed dramatically since the big wave disappeared. The mask transforms into a bikini dress, with mask armor attached all over the body, and a shark fin decoration on the back. Yellow Ryotsu also skyrocketed. Minos Grande at the Vasto Lord level is showing his strength at this time. The emergence of such strong players has attracted the attention of both Seoul Society and Hueco Mundo. Chapter 28. Now, Harley Bell of Returning Blade, the battle against Hitsuga Ichware begins. She constantly releases streams of water, but because she is restrained by her Meru, she suffers a little in terms of attributes. But after all, Harley Bell is the number 3 Espada, and is stronger than Hitsuga Ichware in terms of hard power. So even if the opponent's attributes are incompatible, Harley Bell still beats Hitsuga Ichware very embarrassingly. Although Hitsuga Ichware wanted to release his ULT, but considering that his companion was there, he could only release the Millennium Ice Prison first, in order to control Harley Bell. But in an instant, Harley Bell broke the 1000-year ice prison. Boom! After all, this trick even Ruby is immune to death, so how could it cause harm to Harley Bell? Harley Bell immediately broke the waterfall with one move, and a huge jet of water burst out like a monstrous waterfall. Crash! Hitsuga Ichware was directly rushed to the ground, and he couldn't help but turn pale in horror. It took him a lot of effort to finally have the opportunity to use the Ice World and 100 Flowers Burial. At the same time, it also activates its own weather-changing control skill, Astronomical Arrival. The battlefield where it is located has changed drastically. It was cloudy and dark. The rain is about to come and the wind is all over the building. Hurrah! Soon, a hole was opened in the sky, and countless snowflakes fell from the sky. Although Harley Bell wanted to block these snowflakes, she still couldn't hold back the densely packed fine snowflakes. It didn't take long for countless small snowfalls to fall on Harley Bell, and one after another ice flakes exploded on her body. When these ice flowers reached 100, Harley Bell was finally frozen successfully. A towering icicle suddenly formed. Burial of Frozen Flowers. From the looks of it, Harriet Bell seemed to be completely trapped and out of combat power under Hitsuga Ichware's attack. After the screen arrived here, it also stopped temporarily. This situation quickly aroused everyone's serious analysis. Kurako Shunsui, I have to say that this Arankar is quite strong, even if it is restrained by Chware, it still has the upper hand for a time. Kurosaki Ichigo, is this Aizen's number 3 Arankar? Indeed much stronger than number 6 Grimjo. Kurako Shunsui, it's really scary, I don't know how troublesome enemies number 2 and number 1 will be. Baragan, don't worry, I'll let you know soon. Ulakshala, it's just that the kid's captain picked a good opponent. If it were me, I would definitely be able to deal with him easily. Hitsuga Ichware, who are you calling a child? Jaishur Yukatake, these Arankar always want to invade the world, what exactly are they trying to do? We have to be on our guard. Kurosaki Ichigo, yes, looking at this familiar scene, why is it a bit like the Karakura Town where I live? So many powerful Arankar and Aizen have appeared, it is really a decisive battle. Kurosaki Ichigo was also feeling uneasy at this moment. I don't know when I will become stronger and have the power to protect my companions. But no matter how much I cultivate, am I still in Aizen's arrangement? As a pawn, how can I defeat chess player Aizen? However, before Hitsuga Ichware was happy, the scene on the screen changed dramatically. Roar! Another Arankar vandal-wise rushed to the battlefield, roared directly, and shattered Harley Bell's icicles. Crack! The burial of Frozen Flowers has been cracked. Harley Bell was freed. And looking at her appearance, she didn't seem to be seriously injured, and she could continue to fight. Harley Bell frowned, and her momentum suddenly rose. Fight Captain Shinigami again. Hitsuga Ichware secretly complained about this. It seems that there will be a difficult battle to continue. After seeing this scene, everyone started a heated discussion. Harry Bell, sure enough, I am not wrong, with this little bit of ice, it is impossible to break my defense. Grimjo, if you are defeated by this Hitsuga Ichware, let me forget your number 3. Harry Bell, I can only say that Hitsuga Ichware may have restrained me a bit. If I change my opponent, it should be easy to solve. Ulkiola, then leave it to me to solve it. Baragan, hehe, if it were me, he would definitely not have any power to fight back, and he would be too late to run. Muguruma Kensei, it's this Wanda Wise again, is he so powerful? It seems that my defeat to him is justifiable. Hirako Shinji, come on, Kensei, at least hold on a little longer. Kurosaki Ichigo, Aizen's strength is indeed a lot. And in Hueco Mundo. Holly Bell, still a little sullen, immediately knelt down to Aizen and apologized. I'm very sorry, Aizen-sama, I failed to deal with this Shinigami member cleanly, and I really failed your expectations. Aizen-suk was still smiling calmly, as if he wasn't disappointed or angry. Harry Bell, you have tried your best. Maybe you just found an opponent that is not suitable for you. After all, Captain Hitsugaya has certain suppression of water and ice elements. Another opponent, with your powerful Ryutsu, is still enough to easily defeat. What's more, you are only temporarily imprisoned, and it may not necessarily fail completely. Don't worry, since we are all taking the initiative to attack the world, it means that I have made the most appropriate arrangements. We are waiting ahead. Absolutely invincible. As soon as Aizen's words came out, Haki's side leaked, and he made a loud noise. In addition to showing that he has a well thought out plan, it also makes his subordinates get full of chicken blood in an instant. And also analyze the current situation clearly, so that everyone in Arrancar can understand what to do next. Holly Bell was naturally grateful and nodded desperately. Yes. Master Aizen. The subordinates will follow the instruction. I will do my best for you. The screen starts switching again. But at this time, it is the Soul Society that everyone is very familiar with. Hitsugaya Ichware, who has clearly changed his attire, seems to be teaming up with Byakuya Kukaki to take on a formidable opponent. Byakuya Kukaki was beside him and asked worriedly. Captain Hitsugaya, you'd better release Bankai, your limit is almost reached. Before, everyone thought that the shattering of the last ice flower represented the end of Hitsugaya Ichware Bankai. But it's actually the other way around, and that's what his Bankai really does. Hitsugaya Ichware did not end Bankai, at this time he said lightly. I'm sorry, I never said that after the ice flakes are all broken, I will end Bankai. On the contrary, this is the final completion of my Bankai. Click. Then, all the ice flowers shattered. Hitsugaya Ichware's appearance changes instantly. Becoming his own adult form made the already handsome man even more mature. Byakuya Kukaki. It turns out that Chware played so many captains before? If you knew this earlier, then why worry about it? Hitsugaya Ichware finally had a bright moment, so he stood up slowly, looking at the enemy with piercing eyes. It's just that in this state, I will grow older, so I don't like it very much. Now. Barrages also exploded one after another, occupying the entire screen. Hey, who are you handsome? Byakuya, so you kept a hand before. Byakuya, who is old in your heart? The appearance determines the strength, and Chware will be a big killer. I, Shirasaki Ichigo, will finally hang up. When did I give you the illusion that when my ice crystals shattered, it meant that Bankai was over? After being slapped in the face for so long, can I finally have a bright moment? After seeing this scene, countless dead Shendo were amazed. They all ignored the enemies Hitsugaya Ichware was fighting and focused on Hitsugaya Ichware's Bankai and appearance. Matsumoto Ranjaku, where did the captain go? Is this your big brother? Hitsugaya Ichware, hello. What are you looking at? It's clearly me. The Shinigami of the whole Soul Society are amazed. Start watching the next battle in earnest, what will happen? Chapter 29. After seeing the scene where Hitsugaya Ichware came of age, everyone was shocked and heated discussions started. Hinamari Momo, true or false? Ziobai, why did you suddenly grow up? Could it be a scene from 100 years later? But it's not right, you were still very small in the original picture. Kurosaki Ichigo, could it be Kaika Suijutsu? At most, I, Bankai, just changed my clothes. Why did you just change your body? Jaisure Yukatake, it's not a child anymore, it's finally grown up. Kurako Shunsui, Chweer who has grown up completely, I may not even be able to match it. Heli Bell, this Hitsugaya Chweer, can it be further strengthened? That's not what you said when you used Bankai earlier. Anohanaretsu, he is indeed a talented boy. As long as he has a certain period of training, Captain Hitsugaya still has a lot of room for improvement. Zaraki Kenpeki, hey, there is a chance that we will fight after we finish fighting the enemy. Hitsugaya Chweer, well, let's say goodbye. Abarai Renji, I also want to further upgrade my Bankai. When everyone was amazed, a deafening voice came from the screen. Wearing a red cloak, black trousers, a huge man with a winged mask on his head, resembling a gladiator, threw his shield at Hitsugaya Chweer. This person is the heart of the Soul King, Miracle, Gerald Valkyrie. One of Jubaka's SS quartet. However, Hitsugaya Chweer was still very indifferent, waved his hand lightly, the cold air seemed to turn into substance, and swept out mightily, covering the shield. His strength at this time is indeed far superior to that of a young man. Crack! This is like the huge god-tier shield of the sun, frozen in an instant. Hitsugaya Chweer let out a breath of cold air. If such a big thing falls into the Lingling court, it will be troublesome. What Hitsugaya Chweer said surprised everyone even more. Could it be that the place where they fought was actually above the Lingling court? And only a few people know that this is where the Lingwang Palace is located. The barrage continued to float by. Damn it! Did Chweer really become stronger and finally stop being beaten? Ziobai, I confess, it is because of Hinamori that I deliberately did not become so tall. Aizen, so when you were seconded by me, you held back your big move? Ziobai, I already have the strongest form, but every time I don't wait until the ice flowers are completely shattered, hey! Just for fun. Do you understand the gold content of a genius boy? High emotional intelligence, the future is promising. Low EQ, now the weakest. In the chat group, everyone's attention was focused on this powerful enemy, and they were shocked again, and continued to discuss. Hitsugaya Chweer, this, how is this possible? So what kind of enemy is this? Yamamoto Jinyanaga Shigakuni, damn, as long as the old man is still here, they will never be allowed to do such a thing. Kurako Shunsui, the situation seems really not good. Jaisure Yukatake, this is a severe test for us Godai 13, and even for the Shinigami of the entire Soul Society. Aizen Suk, oh, it's true that the place where they fight is not just the ordinary Soul Society. This is the Spirit Palace. How did they get the King Key? For Aizen, who has been planning to stand in the sky and enter the palace of the Spirit King, this situation really moved him. In this world, are there other forces plotting the Spirit King? There is no doubt that this should be the scene of the future. After seeing the unique abilities of these Quincy's, Aizen was expressionless on the surface, but he already had a guess in his heart. Could it be Yuhabach and his forces? For Aizen, who means Tongtian, there are some ways to know things like Yuhabach and others thousands of years ago. The only thing beyond his surprise was that this friend Habich would attack Soul Society so quickly. Combined with the strange means of seizing Bankai and other strange means, the power of this friend Habich may really not be underestimated. And Aizen also thought that he was only a few months away from merging with Hagyaku. If he successfully breaks into the palace of the Spirit King, will there be anything about Yuhabach? Could it be that? Aizen couldn't help thinking the worst. Is there any accident that might happen to me? In the future, I should have already fought Godai 13 and others, and even once showed the strength to kill them in seconds. Even the head captain Yamamoto Motoyanagi Shigakuni is within his own coping strategy. So what else could happen? Was it the people from the Soul Society who disrupted his plan, or was it because of the forces of Yuhabach? It seems that in addition to dealing with Soul Society's Shinigami, I also need to save an extra hand to deal with this mysterious Yuhabach. Even Aizen, who has always been confident in himself, immediately thought of a better possibility. Maybe at that time, I have already obtained the king's key and entered the spirit palace, so that I have the ability to completely change the corrupt order of the Soul Society. And this Yuhabach, who doesn't know the heights of the sky and the earth, still wants to challenge himself. Thinking of this, Aizen smiled slightly. If this is the case, then I have to let him know who this Soul Society belongs to. Aizen regards the Soul Society as his own, and wants to change the world and completely change the Soul Society controlled by the old order in the past. He naturally does not allow others to get involved in the Soul Society. And he does have the confidence. At this time, people from Shinigami, Su, and human forces all began to fall into deep thought. They had to figure out the power of the mysterious invaders in the Spirit King's palace. This is likely to be comparable to Aizen, even more terrifying than Aizen's Zaraki Kenpeki. And because the M miracle in the picture, Gerald Valkyrie, F Fear, Ace Knot and others are no longer traditional Quincy divisions. The power of the sacred text that has been endowed by Yuhabach, coupled with the power of the holy body, has already far exceeded their imagination. So for a while, everyone couldn't distinguish their identities. Ichigo, who are these mysterious forces? Where does their strength come from? At least not from the Shinigami side, right? Hirako Shinji, indeed, and according to my knowledge, it doesn't look like virtual power. Kurosaki Ichigo, what power does this have? Urahara Kisuke, from the previous video, I feel that their strength is not right, and it really deserves our careful analysis. Irmiwa Wanjiu, if such a dire situation really happens, we will definitely not stand by and watch. Ichibe Hisub, it seems we have to help Godi I-13 too. Kurako Shunsui, you big shots, you actually saw the projection of the three realms, can you come in and chat? Yamamoto Genre Ise Shigakuni, it seems that you have to make a move too. Shutara Senjimaru, yes, we have seen this chat group before, but now we feel that we can no longer remain silent. Kurosaki Ichigo, who is this? Why are Godi I-13 so respectful? While everyone was discussing, the screen was still playing. Seeing that Ichigo blocked his own attack, Gerald was not convinced and immediately started using the new weapon. Sword of Hope. Hurrah! With an unstoppable aura and overwhelming power, he suddenly blasted towards Ichigo. Swish! Facing Gerald's attack, Ichigo remained calm and immediately froze his sword. It's freezing cold. Frozen thousands of miles. As long as it freezes, the functions of all substances will stop. At this time, Ichigo has become the strongest control. Make Gerard's various weapons completely useless. Chapter 30. Facing Ichigo's powerful freezing power, Gerald frowned slightly and used a new weapon again. This time, it is finally the traditional weapon of the Quincy division, the Lingzi bow and arrow. At this time, he does not need to materialize the bow and arrow, he can use the spirit to create the bow and arrow entity, and launch an attack on Ichigo. After seeing this situation, everyone reacted. This should be the most typical attack method of the Quincy division. Ishida Uryu, how could they destroy the skills of the master? Ichigo, can't go wrong. This bow and arrow is the signature skill of the Quincy Master. There is such a powerful Quincy? Byakuya Kukaki, the mysterious enemy that appeared before can disturb me with fear, is this also a Quincy Master? Yamamoto Yuan Yanagi Shigakuni, the Quincy has revived? And there is still an organized mass presence, Yuhabach, is that you? Zaraki Kenpeki, it's really interesting. Any chance of another fight? The appearance of Quincy made the atmosphere of the whole Soul Society more tense and scorching hot. At the same time, Hueco Mundo's power is also greatly surprised. Star K, it turned out to be Quincy, I almost forgot their existence. Baragan, can the Quincy revive? What a long time to see you. Witnessing the ups and downs of the Quincy really moved me. Harry Bell, these Quincy's only want to drive Hollow to extinction, we will never forget what they did back then. I hope Master Aizen will take us to destroy these Quincy Masters together. Ulukshala, I don't know when this scene happened. But I firmly believe that under the leadership of Master Aizen, we will have no opponents in front of us. This is at best a small episode on our way forward. Grimjo, to fight the Quincy, we have to be the most suitable. You weak Shinigami, you better go away. On the throne of Sui Palace. Seeing this, Aizen's eyes turned cold. As an expert in love research, the history of the Soul Society is also within the scope of Aizen's research. He naturally has a way to know what happened back then. Nearly 1,000 years ago, Yuhabach led his Quincy to fight the Soul Society. And the Shinigami headed by Yamamoto Motoyanagi Shigakuni had to go through a tough battle before successfully defeating the Quincy. Yuhabach was also basically beaten to death by Yamamoto Motoyanagi Shigakuni. But now it seems that he is probably not dead. Moreover, after nearly 1,000 years of cultivation, Yuhabach has been able to make a comeback again. Therefore, in addition to the existence of Yamamoto Motoyanagi Shigakuni, Team Zero, Urahara Kisuke, etc., I have to make other plans for these Quincy divisions. Only in this way can we be sure that nothing will go wrong. Aizen, who always thinks he has a perfect plan, must arrange everything well. At this time, in the Invisible Empire on the other side, seeing their own power gradually exposed, Hathward and others under Yuhabach frowned. At this time, His Majesty has not fully recovered his strength. If they find us and are wary, it will be very troublesome. It's okay to expose an ace not before, but now Gerard's ability is also exposed, which is really not good. Yeah, they all know our technique to capture Bankai, and it won't be so easy to deal with them in the future. Although the Quincy Masters are very proud. But seeing the exposure of so much information still made them somewhat uncomfortable. Especially for those Quincy Masters who are new to killing and whose ability to protect information is very important, they are even more worried about their information being exposed. At this moment, countless people looked at Yuhabach with questioning eyes. On the throne, Yuhabach raised his eyes slightly, and after scanning his opponents around, he said lightly. Although it is not a good thing for us to expose our information, there is no need to be too entangled. At least let us see our own strength. Our Star-Cross Knights can definitely solve these Godi I-13 with ease. Perhaps the more troublesome ones are only the members of the Zero Division, and there are special combat powers and so on. After hearing Yuhabach's words, all the Quincy cheered in unison. They do believe that the holy text and the perfect Eucharist given to them by Yuhabach are far beyond the existence of Shinigami. With such power, they can definitely take down the Soul Society. When Gerald Valkyrie heard the words, he also said carelessly. It's not wrong, even if they know about my ability, it's not a big problem. In the face of absolute strength, no matter how much information you have, it's useless. I will be a miracle they can't even imagine. Look at how I abused these captains. Let them know how desperate it is to face an enemy that cannot be destroyed. Aizen's Hyaku recovery ability is nothing compared to mine. As the heart of the Spirit King, with the ability of miracle, he thinks he really has such confidence. The screen is still playing. Gerald, who used the spirit bow and arrow, grinned and said. Our spirits are not matter, they will never be frozen by you. Let me crush you with my divine power. After all, Gerard's power belongs to the elements. He didn't think Hitsugayachware could freeze even elements. This is completely beyond the scope of his knowledge. However, Hitsugayachware said coldly. Then you are wrong, the 4 worlds are frozen. After the next second, Gerald was directly frozen into an ice sculpture by Ichigo I. A huge ice sculpture hundreds of meters high. The bitter cold made the audience outside the screen shudder. This is the ultimate mystery of Ichigo I. Of course, Ichigo I is still a little tender after all, so Gerald can only be frozen for a while. Click. Soon, under the astonished eyes of countless people, Gerald escaped from Ichigo I's freeze. Even in the face of Ichigo I's ultimate mystery that can freeze everything, Gerald can still easily solve it. This is the strength of King Ling's heart. Barrages floated by. It's a pity, Bai is so handsome, but he still can't completely defeat the enemy. Although it is handsome, it seems that it still can't hurt the enemy. What the hell, being shy is temporary, being handsome is for a lifetime. High emotional intelligence, Zanpakuto, the strongest control system. Low EQ, in addition to control, the damage is 0. The captain of Yamamoto has the highest damage, and Bai has the strongest control. In the chat group, many people also shouted that it was a pity. Kurosaki Ichigo, oh, it was just a little bit, I thought I would have a chance to output if I froze. Sasakibe, this mysterious Quincy is really strong. Matsumoto Rangiku, it seems that you still can't completely freeze the enemy, Captain. Although I shouldn't laugh, you always seem to be able to freeze, but you can't give the opponent a fatal blow. Byakuya Kukaki, this is normal. Chuira's fighting style is still biased towards control. It seems a bit reluctant to let him directly kill the enemy. Espada, who dealt with Hueco Mundo before, can only be frozen instead of killed directly. But then there is still me in the screen, and I should be able to defeat the enemy. Kurako Shunsui, but we have to think from another angle. Chuira is the best support. It seems that if we have the opportunity to act together with Chuira, it will definitely produce an effect of 1 + 1 greater than 2. Harry Bell, Ichigo I's previous skills certainly can't do much damage to me, except for cooling down, it probably doesn't do much damage. Barragan, to deal with these gaudy Quintinists, let us play in the field. I want them to know the power of the King of Hueco Mundo. Facing the common enemy of the Quincy, Hueco Mundo and the Soul Society are outraged. They all decided to deal with these hateful Quincy Masters. Chapter 31. And at this time Soul Society. Godi 13 all gathered together. The captain who went out to do the task also came back quickly. Yamamoto Motoyanagi Shigakuni held a captain's meeting and seriously discussed various information in the video. These words must be said in reality, but not in chat groups. Captain Yamamoto presided over the meeting with a serious face. Although I don't know where these Quincy Masters are from, it is basically certain that they are the remnants of the Quincy Masters thousands of years ago, and they are probably related to Yuhabach. Many of you rookie captains may not know this name. Captain Yamamoto simply told Yuhabach and the information about the war thousands of years ago. The common ancestor of all Quincy. The bloody battle of first generation Godi 13. The Bankai remnant sword used by Yamamoto Motoyanagi Shigakuni. All kinds of things made Ichigo and other new captains amazed. It turns out that there is such a terrifying Quincy in this world. After finishing speaking, Yamamoto Genre Ise Shigakuni said in an extremely serious tone. From the video just now, we can also see that the strength of their Quincy Masters has indeed been greatly improved. So, we have to dig 3 feet and find them. You must work hard to search for information about them. At the same time, you must also observe the details of the video on this golden screen, and don't miss any clues. Kurotsuki Mayuri said in a bleak tone. Don't worry, I will also work hard to analyze their abilities to see if they can handle this weird ability to capture Bankai. Ichigo is all about clenching your fists. And we can't rely too much on our Bankai, otherwise, if it is really captured, we will not be able to fight at all. Byakuya Kukaki also proposed at this time. Speaking of which, if we talk about Quincy, do you remember the accident not long ago? Among Kurosaki Ichigo's group, there is a Quincy. Kurotsuka Mayuri, who fought with Ishida Urahara, rushed to say. Ishida Urahara is the grandson of Ishida Sojuru, and he is indeed using the method of the Quincy. But don't worry, I have obtained a lot of his data, and sooner or later I will analyze his intelligence clearly. In addition, Ishida Urahara is also suspected to have lost the power of the Quincy now. Kurako Shunsui's eyes were deep, and he didn't know what was going on in his heart. Of course, we can't directly treat him as an enemy. I feel that Ishida Urahara should not have direct contact with these invading Quincy masters. The fighting style of these new Quinches is completely different from the past. After all, to put it bluntly, Ishida Urahara's strength at this time is indeed a bit weak, and it may just be a Quincy who survived by luck. Besides, these Quincies are so powerful, they must have come prepared, and it is impossible for a small character to startle the snake. Yamamoto Motoyanagi Shigakuni nodded, agreeing with Kurako Shunsui, but added. At this juncture, we can only kill our mistakes and not let them go. As long as there is a chance to obtain a little information, we will not let it go. Previously, although Ishida Urahara and Kurosaki Ichigo were intruders, they were wanted by Godi I-13. But after realizing that Aizen and others were the culprits, they also exonerated Kurosaki Ichigo and Rukia Kukaki and others. Even the only surviving Quincy Ishida Urahara didn't pay much attention. But now it's different. Facing the unprecedented crisis of Xiling Court and Lingwang Palace, they must be extremely cautious. Therefore, Captain Yamamoto also planned to order Byakuya Kukaki and Sui Feng to lead the team to the present world to find Ishida Urahara. But just as they were about to set off, a voice sounded. Ding! Shinigami, aware of the Soul Society, wants to leave the Soul Society, and has the idea of using force. During the projection of the three realms, the selected members cannot directly participate in the battle. If you still persist in your obsession, your spiritual power will be further sealed. And the door to this world that was originally opened was instantly closed. Seeing this, Yamamoto Genre Ise Shigakuni and the others frowned. This three-dimensional projection actually has the power to prevent them from leaving the Soul Society? At the same time, the news was broadcast simultaneously everywhere, letting Hueco Mundo, the world, and the Invisible Empire know. The golden screen also turns the perspective on the Soul Society Shinigami. Kurosaki Ichigo was blown away by this. Aizen Suke, Yuhabach, etc. are also very interested, and want to see what countermeasures Soul Society will make. Next, personnel from the Technical Bureau, including Kurotsuka Mayuri, immediately started researching and found that their means of communication with the outside world had indeed been completely cut off. It seems that there is a very mysterious force controlling the spirits in their space. Seeing this, Yamamoto Genre Ise Shigakuni did not give up completely. Although he knew that the projection of the three realms was indeed very powerful, he couldn't just sit idly by. Everything in Vientiane. Ashes. Region Jaka. The monstrous flame exploded with a bang. Yamamoto Genryu's heavy country liberated Zanpakut, his whole body was covered with blazing flames. Standing in front of the Shinigami menacingly with the attitude of burning everything. It seems to have the power to destroy the world. Seeing this, the other captains could only take a few steps back, not daring to approach Yamamoto Motoyanagi Shigakuni. It seems that the captain is really going to get serious. However, before Yamamoto Genryu's Shigakuni made an official move, his raging flames gradually disappeared. And Ryutsuo of Yamamoto Genre Ise Shigakuni disappeared quickly. Ding! I realized that Yamamoto Motoyanagi Shigakuni was about to attack, so I temporarily sealed Ryutsuo as a warning. During the live broadcast of the Three Realms projection, if there are still viewers who want to interrupt the video show, they will be punished more severely. Afterwards, the flames dissipated, and Shinigami of the Soul Society also saw Captain Yamamoto with a gloomy face. The expression on his face is self-evident. In this regard, the Shinigami could only look at each other in blank dismay. This three-world projection is so powerful? Even Captain Yamamoto's Ryutsu can be completely sealed? No wonder you were able to deprive Aizen of 10% Ryutsu before. Now it seems that it is really impossible to take it lightly. Chapter 32. This moment. After seeing that such a powerful Yamamoto genre Ise Shigakuni was also deflated, other forces were also very surprised. Aizen is still smiling on the surface, but there is still a lot of fear in his heart. If the projection of the three realms can be deprived even by Ryutsu of Yamamoto genre Ise Shigakuni, then this power has indeed surpassed his own cognition. Is such a powerful existence conscious or unconscious? Even, for Aizen, who is unwilling to be inferior to others, if the projection of the three realms is an unconscious objective existence, he still wants to use it. He believes that the three-dimensional projection is likely to be a high-dimensional mysterious existence similar to Hagyaku. So at this moment, while Aizen is secretly afraid of the projection of the three realms, he also has a strong heart of anticipation. This is also related to the source of his confidence. The true power of Hagyaku is similar to the fact that dreams come true, and it can realize what people wish for in their hearts. So Aizen, who owns Hagyaku, thinks that he will evolve to a higher level in the future. Therefore, he is still full of confidence in his future power. And at this time, members of Hueco Mundo didn't taunt Soul Society either. After all, they all have to admit that if it was their Hueco Mundo, they might not be able to break the shackles of the three-world projection, right? That being the case, hold back for now and keep watching the video. On the one hand, you can answer the questions and get rewards. On the other hand, you can also get more important information. At this moment, the Shinigami no longer dare to make mistakes casually. Fortunately, the three-dimensional projections were kind to them, and they simply sealed Captain Yamamoto's spiritual power. It shows that he doesn't have any deep hostility. It's just to stop the fight. As long as you follow the rules of the projection of the three realms, you won't be punished. Yamamoto Jinyanaga Shigakuni had no choice but to say, "Forget it, anyway, Ishida Uriah really doesn't seem to belong to the Yuhabach camp, so let's watch it patiently. Maybe this is also for our own good. We don't need to go to war for this and make wrong moves." The other Shinigami also calmed down, so as not to let members of other forces see a joke. It's not wrong to say that Kurosaki Ichigo has a proxy Shinigami combat license and can be considered as someone on our side. This Ishida Uriah is also a good friend of Kurosaki Ichigo. I believe he is not a villain. The Shinigami were forced to admit this fact. With the projection of these three realms, they really can't act rashly. That being the case, they could only continue watching patiently. By the way, use this to get more important information. But in this world, Ishida Uriah heaved a sigh of relief. Originally, when he saw how powerful these Quincy's were, when the Soul Society wanted to make trouble for him, he still complained to the sky. Worried that he would be caught in the Soul Society and tortured. But now it seems that he can rest at ease for the time being. At the same time, he also had deep doubts about his identity. Where did these Quincy's come from? Wasn't the Quincy wiped out by the Shinigami around 200 years ago? If these mysterious Quincy Masters really want to attack the Soul Society, then as a Quincy Master, which side should I choose? Are the actions of these Quincy ants purely for revenge, or for justice? Having said that, the power possessed by his father is also a mystery. What does he have to do with these powerful Quincy's? For a moment, Ishida Uriah fell into deep thought. At the same time, the Quincy of the Invisible Empire also fell silent. In the past, they could still sit on the sidelines with a playful attitude, using the projection of the three realms as a screen for watching fun. However, seeing such a powerful projection from the three realms, they still couldn't help being secretly startled. directly seal the Zanpakuto of Yamamoto genre Ise Shigakuni, even their majesty can't do it, right? Is there any existence in this world beyond their majesty? Although they didn't dare to ask questions directly, they also secretly looked at Yuhabach to see his expression. And on the throne at this time, Yuhabach's eyes were open and closed, his expression secretive. In fact, he also felt quite troublesome about the projection of the three realms. It's just that as the leader of the Invisible Empire, he naturally couldn't show such a shocked expression. Yuhabach just said in his heart, Yamamoto genre Ise Shigakuni has suffered such a disadvantage. If I make a move, maybe it may not be able to please. In that case, let's just wait and see. There is no need to go to war and make a reckless move at this juncture. Just when the forces of all parties were palpitating about the ability of the projection of the three realms, the projection of the three realms, which had been temporarily suspended, continued to play a new series. Ding! Three Realms projection continues to resume live broadcast. The famous scene that needs to be played next is also the famous scene of a legendary captain. Every time we give up our dignity, we are one step closer to the beast. Every time we kill a heart, we will take a step away from the beast. This legendary captain is the king of flat cuts. Toguchi's defeated berserker. The current Kenpeki, but also the strongest Kenpeki, Zaraki Kenpeki, the captain of the 11th team of all villains. Seeing these comments from the golden screen, Soul Society was not that surprised. The captains also know what a terrible monster this Zaraki Kenpeki is. The reason why he joined Godi I-13 is also to find an opponent who can fight with him. Too bad the captains won't fight him either. And the former first-generation Kenpeki Anohana Yachiryu has also become a docile medical soldier. If it weren't for the huge gap between him and the captain of Yamamoto, Zaraki Kenpeki would probably pester the captain to fight every day. Kurosaki Ichigo, is Zaraki Kenpeki so strong? Seems much stronger than I imagined. Madaram Ikeku, Captain, you really made it to the list. This comment is definitely commensurate with your strength. Yasukawa bows, but what the hell is this villain team? Are we so scary? Yakian Liu, it's better to call us the battle team. Zaraki Kenpeki, haha, what about the villain team? I wish I could fight more villains. Kurako Shunsui, the villain team, ahem, I have to say, it's still a very appropriate nickname. Anohana Retsu, that's what you said. Kurako Shunsui, Captain Anohana, I have no other intentions. I mean, the 11th fan team is the strongest fan team. Abarai Renji, Team 11 is full of villains? Then what am I? I was in the 11th squad. Kurosaki Ichigo, oh, that's it. No wonder Renji and the 11th team are so similar in tone, whether it's hairstyle or temper. Byakuya Kokaki, humph, that's the troubled boy, stupefied. Abarai Renji. In the Palace of Void Knight. Tosen Kaname frowned slightly. I didn't expect it to be Zaraki Kenpeki, which is good. We can take this opportunity to search for information about him. Others may not know it, but Aizen has specially reminded it. Zaraki Kenpeki is not as simple as imagined. After all, Aizen knows a thing or two about Friends Habich, and naturally knows the horror of Zaraki Kenpeki. And Tosen Kaname himself, even if he used Bankai, was defeated by Zaraki Kenpeki, a berserker. Grimjo shrugged it off. Is this Zaraki Kenpeki so important to us? In terms of fighting fanaticism, I am not inferior to him, and I am much smarter than him, right? Neutra also grinned grimly. Does he like fighting so much? Then let me accompany him. Aizen still had a calm smile, unable to see his inner thoughts. Very good, I also want to watch this video of Zaraki Kenpeki to see if he is as strong as I imagined. Aizen does know Zaraki Kenpeki quite well. Otherwise, in the growth process of Kurosaki Ichigo, Zaraki Kenpeki, who has been suppressing his strength, will not be allowed to become a stepping stone for his growth. In Aizen's budding plan at this time, it was conceived to support Zaraki Kenpeki. In addition to the highest combat power Captain Yamamoto, if there is another Zaraki Kenpeki whose upper limit is unknown, the battle will be full of unknowns. And his men, even the top 4 Espada, may not be able to defeat such an opponent. So at this moment, Aizen is also looking forward to this Zaraki Kenpeki video. Chapter 33. When everyone was discussing enthusiastically, the famous scene of Zaraki Kenpeki soon appeared on the screen. It was the scene where Kurosaki Ichigo broke into Siriti not long ago. Many viewers were also puzzled. Why is Kurosaki Ichigo's appearance rate so high? Now, facing the traveler Kurosaki Ichigo, Zaraki Kenpeki is very interested and wants to fight him. Although theoretically Zaraki Kenpeki shouldn't be an opponent that Kurosaki Ichigo can beat, but he can suppress his fighting power to enjoy the fun of fighting. Zaraki Kenpeki's appearance is full of pressure. The powerful Ryutsu and murderous aura made Kurosaki Ichigo feel as if countless knives had been directly inserted into his chest. Later, Zaraki Kenpeki made it clear that he only wanted to fight Kurosaki Ichigo. He even had Kurosaki Ichigo slash him first so the fight would be fair. Kurosaki Ichigo. He had never heard such a request in his life. Kurosaki Ichigo, who was puzzled and a little annoyed, rushed over quickly. Swish! Bang! Kurosaki Ichigo's Zangetsu slashed at Zaraki Kenpeki and survived unscathed, instead his own hand was injured. This Zaraki Kenpeki is literally man of steel. At this time, barrages floated by. Hey guy, Kenpeki is safe to let go. Bleeding before the fight started is also the first time. However, Kenpeki couldn't let the blood out even if he wanted to, so he was very helpless. Invincible is how lonely. The attack power is less than the defense power, and Ichigo is hurt. Not only did he not break the defense, but he was retaliated. Kenpeki is a bad old man, it's a backstab. Kenpeki, well, it's a pity that you didn't get the chance. Kenpeki, still can't find anyone to please me. High emotional intelligence, Kenpeki did it to be fair. Low EQ, Kenpeki is worried that Ichigo is too weak and is letting him go. Ichigo, understood, here comes Moonless. On screen. Soon, Zaraki Kenpeki attacks. Kurosaki Ichigo was chased by Zaraki Kenpeki at the beginning. However, after Kurosaki Ichigo went through memory killing in his heart and remembered his companions, he strengthened his determination to fight Zaraki Kenpeki, and his momentum rose again. Hitting it, Kurosaki Ichigo also had Zaraki Kenpeki free his own Zanpakuto. But Zaraki Kenpeki stated that his own Zanpakuto has no name. Not to mention Bankai, not even Shikai. Such a scene, as if Abarai Renji and Kurosaki Ichigo fought for the first time. Kurosaki Ichigo was relieved at this time, thinking that Zaraki Kenpeki would not become stronger. But Zaraki Kenpeki immediately punched Kurosaki Ichigo in the face, stabbing Ichigo's Zanpakuto through his chest. Kurosaki Ichigo was shocked and fell to the ground. Zaraki Kenpeki originally thought that Kurosaki Ichigo was so weak that he didn't deserve his attention, so he left here in dismay. But Kurosaki's plug-in has already arrived at this time. Uncle Zangetsu that Kurosaki Ichigo thought appeared. Uncle Zangetsu also seriously asked Kurosaki Ichigo. Do you want to fight, or live? Kurosaki Ichigo naturally wants them all. Hearing this, Uncle Zangetsu understood Kurosaki Ichigo's firm mind, so he brought Kurosaki Ichigo into a spiritual space. As before, it is still an other world full of tall buildings. Soul Society. After seeing this person, many senior experts, such as Yamamoto Motoyanagi Shigakuni, Anohanaretsu, Chijiro Sasakaibe, and others, were shocked. Compared with what happened before, it is more worthy of their shock. Because they can all recognize that the image of this person is the Yuhabach from thousands of years ago. Is Yuhabach and Kurosaki Ichigo also related? If this is the case, then they must not sit idly by. Of course, Yamamoto Motoyanagi Shigakuni also knew that the matter was serious and he couldn't speak in the chat group, so he immediately called the relevant people. Kojiro, Captain Anohana, do you remember this guy? Thousands of years ago, the female sword god Anohana Yachiliu, and Chur Sasakaibe who gave Yuhabach a fatal blow, of course, will not forget Yuhabach's face. Indeed, this person is definitely Yuhabach. What should we do with this Kurosaki Ichigo next? Kurako Shunsui still looked lazy, as if he was not in a hurry. Maybe we don't have to be so nervous. From the conversation between Yuhabach and Kurosaki Ichigo, we can know that Kurosaki Ichigo probably doesn't know about Yuhabach, and it's more like he is the externalization of Kurosaki Ichigo's Zanpakuto. His rational thinking also allowed everyone to judge the current situation more clearly. Yamamoto genre Ise Shigakuni's tone is cold. Having said that, we can't let Kurosaki Ichigo go easily. We dealt with him before because he was an invader of the Soul Society and wanted to break our rules. Although I later found out that it was Aizen's conspiracy, I will write it off for the time being. But you can't let go of the newly appeared Yuhabach. Those mysterious Quincy Masters we saw before, there is no doubt that they should be the remnants of Yuhabach. As for whether Yuhabach will be resurrected after 1,000 years, I have no way of knowing. But the image of Friend's Habich in Kurosaki Ichigo's mind makes us absolutely not paralyzed. Jaishur Yukatake also pondered for a while, then said slowly. It's troublesome enough that Yuhabach is suspected of making a comeback. And to make things even more complicated, he's now involved with Shinigami agent Kurosaki Ichigo. In addition, we have never known the location of these remnants of the Quincy before, and let Yuhabach and others hide for nearly 1,000 years. Could it be related to Kurosaki Ichigo? Is it possible for Yuhabach to be revived on Kurosaki Ichigo? In the future, what is Kurosaki Ichigo's attitude towards our Soul Society? Everything like this must be figured out. While watching the video, Yamamoto and others discussed Kurosaki Ichigo. As for those new generation Shinigami who know little about Yuhabach, they also know the horror of Yuhabach. They have to re-examine their relationship with Kurosaki Ichigo. Chapter 34. At the same time that Soul Society is facing a big enemy against Yuhabach. In Hueco Mundo. Seeing the spiritual world of Kurosaki Ichigo and seeing the appearance of Uncle Zangetsu in the image of Yuhabach, the smile on Aizen's face is even wider. This turned out to be his own perfect work, the spiritual space of Kurosaki Ichigo. Even Aizen, who thought he was familiar with Kurosaki Ichigo, knew it for the first time. Generally speaking, each dead body has its own unique spiritual world. Zanpakuto, essentially fashioned from the soul of a Shinigami. Shinigami gain power by talking to their own spirits and Zanpakuto. So it is normal that Kurosaki Ichigo can talk to Zanpakuto. But why? The image of Zanpakuto is so similar to the legendary king of the Quincy, Yuhabach? Aizen, who has read many books, naturally has some understanding of the image of Yuhabach from thousands of years ago. Aizen also quickly figured out that Kurosaki Ichigo's internal powers are very complex. In addition to the powers of Shinigami and Hollow, there is actually the power of his mother, Kurosaki Masaki. And as Kurosaki Masaki, the Quincy Master, the power of the Quincy Master should also be passed on to Kurosaki Ichigo. So it's understandable that Kurosaki Ichigo is related to the Quincy. But Aizen was still a little puzzled. How could the power of Shinigami represented by Zanpakuto Zangetsu be the image of destroying the teacher and friend Habich? Is there anything special about my test product, Kurosaki Ichigo? Is the image of Uncle Zangetsu simply similar to that of Yuhabach, or does he really have the soul of Yuhabach? For a while, Aizen was also a little puzzled, so he continued to read it seriously. And at this time, the other side. The most surprised ones are naturally the Quincy Masters of the Invisible Empire. Many Quincy's lost their voices. Ah, What's going on here? Why is there His Majesty in Kurosaki Ichigo's body? And it's still the image of His Majesty thousands of years ago. According to the Shinigami information we have, it should be the spiritual space of Kurosaki Ichigo. What he sees should be the materialized image of Zanpakuto, right? And he seems to know nothing about His Majesty's deeds and name, so it's impossible for him to imagine an existence similar to His Majesty for no reason. They all looked at Yuhabach on the throne with shocked eyes. Now that the matter has come to this point, Yuhabach can't continue to keep silent, so he simply said something. Kurosaki Ichigo is not a pure human or Shinigami, he actually has the blood of the Quincy in his body. His mother, Kurosaki Masaki, was also a member of the purebred Quincy. So after the power of Shinigami is realized, such a phenomenon will appear in Kurosaki Ichigo's body. After briefly stating the reasons, Yuhabach did not explain much. Hearing this, although the Quincy Masters got the answer, they still had some complaints. Hehe, but this proxy Shinigami Kurosaki Ichigo also has the power of our Quincy, I'm not happy to think about it. And as a Quincy, he even joined the Shinigami camp. Does this count as our traitor? And I haven't seen him use the power of Quincy before? What a reckless waste! Your Majesty, should we take action against him to clear the door? Facing the righteous indignation of some Quincy divisions, Yuhabach shook his head and said loudly. Without my order, you must not do anything to him. You just need to keep in mind his identity, he is the future superpower. Yuhabach's words echoed like a bell, constantly circling in the minds of the Quincy fighters. They were all silent, not daring to say anything more. Some Quincy masters even noticed that Yuhabach seemed to have only spoken half of what he had said. Even though Kurosaki Ichigo is on the side of the Shinigami and has their most hated virtual power, Yuhabach did not hate Kurosaki Ichigo for this. Instead, he cares a lot about Kurosaki Ichigo. Does Yuhabach still want to win over Kurosaki Ichigo? These Quincy masters are completely puzzled. While the Quincy's were in a state of confusion, Yuhabach just continued to stare at the screen intently, muttering to himself. This is my son who was born in the darkness. This Kurosaki Isshin, it's too much. Even about Kurosaki Ichigo's mother, he kept it a secret. What a poor son. I'll come back to meet him one day. The representative color of the Star Cross Knights is white, which is in stark contrast to Shinigami's Black Death outfit. Yuhabach has always claimed to be on the bright side. Therefore, Kurosaki Ichigo, who was trained by Shinigami, was tainted by darkness in Yuhabach's heart. Therefore, I must let him recognize my bloodline of the Quincy Master. If Kurosaki Ichigo is allowed to belong to himself, and he is willing to recognize himself as the Holy Father, it will also show the divine greatness of their Quincy Masters. As for more detailed matters, Yuhabach did not tell his subordinates the whole thing. After all, he is also partial to the Quincy. There are not many Quincy's that he can truly call my son. Those unworthy sons and daughters are even more disregarded by him, and can only be forced to accept his holy baptism. While countless forces were surprised, the screen was still playing. Uncle Zangetsu was going to train Kurosaki Ichigo, so he gave Kurosaki Ichigo an ordinary knife, saying that this was the initial form of Zanpakuto, the sealed state. And Kurosaki Ichigo's Zangetsu Zanpakuto was directly lost by this uncle. Kurosaki Ichigo just wanted to pick it up, but was snatched away by Bamiyan Ichigo. He looks very similar to Kurosaki Ichigo, like another side of Kurosaki Ichigo. He even calls Kurosaki Ichigo a companion. Soon, Shiro Ichigo started fighting Kurosaki Ichigo. His strength and skill were so great that Kurosaki Ichigo simply couldn't handle it. A Zangetsu is as light as it is heavy, and it is even more handy when turning a knife. It is extremely cool, as if he is more familiar with Zangetsu than Kurosaki Ichigo himself. Even put Kurosaki Ichigo in a desperate situation several times. After seeing this scene, the audience was again very surprised. Zaraki Kenpeki, hey, this is too much, and I changed places in the name of me, and met so many helpers? Madaram Ikeku, Captain, this is the spiritual space of Zanpakut. If you want to get Bankai, you must communicate with Zanpakut. Oh, almost forgot you probably don't even know what Zanpakut is. Ichimaru-jin, I really don't understand, isn't the Zanpakut of ordinary people just one image? What's up with these two? Another one who looks so much like Kurosaki Ichigo himself? Star K, is it because I'm too lonely, so like me, I made a similar self to fight and relieve boredom? Kurotsuki Mayuri, it's really interesting. From what I know about Zanpakut, I haven't heard much about this scene. And Kurosaki Ichigo, who was already dying, how did he stand up afterwards? There must be a secret in it. Hitsuga Ichware, having said that, before, I thought Captain Zaraki must have let Kurosaki Ichigo down, so that Kurosaki Ichigo could continue to save Rukia later. I didn't expect him to take Kurosaki Ichigo down very seriously in the early stage. Byakuya Kukaki, this white Kurosaki Ichigo. Could it be another Kurosaki Ichigo? Why do I have a familiar feeling? For a while, countless viewers were once again caught in the trap. Chapter 35. And at this time, Void Knight Palace. Seeing this scene, Aizen Suk's expression changed imperceptibly. Who is this white Ichigo? Aizen, who is amazingly observant, quickly recalled. When Kurosaki Ichigo was on the verge of losing against Byakuya Kukaki, it was because of the awakening of Kurosaki's power that Kurosaki Ichigo turned the tide. At that time, Kurosaki Ichigo was obviously controlled by other forces, and the sound he made was basically the same as this white Ichigo. So, is this white Ichigo the embodiment of Kurosaki Ichigo's virtual power? But Aizen also felt something was wrong. He judged by his feeling, and felt that the source of Shiro Ichigo's power might not necessarily be the power of void. Maybe it's a fusion of multiple forces? The more Aizen thought about it, the more confused he became. What is the relationship between this white Ichigo and Kurosaki Ichigo? Will it help Kurosaki Ichigo grow, or will they compete with each other and even rob Kurosaki Ichigo of control of his body? And what is the relationship between the Uncle Zangetsu in the image of Yuhabach and Bai Ichigo and Kurosaki Ichigo? This relationship is too complicated, even Aizen thinks it's a bit brain-burning. No wonder Three Realms Projection thinks that Kurosaki Ichigo is his most perfect work. Looking at it this way, his complexity really requires further research before he can fully control it. Aizen, who considers himself the creator of Kurosaki Ichigo, looks forward to this. I hope that the existence of Uncle Zangetsu and Shiro Ichigo will allow Kurosaki Ichigo to evolve better. Let him break the restriction of a single species. It can even break through another dimension. In the golden screen. When fighting with Bai Ichigo also complained that Kurosaki Ichigo only knew Zangetsu's name, but did not understand Zangetsu at all. Kurosaki Ichigo also realized his own problem. He never understood Zangetsu's heart, so he couldn't get Zangetsu's real power. Zanpakut has its own name, and you have to understand them thoroughly. They are not mere tools. And it was because of this realization that Kurosaki Ichigo regained Zangetsu's power and defeated Shiro Ichigo. Shiro Ichigo could only say to Uncle Zangetsu in a bad mood, "Okay, it seems that my mission has been completed. Anyway, he is the king of this world, so he must be allowed to win. This guy is very strong, you have to train him well. His power will belong to me sooner or later." In the eyes of other viewers, this white Ichigo seems to be hostile to Kurosaki Ichigo. As if Kurosaki Ichigo lost, Shiro Ichigo would be very ruthless to replace him. This surprised the audience even more. Is there a ticking time bomb in Kurosaki Ichigo's body? The relationship between various forces in Kurosaki Ichigo's body is really intricate. Afterwards, Uncle Zangetsu also had a deep meaning for Kurosaki Ichigo, and at the same time he said affectionately, "Ichigo, I hate rain. If you are sad, the world is prone to rain. As long as you believe in me, then I will not let any rain in this world. Trust me, Ichigo. You are not alone. This is Uncle Zagetsu's Haki declaration. Such ambiguous words aroused the curiosity of the audience, wanting to know what is the relationship between him and Kurosaki Ichigo. Finally, Kurosaki Ichigo's hack from Quincy's power has arrived. Kurosaki Ichigo's body recovery. And the power suddenly skyrocketed again. Zaraki Kenpeki turned around in surprise, a rare surprise at this time. Kurosaki Ichigo, who had only half life left, was resurrected with full blood. He exploded with terrifying power and speed, wounding Zaraki Kenpeki in an instant. Seeing this, Zaraki Kenpeki was very excited. He has not encountered such a strong opponent for a long time. So, he took off the blindfold. Well, he stopped pretending. My previous self was just in a normal state. Zaraki Kenpeki's momentum suddenly rose. Golden Ryotsu bursts out. He waved lightly, and a building next to him was cut in half. Boom! Afterwards, the two super rivals began to fight with all their might. And at this time, the audience was amazed again. Shiro Ichigo and Uncle Zangetsu in Kurosaki Ichigo are already very puzzling. Now he has inexplicably gained the power to restore the wound. There are too many unbelievable things about him, right? And if you have a deep understanding of Quincy, you can see that the special power of Quincy has actually appeared in Kurosaki Ichigo at this time. At this time, Kurosaki Ichigo said that he and Zanpakuto fought side by side and would never lose. But Zaraki Kenpeki is very disdainful, thinking that knives are just tools. He only believes in himself and doesn't need Zanpakuto at all. At this time, Uncle Zagetsu appeared behind Kurosaki Ichigo and said to him, "Did you hear it? This guy's sword is screaming. But he can't hear it, and he can't trust each other with the sword, so he can't exert the strongest power of the sword." Kurosaki Ichigo said that he will definitely believe in the power of Uncle Zagetsu. He also spoke to Zaraki Kenpeki, fighting side by side with Zagetsu, he can definitely defeat Zaraki Kenpeki. But Zaraki Kenpeki said with disdain that Zanpakuto's power is not worth mentioning, and it is not as reliable as his own power. This represents the collision of two ideas. At this time, Zaraki Kenpeki really suppressed the power of his Zanpakuto, and even used a knife he found randomly. Reckless all by his own brute force and Ryotsu. This is unique in the entire Soul Society. Then, Kurosaki Ichigo leaned against Uncle Zagetsu, and Zaraki Kenpeki started the final collision. Boom! The huge and vast Ryotsu overflows, forming a shock wave and spreading around. All surrounding buildings were destroyed and razed to the ground. After a puff of smoke, the confrontation scene between Zaraki Kenpeki and Kurosaki Ichigo appeared in front of everyone. Both sides were still standing at this time, with extremely solemn faces. Kurosaki Ichigo's Zanpakuto just hit Zaraki Kenpeki in the shoulder. Zaraki Kenpeki's knife pierced Kurosaki Ichigo's internal organs. So, Kurosaki Ichigo fell to the ground first. But at this moment, Zaraki Kenpeki muttered to himself, "You won, boy." After a few seconds, blood spurted out of his shoulder suddenly. Zaraki Kenpeki also fell down at the speed of light. The audience who originally thought that Zaraki Kenpeki won was also dumbfounded. Good guy. Such a powerful Zaraki Kenpeki, lost in the end? Especially the old captain, who knew Zaraki Kenpeki's strength, had a very strange expression at this time. Whether it's Zaraki Kenpeki's combat performance or Kurosaki Ichigo's bottomless power, they are all incredible. At this time, the barrage flew past densely again. Although Kenpeki is strong when he encounters a strong one, but Ichigo doesn't talk about martial arts, he immediately cheats and kills monsters by leapfrogging. Good guy, why is this scene again, the one who fell to the ground first won? Does this Kenpaki's wound have its own delay? Ichigo fell down for so long before he spurted blood. Haha, report Kenpaki's poor acting. Kenpaki, there is no way not to play dead, otherwise, if I kill Ichigo, who will I find to please me in the future? Reporting them for unsportsmanlike behavior, one for off-field assistance, one for match fixing. Don't blame me Kenpaki for letting Ichigo go. Kenpaki has fought so many battles in my life, which one did I fight seriously? I'm Kenpaki, never for real. What I mean by Kenpaki is that everyone here is hot chicken. Report that Byakuya and Kenpaki were seriously injured, and they were the least injured. Instead, Ichigo won. Holly Bell, don't put as much water as you do. In the chat group, everyone was also talking in surprise. Komamura Seijin, it turned out that the battle between Captain Zaraki and Kurosaki Ichigo turned out to be like this. Abarai Renji, no wonder Captain Zaraki helped Kurosaki Ichigo and others afterwards. If nothing else, he should have recognized Kurosaki Ichigo. Zaraki Kenpaki, hey, of course, how can such a rare opponent be killed casually? I'm still waiting for him to please me in the future. Anohanaretsu. Chapter 36. Although the video of Kurosaki Ichigo defeating Zaraki Kenpaki was played at this time, but Kurosaki Ichigo was also a little uncomfortable after seeing his mental space being broadcast live. It was as if he had been dissected by countless people. And he himself doesn't know who Shiro Ichigo is in his mind. There is also the relationship between the so-called Uncle Zagetsu and this white Ichigo, he is not very clear. And I also firmly believe that this middle-aged uncle is the real body of Zangetsu. This white Ichigo may still be a person who wants to be his enemy. Compared to Aizen and Yuhabach, he is the most confused person. It can be said that they do not know the true face of Lushan Mountain, only because they are here in Yamanaka. In the chat group, everyone is still talking. Ichimaru-jin, hehe, I don't know why, but combined with the barrage, I always find this battle a bit funny. Do people who fight with Kurosaki Ichigo like to release water so much? Kurako Shunsui, ahem, I won't mention the previous things. The power of Kurosaki Ichigo's spiritual space is really worth studying. Byakuya Kukaki, indeed, when he fought me before, he had already experienced this phenomenon of becoming stronger out of thin air. And after careful analysis, the strength he displayed in the two battles seemed to be slightly different. The last time I fought against me, I looked like hollow, but this time when I was fighting Zaraki Kenpaki, I was different from hollow. Abarai Renji, at this time, he was originally Ryutsu far inferior to Captain Zaraki, but after a circle in the mental space, he quickly became stronger, and then he was even able to use Bankai? Isn't this speed too fast? I also want a plug-in like this. Aizen, of course, the object I have been paying attention to will definitely not let me down. Well done, Kurosaki Ichigo. Kurosaki Ichigo, Aizen, are you enough? Aizen, although Zaraki Kenpaki is indeed powerful, he will not release his full strength all at once, but will suppress it at a level similar to that of his opponent to prolong his fighting time. So under his step-by-step progress, you can also gradually become stronger. Kurosaki Ichigo, I don't want to hear it. Yamamoto Motoyanagi Shigakuni watched the video, but he didn't have time to pay attention to Aizen, but was concerned about more important information, and analyzed to himself. This Yuhabach in Kurosaki Ichigo says he hates rain, but he looks more and more like the real Yuhabach. When I used Bankai to defeat Yuhabach, the water evaporated due to the heat, and after the battle, it rained heavily. So he must really hate the rain. And the Bankai used by Kurosaki Ichigo, the shape and size of the katana is indeed very similar to my katana. The so-called Uncle Zangetsu by Kurosaki Ichigo must have something to do with Yuhabach. In addition, Kurosaki Ichigo used a lot of moves after Bankai, which are indeed not traditional Shinigami powers, and are even a little bit similar to the skills of the Quincy Master. After a series of analyses, Yamamoto Motoyanagi Shigakuni became more and more sure of Yuhabach's existence. The Zangetsu uncle inside Kurosaki Ichigo must be closely related to Yuhabach, if not the real Yuhabach. And in the Invisible Empire. Seeing that Yuhabach and Kurosaki Ichigo have such a good relationship, the faces of the Quincy's are very strange. The always aloof Yuhabach not only taught Kurosaki Ichigo carefully, told him how to use Zanpakuto, but also sent an inexplicable white Ichigo to practice. Even fought alongside Kurosaki Ichigo afterwards. That's why we can beat Zaraki Kenpeki in 2v1. Like his father. This feeling really makes them complain. But Yuhabach did not speak at this time, and they were all silent. Those with sharp eyes can see that Kurosaki Ichigo's instant recovery must be due to the skills of the Quincy equipment and other Quincy Masters, right? And it can suddenly burst out with such a powerful force. It's completely like invoking His Majesty's power. It is not even an exaggeration to say that it was Your Majesty who personally sent the power to him, just like his own father. Although Yuhabach said, this Zangetsu uncle is not his real body. But seeing Uncle Zangetsu with such a similar temperament, many Quincy Masters really doubted this. For this, they just want to ask. Kurosaki Ichigo used so much power of Quincy, should he pay back the debt to Yuhabach? I borrowed my father's strength, do I still need to repay it? The screen is still playing. While Zaraki Kenpeki failed, Kuzujishi Yachiro walked up to Kurosaki Ichigo and didn't finish him off. She also took a deep bow and gave special thanks to Kurosaki Ichigo. Said that Zaraki Kenpeki hasn't been this excited for a long time. Afterwards, Yachiro Momo left here with Zaraki Kenpeki on his back. It wasn't long before Zaraki Kenpeki finally woke up. Yachiro cheered for this, and said that he had asked Anohanaretsu to come over. But when it comes to Anohanaretsu, both of them seem a little uncomfortable. Zaraki Kenpeki first immediately asked where Kurosaki Ichigo went. After learning that Kurosaki Ichigo was not dead, Zaraki Kenpeki breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that he can finally avenge the sword. Kuzujishi Yachiro quickly consoled him, saying that Kurosaki Ichigo won because he fought with Zanpakuto. They won 2-1, so Zaraki Kenpeki won't be wronged if he loses. It seems that Kuzujishi Yachiro can still see Uncle Zangetsu behind Kurosaki Ichigo. To this, Zaraki Kenpeki just smiled, recalling the past and Yachiro. Kuzujishi Yachiro and Zaraki Kenpeki were originally unknown people. Grass deer and Zaraki are derived from their regional names. And Kenpeki is the title, and Yakian Liu is the name Zaraki Kenpeki gave her. This actually laid the groundwork for later. At this moment, Zaraki Kenpeki raised his knife and asked what its name was. Of course, this was just an ordinary knife, and nothing was said. Zaraki Kenpeki gave a wry smile and started yelling. I must become stronger again. Next time, he will never fail again. In this regard, the barrage is also crazy. Obviously I lost because of letting go of myself, so why are you talking about becoming stronger? Just put a little less water. Uncle Zagetsu could hear his sword screaming, but Kenpeki couldn't hear it at all. Is he as hard of hearing as Ichigo? Sister Hawa, hurry up and become stronger, I can't wait. Didn't you say you didn't care about Zanpakuto before? Irmiwa Wanjiu, don't use Zanpakuto if you have the ability. Actually Zanpakuto has been talking to him for countless years, but Kenpeki can't hear it. Kenpeki, what are you talking about? I can't hear you. Soul Society. Seeing the picture of Zaraki Kenpeki at this time, Anohanaretsu's heart is also very complicated. She knows the origin of Zaraki Kenpeki. If you want to restore him to the peak strength of the past, you must use special means. I don't know if Zaraki Kenpeki realizes his lack of strength at this time. Will he take the initiative to restore his strength and arouse the power of Zanpakuto? Thinking of this, Anohanaretsu is still looking forward to it. After all, in the future, facing more and more powerful enemies, the Soul Society really needs a stronger combat force. Even first-generation Kenpeki Anohanaretsu thinks he is not as good as Zaraki Kenpeki, so of course I look forward to Zaraki Kenpeki becoming stronger. Also, Zaraki Kenpeki at this time hasn't pleased her in a fight for a long time. If there is a chance, I really want to fight Zaraki Kenpeki again. When everyone has their own thoughts. A long-lost voice sounded again. Ding! The questioning session will start next. May I ask which one of the barrage that appeared in the Zaraki Kenpeki video became the featured barrage? Because the scenes that appeared before were a bit shocking, let the audience know all kinds of secrets in Kurosaki Ichigo's body. So after seeing that everyone's emotions calmed down a bit, Qian Ye opened the question again. Upon hearing this question, the audience became excited again. This is the last question of this round of questions and answers, and they have to work hard to answer it correctly. After all, they are all very much looking forward to the rewards issued by the Three Realms projection. Chapter 37. Now, all the members focused on looking at the various barrages on the screen, and selected the barrage that best matched the results. After answering the previous questions, they are familiar with it, and know that those very dramatic or a little funny barrages have the best chance of being selected. Kurosaki Ichigo, the one holding the kitchen knife, is either a mad dog or a st. Answer. Anohanaretsu, good guy, Kenpeki is safe and sound. Answer. Abarai Renji, Kenpeki is a bad old man, this is a counter-injury stab armor. Answer. Byakuya Kukaki, good guy, why is this scene again, the one who fell to the ground first one? Answer. Zaraki Kenpeki, there is no way to play dead, otherwise if I kill Ichigo, who else will I find to please me in the future? Answer. Kuzajishi Yachiru, Uncle Zagetsu heard his sword screaming, but Kenpeki couldn't hear it at all. Answer. Chur Sasakaibe, report Kenpeki's poor acting. Answer. Kurosaki Isshin, Ichigo, let me chop? I understand, here comes the moonless. Answer. Tosen Kaname, report Byakuya Kenpeki for serious water release, all with the least injuries, and also said that Ichigo won. Answer. Grimjo, Holly Bell, don't put as much water as you. Answer. Star K, report them for unsportsmanship. One is asking for offside assistance, and the other is fighting fake matches. Answer. Ulakshala, good guy, why is this scene happening again? Whoever falls first wins. Answer. Ichimarajin, Kenpeki is safe to be released into the sea. Answer. Soon, people from both sides finished answering. Then wait for the announcement of the answer. Not long after, the three-dimensional projection began to emit the following sound. Ding! Next, we will start searching for answers. Kurosaki Isshin's answer is correct. The correct answer is Ichigo, let me chop, understood. Here comes the moonless. Kurosaki Isshin gets 1 point. Kurosaki Ichigo, Dad, you got the answer right, how lucky are you? By the way, what does this barrage mean? Kurosaki Isshin, Actually, I don't know. I see that many people have already learned the answer, so I will choose the one that is pleasing to the eye. Kurosaki Ichigo, oh, well, Dad, you are indeed very reliable. Kurosaki Isshin, you heartless child, how do you talk? I am your own father. Of course, Kurosaki Isshin didn't tell the truth, naturally to hide his family's unique knowledge. After all, Wuyuu is the secret art of their Shiba family, the last crescent moon. As long as this skill is used, all Shinigami powers will be lost. It is not used casually unless it is absolutely necessary. Unless it is used against enemies that must be defeated. He once thought of using this trick to deal with Aizen. After that, the Three Realms projection made a further announcement. The results of this round of question and answer scores are summarized as follows. Hisagi Shuae 1 point. Harry Bell 1 point. Urahara Kisuke 1 point. Kurosaki Isshin 1 point. The next link will be the stage of exchanging rewards in the prize pool. 1 point represents a chance to choose. The judging criteria for rewards is the first come first served system. Participants, please get ready. Start loading rewards now. In this regard, the audience is looking forward to it. Yamamoto Yuan Yanagi Shigakuni, everyone must be prepared to snatch it quickly. Hisagi Shuae, hope you work hard. Urahara Kisuke, Kurosaki Isshin, although you are not members of Soul Society now, I still hope that you can stand on our side as much as possible. Urahara Kisuke, don't worry, at least I won't let the best rewards fall into the hands of Aizen forces. Kurosaki Isshin, well, I'm going to work hard too. I haven't done it for a long time. It's been a long time since I felt this kind of enthusiasm. Harry Bell, I will definitely snatch the most useful rewards for Lord Aizen. Aizen Suk, Holly Bell, just do your best. Besides, the rewards you get may not have much effect on me. What is helpful to ants may not be useful to adults. Hitsugaichweir, hee, Aizen, just brag about yourself. While everyone was talking, corresponding rewards began to appear on the Three Realms projection screen. Ding! Next, the prize pool will be opened. The first reward, one of the 8 miraculous skills, the source of energy. After mastering the origin of the body, you can grasp the origin of the spirits in this world. Whether it's the spirit particles in your own body or the spirit particles in the external environment, you can control them. Using this ability, you can integrate yourself and the spirit sun into one, making it difficult to separate each other. It can realize a series of difficult manipulations on the spirit particles, decompose and absorb the matter of the spirit particles, or fuse them. Upon hearing this information, countless people were amazed. Even veteran captains such as Yamamoto Motoyanagi Shigakuni and Kurako Shunsui were also very surprised. You must know that Reishi is the foundation of this world, and it is also the basis for Shinigami, Su, and even the Battle of Quincy. Shinigami continuously improves its own Ryutsu through practice from the body. The Quincy, on the other hand, absorbs spiritual power directly from the outside world. This is the distinct point of distinction between the two. Each has its own advantages and disadvantages. It is even one of the important points of disagreement between the Quincy division and Shinigami. And according to the source of the physical body, it is completely like combining the advantages of Quincy and Shinigami, and raising the use of Lingzi to the peak from inside and outside. Then this will be a great improvement for any species. At this time, Yamamoto Motoyanagi Shuae immediately ordered Hisagi Shuae to grab this reward if necessary. Although I don't know if I can improve my strength in a short period of time after mastering this skill, as long as I can grab it, it will definitely be of great benefit to myself or the Soul Society. And in Hueco Mundo, Aizen Suk and others who saw this award were also secretly amazed. Ichimaru-jin said with a smile. Captain Aizen, this reward seems a bit unbelievable. We know so much about the Soul Society and have read so many classics and forbidden books. It seems that we have never heard of such a powerful skill. Aizen Suk is also secretly amazed. It is true that I have been looking for tools and methods to break through the boundaries between virtual and Shinigami, but many experiments have not been very successful. It was finally made possible by Hyaku. But if you can have this skill, you can even surpass Shinigami's hollow, or virtual Shinigami, but completely evolve into a new species, which cannot be judged by existing concepts. Hearing this, Tosen Kaname was puzzled. Does such a skill really exist in this world? Which side of the force would that be, which strong man created it? I feel that with such an ability, it may be more than enough to become a member of the Zero Division. Aizen Suk smiled, non-committal. Let's wait and see. Whether the Three Realms projection is right or not is only based on its verbal theory, we still have to have our own independent judgment. Holly Bell asked respectfully. Then Aizen-sama. Should I grab this reward? Aizen said calmly. Don't be in a hurry, let's talk about the rewards later. I want to see how many powerful rewards can be given out by the projection of the three realms. Even in the face of such a reward, Aizen is still calm, without seeming too eager. After all, he who already owns Hagyaku does have the qualifications to disdain the three realms. There is no need to disturb your mind and blindly chase new things because of other powerful props and rewards. He is also very clear about the necessity of specializing in one. Chapter 38. And at this time, in the Invisible Empire, after seeing this reward, many Quincy Masters were also extremely moved. Isn't this reward too strong? If you use this energy source skill, then it's really unclear whether you should be called a Quincy Master or a Shinigami. This three-world projection is not a joke, is it? Is it possible that it is blowing it? Just to make the audience worship it? Oh, then again, we've been watching silently here and haven't answered any questions, so it seems a bit of a loss. All of a sudden, the Quincy divisions were in a commotion. Yuhabach's voice suddenly sounded. Calm down, why are you so impatient? Whether the projection of the three realms is correct or not remains to be judged further, let Shinigami and Su go through the muddy waters first. Maybe they will pay the price themselves. If it's really useful, it's not too late for us to think about countermeasures. Hasward also added. That's right, I believe that the power His Majesty gave us is no worse than his rewards. We just need to wait for His Majesty to recover his strength, and it will not be a problem to flatten the Soul Society. Why covet such rewards? All the Quincy Masters heard the words and felt that they were reasonable, so they slowly stopped the commotion. After all, they also think that they have the holy text and the perfect holy body, whether it is the strength of the board or the strange ability, they will be the existence of crushing the Soul Society. Especially the owners of the Soul King's parts, members of the personal guards, etc., are more bugs than bugs. Isn't it better than this mysterious reward? While the major forces were discussing, the second reward also began to appear slowly. Ding! The second reward is 3 fairy beans from a different dimension world. After eating fairy beans, as long as the brain is not damaged or other serious injuries, the injuries of the body can be quickly repaired, and the body and spirit can be restored to the peak state, and the spirit can be maintained without eating for more than 10 days. The specific effect of taking it depends on the individual. For those with sufficient physical strength, the effect will be further improved. This award also surprised the audience. Kurosaki Ichigo, Resurrection with Full Blood, what an amazing prop. Inu Orium, it sounds like it's much stronger than mine. I certainly can't make a person recover so comprehensively. Anohanaretsu, oh, this reward sounds good, this recovery speed is definitely faster than me, even faster than any Shinigami kite in the world. Zaraki Kenpeiki, oh, interesting, it's good to use in battle. If your opponent is down and you still want to fight him, let him eat this. Anohanaretsu. Kuzajishi Yachiru. Urahara Kisuke, wow, this reward sounds good, it seems to be much stronger than the virtual high-speed regeneration. Ulakshala, Frog in the Well, you know nothing about the real high-speed regeneration. Grimjo, these rewards are pretty good, I really don't know how to choose. Kurotsuka Mayuri, this fairy bean is really interesting. If it is in my hands, it will definitely play the most important role. Yamamoto Yuan Yanagi Shigakuni, I don't know where the beans were grown, they are indeed unheard of and powerful. Everyone's eyes were wide open at this time. Immediately afterwards, the next reward also began to appear. The third reward, physical skills in a different dimension world, 8 inner gates. From the first gate to the 8th gate, the sequence is open, rest, life, injury, do, scene, surprise, death. After mastering 8 inner gates, it can greatly improve the quality of all aspects of the body, such as strength, stamina, endurance, and explosive power. It has a more obvious boosting effect on white hits, shunpo, etc. The opening effect of each door will be different. When the 8th gate, Death Gate, is opened, the spiritual seeds in the body will be completely burned, and the strongest power of the 8 inner gates will burst out. After seeing this reward, everyone was also very interested. Zaraki Kenpeki, does this sound like a good fit for me? This 8-gate Death Gate shouldn't be about to die as soon as it is opened, right? That must be using up the last potential of the body, just thinking about it makes the blood boil. Being able to die in battle is the most glorious thing for a human being. Anohanaretsu, Captain Zaraki, I advise you not to fight like this. Besides, the 8 inner gates seems to have a more direct effect on white hits and shunpo, and the effect on the use of swords may not be particularly obvious. Kurosaki Ichigo, although it sounds powerful, it seems not suitable for Shinigami. After all, Shinigami still mainly fights with Zanpakuto. Kurako Shunsui, this is not necessarily the case. A real strong person cannot use Zanpakuto to limit himself, even if he is separated from Zanpakuto, he is still very powerful. Ulakaila, it sounds like it may actually be quite suitable for our iron car. Grimjo, that's right, if I could choose, I would definitely learn this. It's really boring to know how to use a knife like Shinigami. Baragan, it's completely useless for an iron car like me who doesn't rely on strength, it's not as easy to use as my own strength. Immediately afterwards, the 4th reward also appeared. Ryotsu adds experience packs. After use, it can increase Ryotsu by 2 to 5 times. Users with a small upper limit of Ryotsu have a larger increase in Ryotsu, and users with a higher upper limit of Ryotsu have a smaller increase. This is a simple and rude reward, but it also makes people feel very good. Hisagi Shuei, I don't know if I count as a category with a small upper limit. It would be great if I could double it by 5 times. Ichimarajin, then our Aizen captain, it is estimated that it can only be doubled, which is already very scary. Yamamoto Jinyanaga Shigakuni, no matter how much you double your Ryotsu, it's still impossible to match my power to liberate Zanpakuto. Aizen Suk, Captain Yamamoto, if you only focus on attack power, you may not be able to win the battle. Yamamoto Yanagi Shigakuni, I only know that one force can be reduced to 10 times. Urahara Kisuke, I don't know how many times I can double Ryotsu if I get this reward. Kurosaki Isshin, I don't want this reward, it's a bit wasteful for me now. Not long after, the 3 realms projection began to announce the last reward. Improved Frozen Devil Fruit. This is a mysterious fruit from a different dimension. After the improvement of the 3-dimensional projection, there are no side effects. Eat this devil fruit, your physique can turn into ice and create freezing air. Owning frozen fruit can turn on the elementalization of the body, turning the body into ice, without entity, making physical attacks and most energy attacks ineffective against itself. Through further development of frozen fruit, it can produce a variety of powerful abilities, make ice through the body, or turn objects it touches into ice. Chapter 39. After seeing the introduction of this reward, everyone discussed again. Hitsugaichware, it turned out to be an ice ability, so it shouldn't be comparable to my Daiguren Harinmaru, right? Harry Bell, don't be so arrogant, your ice ability is nothing. Ulakshala, it may be pretty good for Heli Bell to get this frozen fruit. He was restrained by Hitsugaichware in the battle before because of his ice. If the power of ice and water is gathered, it will be more versatile. Kurako Shunsui, and this frozen fruit also has the effect of body elementalization, which sounds very powerful. It is very useful for defense and can greatly improve fault tolerance. Kurosaki Ichigo, can you really ignore physical attacks? Doesn't the knife work no matter how you cut it? This is too incredible. Kurosaki Isshin, is it possible to block Aizen's attack? Wouldn't it be invincible to turn on the elemental state? Harry Bell, Thinking too much, relying on such a thing alone to be able to stop it is definitely a dream. Sure you could take, of course, this should only be in theory. After all, no matter how powerful the reward is, it also depends on the user's ability. Byakuya Kukaki, well, the flame of Captain Yamamoto, I believe it can still melt this frozen fruit capable user, right? Ichimaru Jin, in any battle, the strength of the Ryotsuo is the key. If the Ryotsuo are similar, then the strength of the ability can certainly gain an advantage, but if the Ryotsuo is too far apart, no matter how buggy the ability is, it will not work. Each of these 5 rewards has its own strength, which made many viewers covet them. The audience who were still on the sidelines in the first round were all moved, and they all vowed not to miss the answering session of the next round. And those who wanted to wait and see what happened were greatly shaken. If these rewards can be fulfilled, then no one should miss them. If you don't grab it, your enemies may increase their chances of becoming stronger. While everyone was discussing, the 3 realms projection made a sound. Ding! The next step is to start snatching rewards, please get ready. Upon hearing this, those who are qualified to snatch the reward instantly became nervous. Some people are still struggling with what rewards they should get, so they are constantly weighing the effects of different rewards on themselves. Some people still struggle with whether they should give the reward to themselves or to others. Harry Bell, may I ask the projection of the 3 realms, can the rewards we get be transferred to others? The 3 realms projection answered this question. The exercises and skills obtained, and the experience package rewards directly instilled cannot be transferred to other people. However, specific items can be given to other people to use if the reward recipient is willing. Harry Bell, okay, thank you for the answer from the 3 realms projection. Now it's all right, she doesn't seem to have to worry too much about whether to give the reward to herself or to Master Aizen. The source of energy sounds very powerful, like a skill that can break the boundaries of species. Allowing the truly strong to acquire this skill will bring out the potential of the energy source to the ultimate. But for Holly Bell, it's still a bit of a mystery. After all, the use of this technique also depends on the individual's strength. For Holly Bell, it may not be able to quickly improve her strength. Originally, if Aizen needed it, she would naturally snatch it without hesitation. However, since she can't snatch it to Aizen, then she will consider other rewards. Aizen-suk didn't say much about that either. Anyway, what he wants, he will definitely find ways to get it. A Dharma door of the origin of the physical body is not enough for Aizen to use all means to obtain it. At the same time, similar entanglements also happened to Urahara Kisuke, Kurosaki Isshin, and Hisagi Shuei. They are all struggling with what rewards they should get in order to help themselves or their companions. Not long after, a total of 5 rewards on the golden screen turned into 5 balls of light floating Indiana the center. It looks radiant and fascinating. The countdown to snatch rewards begins now. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. Urahara Kisuke, I choose the source of the vital body. Hori Bell, I choose frozen fruit. Hisagi Shuei, I choose Ryotsuo to increase experience packs. Kurosaki Isshin, I choose 3 fairy beans. Soon, all 4 contestants received corresponding rewards. They were quite harmonious and did not snatch the same object. So everyone took what they needed and got the rewards they wanted. In various places, a group of light shining with golden light descended in front of those who received the reward. After receiving the reward, they were all excited to feel the changes in their bodies. After Urahara Kisuke obtained the source of the body, he felt completely new, and his whole world view changed greatly. The scenes in front of me are no longer simple objects, but are composed of spirit particles, which are constantly changing. He could see the existence of the torrent of spirit particles in the air, and knew where the concentration of spirit particles was high and where the concentration of spirit particles was low. Although this can't improve his strength all at once, Urahara Kisuke believes it. It only takes a while, and after I have mastered this skill, I will completely surpass the fighting style of ordinary Shinigami. On the other side, after Holly Bell ate the frozen fruit, she immediately possessed the power of ice. Aizen asked with a smile on his face. How are you? How are you feeling, Holly Bell? Holly Bell said respectfully. Although I didn't improve Ryutsu, my fighting skills increased a lot quickly. She also immediately said to Ulquiola. Ulquiola, take the initiative to attack me with Zero. Ulquiola casts doubtful eyes on Aizen. Aizen nodded, indicating that he could do it. Ulquiola then began to charge up, unleashing the mighty Zero with a strikingly fast blow. Boom! Although he didn't use the strongest Zero, he was equally powerful and unstoppable. And Holly Bell didn't dodge, or even use other methods to defend, but just watched Zero arrive instantly. Under Arrancar's amazed gaze, Holly Bell's body turned into a block of ice, and Zero went straight through. Boom! Holly Bell's body vanished. At the same time, the mighty Zero continued unabated, still blasting forward. A palace in the distance was smashed to pieces by Ulquiola. Holly Bell also seems to have disappeared, as if crushed to pieces by Zero. Of course, Holly Bell wasn't really hurt. Whoosh! After a while, countless ice cubes appeared in the air again, slowly forming a figure. Afterwards, Holly Bell, who was intact, appeared in front of everyone again. It seems that the body that was crushed just now is just a phantom. This kind of power really made the Arrancars unbelievable. Aizen clapped his palms and said with admiring eyes. That's right, Holly Bell, I think your current strength, simply measured by number 3, is far from enough. To replace number 2, there is no problem at all. If you can further familiarize yourself with your own strength, you will probably have no problem becoming the strongest espada. With Aizen's words, one stone can stir up waves in Hueco Mundo. Chapter 40. At this time, hearing Aizen's high recognition of Holly Bell, the Arrancars were all in an uproar. Number 1 Stark was still lazy and didn't care much. And number 2 Barragan is very unconvinced. Why, I don't think my strength will be worse than hers. Let me fight her. I don't think her tricks can resist my death breath. Aizen glanced at Barragan, and said calmly. Are you questioning my decision? Feeling the deterrence of Aizen's huge Ryutsu, Barragan was very unsatisfied and shivered with cold sweat running down his back again. Unable to restrain himself, he took a dozen steps back before he managed to stand still. Damn it! Is the oppressive power of Aizen still so powerful? Even if Ryutsu was weakened by 10% before, it still made me feel bottomless. Seeing this, Barragan could only say embarrassingly. No. I'm not unconvinced, I just want to try Holly Bell's frozen fruit ability. If it's inconvenient now, let's talk about it later. In order to get rid of Aizen's coercion, he stepped back a dozen steps again, only to feel that Ryutsu's pressure on his head eased a little. At this moment, although Barragan didn't dare to face Aizen directly, he still dared to say in his heart. Snort! Aizen, you wait. I put up with it for now. Later, when I have a chance to earn rewards and make myself stronger, watch how I can reclaim my position as king of Hueco Mundo. The expression on Aizen's face was still very calm, as if he didn't care about the resentful Barragan, but looked at the Arrancars. It seems that the projection of the 3 realms is quite interesting. In the next answering session, everyone can continue to work hard to make themselves stronger. It is said that the Arrancars are very enthusiastic and very excited. All are gearing up, ready to show their talents in the next answer. Only one of their members got the reward this time, and most of them were on Shinigami's side. Next time, they can't let the Soul Society get so many rewards. As for the other side, in Soul Society, Hisagi Shuai's Ryutsu Boost Experience Pack kicked in, allowing him to boost his Ryutsu roughly 4x. At this time, he, relying on Ryutsu alone, is fully capable of becoming a captain. The only thing missing is to find time to learn Bankai. Congratulations to the other dead Chengdu. After all, the strength of the captain level is the mainstay in their battles, so it should not be taken lightly. Yamamoto Motoyanagi, Kurako Shunsui, and others also had to realize that the rewards of the Three Realms projection are genuine. So even if they don't want to admit it, they still have to believe in the supernatural powers projected by the Three Realms. Even to some extent, it may be comparable to the existence of the Spirit King. That being the case, try to answer more questions to get rewards. Otherwise, if hostile forces such as Aizen are rewarded, the Soul Society will only be more passive. At the same time, a voice that only Qian Ye could hear also appeared in his mind. Dear homeowners, Hisagi Shuei, Urahara Kisuke, Kurosaki Isshin, and Heli Bell have already received rewards, and you will also receive the sum of all their rewards. Acquiring and mastering the source of life. Acquiring and mastering the ability of frozen fruit. Get the Ryotsu Increase Experience package, which is in use. You will get 3 times the increase of Ryotsu. Obtain 3 fairy beans, which have been put into your sleeve. After hearing this information, Qian Ye expressed his satisfaction. This is the high reward that the controller of the Three Realms projection can get. It is indeed very rich. Originally, after he got 10% of Aizensuke's Ryotsu, he already had captain level Ryotsu. Now that he has tripled the amount, he will definitely be qualified to be the leader of the captain. Even if you don't have very powerful fighting skills, you can still unleash powerful fighting power. After all, a Shinigami fight is a Ryotsu fight. Ryotsu is strong and can do whatever he wants. Even the power of white hits and kendo can be improved a lot. As for the energy source and frozen fruit, they are also important abilities that make him a top player. The former is biased towards the skill of using spirit particles in battle, which is an improvement in all aspects. The latter can also have immediate results, which can quickly improve Qian Ye's combat effectiveness. The power of this Logia Devil Fruit is no less in the Shinigami world. And this is an improved version of Devil Fruit, so there will be no negative side effects such as fear of sea water. In terms of attack power, there are a lot of Shinigami, Hollow, or Quincy's power, but they can compare with frozen fruit. In terms of defense and life preservation, the elementalization of frozen fruit's body is still quite difficult to target. Of course, in this world, it is impossible to rely solely on frozen fruit to be completely invincible and completely immune to all physical attacks. But if you really want to hurt Qian Ye, you must have a Ryotsu that is far better than Qian Ye, in order to break Qian Ye's body elementalization and cause real damage to him. And such an enemy, Qian Ye will definitely not encounter it casually. All in all, Qian Ye is very satisfied with the rewards he has received at this time. Only by becoming stronger, will you have the opportunity to protect yourself in the future Millennium bloody battle. After all, a bunch of members of the Star-Crossed Knights have a very unreasonable ability of causality. Moreover, it is hard to say whether Yuhabach's omniscience and omnipotence will target the low-key Qian Ye. So Qian Ye can't be too cautious. At this time, seeing the uproar caused by Soul Society, Hueco Mundo, and the present world, Qian Ye thought to himself. Very good. After the preparation in the early stage, everyone has a basic understanding of the projection of the Three Realms, and also realizes the power of the projection of the Three Realms and its rewards. I have a basic understanding of the future quake, the Battle of Karakura Town, the power of Aizen, etc. Then now we can speed up the tempo and plunge the Shinigami world into more drastic changes. With this in mind, Qian Ye continued to start the live broadcast. Ding! The reward session is over. Next, we will continue to broadcast the famous scene of Zaraki Kenpeki. Please prepare to answer questions. Everyone hadn't calmed down from the award presentation session, but after hearing the words of the projection from the Three Realms, they all took their breaths away. Because of the attraction of previous rewards, everyone is bound to answer the next question. The next scene begins to appear on the screen. Still in the Soul Society scene. Because of Zaraki Kenpeiki's help to Kurosaki Ichigo, a friend in battle, Komamura Seijin and Tosen Kaname came to the door and asked for help. At this time, Zaraki Kenpeiki recognized Kurosaki Ichigo very much, so he took the members of the 11th team to fight for him. Tosen Kaname and Komamura Seijin appear to stop them. Madarame Ikeku, Kebatetsu Zaman, and others fight. And Zaraki Kenpeiki was alone, against Tosen Kaname and Komamura Seijin. The battle is on the verge of breaking out. Tosen Kaname jumped up and used Suzumushi's second style Red Locust first. Swish 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 swish. Countless blades fell from the sky, directly stabbing Zaraki Kenpeiki into a hedgehog. But Zaraki Kenpeiki didn't care and continued to fight with it. Relying on his own level A alone, he beat the two captains of the enemy into a very embarrassing situation. Tosen Kaname saw that the situation was not good, so he quickly launched his own Bankai. Suzumushi Final Form Yama Cricket. A mysterious enchantment enveloping Zaraki Kenpeiki and Tosen Kaname. Except for the person who touches the handle of the Suzumushi, the sense of hearing, sight, smell, and even the sense of Ryutsu disappears completely. Only touch remains, at the mercy of Tosen Kaname. Unfortunately, Tosen Kaname met Zaraki Kenpeiki. Zaraki Kenpeiki quickly mastered the fighting skills here, and retreated the moment he was cut to minimize the damage. You can even fight back immediately. After that, Zaraki Kenpeiki also used his body to lure the enemy deep, and when Tosen Kaname hit himself, he directly stuck his blade with his body and grabbed his blade. Tosen Kaname was taken aback. He has never seen such an unscientific enemy in his life. At this time, Zaraki Kenpeiki immediately regained his senses and launched a counterattack against Tosen Kaname. Tosen Kaname's Bankai is a joke to Zaraki Kenpeiki. Not long after, Zaraki Kenpeiki seriously injured Tosen Kaname and broke Tosen Kaname's Bankai directly. Tosen Kaname was beaten hard. In the video, bullet screens floated by. Tosen Kaname's Bankai enchantment, times, Kenpeiki Happy House. 8th Master is indeed 8th Master. When there is no water, it is basically stable. Ping A is designed to overcome all kinds of bells and whistles. Both captains, Bankai, couldn't beat them. Even Kenpeiki, who can't take off his eye patch, can't beat the water. These two captains are really water. Kenpeiki, it's not fun to win after putting so much water in. Tosen's Bankai shields all senses, unfortunately not guts. Kenpeiki, what is fear? Maybe for Kenpeiki, a single-celled creature that relies on intuition, this enchantment is actually an enhancement. I wonder if Tosen Kaname's Bankai has a better record against others. Tosen Kaname might as well go to the covered mobile unit and waste the assassination-type Bankai. Tosen, understood. Next time don't use a knife, use a bow and arrow. Grown-ups. Times have changed. After seeing this picture, Shinigami of Soul Society was rarely happy. Finally a chance to taunt the forces of Aizen. Hit Shugaichweir, very good, the people of Aizen finally have a messy side. Matsumoto Ranjaku, yes, the fancy skills are not as good as our Captain Zaraki's normal attack in the end. Komamura Seijin, oh, Tosen, I don't even know what to say to you, I just hope you can repent. Tosen Kaname, humph. I admit the failure of this battle, but it can only prove that it was an accident. This Zaraki Kenpeiki is a lunatic, acting on the instinct of fighting. If it were other captains, it is absolutely impossible to deal with my Bankai so easily. Star K, Tosen, Barrage is right, you should practice using a bow and arrow, or use a gun like me. Ichimarajin, yes, times have changed. An inch is long and an inch is strong. Zaraki Kenpeiki, but this Bankai is interesting, it can add a little challenge to me. If you have a chance in the future, come a few more people to fight with me. Soon, another video followed. This time, everyone saw Aizen's Hueco Mundo again. Number 5 Espada Neutra, against Zaraki Kenpeki. Both sides are fighting madmen, whether it is combat experience, will or ability, they are considered equals. They all thought that they had encountered a rare enemy, and they began to fight wildly with excitement. Both of them had honey-like lunatic smiles on their faces. Neutra also boasted that he was invulnerable at the beginning and was the first steel skin in Espada. Facing Zaraki Kenpeki's multiple slashes, he was even unscathed. After that, Zaraki Kenpeki seized the opportunity, pierced Neutra's eye patch with his sword, and then lifted Neutra's whole body with the sword. Thought it would kill him straight away. In the end, this Neutra was just a fake death. Standing still, he suddenly backhanded and pierced Zaraki Kenpeki's heart with his weapon. Swish! It turns out that Neutra's void hole is located in his left eye, so Zaraki Kenpeki's attack hits the void. Barrages floated by. Kenpeki, damn it, I respect you for being a man, you are playing dirty. Kenpeki, this young man doesn't talk about wood, come to cheat, come and attack me 100-year-old Shinigami. No wonder Neutra is so crazy, after all he has no brains. Understood. Zaraki Kenpeki has so many thorns on his head, he probably has no brains, so he is so crazy. This is really out of my mind. A certain purple potato man, you should chop off my head. On screen. Neutra, who hit the heart of Zaraki Kenpeki, thought he had won. As a result, Zaraki Kenpeki showed an ecstatic smile again. He continued to attack frantically, as if he was not fatally wounded at all. And after that, Zaraki Kenpeki can hurt Neutra, who is known as the number 1 steel skin. This made Neutra wonder what was going on. He doesn't know that Zaraki Kenpeki is a berserker who fights harder and harder. It turned out that Zaraki Kenpeki didn't give full play at the beginning, and he was worried that he would attack too hard and easily kill the enemies he had encountered so hard. Facing the increasingly strong Zaraki Kenpeki, Neutra complained. In addition to this Kurosaki Ichigo, Zaraki Kenpeki is also a comparison. Neutra also found an opportunity to attack Zaraki Kenpeki's blindfold, thinking it was his weakness. But he didn't expect that he made a mistake, and instead let Zaraki Kenpeki awaken to his strongest state. Facing Zaraki Kenpeki, who is soaring in Ryutsu, Neutra has no choice but to realize the huge gap with Zaraki Kenpeki. So, he launched Returning Blade. Pray, Holy Weeping Mantis! Neutra turns into a 4-armed monster and Ryutsu skyrockets with it. Zaraki Kenpeki is also more excited. The needle does not poke. The enemy can become stronger again. Then I can continue to sharpen my blade. Chapter 41. After Neutra turned on the return blade, the momentum of the whole body climbed again. Boom! Zaraki Kenpeki couldn't restrain the ecstasy in his heart, and wanted to test the hardness of the enemy. Bang! The blades of the two sides collided again. But at this time, Neutra's weapon withstood Zaraki Kenpeki's attack, and used the rest of the weapon in his hand to suddenly slash at Zaraki Kenpeki. Swish! Zaraki Kenpeki was caught off guard and fell to the ground with blood spurting wildly. Neutra thought he was invincible, and was going to attack Kuzujishi Yachiru next to him. Zaraki Kenpeki naturally wouldn't hurt Yakian Liu, and quickly turned into a golden skull with his aura. A powerful force swept over, instantly crippling one of Neutra's arms. He also uttered famous words directly. It's really troublesome for you to have so many hands, I figured out how to deal with it, then. I'll cut them all off. At this time, there was also a wave of barrage, complaining about the battle between these two lunatics. Kenpeki's famous saying, if you can't handle so many hands, cut them all off. Shock! Kenpeki actually used his brain. Referring to cut off the enemy's hand. Kenpeki, everything that can't be solved should be cut off. Isn't it a simple truth? Ichigo, Do you think I didn't chop off his hands because I don't understand the truth? Sure enough, they are two lunatics who can't play without bleeding. Sure enough, it fits Neutra's idea of dying madly. Two wonderful flowers share the same goals, it's really too late to meet each other. If they weren't enemies, they would definitely fight from time to time. Both are wearing blindfolds, one is to deceive the enemy, the other is to deceive oneself. A star haircut and a crescent moon haircut, both were cut by Tony. Both of them laughed wildly during the battle. Kenpeki, find a beanbag that doesn't break easily, of course laugh. Kenpeki, I'm getting more and more comfortable. I'm slow to heat up. It's really not the early stage. Neutra complained about Kenpeki cheating. If you don't know, Kenpeki is called Little Ichigo. In the chat group, everyone continued to chat enthusiastically. Zaraki Kenpeki, interesting, this opponent is in line with my appetite both in terms of character and combat effectiveness. It would be great if it could be stronger. I can fight a little longer. Neutra, hehe, you should pray that you can live a long time. Let you see my strength. Kurosaki Ichigo, this battle scene is too intense. I was able to defeat Zaraki Kenpeki back then? Ulukshala, Neutra, if you can't deal with this enemy, you won't have the face to meet Aizen-sama. Heli Bell, speaking of which, this is actually our Hueco Mundo. Seeing that there are Kurosaki Ichigo and others beside him, I don't know what they are here for. Inu Orium, I'm actually here too, did something big happen? Kurosaki Ichigo, indeed, it is impossible for Orium to come to such a place on her own initiative? Could it be that Aizen's subordinates took her away? This is the only possibility I can think of. Thinking of this, Kurosaki Ichigo shuddered. You must know that what he cares most about is his companions. The reason why I got involved in Soul Society was because of Rukia Kukaki. For the unambitious Kurosaki Ichigo, the only thing he cares about most is protecting his companions. After watching so many videos, Kurosaki Ichigo has gotten used to Aizen's meticulous care for him. Could it be that he wants to transfer himself to Hueco Mundo again, and let himself continue to fight against powerful enemies to improve his strength? This is very possible. After all, to master the ability of Hollow, you must also be inseparable from the battle with Su, right? At this time, Kurosaki Ichigo did not expect that what he was thinking was really half right. In the ensuing battle, in the face of Zaraki Kenpeki's cutting hand plan, Neutra didn't pay attention at all. With his high-speed regeneration, Neutra quickly recovered his arm and looked for a chance to seriously injure Zaraki Kenpeki. But seeing the big hole in his stomach, Zaraki Kenpeki was even more excited. Smile like a child. Ha 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 ha. That's great. In that case, I'll have the same injuries as you, and I'll be evenly matched again. Neutra. This Zaraki Kenpeki is simply a lunatic. Neutra, who is also a battle madman, couldn't help but feel ashamed. After that, Zaraki Kenpeki and Neutra continued to fight wildly. Even the simplest exchange of injuries. There are no fancy tricks, just the simplest flat A. But after fighting for a while, Zaraki Kenpeki was cut to the neck by Neutra, and the blood trickled down before he stopped slowly. Said to himself, "It seems a little bad. If I continue to fight like this, I may die." Listening to his tone of voice, it seems that he is seriously discussing what to eat tonight. Although fighting is very cool, it can't be too turbulent. If you die now, you will have no chance to fight again. And at this time, the screen temporarily turned into darkness, and a familiar voice came. Ding! Next, a new questioning session will begin. May I ask what method Zaraki Kenpeki will use next to fight Neutra? After hearing this, everyone thought seriously. This Zaraki Kenpeki is a strong man that all forces dare not underestimate. So it is very important to find out what ability he possesses. Void Knight Palace. Aizen asked his men. Tosin, Silver, what do you think he's going to do? You've all fought Zaraki Kenpeki before. Tosen Kaname was a little ashamed. The subordinate's previous battle was not very successful, and he even cracked my Bankai. He is indeed not a guy who can be judged by common sense. Ichimarujin casually said. Yeah, although I have fought with him before, it was because both of us have attack methods from the physics department. He often pestered me, so we had the opportunity to exchange ideas, but I didn't fight him to the death. Noitra carelessly said. As a Shinigami, he will definitely use Bankai next. I beat him like this, and he died before using Bankai. Ichimarujin shook his head. This guy, it seems that he has never used Bankai. No, it should be said that Shikai has never been used. No, this guy doesn't even use Zanpakuto at all. Noitra was dumbfounded, and only then remembered the previous scene. This Zaraki Kenpeki never seems to have liberated Zanpakuto. Hateful. Without liberation, Zanpakuto is so strong that he can use the returning blade. And the battle after returning to the blade is still so difficult. Is this Zaraki Kenpeki really that strong? Could he still be draining the water? Then after he uses Bankai, won't he be able to kill himself in seconds? Chapter 42. After learning that Zaraki Kenpeki has not used Bankai yet, Noitra's eyes were bloodshot, and he gritted his teeth, unwilling to admit that there was such a big gap between himself and Zaraki Kenpeki. Snort. He didn't believe it. I'm about to cripple Zaraki Kenpeki, can't I force him to use Bankai? Even if Zaraki Kenpeki after Bankai killed him instantly, there would be no regrets. And in the Invisible Empire, all the Quincy Masters were also discussing what move Zaraki Kenpeki would use. Although we don't answer the question yet, I'm really curious about Zaraki Kenpeki's moves. I don't seem to have seen him use any skills, have I? The attacks used are purely physical slashes. I'm even worried about whether his tattered knife will break. By the way, he doesn't seem to have Shikai now. Will he use it at this time? Having said that, with his current strength, he really doesn't have the demeanor of super combat power. It's so difficult to fight against Aizen's number 5 Espada, and he was injured. I don't think I need to use up the Eucharist to deal with him. If it wasn't because he didn't dare to question Yuhabach, some Quincy divisions would have wanted to ask if there was something wrong with this super combat power. After hearing so much feel-good talk, Ledger Barrow chimed in. Don't forget, this Zaraki Kenpeki has not liberated Zanpakuto yet, so his strength is still unfathomable. Of course, I don't think his slash can deal with my penetration of everything. His words awakened the person in the dream, and reminded many Quincy Masters who were still complacent. This Zaraki Kenpeki has yet to liberate Zanpakuto. This is outrageous. That being said, it's really hard to estimate his strength. At this point, everyone was secretly shocked. Having said that, what moves will Zaraki Kenpeki use next? Is Zanpakuto officially liberated? At least get a Shikai, right? At this moment, some Quincy Masters are ready to move, eager to answer questions. If it weren't for the absence of Yuhabach's permission, they would have exposed their existence long ago. After all, the rewards of the Three Realms projection are indeed very attractive. And in Siling Court, countless captains also looked at Zaraki Kenpeki with questioning faces. Captain Zaraki, what other skills do you have that you haven't used? Surely you won't be defeated by such an Arankar. Zaraki Kenpeki touched his head and thought about it seriously. After thinking hard, he suddenly realized. Oh, by the way, I still have some kendo skills that I haven't used yet. Byakuya Kukaki was a little surprised. You know, skills. Zaraki Kenpeki said disapprovingly. Well, I seem to understand, but if it is not an emergency, I may not remember it. Yamamoto Genre Iasei Shigakuni said indifferently. Zaraki Kenpeki, I taught you a lot of kendo. Although you may not want to learn it, if you still remember any skills, Just answer it quickly. I guess only you, a Shinigami, can answer this question. Hearing this, Zaraki Kenpeki replied. Zaraki Kenpeki, I answer, well, if nothing else happens, I should use the move of holding swords with both hands. Ichimaru-jin, what then? Zaraki Kenpeki, Ichimaru-jin, you are out of your mind. I'm holding a sword in both hands, what else do I want? Didn't you see that I've always been holding a sword with one hand? Isn't it obvious that two-handed swords are stronger than one-handed swords? Ichimaru-jin, I was actually questioned by Captain Zaraki. Kuzujishi Yachiru, Xiaojian is very smart, of course you can't think of such a move. Neutra, are you kidding me? Are you questioning my brain? What kind of skill is this? What's the difference between this and the nonsense you said before, that the enemy has many hands, so they chop off all their hands? Hitshuga, you have a hole in your brain, don't care about others questioning your brain. Neutra, if that's the case, I use one weapon in each of my 6 hands, wouldn't it kill all of you Shinigami instantly? I would rather answer that Zaraki Kenpeki is liberating Zanpakuto to fight me. And at this time, the three-dimensional projection quickly judges the answer of the respondent. Ding! Next, we will start to judge the answerer's correctness. Neutra answered liberate Zanpakuto wrongly, give the punishment as follows. The number of hands behind the blade will be reduced by half. Zaraki Kenpeki answered correctly, and a reward of 1 point will be given. Neutra, hey? I just said a few more words, which can be regarded as an answer. And, is it really the answer to holding swords in both hands? I don't agree. Zaraki Kenpeki, okay, don't be dissatisfied. I used this move to defeat you, and you will be satisfied. Ichimaru-jin, it seems that I was really questioned by Captain Zaraki. Those who complained about Zaraki Kenpeki's answer just now are all looking at their hands and the weapons in their hands. Fall into silence. Who would have thought that Zaraki Kenpeki would use both hands to hold a sword as a bottom-of-the-box move? Could this really be his big move? Why can't I? It's really useless. And Neutra is extremely speechless. After returning to the blade, you can have up to 6 hands. Now it has become half, isn't there only 3? Not only will the strength be greatly affected, but it will also be particularly ugly. This is only one more hand, and it's awkward to put it on any side. Soon, when everyone complained, the corresponding scene appears again on the screen. Realizing that he has lost blood and can't waste any more, Zaraki Kenpeki is ready to end the battle with Neutra as soon as possible. Get ready to use your own kendo. Neutra was puzzled when he heard this. This Zaraki Kenpeki has been fighting for so long, has he never used kendo? What are you kidding? And later, Zaraki Kenpeki also used the kendo taught to him by Yamamoto Motonyanagi Shigakuni. Chopping with 2 hands is much stronger than 1 hand. This unremarkable truth makes Neutra just want to complain crazily. Isn't this just nonsense? Then, Zaraki Kenpeki held his sword in both hands and started to deliver serious blows. This is Zaraki Kenpeki's more advanced moves than one-handed flat A, two-handed flat A. Boom! The tyrannical Ryutsu turned into a huge impact and flew towards Neutra like an overwhelming force. One hit wins. Neutra couldn't bear such an attack at all, and stared wide-eyed, watching this unstoppable blow, completely defeated. Zaraki Kenpeki's two-handed kendo is really not just for fame. In this regard, the barrage army struck again. Kenpeki really can't play without blood. The neck was going to be chopped off, so I realized I had to be serious. That's right, Kenpeki, get serious and hold swords in both hands. Neutra is already honored to be able to use the two-handed sword that Kenpeki didn't use when dealing with Ichigo. Neutra, I have weapons in 6 hands, why not as strong as Kenpeki? Captain Yamamoto, back then, I taught Kenpeki kendo for a full day. The bald man next door expressed his praise. Isn't this serious boxing and serious sword? On screen. After being cut by Zaraki Kenpaki's two-handed kendo, Neutra struggled to get up before being hacked to death. It's as if it's not the upper body at night. Begging Zaraki Kenpaki for another cut. He admires strength and hates the weak, and he absolutely cannot bear the charity of the strong to him. This is an insult to him. Neutra has been fighting crazily, and he dismisses weak beings. But after meeting Zaraki Kenpaki, a powerful enemy, and being defeated by Zaraki Kenpaki, he would rather die than live on. Hearing this, Zaraki Kenpaki said, I have never heard such a request in my life. Isn't the act of begging others to chop you off your own exclusive water release skill? But Neutra stuck to his guns, and Zaraki Kenpaki seemed to see his inner desire. That is to die in the hands of the real strong, so as to complete the death method you want. Respecting his opponent Zaraki Kenpaki, he swung his final sword and ended Neutra's life. After the picture arrived here, it temporarily became pitch black. Seeing this very classic scene without much skill in the fight, countless people were amazed. Kurako Shunsui, sure enough, Captain Zaraki is really strong, and we captains dare not fight him casually. Kurosaki Ichigo, is Zaraki Kenpaki so powerful in his prime? When he was fighting me, it seemed that he really didn't use his full strength. Kurosaki Ichigo was speechless at this moment. I feel that I can live until now, it is really a narrow escape. Even thinking, if it wasn't for Aizen's deliberate arrangement, would he really be able to survive in the Soul Society and save Rukia? Chapter 43. In the chat group, countless people continued to complain. Byakuya Kukaki, indeed, compared to me, Captain Zaraki is obviously more like putting Kurosaki Ichigo in water. Zaraki Kenpaki, hey, Ichigo boy, I didn't let the water go, as long as it is someone I recognize, I will fight with all my strength. It can only be said that your strength is indeed beyond my imagination. Indeed, Zaraki Kenpaki is like a berserker who is strong when he meets the strong. So to a certain extent, he fought many people, all of which was to release water. Control your own Ryutsuo at the same level as your opponent, let it go, but not all of it. A legendary man who spent most of his life fighting match-fixing games. Neutra, damn it! This Zaraki Kenpaki is really strong, I recognize you, but it doesn't mean that I will lose to you again next time. You must continue to use your full strength next time. Zaraki Kenpaki, of course. Next time, don't make so many bells and whistles, just fight me directly. Also, don't pull my blindfold, it's no fun beating you to death so quickly. Neutra, who do you look down on? I'm so mad. As they talked, the other Shinigami began to shift their focus. Byakuya Kukaki, having said that, Zaraki Kenpaki and I both came to Hueco Mundo to fight Espada? Looks like there are big changes ahead. Hitsuga Ichwir, is it going to collectively attack Hueco Mundo? Humph, we have to make Aizen look good. Aizen-suk, based on your strength, you shouldn't dare to attack my territory, right? But if it's an attack, at least it's interesting. I look forward to your performance. Inu Orium, having said that, why do I seem to be in this Hueco Mundo? Am I forced to fight too? Kurosaki Ichigo, that's right, I'm also at the battle site. It seems that the relationship between us and Shinigami will become deeper and deeper. But in Sui Palace, seeing that Neutra, Zamari, and others lost to Shinigami one after another, Aizen is still calm about this. After all, he still has some understanding of Shinigami's strength. Byakuya Kukaki is already considered an above-average captain. And Zaraki Kenpaki is a berserker with unlimited potential. It is estimated that Zaraki Kenpaki came to Hueco Mundo at this time, and he may still be used by himself. As long as these strong players are mobilized to Hueco Mundo, then his plan to attack the world will go smoothly, right? Everything is under his control. And in the Invisible Empire, Yuhabach, who saw Zaraki Kenpaki's performance, nodded at this. Sure enough, Zaraki Kenpaki's upper limit cannot be measured by common sense at all. Although these opponents are not strong enough, it is indeed enough to show his combat effectiveness as he fights more and more bravely. Fighting him is like boiling a frog in warm water. So this special combat power, you all have to be mentally prepared. If it's possible, before he gets stronger and stronger, he will explode with a power that he can't adapt to, and kill him in one fell swoop. Hearing this, the Quincy's all responded in unison. Many Quincy's are still full of confidence and want to fight against Zaraki Kenpaki. After all, after knowing his setting of releasing water to fight, many Quincy Masters still had luck in their hearts. Maybe with a strong attack, Zaraki Kenpaki, the superpower, can be wiped out before it becomes stronger. In that case, you will definitely be rewarded by His Majesty. Just think about it. When everyone is discussing non-stop. Soon, another screen appeared. And this time, it's another battle that everyone pays close attention to. The time of the Millennium Blood War. Soul Society. Katetsu Isshin, the vice-captain of the 4th Division, was staying in the same house with Kuzugishi Yachiru at this time. They are sorting out supplies. Sudden. Katetsu Isshin felt his body get heavier, as if someone was holding him in the back. But when she turned her head, she didn't see anything. While Katetsu Isshin was at a loss, Kuzugishi Yachiru suddenly punched him. Boom! It was Yachiru's attack that allowed Katetsu Isshin to get rid of the feeling that there was someone behind him. But Katetsu Isshin's eyes widened immediately, but he still didn't see any enemies. Everything looks so weird. And after Qian Ye finished playing by himself, he was a little puzzled. Hey? I was going to hit something just now, right? But why did I do it? What did I want to hit? Qian Ye seems to have lost his memory, not knowing what his actions represent. And after that, a person suddenly punched her and attacked her. Boom! Qian Ye was beaten so badly that his nose was bruised and his face was swollen. Katetsu Isshin rushed over in surprise, ready to treat Yachiru. But Yachiru and Katetsu Isshin both forgot about the existence of the enemy just now, and wondered together. What are they going to do? Why was Yachiru injured? Did someone attack her? And at this time, suddenly, an old man with a very strange appearance appeared next to him. This is the enemy Vinar. He said to the two Shinigami. Hello, first time meeting. But I don't know how many times I have to say this sentence. You can't see me, and you can't perceive my existence at all. Even my memory will disappear. The expression on Katetsu Isshin's face also seemed to be getting more and more dazed, as if being hypnosized, forgetting the existence of this person again. However, at this time, Kuzugishi Yachiru punches the past again. But before Qian Ye's hit, this weird Nar had disappeared. Qian Ye was puzzled again, scratching his head, not knowing what happened just now. Only the audience in front of the screen saw Yachiru and Katetsu Isshin's strange state. Seeing that they are aware of the enemy every time, but soon they are at a loss again. Anohanaretsu, hey, what kind of enemy are the Vice-Captain Kalu and Yuyan facing? Is this a weird ability similar to erasing memories? Kurako Shunsui, this familiar scene again, this place looks like Siridi. Could it be the mysterious enemy that appeared before? They are indeed all dressed in white. Jaishur Yukatake, this enemy is really unscientific, it seems that it will disappear instantly, and it will also erase its own existence from the memory of others. This is even harder to beat than a simple transparent person. Hitsugaichwir, if we weren't still looking at the screen and had a third-person perspective, we would definitely be as confused as the two vice-captains in the picture. Zaraki Kenpaki, humph, actually attacked my vice-captain? I will never let him go. It's still my famous scene inventory, right? I'm sure I'll be here soon. Kurosaki Ichigo, however, Pure offensive fighters like Zaraki Kenpeki may not be able to deal with it. Hitting and hitting, I might have to forget why I swung my knife in this place again. Kurako Shunsui, although I still don't know what this guy's ability is, it is obvious that when he wants to attack, he can still be detected by the Vice Captain Kalu, which means that he may have a weakness that can be discovered. And when Deputy Captain Kalu was about to attack, he quickly made himself disappear, and even erased his memory at the same time, probably like this. With his outstanding mind, Kurako Shunsui really analyzed 70% to 80%. Byakuya Kukaki, the leader of the Beijing band, is really smart. This is really a difficult enemy, and I don't want to meet such an enemy. Matsumoto Ranjaku, fortunately, this guy's attack power is not strong, so Vice Captain Kalu and others can barely deal with it. Hitsuga Ichware, we may encounter this enemy in the future, now we must collect more information and think of a strategy to deal with this enemy. At this time, the Shinigami members of the Soul Society once again stood in awe, as if they were facing an enemy. The screen continues to play. A few seconds later, Gunnar reappeared in front of Yaqian Liu and the others. Let me tell you something about our first meeting. Obviously, under normal circumstances, it is impossible for others to remember Gunnar at this time. Because he has erased their memories. Naturally, he would not attack him when they met for the first time. However, before Yaqian Liu could finish his sentence, he rushed over and punched him. Gunnar was startled, and could only disappear again in a hurry. Seeing this, Katetsu Aizen was very surprised and asked. Vice Captain Kalu, what are you doing? Why attack someone you met for the first time? Yaqian Liu explained that he felt like an enemy. But Katetsu Aizen is unwilling to accept it, thinking that there must be a reason for judging friend and foe, right? Yaqian Liu could only further explain that when she saw this person, Yaqian Liu felt a sense of commotion. A little hot, a little happy, anyway, when I saw this guy, I wanted to kill him. Xiaojian will do the same. Barrages floated by. This is the fine tradition of the 11th team. The way of thinking of the 11th team, although they don't know who this person is, but they are so incompetent, let's beat them first. Kenpeki, I never think about reasons, I just cut people with my intuition. Kenpeki, it's not that I haven't cut my teammates anyway. There are no normal people in our 11th team. What is the difference between a king and a mount? Instinct. Kenpeki, I just want to be killed by the enemy, or be killed by the enemy. After that, Gunnar wanted to attack Yachiryu again. And Yaqian Liu had already keenly discovered his existence again, and swung his knife to chop off. Gunnar just wanted to disappear, but found that he was still injured by Yaqian Liu. It's simply unbelievable. He began to scream uncontrollably. Impossible, I should have avoided it just now, it is absolutely impossible to be hit. Being targeted again and again by Yaqian Liu, Gunnar has lost his composure at this time. Yaqian Liu said calmly. It's useless, my sword will be hit no matter whether you dodge or not. My sword is an imitation sword. There are imitators in front of and behind the sword. So come out. Three-step sword beast. At this time, two strange creatures similar to Su behind Yaqian Liu finally appeared in the audience's perspective. This is Yachiryu's special Shikai. To put it simply, let Yaqian Liu attack once, in fact, with 2 assists, it can cause 3 blows. It can be called a skill with no dead ends. In the real world, it was also the first time for the audience to see this cute girl Shikai. Even Soul Society's Shinigami is an eye-opener. Katetsu Aizen, oh, such a special Shikai? It's kind of like the creature of Captain Unohana Shikai. Komamura Seijin, are the 2 guys behind attacking in sync with her? That sounds like my Bankai. Hitsuga Ichware, it's similar to the dragon-shaped creature I created by Daiguren Haranmaru, but the grass deer vice captain seems to be alive. Ulukshala, why do these 2 guys look so false? Tosen Kaname, and this Kuzujishi Yachiru's sword has not changed, so it is not a creature transformed from a sword. Ichimaru-jin, hey, the guys in the 11th team are not easy. Because of the interesting abilities of both sides, coupled with the urgency brought by the background of the Millennium Bloody Battle, everyone is looking forward to the next battle. Byakuya, speaking of which, isn't Captain Zaraki showing up yet? Isn't this his video? Zaraki Kenpeki, what's the rush? Anyway, as long as I'm here, Yachiru will never be hurt. I am one with her, and her presence equals my presence. Byakuya. Anohanaretsu, Captain Zaraki really dotes on Yachiru. Madarame Ikeku, yes, Yachiru is our team favorite. On screen. Gunnar basically lost to Kuzujishi Yachiru. But before Gunnar was killed, another person appeared in front of Kitetsu Isshin and Yachiru. Powerful Ryutsu that explodes in an instant. Both Kitetsu Isshin and Yachiru looked over in surprise. It was a blonde boy wearing a white cloak. He is the real V imagination of the Star-Crossed Knights Gremi Tomius. Gunnar is just a fake V he created. Seeing this, Gunnar was very unwilling to accept all this at this time. Impossible, am I going to die? The blonde boy just said indifferently. As a product of my fantasy, you have done a good job. Gunnar yelled anxiously. I still have the ability to continue fighting. I can easily deal with these brats. But the real V Grammy said heartlessly. Your ability is really good. You can eliminate your own existence from vision, consciousness, and memory. So now, just disappear from my memory. After finishing speaking, Gunnar disappeared immediately. As if never came to this world. It's simply unbelievable. Kuzujishi Yachiru, out of fighting instinct, quickly launched an attack on Gremi Tomure. Gremi dodged easily, and said leisurely and authentically. Imagine that your hand is as fragile as a biscuit and it breaks directly. When Kuzujishi Yachiru heard this, he paled in shock. After a toothache creaking sound. Her hand was really broken. And afterward, Grammy continued. If the bone in the hand is broken, will the bones in other places also break? Click. Thump. As soon as the words fell, Kuzujishi Yachiru, who was almost broken all over his body, couldn't even stand up, and fell directly to the ground. Gremi also said proudly. The most powerful force in this world is the power of imagination. And all the things I come up with will become reality. At this time, he is going to lay down his hands on Yakian. However, at this moment, an explosion sounded. Boom! Earth-shattering. Flying sand and rocks, splashing everywhere. Zaraki Kenpeki appeared like a hero of the world. He looked at Grace with disdain. What? I felt that Kalo's Ryutsu was unstable, so I wanted to come and have a look, but it turned out to be a kid. The Zaraki Kenpeki at this time is the awakened Zaraki Kenpeki after Anohanaretsu sacrificed himself to train him. His appearance has changed a lot. A head of flowing long hair replaced the previous hedgehog head. Much stronger than when the Millennium Blood War first started. At this time, he can be regarded as having truly inherited the name of Kenpeki. Yachiru and Kitetsu Isshin were overjoyed to see Zaraki Kenpeki, whose Ryutsu was much more aggressive than before, appeared. As long as Zaraki Kenpeki is around, everything will be fine. Chapter 44. At this time, after Zaraki Kenpeki appeared on the stage, countless barrages drifted past again. Congratulations to Bai Ye on the stage. Bai Ye began to kill the quartet. Haki's leaky king of Flat A is here. Once Zaraki Kenpeki is on the stage, it makes people feel stable. Kenpeki, what Flat A is a big move. I'm too lazy to name it. One of the few pretenders in Shinigami who won't be slapped in the face appears on the stage. In the real world. After seeing this passionate scene, the audience was also shocked and began to have heated discussions. Anohanaretsu, Captain Zaraki's state seems to be very difficult. Compared with him before, the momentum is completely different. Could it be Yamamoto Yuan Yanagi Shigakuni? It seems that in the future, something very important should have happened. Zaraki Kenpeiki, the beast, is completely free from its shackles. Kurako Shunsui, indeed, although this is worth celebrating, the more terrifying the power, the greater the sacrifice that may be required. The old people who are familiar with Zaraki Kenpeiki all vaguely guessed what it was. Zaraki Kenpeiki, what are you talking about? Didn't I just change my hairstyle? To cut it with a knife. Byakuya Kukaki, speaking of which, what kind of enemy is this guy? His ability, I can't imagine it at all. Jaishur Yukatake, as soon as he speaks, what kind of imagination is it? Are you kidding? Jianzhong is the power of the gods, right? I even suspect that he has a relationship with the King of Souls. Jaishur Yukatake doubted the relationship between these Quincy Masters and the Soul King when he saw the miracle of immune to death Gerald. Kurosaki Ichigo, indeed, I can't understand it at all. Does he come when he thinks? Ichimaru-jin, if there is no accident, this child should also be a Quincy, right? And this child seems to be much stronger than the Quincy that appeared before. Stark, it's hard to say, the Titan Quincy before is also very powerful. Hitsuga Ichware awakened to the strongest state, and he couldn't please him, and he didn't know the result of that battle. Ulukshala, if he imagined himself to be the strongest, wouldn't it be nothing? Aizen Suk, the use of all abilities depends on individual abilities. If you don't have enough Ryutsu, you won't be able to realize everything you want. For example, he certainly can't imagine as many Ryutsu as I do. Harry Bell, that's right, we Aizen Masters don't care how fancy he is, if Ryutsu is not enough, everything is useless. Kurotsuka Mayuri, but this guy can actually create life, this 030 is very powerful. The old man created before is powerful enough to erase other people's vision, consciousness, and memory of himself. Wouldn't the real master be even stronger? Zaraki Kenpeiki, no matter how powerful he is, let me hack him to death anyway. Madaram Ikeku, come on, Captain, we must not let them bully our vice-captain. Sigh, when will I be as handsome as the captain? Abarai Renji, I wonder if Captain Zaraki can make good use of his Zanpakut at this time? Can you see him liberating Zanpakut at this time? Kuzajishi Yachiru, come on Xiaojian. As long as Xiaojian becomes stronger, I will be very happy. Now. The audience's sense of anticipation was once again filled. Such an incredible bug ability, how should Zaraki Kenpeika deal with it? Can he solve everything with a level A like before? And in Soul Society, Kuzajishi Yachiru and Anohanaretsu also looked at Zaraki Kenpeika with their own mixed emotions. They are all people who look forward to Zaraki Kenpeika becoming stronger. And it is also closely related to Zaraki Kenpeika's big kill in the picture at this time. Even to some extent, in order to make Zaraki Kenpeika stronger, they all need to sacrifice themselves. But as long as Zaraki Kenpeika can give full play, they are all willing. And at this time, in the Invisible Empire, the Quincy's were also a little surprised. The monster v Grimy was released? I don't know how his fight with Zaraki Kenpeika will be. The battle of monsters and monsters is indeed very interesting. At this time, seeing Zaraki Kenpeika's posture obviously different from the past, Yuhabach's eyes were shining brightly. Special Force Zaraki Kenpeika, it seems to be further liberated. I don't know what he went through. But it is estimated that it was awakened under the pressure of our Quincy Master. Okay, I want to see how strong you are, and whether you will really become an unknown combat power that hinders me. Soon, the screen flashed. The shocking battle begins. Grimy raised the platform directly on the ground, creating a tall earthen platform, which was used as a battlefield between him and Zaraki Kenpeika. Rumble. With the appearance of this high platform, the battle between Grimy and Zaraki Kenpeki will be exposed to the eyes of countless people. A good show is about to be staged. He also confidently said. The stage is ready for you, after all, it's the famous Zaraki Kenpeki, of course it's a grand, stage. I am Grammy Tomius who can turn imagination into reality. You should be very honored to fight with me. Because the strongest person in the Star-Cross Knights is me. As a member of the Knights of the Star-Cross who possesses the holy letter V, he is really confident in himself. To a certain extent, the ability of such a bug is said to be the strongest outside of Yuhabach, so it is probably not a big problem. He can turn what he imagined in his mind into reality, mainly creating space, objects, life, and his own superpowers. He can create almost anything he can think of. This boy's body was only created by his imagination. His body is actually a brain placed in a transparent container. Even according to the later plot, this is very likely to be the brain of King Ling. That's why he can achieve such bug power, thinking that he is the strongest Quincy besides Yuhabach. Zaraki Kenpeki sneered at Grammy's bragging. Oh, is it really the strongest? I wish for it. Zaraki Kenpeki slashed directly with his knife. Clang! Zaraki Kenpeki's sword was directly blocked by Grammy's body. The sound of gold and iron making the audience stunned. Grimy was unscathed, and said with a faint smile. It's not difficult to understand, right? I just imagined that I have a powerful skin that is invulnerable to swords and guns, and its strength is far stronger than steel. Zaraki Kenpeki said coldly. I don't think your imagination can come up with anything I can't stop cutting. Because I am Kenpeki. Zaraki Kenpeki. Soon, Zaraki Kenpeki burst out with a huge ryutsu, making his next knife attack even more deadly. Boom! Grimy was finally wounded by Zaraki Kenpeki. It shows that the self he imagined is still unable to resist the attack of Zaraki Kenpeki. Grimy half-kneeled on the ground, still a little puzzled in his heart. This Zaraki Kenpeki's attack can actually break his own defense? This is something unprecedented. But he quickly healed his wounds with his own imagination. Grimy didn't care much about Zaraki Kenpeki cutting himself, thinking it was just his own carelessness. Barrages floated by. Is consciousness great? Don't know matter determines consciousness. Hehe, you can't imagine how powerful 8th Master is. As long as you go beyond the imagination within the scope of his cognition, you can defeat him. It's a pity that he is a child, and he is always locked up and unable to come out. He doesn't know enough about this world, otherwise, his imagination will be stronger. This poor imagination is a waste of this ability. One Kaika Suijutsu, you don't even have to fight him. The ability of Bai Ye to rule all the bells and whistles. Aizen-sama can also deal with bells and whistles. In the Invisible Empire. Seeing Grimy's self-introduction after appearing on the stage, the Quincy's were also in a commotion. Humph, it's really shameless to say that you are the strongest person. Obviously the strongest person is me. The heart of the Soul King, Gerald Valkyrie. All right, all of you, don't be complacent, you still can't claim the title of the strongest. Besides His Majesty, the leader of the group, Hasward, must be the strongest. Humph, just don't get slapped in the face, don't let the audience think that our Quincy is only at this level. For a while, the strongest Quincy divisions were not convinced by Grimy. Fortunately, Grimy was still locked up by Yuhabach at this time, and he was not released. Otherwise, he would have fought these people who questioned him long ago. Of course, there is one thing that these Quintinists are very clear about. When Grimy is fighting, they must not come near his domain. Keep a safe distance of at least a few kilometers. Otherwise, he might even affect his own people. After all, his imagination has a very wide range of influence. The heaven and earth that were produced were upgraded, which is simply jaw-dropping. What kind of method to take in the battle, he himself can't predict. At this time, Yuhabach also looked at the projection of the three realms quite seriously. This Grimmy's strength, in fact, he himself is hard to say. Its capabilities and actual combat power, perhaps as unpredictable as special forces such as Kurosaki Ichigo, are. Well, let's use him to test the calendar of Zaraki Kenpeki. On screen. The battle between Zaraki Kenpeki and Grimmy quickly attracted the attention of countless people. After they saw the mighty Zaraki Kenpeki, they all cheered and started cheering Zaraki Kenpeki loudly. Of course, to Zaraki Kenpeki, it's just annoying noise. He fought, never for the eyes of others. And at this time, Grimmy, who was like a child, healed himself well, still with a bright and innocent smile on his face, oblivious to the fact that he was chopped by Zaraki Kenpeki before. I'm not going to say that one finger can kill you, such nonsense. Because I don't need a finger, just my brain, and I can kill you. Grimmy, who is arrogant and conceited, is letting water out. Then, the battle between Zaraki Kenpeki and Grimmy Tomius has officially started. Buzz. Grammy Ryotsu release. Countless magmas emerged from his mind, tumbling, boiling, and agitating. Then, like a huge wave, with overwhelming momentum, it rushed towards Zaraki Kenpeki surgingly. The blazing high temperature made the audience gasp. His lips were inexplicably dry, and his back was dripping with sweat. However, Zaraki Kenpeki still didn't care, and directly slashed at the monstrous magma. Swish! Like a giant axe that opened up the world, it cuts the magma in the wind. The lava splashed everywhere, melted several layers of the high platform. At this time, Zaraki Kenpeki also spoke, letting Kuzujishi Yachiru sit on his shoulders like in the past. After all, he didn't have time to take care of Yaki and Liu during the battle. But Grimmy said with a smile. Under the influence of my ability, her whole body's bones are like biscuits, crunchy. If she moves again, she will definitely suffer from comminuted fractures all over her body. Hearing this, Zaraki Kenpeki frowned, and could only rush forward to fight Grimmy alone. Gilyalu. Next moment, a cubic water block suddenly appeared, wrapping Zaraki Kenpeki in it. Grimmy used this to interfere with Zaraki Kenpeki's timing, and let him fall into the prepared crack. Naturally, this seam is also a product of Grimmy's imagination, and it can only be wide enough for one person to fall through. Immediately after Zaraki Kenpeki falls, the ground is composited directly. Shoot the things inside directly into pieces. Of course, Grimmy didn't think Zaraki Kenpeki would be blown up so easily. But there is still countless water in it, which is enough to drown him. However, Zaraki Kenpeki quickly came out of danger. Boom! Boom! With only his own Ryotsu, he can shatter the entire ground, and at the same time chop up the water prison that traps him. Whoosh! Zaraki Kenpeki jumped up, got out of the ground, and came to Grimmy again. And at this time Zaraki Kenpeki, Kuzujishi Yachiru appeared again. Zaraki Kenpeki spoke loudly to him. I found that when I hugged the grass deer just now, her bones have returned to normal, so when you are fighting, you need to devote yourself to it. Surely you can't take care of everything, can you? In the Soul Society, countless dead Shendo began to analyze Grammy's ability. The expression on Kurako Shunsui's face is no longer lazy, and he is talking about his analysis seriously. I feel that this so-called imaginative man is very strong, but it seems that he is not too strong. Because it's best not to publish this information, Kurako Shunsui just communicated with the captains face-to-face in Jinglingting. Hitsuga Ichware froze for a moment. Isn't this guy's imagination too much? Everything from lava, water dungeons, ground fissures. It's too difficult to deal with. Kurako Shunsui continued. However, why didn't he use the ability he had used on Vice Captain Grass Deer before to turn Zaraki Kenpeki into a biscuit? In that case, Zaraki Kenpeki would definitely not be able to fight again. Zaraki Kenpeki certainly dismissed this. How is it possible? His imagination must have a limit? My body will not become so fragile. Byakuya agrees. No matter how powerful the ability is, as long as Ryutsu is strong enough, it will definitely be able to offset it. At least, he can't think of me dead all at once, just let me die. Kurako Shunsui presented the phenomenon he had just observed. Things like lava and water dungeons are all concrete things, so he can imagine out of thin air. This should be the ability to create. But he can't destroy an object directly, otherwise it can't be dealt with at all. However, he also seems to have an effect on the enemy. When he turned the bones of the grass deer deputy captain into a biscuit, it seemed that he touched it, so he could activate the ability. So if he touches Zaraki Kenpeki, it might make his bones brittle too. When the other Shinigami heard the words, they were all enlightened. Recalling the details of the previous battle, they all thought that Kurako Shunsui was very reasonable. At this point, everyone was even more secretly shocked. If you let Grammy's ability act on yourself, meridians, brain plasma, and blood vessels turned into stones. As long as his imagination is not too bad, it will be a fatal blow. Jaishur Yukatake has mixed feelings authentically. In that case, when he was fighting Zaraki Kenpeki, he said that he would not move a finger to Zaraki Kenpeki. Is this considered restricted? Kurotsuka Mayuri grimly. Then he is really a bit of a st. He thinks he is the strongest, so he is so big. Zaraki Kenpeki is a bit unacceptable. Could it be that he hasn't used his full strength yet? Damn it! Next time I see him, I must find a way to make him go all out. He has always been the only one who gives water to others. When is it his turn to give water to others? Zaraki Kenpeki can't take it without fighting the enemy's strongest form. Everyone. Chapter 45. Seeing Zaraki Kenpeki filled with righteous indignation and wide-eyed, Kurako Shunsui also felt helpless. He knew that a guy like Zaraki Kenpeki would really stop at nothing to fight. It will definitely be in order to force out the opponent's full strength, and doesn't care about other things at all. But that would be bad for the Soul Society. After all, this Grammy's ability is so powerful, Zaraki Kenpeki cannot be tolerated. The old fox Kurako Shunsui had no choice but to quickly change the subject. No, no, no. I'm just talking about a hypothesis. Whether it's correct or not depends on the next verification. Actually, what Kurako Shunsui said is indeed true. Grammy can use his imagination to create various things including life, but he cannot let his imagination work on others. Unless it can touch Zaraki Kenpeki's body. It's a pity that he set a flag to himself and said that he would not touch a finger of Zaraki Kenpeki. So if you want to defeat Zaraki Kenpeki, you have to create something that can kill Zaraki Kenpeki. This really can't bring out Grammy's strongest strength. At the same time, in Hueco Mundo, Aizen looked at this weird Grammy, and couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Why are the abilities of these Quincy ants so inconceivable? If one of his men confronts him, without the absolute strength of Zaraki Kenpeki, it will be a bit tricky. Moreover, the Arankar under him is basically a traditional fighting method, competing against Ryutsu's level. There is no power of the rule system. Ichimaru-jin saw Aizen's fear, and tentatively said, Captain Aizen, these Quintinists are indeed difficult to deal with. The Star-Crossed Knights they mentioned should be a very strong group. Zaraki Kenpeki has been strengthened to such a point, and it is still so difficult. Espada, such as Urachula and Heli Bell, had certain confidence in defeating Zaraki Kenpeki before. Even defeating Neutra will only prove that Ajichas cannot defeat Zaraki Kenpeki. But seeing Zaraki Kenpeki whose strength has soared, even Stark dare not say that he can defeat Zaraki Kenpeki at this time. As for this weird Grammy, it made them fall into silence even more. Holly Bell said at this time. Don't worry, for Master Aizen, we will definitely do our best and die. Although these Quintinists are indeed a bit difficult to deal with. But I believe that there are at most 1 or 2 similar abilities. Star K also asked. And every time these Shinigami deal with the Quincy, why can't we see us? Do we have a share in the battle against the Quincy? Should we fight the Shinigami after they fight? Soul Society is indeed facing a very huge crisis at this time. Based on Aizen's understanding of the Soul Society, they may not be able to solve it safely. Unless someone like Yamamoto Motoyanagi Shigakuni did it. But at this time, Captain Yamamoto did not see the shot, so Aizen became increasingly unclear about the future situation. Aizen, who considers himself the master of the Soul Society, definitely cannot tolerate the Quincy attacking the Soul Society. But why? He hasn't made an appearance yet. Do you really want to stand by in such a battle? Aizen shook his head and began to explain with other reasons. Might be coming soon. Maybe he was fighting with the local leader, so he didn't show up for the time being. As the saying goes, capture the thief first and capture the king first. As long as the leaders of these quenching divisions are dealt with, then these subordinates will be vulnerable. The screen continues to play. At this moment, Zaraki Kenpeki smiled at Grammy and said. Didn't you say that you are the strongest Quincy? That's all you can do? If you are the strongest, you should defeat the strongest Kenpeki. Come on, fight hard. Zaraki Kenpeki is very satisfied with this enemy and hopes that he can use all his strength to please himself. At this time, Grammy also had a strong restlessness in his heart because of Zaraki Kenpeki's fanaticism. Originally, he had always considered himself the strongest. The people around did not dare to fight him. So Grammy sees no need to prove himself. But in front of this, there is an extremely exciting desire to prove his own strength. Like Zaraki Kenpeki, Grammy's eyes gradually turned red, and his endless killing intent and ferocious color were vividly displayed, gradually showing his beast side. He didn't know that he was actually being gradually led astray by Zaraki Kenpeki intentionally or unintentionally. Get as crazy as Zaraki Kenpeki. This is actually a very unique hidden setting of Zaraki Kenpeki that many people cannot detect. At the beginning, even the very calm Byakuya Kukaki, led by Zaraki Kenpeki, unexpectedly showed a competitive side. So Grammy didn't use his most suitable fighting style, touch Zaraki Kenpeki, or consume Zaraki Kenpeki in a roundabout way. At this time, he, even desperate, wanted to crush Zaraki Kenpeki in a frontal attack. It can be said to use your own weaknesses to attack the enemy's strengths. In the wild laughter, countless modern weapons, machine guns, cannons appeared behind him. Boom! 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 Da-da-da-da-da! Zaraki Kenpeki is surrounded by dense gunfire and shells. The barrage complained wildly about this. FK, is this still a battle in the Shinigami world? My lord, times have changed. Is this the most advanced thinking of the Knights of the Star Cross? Love, love, love. These old bones of the Soul Society should be swept into the grave of history. Doghead. What age is it that you still use such an ancient weapon as a sword? He's tried really hard to imagine the Pentagon, too bad he hasn't seen enough. Doghead. In the chat group, the audience complained wildly. Hitsuga Ichwir, this enemy is really playing tricks, and even played with guns. I hope Captain Zaraki is okay. Kuzajishi Yachiru, don't worry, Xiaojian will be fine. Kurosaki Ichigo, this enemy, is really beyond my imagination. I didn't expect that there would be a battle with guns. Zaraki Kenpeki, is it great to use guns? Ordinary people rely on guns to make up for their own weakness. Whether it is speed or strength, Shendu is not afraid of guns. Kurako Shunsui, these guns are all fancy and useless. Jaishur Yukatake, but the ability to imagine is still very difficult. No one knows what he will suddenly come up with. Baragan, I thought my imagination was very powerful, so I just imagined the death of the enemy. It is the simplest and rudest way to deal with the enemy with death. Kurosaki Mayuri, this enemy is really interesting, I really want to catch him and dissect him. See what his brain is made of. It seems that his body doesn't exist anymore, so he doesn't know if his mind is the same as that of a normal person. Yamamoto Motoyanagi Shigakuni, indeed, these Quincy Masters have really changed their appearance, and they are even more different from Shinigami. I don't know how it's different from the Quincy 1,000 years ago. On screen. After a burst of gunpowder, Zaraki Kenpaki's unharmed body reappeared. He continued laughing wildly through the hail of bullets, to fight Grimy. Such a terrifying artillery weapon only scratched his skin. Soon, he approached Grimy and slashed hard. Grimy also summoned a black shield to block Zaraki Kenpaki's attack. Boom! Zaraki Kenpaki's sword sliced through easily. Humph, nothing new, even if it's steel, I can cut it off. However, to Zaraki Kenpaki's surprise. Click! Grimy didn't intend to resist his attack on purpose, but deliberately blocked his blade with his body. He imagined that his body could absorb the knife, so Zaraki Kenpaki couldn't pull out the blade for a while. Next. A giant hand descended from the sky. Block out the sun. Overwhelming. It seems like the hand of the prehistoric titan wants to suppress Zaraki Kenpaki directly. Boom. However, with such a head-to-head attack, it is basically impossible to defeat Zaraki Kenpaki. Zaraki Kenpaki once again broke through the suppression of the giant hand, jumped up, and slashed at Grimy with a knife. He dealt damage to Grimy in an instant with a speed that was beyond the reach of a thunderbolt. Grimy took a few steps back, and couldn't even react for a while, not knowing whether he should defend Zaraki Kenpaki or heal himself. In the course of the battle, Grimy also gradually discovered a weakness of his own. If he hadn't had time to discover the new wound, the healing process would have been slightly delayed. In that case, in the next battle, his defense and counterattack will be delayed. Swish! After many rounds, Grimy finally lost. Hit hard again by Zaraki Kenpaki. After feeling his multiple injuries, Grimy finally lost his calmness in the past. Are you really going to fail? Zaraki Kenpaki is a real monster. Before he knew it, negative emotions had begun to occupy his mind. But the fear of Zaraki Kenpaki and the possibility of his own failure in the future made him lose his fighting spirit as he fought. Maybe even materialize the failure in your head into reality. Seeing Grimy's skepticism about life, Zaraki Kenpaki said contemptuously. What? Suddenly the combat power has dropped, don't you imagine yourself losing? What Zaraki Kenpaki despises the most is those who have a weak will to fight. People can fail, but they must never lose their fighting spirit. Barrage area. The failure is due to the inability of the brain, and the speed of the single-core CPU is not enough to handle it. Multi-line operation is not possible, and the upper limit is still a bit low. If Kenpaki hadn't said that, the fight would have been over. Kenpaki strengthens the opponent's operations on a daily basis. If you are not bald yet, it means that your brain is not fully developed. Grimy, I want to kill myself. He lacks a ideological seal, and he will kill himself. Have good ability, but the mentality is not good or bad. Give it to a smart person like the store manager, then this ability will be invincible. In the chat group, Byakuya Kukaki reminds me of the former Quincy Master with fear ability. This feeling of gradually losing control and no longer being invincible will definitely make him feel unspeakable fear. 0. Ask for flowers. Yamamoto Motoyanagi Shigakuni, very good, our soul society has such a strong captain, and we can be more confident in dealing with Quincy. Anohanaretsu, as expected, he is the captain of Zaraki. I hope this is just the beginning, after all, he has not officially released Zaraki yet. Knife, isn't his strongest strength. Madaram Ikeku, yes, the captain is an invincible existence. Zanpakuto is so strong if he is not liberated. After liberating, wouldn't he be invincible? Ullakshala, don't think that you can be complacent about dealing with this imaginative monster. I think he can't use the limit of this ability at all, wasting this ability. And at this time, Hueco Mundo. Aizen, who saw Zaraki Kenpeki and Grimy fighting, looked deeper and deeper. With his keen eyesight, he quickly saw the clues. He told his subordinates what he had discovered. So that's the case. In fact, the Quincy doesn't need to be so afraid. No matter how strong his attack and defense are, there is still a speed limit. It is best to use Blitz to defeat him in one fell swoop before his brain reacts. Su's ringing can move in space and shield the enemy's perception, which is very helpful for getting close to him. And you should also learn to stimulate his competitive spirit, let him use physical skills as much as possible to fight you, and don't let him come up with more weird things. If he only relies on strength, it's still easy to deal with. Because Aizen knew that in the future, he might fight these star-crossed knights. Then his subordinates may have to deal with these Quincy Masters. So it's better to tell some important information in advance. To prevent my subordinates from being killed by these weird Quincy Masters. Ichimarujin is full of praise for this. As expected, Captain Aizen has seen the weakness of his imagination so quickly. In this way, Zaraki Kenpeki has made a mistake and pulled the opponent into what he is best at. In holy rhythm, Aizen applauds. Although Zaraki Kenpeki appears to be a brash on the surface, in combat, one cannot completely underestimate his combat IQ. Tosen Kaname also nodded after some thought. If I create Bankai's enchantment to block his vision, hearing, etc., this child with little combat experience will definitely not be able to deal with it. Let him fight in the dark and desperate environment. In the environment, you may be scared to death yourself. They should really be fully prepared for these weird Quincies. And in the picture, the words of Zaraki Kenpeki awaken the dreamer. Only then did Grimy, who fell into negativity, realize that he almost turned his imaginary death into reality. It's so dangerous. After all, Grimy's ability, although claimed to be the strongest. But he, who has been restricted by Yuhabach for a long time, actually has a very narrow vision, so he can't give full play to the power of imagination. After all, no matter how powerful the imagination is, it needs reference from reality. And many me want to fight him, no matter how much fighting experience they have. After a little bit of headwind, my mentality collapsed soon. So much so that my own imagination will almost kill me. He must not fail for such a reason. For this, he is very grateful to the enemy Zaraki Kenpeki. Then, he imagined a new self. It's like shadow clone. Zaraki Kenpeki was a little puzzled. Could this be a clone of the hidden mobile unit? Grammy shook his head at this. This is not my clone, but another me. My imagination is able to create objects, and Gunner before that, was the creature I created. Zaraki Kenpeki, in order to thank you for preventing me from committing suicide, I have a big gift for you. Afterwards, the two Grammys started imagining at the same time. This boosts his imagination to ultimate. Summon an unprecedented attack to destroy the world. If your imagination is not enough, use the quantity to make up. Buzz. The mysterious power began to cause the heaven and earth to be upgraded. There was a scorching breath in the air. The space can't stop buzzing, and it seems that they can't bear the next terrifying power. The audience was a little puzzled at first, not knowing what Grammy was thinking. Until a long time later, a huge burning meteorite came from the outer space imagined by Grammy. It's so huge, it blocks out the sun. Suddenly it fell from the sky. With the momentum of destroying Xilingting, and even destroying the whole world, it slammed into the ground. Boom! Boom! This is a scene that the audience will never forget. If this kind of natural disaster comes completely, it may destroy the Soul Society just like Bankai of Yamamoto Moten Yanagi Shigakuni. After feeling this powerful force from the sky, countless Shinigami and Quincy raised their heads in a daze. Many weaker people all fell into a sluggish state, and the weapons in their hands fell to the ground with a clatter. Are you kidding me? When had they seen such a posture? Is this still the battle between the Shinigami and the Quincy? Chapter 46. Now, facing such a powerful Zaraki Kenpeki, Grimy is desperate. Imagining meteorites directly to attack Siritii. Of course, to be more precise, it is Siritii replaced by the Invisible Empire. Grimy's doing this can be said to make no distinction between the enemy and the enemy. Crazy level, almost equal to Kenpeki. Besides the Shinigami, the Quincy were also panicked. They didn't expect that Grimy would use such a devastating move. Are you going to die with Soul Society? Yuhabach really shouldn't have let him out. Among the Knights of the Star Cross, the second-in-command Hasward, who is second only to the strongest Yuhabach, also has a serious face and loses his indifferent demeanor. He also couldn't maintain his composure against Grimy's attack, and quickly ordered other Quincy divisions. Quick, hurry up and protect our Majesty. He was worried that the palace where Yuhabach was located at this time would also be affected by the meteorite. It can be seen from this that it is not an exaggeration for Grimy to claim that he is the strongest Quincy besides Yuhabach. On the battlefield at this time. Ah 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 ah. Desperate wailing, screaming, and fear sounded one after another, and they couldn't stop at all. Many people were sweating and shivering from the back, unable to stand firm. Not even the thought of running away. With such a huge meteorite that stretches as far as the eye can see, even if you try your best, you may not be able to leave the envelope of the meteorite. At this time, however, Zaraki Kenpeki has no fear whatsoever. Even also laughed wildly. That's right. He was the same as in the previous battles. He met his opponent, there was only joy. Ha ha ha. It turned out to be a meteorite. Another uncut thing. Devour it. No Zarashi. Zaraki Kenpeki finally opens Shikai and releases Zanpakut. This is the skill he possessed after the battle with Anohana Yachiryu in 763. Just after he finished speaking, the Zanpakut in his hand finally changed. Buzz. A gigantic giant knife with a strange shape, much larger than a human being, appeared in the hands of Zaraki Kenpeki with a white cloth strip wrapped around its handle. Originally Kurosaki Ichigo's Zangetsu, is already much larger than normal Zanpakut. And this Zanpakut by Zaraki Kenpeki is several times more than that. With no Zarashi on his shoulders, he grinned, the excitement in his heart beyond words. Ha ha ha. During this process, Kuzujishi Yachiru on the other side fell into a sluggish state. A voice hidden in my heart began to appear. That was the scene when she and Zaraki Kenpeki first met. Little devil, what's your name? No name. Okay, then I'll call you Yakian Liu. This is the name I want you to be called. Actually, Kuzujishi Yachiru at this time, and Zaraki Kenpeki himself can't remember. This is actually the name of first generation Kenpeki, Anohana Yachiryu. After seeing this scene, people from Soul Society and Hueco Mundo were shocked and started to have a heated discussion. Hitsuga Ichwir, Captain Zaraki, finally we are going to use Shikai to release Zanpakut? We captains thought that his Zanpakut was in a state of normal liberation at first. Neutra, he really hasn't liberated Zanpakut? He didn't liberate Zanpakut until now, damn it, don't I deserve it? Byakuya Kukaki, then if he completely liberates Zanpakut, wouldn't he be stronger when using Bankai? Kurosaki Ichigo, yes, he never liberated Zanpakut when he was fighting me, and now he is at least 10 times stronger than before. This Zanpakut is much bigger than my Zangetsu. Anohana Retsu, I finally liberated Zanpakut. I can also feel relieved. Yamamoto Moto Yanagi Shigakuni, it seems that in this battle, we Godi 13 have to do our best, and Zaraki Kenpeki also has to show his full strength. All the Shinigami are amazed at this time. On the contrary, Zanpakuto is very disdainful. Zaraki Kenpeki, the king of flat cutting with only a broken knife, feels a bit awkward. Zaraki Kenpeki, oh, I'm still going to liberate Zanpakuto? I'm a little uncomfortable. Is it ultimately up to Zanpakuto's power? He had mixed feelings when he recalled the scene when he fought Kurosaki Ichigo earlier. Kuzujishi Yachiru, it's also very good to be able to fight with Zanpakuto, don't worry about Xiaojian. By the way, if you look at it this way, the Zanpakuto name of Koken is Nozarashi, right? Madaram Ikeku, what a cool name. Zaraki Kenpeki, Nozarashi? What an inexplicable name, it doesn't resonate at all. I really don't want to call it Kuzujishi Yachiru. Anohanaretsu. At the moment, other than Zaraki Kenpeki's Shikai Zanpakuto, other things have Shinigami's attention. Yamamoto Moto Yanagi Shigakuni, in the picture I saw earlier, who is that blonde-haired man called His Majesty? If there is no accident, it should be Yuhabach who the Quincy Masters admire most. Kurako Shunsui, they still worry about their Majesty being injured? It seems that the power of imagination is indeed a bit too much. Yamamoto Moto Yanagi Shigakuni, humph, as long as I'm in this place, it's still possible to deal with this meteorite. But it's still a bit troublesome to keep the Soul Society. After all, my attack is too strong. Jaishur Yukatake, is this place really a Soul Society? Why does it seem a little strange to me when I see such a white building? Byakuya Kukaki, could it be that we all came to the enemy's stronghold to fight? Yamamoto Moto Yanagi Shigakuni, could it be that we started to counterattack the Quincy led by Yuhabach? That's not bad. In the previous battle in Jingling Court, we should still be able to successfully protect Jingling Court. Afterwards, we even have the opportunity to turn against customers. Kurako Shunsui, that's really gratifying. But objectively speaking, the Quincy's who invaded before are still very strong. For a while, everyone was puzzled by all kinds of information. And Zaraki Kenpeki in the picture is also looking at the meteorite in the sky, eager to try. It's as if a child sees a fun toy and can't wait to try it out. Kurosaki Ichigo, wait a minute, what is Zaraki Kenpeki going to do now? Is he really going to cut this meteorite? I thought he was joking. It would be understandable if he cut Grimy now. Zaraki Kenpeki, I want to chop something fun, is there any difficulty in understanding this? Kurosaki Ichigo, I haven't fought with you for a long time, have you forgotten me? It's not bad to let me hack you when you have time. Kurako Shunsui, stop Captain Zaraki, that's impossible. For Captain Zaraki, not letting him chop what he wants now is more uncomfortable than letting him die. Jaishur Yukatake, I even wonder if Captain Zaraki will cut it if this freak of imagination can make the sun fall. Aizen Suk, is it such a pinnacle of imagination? Very good, I also want to see what the limit of Shinigami's physical attack power can reach. Zaraki Kenpeki, don't let me down. Ichimaru-jin, do you really want to cut it? It's really a monster. Don't die so fast, Captain Jengshu. I'm still waiting to see your Bankai. And at this time, Hueco Mundo, Arankar, such as Olachala, Heli Bell, etc., have mixed feelings. Was such a powerful attack really used by the deadly enemy Quincy they surrounded? These Quincy Masters are so strong? If the Quincy came to their Hueco Mundo, it would be no problem to destroy most of the Hueco Mundo, right? Adding up the others, it might not be enough for Grimy to fight. Baragan thought about his own death breath and shook his head. Although he can rot everything he touches, the size of this meteorite has already exceeded the envelope of his death breath. Even the proud Baragan is a bit shy. And Stark thought about his infinite zero, soul split and other skills, and felt that they couldn't play much role. At most, it can only destroy one layer of the meteorite's surface. And Holly Bell is also ashamed of herself, feeling that her water flow is not enough to affect the meteorite. Even after eating the frozen fruit, she also felt a little hopeless. After all, with her ability, it is already the limit to affect objects within a few miles. And this meteorite is so huge, even if it is frozen, it will quickly melt the ice. Impossible to stop. As for Ulquiola, he also felt very small. Even if he turns on the second stage returning blade and transforms into a black-winged demon, at most he only has the power to protect himself, and he is powerless to stop the meteorite from falling. So at this moment, the mentality of the Arankars can only be very depressed. The only thing to be happy about is that the Soul Society may be destroyed because of this. In that case, it is barely a good thing for them. In addition, Arankar, who crazily admired Aizen, such as Holly Bell, couldn't help but mutter in his heart at this time. Although their master Aizen is very invincible. But can he summon such a terrifying meteorite attack like this Grammy? And who is the leader of the Star-Crossed Knights? Compared with Aizen-suk, who is stronger and who is weaker? Can Aizen defeat the Quincy if he leads them? These questions linger in their minds, unable to get rid of them. As for the Invisible Empire, the Quincy Masters also stirred up waves with one stone. Shouts and complaints kept coming and going, and they couldn't stop at all. Good guy, this Grammy really doesn't distinguish between enemies and friends. Even the captain is worried about His Majesty. This shows how BD this Grammy is. Why don't we kill him now, lest he let us all die together in the future? Let you destroy the Soul Society, didn't tell you to destroy the entire Soul Society. And looking at the picture, this seems to be the building of our invisible empire, right? So it should be the scene when we replaced Jinglingting with the invisible empire. He is going to destroy our invisible empire. The Quincy's were full of complaints about Grammy. Some Quincy masters even pondered. The reason why Yuhabach locked up Grammy was because Yuhabach was worried that he would not be able to restrain Grammy. This Grammy goes crazy, he will really destroy everything regardless of the enemy or himself. Of course, Yuhabach on the throne still smiled lightly at this time to stop the commotion of the crowd. Okay, stop arguing, you'd better read on patiently. After all, this is a future scene. Grammy may have his own reasons. Just right, let's find a chance to see if this super combat power, Zaraki Kenpeki, can deal with this meteorite. Besides, I'm still here, what are you worried about? Do you really think Grammy can hurt me? It was said that Hasward and others saluted respectfully, expressing that they did not dare to question His Majesty's ability. After all, their Majesty claims to be omniscient and omnipotent. Grammy's actions may also be under his control. Maybe he really wasn't worried about him destroying the Star-Crossed Knights. In this way, the Quincy's were full of complaints and continued to look at the scene in the picture. On screen. When Zaraki Kenpeki laughed ecstatically, his figure jumped up quickly, turned into a long rainbow, and flew towards the meteorite. Grammy was also a little dumbfounded at this time. Zaraki Kenpeki's madness has surpassed his daughter-in-law's history. This guy, does he have to rely on his own strength to deal with the meteorite? Grammy finally convinced Zaraki Kenpeki at this time. Faced with such a desperate blow to destroy the world, he didn't have any fear, and even became more and more excited. Such a monster is completely beyond his mind. Does he want to use death to conquer the natural disaster? Grammy subconsciously still didn't want to believe this scene, and said with a sneer. Zaraki Kenpeki, I don't believe you can destroy this meteorite. So you can only stop here, pay for your madness. In this way, Zaraki Kenpeki has come to the meteorite under the watchful eyes of everyone. Now, the bullet screen also floated by at the same time. Meteorite danger. It's a pity, Kenpeki's most glorious period was the period when we were forced to say goodbye to Yachiryu. But for Kenpeki, Yachiryu must be very willing. The layout is too small, why not summon a sun to hit the earth? In the blink of an eye, Zaraki Kenpeki has completely exploded to compete with the meteorite. Buzz! His Ryutsu suddenly exploded. The Quincy and Shinigami located under Zaraki Kenpeki can even feel surrounded by an ocean of spiritual power. Such a vast, and infinite Ryutsu can fight head-to-head with meteorites. Then, Zaraki Kenpeki transformed his infinite Ryutsu into a terrifying slash. Swish! Zaraki Kenpeki is like hitting Kukaki, cutting off the meteorite completely. Boom! Boom! Countless people stared at this scene dumbfounded, unable to imagine the scene in front of them at all. Zaraki Kenpeki is so small in front of the meteorite, like the contrast between an elephant and an ant. But really cut off the meteorite. The king of flat slashing, well deserved. After seeing this shocking scene in the screen, everyone was shocked like never before, and started to have heated discussions. Madaram Ikeku, ah. 4.2. The captain really cut off the meteorite. It's incredible. Yuki, vice captain, have you all seen it? Ayasukawa Yumi Chika, well, the bigger captain is so handsome. Kuzujishi Yachiru, although I should feel very happy, but I don't know why, after hearing Xiaojian shout no Zarashi, I feel my heart seems a little empty. 1. Zaraki Kenpeki, oh, Yachiru, why are you still feeling empty? Do you think it's because you didn't have a chance to perform? Kuzujishi Yachiru, I don't know either, I just feel that at this time, I should still have a special mission that I should do. Heart. Zaraki Kenpeki, haha, you can't intervene in such a battle. But don't worry, I will not abandon you, even if I become stronger, I will still take you to fight. Of Anohanaretsu. Actually, there's really nothing wrong with Kuzujishi Yachiru's sixth sense. In the picture at this time, she has disappeared like a mystery. 8,000 streams became part of Zaraki Kenpeki. What has become, maybe even Zaraki Kenpeki and Kuzujishi Yachiru can't say exactly. Jaishur Yukatake, it really is Captain Zaraki. Facing an opponent who is like a god of creation, he still completely cut it off. Kurako Shunsui, Captain Zaraki is really strong. If he is willing, he is definitely more qualified than me to be a candidate for the future captain. Zaraki Kenpeki, I don't care about the captain. After becoming the captain, can I chop what I want? Aizen Suk, that's really good, Zaraki Kenpeki. It seems that I did see the right person. Protect the Soul Society while I am away. If the Soul Society is damaged, I can. Unbearable. Hit Shugaichweir, come on, stop talking, Aizen, it's very annoying. For a while, the entire chat group was extremely lively. Chapter 47. In the chat group, everyone is still having a heated conversation. Ulakshala, maybe in another battlefield, it is our Aizen-sama's leadership that keeps you Shinigami from being completely wiped out. Harry Bell, that's right, these Quincy's are so powerful, and their leaders must be even more terrifying. I guess only our Master Aizen is qualified to contain them. Yamamoto Motoyanagi Shigakuni, humph, I'm not dead yet. Don't be ashamed. Gremmy, damn it, I don't want to admit that I can't defeat you, Zaraki Kenpeki. Since this meteorite is not big enough, I'll use 3 of myself to imagine and create a bigger meteorite. Harsword, Grammy, that's enough. Don't talk nonsense. Byakuya Kukaki, oh, is this the person who appeared? These Quincy's are actually in the chat group? It seems that you have been lurking for a long time. Hit Shugaichweir, sneaky, like a rat. Have the ability to fight us head-on. For a while, the appearance of the Quincy Master attracted great attention from the Soul Society. Yamamoto Motoyanagi Shigakuni, humph, I don't care if you are under the leadership of Yuhabach, anyway, it is impossible for you Quincy to defeat us Shinigami. Aizen Suk, let me also tell you in advance, warning you. Don't touch my soul society. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. At this time, many forces have joined the chat group, making the content of conversations and quarrels more and more complicated. Of course, under Yuhabach's restraint, the other Quincy's did not speak hastily. Otherwise, this chat group will become a multi-party spat. And after seeing Zaraki Kenpaki's fighting power, the Shinigami are more and more confident. Will the Shinigami finally win this battle? Anohanaretsu, it really is a beast that has liberated its own strength. With such a powerful strength, I really want to be with him. Forget it, Captain Zaraki at this time, probably only the general captain can restrain him. Yamamoto Motoyanagi Shigakuni, yes, maybe this imagination is so desperate, it is precisely because of the strong fighting power of our soul society that they are driven to a desperate situation. Kurosaki Ichigo, great. Captain Zaraki is fully qualified to protect Siritai, protect Rukia, and others. I was worried at first, wondering if I should take action. Draw 03 faces. After being cut off by Zaraki Kenpaki many times, Grimy lost his composure. In this world, is there really no object that can stop Zaraki Kenpaki from slashing? Thinking of this, Grimy, who was unwilling to admit defeat, became even crazier. Since there is nothing real to kill Zaraki Kenpaki, only the invisible. With this in mind, Grimy created 10 more of himself. With so many of himself, he exploded with a bigger imagination, and abruptly dragged Zaraki Kenpaki into the cosmic space. Swish! Grimy said proudly at this moment. In cosmic space, body fluids, eyeballs, and oral mucosa evaporate, and wounds exposed to air will also boil blood. If you try to breathe, you just destroy your lungs. Your body will slowly crumble, ready to die. This is one of the few times when secret can pose a threat to Kenpaki. And Zaraki Kenpaki is indeed as Grimy said, the moisture evaporates from all parts crazily, and it seems that the vitality will disappear soon. The barrage army strikes again. Good guy, you actually imagined the universe. It's very scientific. It seems that Quincy is indeed a master of advanced scientific ideas, but if it is Shinigami, how do you know these cutting-edge sciences? The pattern finally got bigger, and it took 12 Shami to figure it out. I wonder if Captain Yamamoto will survive here. Haha, I also wonder if Aizen can survive here. It seems that no matter how strong the so-called imagination is, there is a limit. No matter how terrifying something is, it is estimated that his number of clones is not enough. And at this time, members of Hueco Mundo and Soul Society were even more worried when they saw Grimy's weird skills. Grimy's skills at this time are getting worse and worse. I summoned a meteorite before, but now I can imagine the cosmic space. It is not easy to teleport such a long distance with Zaraki Kenpaki. He must also have to expend a lot of energy and Ryutsu, the regiment can be completed. Quite a few Shinigami and Su shook their heads, feeling that they would definitely not be able to survive the cosmic space. This can be regarded as one of the few moments when Grimy's imagination exploded. Meanwhile, Aizen was also lost in thought. Although Aizen will not be afraid of Grimy's ability, he thinks he is not enough to pose a threat to himself. But if this Grimy is so powerful, wouldn't the king of the Quincy Lord Yuhabach behind him be even stronger? Facing such an opponent, I must treat it with caution. Just like dealing with Yamamoto Motoyanagi Shigakuni, only by earnestly exploring Yuhabach's information and using special means to limit Yuhabach's strength can he be defeated. In addition, this Grimy's imagination actually made Aizen empathize. After all, the Hugyaku he has is, to some extent, also closely related to imagination. The real power of Hugyaku is to make things develop in the direction the host expects. Of course, it is impossible to achieve everything, and the host has to be required to have the strength to realize this wish. However, Aizen will not just materialize specific things like Grimy. He pursues more abstract things, pursues a higher realm, and evolves to another dimension. This is still better than Grammy's imagination. So after seeing Grammy's use of imagination so poorly, Aizen also strengthened his inner thoughts. Only by stepping into a higher realm can one truly change one's destiny and gain greater strength. Only then can we really formulate rules and let the world move forward in the direction we expect. With this in mind, Aizen's eyes became clearer. At the same time, Ichimaru Jin, Tosen Kaname and other subordinates also clearly felt that Aizen's momentum suddenly skyrocketed. It seems that the battle between Grimy and Zaraki Kenpeki also had a big impact on Aizen. They also have their own unique ideas, either to seek revenge for Aizen, or to fight for Aizen to defeat a powerful enemy, so they all secretly swear. Facing the unpredictable future, they really have to become stronger. On screen. When Grimy looked at Zaraki Kenpeki and was madly proud, a huge knife appeared from the crack in space. Swish! It cut Grimy in half at lightning speed. Zaraki Kenpeki also escaped from space, and said coldly, "You forgot to harden your body." In addition to absolute power, Zaraki Kenpeki's ability to judge the situation and grasp the opportunity of battle is also very good. Grammy immediately grasped Grammy's flaw at this time. After all, Grammy fell short and missed the opportunity to kill Zaraki Kenpeki. But even at this time, Grimy was not reluctant. He continued to let Countless himself cling to Zaraki Kenpeki, restricting Zaraki Kenpeki's actions. And these bodies, all turned into a bomb attack Zaraki Kenpeki. Boom! 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 Countless explosion shock waves swept towards all directions, imposing momentum. The onlookers stared intently at the picture on the screen, wanting to see if Zaraki Kenpeki could survive. Of course, Grammy didn't really die, and soon created himself again. And Zaraki Kenpeki reappeared after a burst of gunpowder. He was not directly killed by Grimy. Even though he was bruised, Zaraki Kenpeki stood proudly, without any sign of falling down. Whether it is combat power or defense power, Zaraki Kenpeki, the Ryutsu monster, is at the top. Seeing this, Grimy was panting, sweating profusely, and fell into madness. Damn it! The appearance of 12 himself, imagining cosmic space and self-detonation, has already consumed a lot of Ryutsu. But still can't completely defeat Zaraki Kenpeki? Impossible. Arrogant and supercilious, he has always thought of himself as the most powerful Quincy Master in the world he imagined. He doesn't believe he can't defeat Zaraki Kenpeki. And at this moment, what he imagined was mercilessly torn apart by Zaraki Kenpeki. Naturally, Grimy's mentality will completely collapse. The worldview has completely collapsed. At this moment, Grimy stared at Zaraki Kenpeki viciously with crazy eyes. Even if all means are used, he must be completely destroyed. Soon, he thought that since there is nothing that can kill Zaraki Kenpeki, the only thing that can kill Zaraki Kenpeki is Zaraki Kenpeki. He simply imagined himself as Zaraki Kenpeki. Ha 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 ha. With wild laughter, Xiaolimi's body began to become more and more swollen. Seems like it's really going to be Zaraki Kenpeki. The self-righteous Grammy thinks he can finally defeat Zaraki Kenpeki next. Too bad it didn't wait for him to turn into Zaraki Kenpeki. Clack la la. His body actually exploded. For a time, flesh and blood flew everywhere. Boom. How is this possible? Grimy's consciousness is fuzzy, and he still can't believe everything in front of him. Xi. Am I really a failure? Zaraki Kenpeki sneered and said. Fool. You imagine yourself as me, a monster has appeared in your body, and then you are killed by that monster. Joke. Is the power of my Zaraki Kenpeki anything you can imagine? Even I almost can't remember it myself, it has been sealed in my memory. Grimy let out a miserable laugh, and his body fell from the sky. During this process, he was unwilling to say to himself. Have I been killed by my own imagination? I did imagine the power of Zaraki Kenpeki. Full and complete. No, Zaraki Kenpeki. My imagination was right. I imagined all your strength, but I didn't imagine. The only thing that can bear your strength is your own body. I didn't lose out to you in imagination. I lost out to you in body. Well, this is just an excuse, and my imagination did lose, ah. I really want to win. As he spoke, Grimy, who was stubborn, was already breathing weakly, and it was not long before he was excited. Not long after, he had riotsu dissipated and his body disappeared. In the end only one object remained, his brain. And at this time, the bullet screens also exploded again, continuously drifting past. Grammy, I finally killed myself. I miss myself. There's nothing wrong with my imagination and physical strength. Kenpeki, my full strength, my own body can't bear it. What are you thinking about with your small body? Kenpeki, it's all because of your appearance, which made my 8,000 streams gone, so I'll die. Pushing Kenpeki to such a point, Grimy can be regarded as having no regrets in this life. After all, few people can do it. In the chat group, countless Soul Society dead Shendo was very excited. Kurosaki Ichigo, great! Zaraki Kenpeki finally defeated this hateful enemy. Hitsuga Ichwir, it's a tough battle, to be honest. If it were our other members of Godi 13, maybe there are only a few who are qualified to defeat imagination. Zaraki Kenpeki, it's really boring. I wanted to show my skills, but before I did it, he wanted to kill himself. Otherwise, I still have a chance to kill him with one move. Gremy, impossible. I failed. Is my ability still lacking? Ah. I really want to win. Grammy was really furious at this time. Hasward, this Zaraki Kenpeki is indeed a bit capable. However, he has been fighting for so long, and it is inevitable that he will be covered with cuts and bruises. He has consumed a lot of physical strength, and he will be killed by our other members soon. Madaram Ikeku, humph, you guys are thinking too much. We Godi 13 have a lot of talent. There will definitely be someone to help Captain Zaraki. Yamamoto Moto Yanagi Shigakuni, are you Quincy Masters going to take the initiative to speak? Humph. Tell your leader. The premise is that your 590 leader is Yuhabach, who was beaten half to death by me. Tell him that if he wants to invade the Soul Society again, I will not give him a chance to escape this time. His body and soul must be completely annihilated. Aizen Suk, don't worry, Captain, if the Soul Society was under my command at that time, I would use Ryotsu to completely poison this Yuhabach into powder. Yamamoto Moto Yanagi Shigakuni, Aizen. You traitor of the Soul Society, I will not forgive you lightly either. In the Invisible Empire at this time, seeing that Grimy was defeated by Zaraki Kenpeki, Yuhabach was not very angry, and he was still the leader who was sure of winning. Although he is sometimes cruel to his subordinates, anger is useless at this time, and he should think about how to arrange it in the future. He also wanted to boost the spirit of his Quincy. Although Grimy was defeated, it was only lost to a super force, and the loser was not wronged. Before Ace Knot, Gerard Valkyrie, all played very brilliant records. Furthermore, from the scene on the map at this time, our Invisible Empire is obviously already in the process of replacing Jingling Ting. I believe that at this time, the Lingwang Palace will soon fall into our hands. So everyone, just rest assured, as long as I fully recover my strength, the Soul Society will be completely destroyed. After hearing these words, the Quincy's were not so depressed. They do have a firm belief in themselves. It's a pity, this Zaraki Kenpeki has obviously become much stronger, and I don't know what method he used. At least compared to the previous battles, they are obviously not at the same level. Next time, let me deal with Zaraki Kenpeki first, and completely eliminate him before he becomes stronger, so that he can no longer fight and become stronger. It's a disgrace to Grammy, who can't deal with Zaraki Kenpeki with such ability, and killed himself. Afterwards, we must find an opportunity to beat him, to see if he dares to be so complacent in the future, boasting that he is the strongest Quincy Master. While everyone was discussing, a familiar voice sounded again. Ding! The question session will start next. May I ask which one of the barrage that appeared before became the featured barrage? After hearing this, the entire audience was excited. After all, they still remember the rewards before. So don't miss this chance to answer the question. Madarame Ikeku, the way of thinking of the 11th team, although I don't know who this person is, but I'm so indifferent. Let's talk about it first. Kuzujishi Yachiru, for Kenpeiki, Yachiru is definitely very willing. Hitsugaichwir, Haki's side leakage king of Flat A is finally here. Byakuya Kukaki, once Zaraki Kenpeiki is on stage, it will give people a sense of stability. Kurosaki Ichigo, Kenpeiki, Ping A is a big move. I'm too lazy to name it. Abarai Renji, one of the few Shinigami who can pretend but won't be slapped in the face. Omadame Rekiyo, he tried very hard to imagine the Pentagon. Unfortunately, he didn't know enough. Chapter 48. In the chat group, everyone is still answering questions. Yamamoto Moto Yanagi Shigakuni, the layout is a bit small, why don't you summon a sun to hit the earth? Urahara Kisuke, if imagination V is given to a smart person like the store manager, he will be invincible. Tosen Kaname, if you have a Kaika Suijutsu, you don't even have to fight him. Baragan, this barren imagination, is a complete waste of this ability. Harry Bell, Master Aizen also specializes in bells and whistles. Star K, it's a pity. Kenpeiki's highlight period was the period when we said goodbye to Yachiru. 1. Neutra, Kenpeiki strengthens the opponent's operation every day. At the same time, Yuhabach also ordered his men to start answering questions. According to what Yuhabach said bluntly. Although these rewards may not be comparable to the holy text and complete holy body given by Yuhabach to the Quincy, but can't let Shinigami and Su get the rewards. M. Gerald Valkyrie, is this the most advanced thinking of the Knights of the Star Cross? Love love love. Exljabero, Soul Society, these old antiques, should be swept into the historical grave. Doghead. Diaskin Nakroval, Gremmy, I'm trying to kill myself. B. Hugen Hersward, what time is it, do you still use such an ancient weapon as a sword? F. Ace Not, the failure is due to a bad brain, a single core CPU, and the speed is not enough to handle it. The appearance of Quincy's voice surprised both Soul Society and Hueco Mundo. Hitsugaichwir, humph, have you Quincy finally started answering questions? I thought you were too noble to answer questions. Byakuya Kukaki, seeing that we can become so strong with the help of rewards, they must not be able to sit still. Kurako Shunsui, originally they were going to deal with us Godi I-13, but it was a bad luck, and of course they needed to become stronger quickly. Gerald, hehe, you are overthinking. I am already invincible, but I just don't want you to get rewards. Ljabero, anyway, I have nothing to do, so I will answer it as a way to relieve boredom. Ace Not, you will soon know what real fear is. Zaraki Kenpeiki's battle is just luck, and our other Quincy Masters will definitely defeat you with ease. Grimjo, humph, don't forget about us Hueco Mundo. Although Shinigami and I are not friends, we have a deeper hatred with you. If I have the chance, I will also eliminate you bastards of Quincy. Gerald, Tisk, Hueco Mundo doesn't even need our attention, it's just a group of uneducated beasts, and we can't find a few that we need to pay attention to. 1. Ljabero, the Arancars that appeared before seem to be vulnerable, and they really can't arouse our fighting spirit. Baragan, humph, you children, I haven't spoken yet. I grew up watching you Quincy Masters, and you were indeed very ashamed in the battle 1,000 years ago. He lost so badly. Ljabero, you skull is finished, I will kill you first if I have the chance. And at this time, some Shinigami were not in a hurry to answer the questions, but repeatedly looked carefully at the barrage that appeared on the screen. Hirako Shinji, having said that, why can't I understand some bullet screens? It's a pity, the period when Kenpaki's highlight was the period when we said goodbye to Yaki and Liu. Zaraki Kenpaki, who cares, don't answer the barrage that you don't understand. Urahara Kisuke, indeed, it seems a little abnormal. I remember that when Captain Zaraki used Shikai before, he specially gave Vice Captain Grassdeer a lot of shots. Byakuya Kukaki, Yachiryu and Captain Zaraki have a very good relationship and are inseparable. Seeing how powerful Captain Zaraki is, it is estimated that some special changes will occur in her heart. Zaraki Kenpaki, what you said seems to make sense. Anyway, I don't know why, I am not very willing to call this Zanpakuto, and I don't want to be liberated. Kurosaki Ichigo, is it because of the liberation of Zanpakuto? Does it make you feel that you are relying on the power of Zanpakuto? Zaraki Kenpaki, it's not, more like I might lose something after I liberate Zanpakuto. Kuzujishi Yachiru, oh, don't think about Xiaojian, even if you really lose something, don't care, if you don't liberate Zanpakuto, you will only lose more. While everyone was talking non-stop, the Three Realms projection soon began to announce the answer. Ding! Question time is over. Next, start to search for the answers of all the respondents. The person who answered correctly is Coyote Stark. What a pity. Zaraki Kenpaki's most glorious period was the period when he was forced to say goodbye to Yaki and Liu. Stark gets a little point. After hearing this information, many viewers were extremely shocked. Zaraki Kenpaki let Ryotsuya go even further, swinging his sword and getting up. Zaraki Kenpaki, what's going on here? Is it really this barrage? Could it be that Yaki and Liu is going to leave me? The place where this barrage appeared should be when I cut meteorites? Goodbye. Yamamoto Moto Yanagi Shigakuni, could it be that it was hit by fragments of a meteorite? But it shouldn't be the case. This meteorite was basically smashed into small meteorites by Zaraki Kenpaki. 1. Zaraki Kenpaki, damn it. Yachiryu who wants to hurt me, this bullshit V is finished. See if I don't smash your brains into pieces. Kurotsuki Mayuri, oh, Captain Zaraki, this is not a good idea, anyway, he has already failed, such good experimental materials should not be wasted. Let me study what his brain is made of. Urahara Kisuke, indeed, this brain is so miraculous, and it must be studied carefully to imagine such powerful things. This ability to create objects out of thin air is indeed very close to God 3. Zaraki Kenpaki, wait a minute, when I heard the name Nozarashi, that uneasy feeling. Could there really be a strange mechanism that makes Yachiryu disappear? Kurosaki Ichigo, is it similar to how I communicated with Zangetsu? Could it be that Yachiryu is a kind of sealing power similar to Zaraki Kenpaki's blindfold, and will really make his son disappear? This is a bit mysterious. Zaraki Kenpaki, if this is the case, I will never use this shit Zanpakuto, spicy chicken Zanpakuto, even dogs. I might as well just pick up a broken knife. Irmiwa Wanjiu, cough cough, I will give you a chance to reorganize the group speech. Kuzujishi Yachiru, oh, Xiaojian, don't be so excited. In fact, getting stronger is also a good thing. Zaraki Kenpaki, Yachiliu, stop talking, as long as I'm here, I won't let you leave me. At this time, Zaraki Kenpaki's emotions are indeed almost out of control, and he cannot accept the possible future scenarios. Although he yearns for stronger power, it is definitely not in exchange for 8,000 lives. Zaraki Kenpaki's brain seems to be unable to fully understand the relationship between Yachiryu and himself at this time. These 8,000 streams are his Zanpakuto, or the manifestation of power, or the source of Bankai. Anyway, no matter what, even if Zaraki Kenpaki can understand, he subconsciously cannot accept such a result. Kurako Shunsui, Oh, Captain Zaraki, don't be so hasty to make a conclusion. In fact, this is just a barrage. There was a barrage saying that a hot chicken Aaron car can shoot the captain. Maybe it's just a joke. Anohanaretsu, yes, as long as these barrages are interesting, they are likely to be selected. They don't care what the facts are, they first appease Zaraki Kenpeki and then talk. If Zaraki Kenpeki loses his temper and really never liberates Zanpakut, it will definitely be a huge blow to the power of the Soul Society. Zaraki Kenpeki, oh? Really? If that's the case, then I'll accept it reluctantly. Ichimarajin, hee, what a warm and touching scene. Speaking of which, Stark, how did you come up with this barrage? Stark, well, I don't know how to say it, it's just my intuition. Anyway, with so many people answering, someone will always answer correctly, and it just happens to be me. Harry Bell, not bad, it seems that our Hueco Mundo has a good start and scored a point first. Of course, at this time, the Shinigami quickly returned to calm after a burst of excitement. They know very well that such a powerful imagination V has basically exceeded the scope of what they can handle. Even the captains Anohanaretsu and Byakuya Kukaki, who are relatively strong in everyone's mind, do not have the confidence to deal with it. In other words, only Urahara Kisuke, Zaraki Kenpeki, Kurako Shunsui, Jaishur Yukatake, etc. are eligible to deal with. If there are more Quincy's like Grimy, the consequences will be unimaginable. Therefore, they must work hard to prepare for the battle. You must know that although the strength of the Soul Society is strong, but because it has not entered the state of war for too long, the strength of the captains is generally not as good as that of the first generation Ganuwaten home team. So they have to become stronger in order to deal with the Aizen and Arankar who caused trouble recently, and the Quincy group that may destroy the Soul Society in the future. While everyone was secretly palpitating, the screen was still playing. Zaraki Kenpeki's famous scene video, it seems that it is not over yet. Next moment, an extremely tall titan appeared in the densely packed white buildings and was walking around. The familiar Hitsuga Ichware reappears, launch Bankai immediately. Daiguran Haran Meru. Click. Hitsuga Ichware freezes Gerald instantly. But for just a second, Gerald had shaken off Chware's freeze. Humph, how dare you use this level of freezing on me? Gerald stretched out his giant hand, ready to grab Hitsuga Ichware. Byakuya Kukaki hits Gerard with Senbonzakura Kage Yoshi in time. One-on-one is too much, Captain Hitsugaya, let's deal with it together. Hitsuga Ichware also landed next to Byakuya Kukaki, with a serious face. Indeed, with such a height difference, even 2 against 1 is not considered despicable. At this time, after hearing the height difference, Byakuya Kukaki showed a very strange expression and glanced at Chware. Byakuya Kukaki's eyes stung Chware. Hey, what's the matter with your eyes? Are you mocking the height difference between me and you? Byakuya Kukaki said with a guilty conscience. How can there be? I didn't think so, sorry. But his duplicity looks like he was caught lying, which shows that he often complains about Chware's stature in his heart. Although Chware felt a little resentful in his heart, he also knew that facing a strong enemy at this time, he should fight first. In the chat group, Kurosaki Ichigo, this familiar battle scene again, Captain Hitsugaya and Captain Kukaki appeared again. Byakuya Kukaki, it seems that it was our previous battle? It turned out to be this Titan Quincy again. But here is a different. Is it Captain Zaraki's famous scene? Rukia Kukaki, it seems that in the next battle, Captain Zaraki will also join the battle. I don't know if we can defeat this mighty Titan with the power of Captain Zaraki. Hitsuga Ichware, hey, Captain Kukaki, why don't you explain what you think about me? Rukia Kukaki, indeed, my brother rarely shows such an expression. Abarai Renji, that's true, it turns out that the captain also has the weakness of not being able to lie haha. Shihauer in your Yuaki, Hehe. In fact, Byakuya was very skinny when he was a child, but later he always put on a cold look. But the number of times he was slapped in the face has gone. I can often make him lose control of his emotions. Byakuya Kukaki, cough cough cough. I didn't pretend to be cold on purpose. I am mature and need to do things calmly. Hitsuga Ichware, Captain Kukaki. Don't change the subject. Abarai Renji, it seems that Captain Hitsugaya is very obsessed with height, so in the future Bankai will try to grow bigger. Puchi. Jaisure Yukatake, well, don't laugh at Ziobai, he's a kid. Which child doesn't want to grow up quickly? Hitsuga Ichware. Anohanaretsu, alright, let's concentrate on watching the next video. After all, this is related to our future tragic battle. Zaraki Kenpeiki, this is my video. It seems that I will definitely play an important role. It must be because the two of you can't beat it, so I need to play. On screen. Soon, as many people expected. As Gerald stretches out his giant hand, ready to attack Byakuya Kukaki and Hitsuga Ichware, a figure suddenly appeared. Swish! Gerald's arm snapped. Huge Ryotsu also explodes with a bang. Zaraki Kenpeiki appeared majestically with loose hair. Every time you come, you are the key person to save the field. This time it is to save two powerful Shinigami captains. Hihaki looked at the Titan sideways, and said unhappily. It's really embarrassing, so many captains take action, can't they win? However, Gerald quickly used the power of the Eucharist to restore his severed hand, and it was even stronger. Zaraki Kenpeiki, on the other hand, was even happier. In that case, he can fight to his heart's content. Haha, good money, is so interesting. Unlimited resurrection? Then chop you into powder. The Neuter that Zaraki Kenpeiki played against before, like this Gerard, has a history of recovery. However, before Zaraki Kenpeiki could do anything, Hitsuga Ichware immediately explained. Captain Zaraki, if you attack again, it will only make him bigger and bigger, and then he will become stronger and stronger, and even fall to the Siridii below, crushing Siridii. While talking, Gerald directly stepped on Chware, who was explaining. Boom! But Zaraki Kenpeiki easily blocked his huge body. Fortunately, Chware is not as tall as Zaraki Kenpeiki, so he is safe and sound at this time. The expression on his face was even a bit prickly. Zaraki Kenpeiki and Chware continued the conversation at this time. Okay, don't talk so much, I understand. If you want to deal with this guy, you can't kill him slowly, you can't enjoy it slowly, you have to kill him instantly, right? Hitsuga Ichware. You seem to be right. But I don't know why, but I always feel a little weird. What does it mean to cut him slowly and enjoy it slowly? After speaking, Zaraki Kenpeiki jumped up and slashed at Gerard. Gerald blocks Zaraki Kenpeiki's attack with his shield, then bounces him away. Immediately afterwards, he drew his sword. Gerard even explained his abilities. It's nice to have me fall to the ground. But you, the mighty incarnation of darkness, will become the rust of my sword of hope. Zaraki Kenpeiki was not afraid at all, and rarely took off his blindfold. His fighting spirit soared into the sky at this time. Start launching your own Shikai. Eat it, no Zarashi. Boom. Boom. Originally, Zaraki Kenpeiki, whose Ryotsu had already been the best in the pack, suddenly rose sharply again. The air around couldn't bear the Ryotsu of Zaraki Kenpeiki and started humming uncontrollably. Hitsuga Ichware was also very surprised at this time. Ah, he actually liberated Zanpakuto. This is the first time he has seen Zaraki Kenpeiki's Shikai. Chapter 49. The screen is still playing. After Zaraki Kenpeiki liberated Zanpakuto, his no Zarashi collides with Gerald's massive hope sword. Boom! The seemingly insignificant body of Zaraki Kenpeiki bounced the godlike Gerald away. Even the Sword of Hope has a gap. However, when Zaraki Kenpeki was about to continue the attack, he was shocked to find that a wound appeared on his stomach out of thin air. He could only hold his stomach, puzzled by this. How is this going? But there is no need for Zaraki Kenpeki to be so confused. Gerard has already taken the initiative to talk about his skills. My skill is called Miracle, which turns the hopes of the people into form. My body cannot be destroyed. The hope of the people will all gather together to form my Sword of Hope. And if the Sword of Hope breaks, it will be complete despair. Hitsuga Ichware and the others were bewildered, unable to understand what Gerald meant. In fact, Gerald Valkyrie of this personal guard, as the heart of the King of Souls, is indeed very buggy. Simply put, his so-called holy text, is to transform negative states into positive states. No matter how much damage you receive, you will recover quickly, and you will also convert the damage into your own strength. Not only immune to death him, but also getting stronger and stronger. Simply invincible. And Zaraki Kenpeki, who was rarely clever, said directly. I understand, that is to cut your sword directly and kill you, right? It's really stupid, and you have to say your own skills, you will regret your arrogance. Gerald didn't care at all. Humph, I said it on purpose to make up for the gap with you, after all you are too weak. Hitsuga Ichware couldn't help complaining when he heard the conversation between the two. Why are these two people so similar? They are all releasing water for the sake of fighting, hoping that the enemy can defeat them. They are simply the same kind of people. Such a berserker, maybe only Zaraki Kenpeki can deal with it. At this time, countless bullet screens drifted past again. Sure enough, the villain died of talking too much. Kenpeki's combat IQ is really high at this time. If this ability is not revealed, isn't it invincible? Kenpeki, deliberately undermining yourself, I'm familiar with that. Gerald, Kenpeki, do you know what it means to release water? The abilities of these guys are all bugs. Isn't he the same as Kenpeki, a person who keeps fighting and getting stronger? Captain level understanding of the 11th squad. Perhaps Kenpeki, who is so one-sided, can understand better. After seeing this scene, the audience was shocked again. This Gerard's strength is really too foul. 640, right? Why are the strengths of these Quincy ants so perverted one by one? So, they all started a heated discussion. Hitsuga Ichware, it turns out that the power of this miracle is so incredible, no wonder I couldn't freeze him at all. Byakuya Kukaki, to put it more accurately, when he was frozen at that time, he seemed to be able to get rid of it only by relying on his own hard power, and he didn't need to use recovery power. Kurosaki Ichigo, what is he talking about? I can't understand it at all. Anohanaretsu, I can barely understand it. Is it similar to Kaida's power? Anyway, through various means such as spirit suns, my body is constantly recovering. It's incredible. Aizen, the power of these Quincy Masters is indeed interesting. Besides Hugyaku, can they have such unimaginable power? But I also saw that the power in him is not just the power of Quincy Masters, but it is a higher dimension of divine power. If possible, I really want them to be my subordinates. Noitra, only Zaraki Kenpeki can deal with such a monster. Later, Hitsuga Ichware originally wanted to help Zaraki Kenpeki fight. But after seeing Chware make a move, Zaraki Kenpeki directly swung his knife to stop Chware's move. It was clear that he was going to fully enjoy the fight with Gerard at this point. Real men have to 1v1. It would be an insult to him if he intervened. Hitsuga Ichware. Never mind. In this case, we can only watch Zaraki Kenpeki fight. Otherwise, if you go to help Zaraki Kenpeki fight, it is estimated that the first person Zaraki Kenpeki will kill is to you. Of course, Chware will not stand idly by. After all, this is war, not a child's play. As long as they can defeat Gerald, their Shinigami will do whatever it takes. After Chweer thought about it, he quickly came up with a strategy. They're going to take Gerard and Zaraki Kenpeki to the fight and freeze him with maximum force, and Byakuya Kukaki to tear him apart with Senbonzakura Kage Yoshi. Byakuya Kukaki and others are talking. Zaraki Kenpeki has been pressed very uncomfortable by Gerard. If you don't touch Gerard's great sword, you still want to kill Gerard, it is simply a fantasy. If Zaraki Kenpeki damages Gerald's sword of hope, retaliation will apply to Zaraki Kenpeki. So it didn't take long before Zaraki Kenpeki was covered in wounds and Zanpakut was broken. Swish swish swish. However, Gerald's strength has long been different from what it used to be, and he easily scattered the pink blade. Next moment. Boom! He swung his giant sword and knocked Byakuya Kukaki and Chweer into the air. At this critical moment, Zaraki Kenpeki heard a gentle voice in his mind. Little sword. Zaraki Kenpeki opened his eyes and saw his vice-captain Yachiryu. Before Kuzujishi Yachiru disappeared inexplicably, Zaraki Kenpeki didn't know what happened. Ah! Yachiryu! I thought you were missing. Kuzujishi Yachiru said in a delicate but firm tone. Okay, let's get up quickly and keep fighting. Zaraki Kenpeki didn't get up, he was still very concerned about Yachiryu, and asked very puzzled. Yaqian Liu, why did you disappear before? Yaqian Liu didn't answer, but said curedly. If the little sword uses me, there will be no one who can't cut it. Yachiryu then took Zaraki Kenpeki's hand and passed on his power to Zaraki Kenpeki. This is a power Zaraki Kenpeki never had. After seeing the terrifying power in his hands, Zaraki Kenpeki was extremely shocked. What did you do before? What kind of power is this? He didn't feel the excitement of gaining power at this time. There is only shock, but there is also a touch of sadness. Yaqian Liu's voice kept decreasing, and he seemed to be speaking with a sad tone. Xiaojian doesn't know anything, this is Bankai. As soon as the word Bankai was finished, with the integration of Yachiryu's power, a huge golden ryotsu burst out of Zaraki Kenpeki's body and shot straight into the sky. Boom! Boom! The powerful air wave centered on Zaraki Kenpeki and swept in all directions. And Zaraki Kenpeki also lost his sanity for a short time, otherwise he would have to continue looking for Yaqian Liu. The massive ryotsu blows away the nearby buildings, even Byakuya Kukaki and Chweer. Zaraki Kenpeki's whole body turned dark red, like a demon god reborn from blood. The beast-like breath is like thunder, knocking on the hearts of the people around. Roar! The murderous atmosphere weighed heavily on the side of others, making it difficult for Chweer and Byakuya Kukaki to even breathe. Zaraki Kenpeki has become stronger again? The barrage on the screen also appeared densely. It has appeared, everyone stand up and salute Bai. Sure enough, Kenpeki, the berserker who can't play without blood. This isn't even Kenpeki's strongest Bankai, wouldn't it be stronger if the knife was constant? Kenpeki also has no conscious control. Don't talk about knives, Zaraki Kenpeki's own body can't bear it anymore. No wonder Grammy wanted to kill himself before, it must be because he couldn't bear Kenpeki's Bankai power. Before Zaraki Kenpeki was crazy, now he is crazy. Maybe this power has occupied Zaraki Kenpeki, and the existence of reason cannot be tolerated. I don't understand, Yachiryu is Kenpeki's Zanpakut. But isn't Kenpeki's Shikai no Zarashi? So Yachiryu is his Bankai embodiment? Unexpectedly, a hunk like Kenpeki would be a lowly at heart. The stronger a person is, the more he will have his own weak heart. In fact, if Kenpeki is conscious at this time, he will definitely not be excited, but only sad and angry, because he would rather not have power than lose Yachiryu. If Yaqian Liu hadn't insisted on giving him this power, Kenpeki would definitely not have opened it. Zaraki Kenpeki in the picture, immediately shocked the world. In the chat group, everyone was shocked and disgusted. Hitsugaya Chweer, ah, Captain Zaraki, Bankai. Anohanaretsu, is it finally, to Bankai? I don't know if I will have a chance to fight against him like this. Yamamoto Motoyanagi Shigakuni, it seems that the next battle will be even more exciting. Zaraki Kenpeiki, the changes are really one after another. I just saw my Shikai, and I started Bankai again? Can't I just cut it flat? Kuzujishi Yachiru, Little Sword Bankai. Great, you can finally show your full strength. Yachiru is very happy. Zaraki Kenpeiki, wait a minute, why is the person who appears in the picture Yachiru? I don't even understand what you are saying, did you really disappear before? Kuzujishi Yachiru, oh, is Xiaojian still so unintelligent? Haven't figured it out yet. Zanpakut wanted to communicate with Zanpakut for most of his life, but he couldn't hear it, or Zaraki Kenpeiki, who couldn't understand the response, was really confused. Or maybe he already understood it, but he was still unwilling to accept it in his heart. A part of my sealed power is Kuzujishi Yachiru, who has accompanied me for most of my life. This may be because he consciously or unconsciously sealed his own power, so he separated this little girl. To some extent, it is similar to Starkey and Lilynet in Espada. Starkey may also be in the same boat as Kenpeiki. Aizen-suk, this future battle is getting more and more interesting. I want to see how far pure Shinigami power and pure physical attack can go. Aizen is even getting more and more sure now. In the upcoming battle with Soul Society, Zaraki Kenpeiki must not be allowed to join the frontal battle. If there is a chance, it would be best if he had to be transferred from the mountain. Such a wild beast will indeed affect his plan to go to the Lingwang Palace. Gremmy, damn it! Could it be that Zaraki Kenpeiki before was not in his strongest state? I still can't force him to be in his strongest state. Neutra, well, I am completely convinced. This guy is 10,000 times more monster than me. Gerald Valkyrie, ha ha ha. Grimy, are you still ashamed to say that you are the strongest, Quincy? Don't worry, I will still defeat him. Gremmy, I just don't know much, so I can't imagine. But it doesn't mean I'm weak. Maybe after watching this battle, I can understand more. Well, imagine the strength of Zaraki Kenpeiki. Gerald Valkyrie, TCH, when is it? You are still talking hard. Except for your majesty, I am absolutely invincible. I can solve all the captains here. Zaraki Kenpeiki, you guys are still a bit interesting in martial arts. I know that you need to be fair one-on-one. I still agree with this. In order to show your respect, let me completely obsess you. On screen. Seeing the form of Zaraki Kenpeiki, Gerard seemed a little dismissive. I thought it was Bankai, but it doesn't seem to have changed. Your broken sword is impossible for Bankai. It's boring, Zaraki Kenpeiki. Be defeated by me and disappear completely. Gerald waved his huge fist, ready to hit the ground heavily. Now. Zaraki Kenpeiki, who has been lying on the ground, looks up. Like an evil spirit, Zaraki Kenpeiki looms with horns and a heavily heraldic face. The corners of his mouth raised slightly, showing a frightening beast expression. Roar. Zaraki Kenpeiki's roar at this time is also like a wild beast. Next moment. Boom. He ejected, bit Gerard's huge arm with his mouth, and then tore it into pieces with his mouth. That's right. It's the mouth. Chi-la. For a moment, Gerald's arm spurted blood wildly. A jagged wound left by Zaraki Kenpeiki's mouth is shocking. This is the purest and wildest beast power. Before Gerald's arm could regenerate, Zaraki Kenpeiki swung his sword again and slashed at Gerald's head. Gerald frantically raised his shield, but Zaraki Kenpeiki cut it through with just one slash. Moreover, the power of this blow did not stop, and it left a deep scar on Gerald's forehead abruptly. Boom! The powerful impact caused Gerard's huge body to fall backwards. When Gerald was about to fall from the palace of the Soul King, a pair of golden wings appeared behind him, allowing him to fly. With miracle power, his wounds also healed quickly. At this time, the barrage also complained. Is this all about immune to death? Imagination can also continue to recover before, but it has to be the imagination that wants to kill itself. I feel that this Gerald may not be defeated by the enemy. Angels versus devils. What an irony! Quincy is an angel, Shinigami is a devil. Gerald's lock is bloody, and Ichigo has to call the third line directly. Yuhabach is indeed an old man. If it really falls, Siling Court will be finished. On screen. Even if the body can recover, Gerald is also full of grief and anger begins to growl. Impossible. Mere Shinigami, how could you force me into this situation? Gerald flapped his wings and flew at Zaraki Kenpeki again, roaring furiously, to wipe him out. You don't know how to escape, you are so stupid. Let me destroy you completely. Zaraki Kenpeki laughed wildly, still not afraid. Ping A without a move name cut Gerard directly. Bloody sword energy pierces the sky. One knife. Only one knife. Swish. The gigantic Gerard, vulnerable to a single blow like tofu, was instantly split into two. Although it is a little smaller than the scene where the knife chops the meteorite, it is still more shocking. This is the Gerard who can't be dealt with by countless captains. Such a huge monster, I didn't expect to be cut in half by the even monster Zaraki Kenpeki. Chwir and Byakuya watched, both secretly palpitating. Zaraki Kenpeki is so terrifying that they dare not approach him. He is simply the Hellblood demon god. But before they were happy, Gerald, like a miracle, repaired his body again. The body that was divided into two was actually closed again, and while it was constantly being repaired, it became even bigger than before. The way he looked at Zaraki Kenpeki, as if he wanted to cut him into pieces. This is simply an unheard of bug. Can't think logically at all. This is a duel between two ultimate monsters. Chapter 50. Seeing the powerful ability of Gerard's continuous resurrection, the audience was dumbfounded. If it wasn't for this Gerard cheating, he would never die, and he would definitely lose to Kenpeki. Kenpeki turned on attack power, but it's a pity that Gerard turned on immune to death. It has to be Yuhabach himself, who is the MVP of Shinigami. Doghead. Having said that, Kenpeki is Bankai, Yakingja. Now the pressure is on Aizen. Aizen, when did you have the illusion that I didn't use Bankai? Aizen, my Bankai is Kurosaki Ichigo. Doghead. In the chat group, the Shinigami were deeply shocked. Sui Feng, how is it possible? It has been cut in half, and it can be resurrected again. Omadame Rekio, isn't it scary? How can such a godlike enemy be defeated? Yamamoto Moto Yanagi Shigakuni, if this is the case, then let me completely burn him to ashes. Anohanaretsu, he is indeed an unbelievable guy. Could it be that he is going to be chopped into pieces? Kurosaki Ichigo, is this the strongest strength of Kenpeki? I was so lucky to win, and this enemy is too open. Members of Hueco Mundo also marveled at the battle of these two monsters. Noitra, this guy Zaraki Kenpeki, is this still a Shinigami? I'm completely convinced. This is simply not a force that normal creatures can overcome. And the other side is indeed an immune to death monster. Aizen Suk, such a powerful and nameless Bankai? Interesting indeed, but there must be a very heavy price to pay, right? Ulakshala, the regenerative ability of this titan is also very unreasonable. He had to be blasted to pieces. Star K, Zaraki Kenpeki still seems unable to fight rationally. If he can still possess rationality, it will be even more terrifying. I don't know his ultimate strength, to what limit can he break. Shihaoren Yoryuaki, a berserker who cuts everything down, a monster that revives infinitely, I really don't know how the duel between these monsters will end. Harry Bell, my master Aizen is a Kaika Suijutsu, this titan will kill himself. Urahara Kisuke, yes, neither side can think of how to lose. No, I have to research the strange power of this Quincy and see how to deal with it. Kurosaki Mayuri, yeah, it's really unscientific, and it's time for me to come on stage. Give me some of his flesh and blood, and I will analyze it properly. The Shinigami all looked solemn like never before. After all, gathering 3 extremely powerful captains and fighting so hard, Gerard is really indescribable. Pure attack power may not be effective anymore, only special means can be considered. Gerald Valkyrie, humph. Don't think too much, Zaraki Kenpeki will definitely be defeated by me. I will suppress the 3 captains of you alone, now you know the strength of our star-crossed knights, right? Hitsuga Ichwir, you in the picture have been taught so badly, how dare you talk? Kurako Shunsui, humph, you are indeed strong enough, but you can only be invincible by relying on your own strange power and constantly resurrecting, otherwise you would have died dozens of times. Just like the previous imagination with such strength, they cannot be defeated in the way of normal people. Urahara Kisuke, so I have to rely on my unusual means. When countless people were secretly frightened, a sudden change reappeared on the screen. Zaraki Kenpeki has no fear in the face of Gerard, who is constantly resurrected, and the more he fights, the more courageous he is. But when you hit it... Click! His arm broke suddenly. It turns out that even such a strong body cannot bear the power of Bankai. At this juncture, a voice appeared in Zaraki Kenpeki's mind. I'm sorry, the power of the little sword has been released too much, so your body seems to be unable to bear it. And after the picture arrived here, it also started to become pitch black. That gentle and lovely voice also carried an echo, and gradually became inaudible. The screen will also stop playing. At this tragic and shocking moment, the barrage exploded, drifting past one after another. Holy crap, such a powerful Kenpeki can't stand his own Bankai. Then how terrifying is his full power? The only one who can defeat Zaraki Kenpeki is really himself. Unfortunately, Zaraki Kenpeki's cheat has expired. Kenpeki probably wants to say, it really deserves to be me. Doghead. Kenpeki, I underestimated my full power. No wonder Grammy was blown away. Grammy, Kenpeki, you have today too. Kenpeki is similar to Ichigo, the power in his body is very complicated. Yes. Kenpeki and Ichigo have similar personalities, neither can understand what their own Zanpakuto is saying, haha. Kenpeki and Ichigo grew up pretty much together, evenly matched in the beginning, and evenly matched in the end. I'm afraid you don't know, Kenpeki is called Little Ichigo. CO authoring V.M. and Kenpeki, all of them were killed by their own side. Aizen is not likely to be similar to Kenpeki, can't bear his own Bankai, can he? Although Shinigami, Quincy, and Sue all felt itchy and wanted to know the next scene, there was really nothing they could do. Is this 3 realms projection intended to whet their appetite? At this moment, without knowing the subsequent occupation, members of the Invisible Empire, Hueco Mundo, and Soul Society, all exploded. Originally, the power of Zaraki Kenpeki had already amazed them. Now there is a voice telling them that this is not the full power of Zaraki Kenpeki? Could it be that Zaraki Kenpeki himself could not harness the full power of himself? This is indeed a monster. No wonder he keeps sealing his own power. It seems that before he slashed the meteorite and slashed Gerard, it was not his upper limit. As he said, there is nothing in this world that he cannot cut. Of course, Gerald's miraculous power is also frightening. Zaraki Kenpeki can't do anything about Gerard at the moment, and it can only be said that it is because of Gerard's cheating. Even Shinigami thought so in his heart. Wouldn't it be impossible for Yamamoto genre Issei Shigakuni to turn on Bankai to kill him completely? With his ability, shouldn't he be able to be resurrected after being wiped out? Then play with wool. In order not to increase the momentum of the enemy, the Shinigami could only pick other topics to speak. Ichigo, Captain Zaraki is so strong, I can't even imagine who is stronger between him and the general captain. Yamamoto Motoyanagi Shigakuni, in terms of pure physical slashing, I should not be able to compare with Zaraki Kenpeki. With a Shinigami like him around, I can feel more at ease. Kurosaki Ichigo, such a powerful force, and then again, who is the existence in Zaraki Kenpeki's mind? Is it really his cute vice-captain? Or can he imagine the appearance of the vice-captain? This is him the process of communicating with Zanpakuto. Zaraki Kenpeki, if this is the case, then I can still accept it. I hope this is just my imagination. Is it really necessary to use 8,000 streams as a price to obtain stronger power? I absolutely do not allow. Kuzujishi Yachiru, Little Sword. Kurako Shunsui, although I don't know the relationship between Yakian Liu and Captain Zaraki, Yakian Liu must have a deeper understanding of Zaraki's strength. Anohanaretsu, yet, even I don't understand it very well. Zaraki Kenpeki, I need to talk to my sword right now, let him tell me everything honestly. Kuzujishi Yachiru, be gentle with the little sword, just don't hurt the sword. Kurosaki Ichigo, that's right, you should be patient when talking to your own Zanpakuto, and know the inner thoughts of your Zanpakuto. You can't ignore its needs. Zaraki Kenpeki, what you said is really troublesome, forget it, for the sake of Yakian Liu, I can still bear it. Zaraki Kenpeki, who has always been straightforward and doesn't like meticulous work, is really able to communicate patiently for the mysterious 8,000 streams, Bankai and Zanpakuto. At this time, many people were extremely uncomfortable not seeing the result of the next battle. Gerald, damn it! Although I don't know how Zaraki Kenpeki's Bankai is, but I, who have the power of a miracle, can definitely defeat him. Matsumoto Ranjaku, stop wishful thinking. Haven't you seen yourself being brutalized by Captain Zaraki again and again? You have already lost in terms of panel strength. You are also a person who pays attention to martial arts, do you know that you have failed? Gerald, humph, the outcome depends on the next scene. The power of resurrection is my ability, of course I have to count it in the actual battle, I am not stupid. But the projection of the three realms is no longer playing. Maybe because you are too embarrassed, I will give you a little face. Ichigo, hehe, are you all Quincy bragging and deceiving yourself like this? Don't forget, there are me, Captain Kukaki and others next to you, you will definitely lose. Gerald, wait, no. I remember that I played once before, and at that time I pressed you child on the ground and rubbed hard. Even if you get bigger, you still can't freeze me. I think at that time, Zaraki Kenpeki was eliminated by me, right? After all, his hands have been broken now. Zaraki Kenpeki, humph, so what if you lose your hand? I'm not used to it, I just need to use another one. Knife and hand are just the medium of my power. Even if my hands are gone, I can still continue cut. Madaram Ikeku, Captain Zaraki is a cow. Gremmy, is it so crazy? It really is a monster that I can't imagine. For a while, Shinigami and Quincy argued endlessly, neither of them convinced the other. Even if the other party is correct, they cannot be defeated in language. After all, this is a peerless battle between the two camps. So for the morale of one's own side, one has to fight to win or lose. And at this time, most of the Hueco Mundo members were silent. The growth process of Zaraki Kenpeki is really amazing. In the previous hymn, after the battle with Anohanaretsu, his aura had already made all Arankar secretly surprised. And after Shikai, it made them even more ashamed. And now, he started his own unknown Bankai. Its Ryutsu and combat power are so terrifying that Arankars can't afford the courage to fight with it. 0. Asking for flowers, 0. Although the scene in the picture is visually immersive, it cannot reflect the real state as it is. So, they also can't feel the Ryutsu on Zaraki Kenpeki specifically. All they know is that Zaraki Kenpeki must be very fishy. But how does it compare with the top powerhouse Yamamoto genre Ise Shigakuni and others? Will he be able to surpass Aizen, who is not showing any signs at this time? Even Arrancar has to wonder if Aizen can play without Kaika Suijutsu. Win over Benkai's Zaraki Kenpeki? Of course, although they know that Aizen's Ryutsu is bottomless, they haven't seen Aizen fight with all his strength after all. So the question, they'll never be answered. And the god-like Aizen-suk they worship is still looking at the screen indifferently, admiring Zaraki Kenpeki very much. Although this Zaraki Kenpeki was not cultivated by me, it can be considered as a normal Shinigami that I have slowly witnessed. It's a pity that his physical strength still can't bear his own almanac. If he can change into a stronger body while still maintaining his sanity, it may really be beyond my imagination. Thinking about it, Aizen smiled lightly. Unfortunately, there is no if. He just couldn't make a complete breakthrough physically. Otherwise, I can't look forward to fighting against him. As a single species, the power of the Shinigami is still insufficient. I hope Kurosaki Ichigo will live up to my expectations. Ichimarujin seemed to be able to see through Aizen's thoughts, so he said with a smile. By the way, many captains have appeared in this battle. When will Kurosaki Ichigo appear? Aizen is also unclear on this. 0. I hope he can grow to that level, but relying on his strength when he was fighting me in the previous screen is still far from enough. Tosen Kaname was still in shock. Before him, when dealing with Zaraki Kenpeki, he had already suffered a disastrous defeat. He was still a little brooding at first. Looking at it now, it is already very good that I can survive. He also wanted to ask about Aizen. Master Aizen, where is the source of Zaraki Kenpeki's power? Aizen said lightly. It's hard to answer. I don't know if Zanpakuto of Zaraki Kenpeki is fundamentally different from other Shinigami. And the so-called Zanpakuto are all closely related to Urmiya Wanjiu of the Zero Team. And Zanpakuto's name will also be controlled by Ichigo Hisub. Facing these enemies, Aizen is still very afraid. Ichimarujin put on a worried look. That being said, if I go to the Lingwang Palace, I will probably be caught in seconds and there will be no scum left. Aizen nodded. After all, your power is still the power of Shinigami, unlike Tosen, who can also master the power of Gui-Ren. And this is also an important reason why Aizen established the Arrancar army. Only people who are not under the control of Ichigo Hisub and others, and who are not Shinigami powers, are eligible to deal with them. Aizen's ultimate goal is to obtain his own power that is not controlled by the Zero Division and the Soul King Palace, beyond the scope of Shinigami. And in the Invisible Empire, Gerald Valkyrie was very irritable and shouted loudly. I can't believe I'm going to get killed by Zaraki Kenpeki. Even if I'm at a disadvantage in attack and defense, at least I still have the ability to immune to death. I called him standing up, he was immune to death. And no matter what the other Quincy Masters say about who loses and who wins, they all admit at least one thing. Zaraki Kenpeki is strong. Very strong. Just relying on level A, you are a top powerhouse, enough to stand at the top of Shinigami. So far, there is nothing he can't cut. Special combat power, worthy of the name. The Quincy's were also worried, and began to think about whether their abilities could pose a threat to Zaraki Kenpeki. Ace Knot is a little suspicious. Can his fear ability take effect on Zaraki Kenpeki? He seems to have no instinctive fear at all. Maybe seeing this Zaraki Kenpeki, the person who is afraid is himself. Aljabero also looked serious. Can my own omnipotence penetrate this monster's Zaraki Kenpeki? Even if it works, will Zaraki Kenpeki give him the chance? Afraid of a face-to-face encounter, Zaraki Kenpeki relied on his own speed and strength to kill himself in seconds. And Grammy was hit hard by this. Originally, he had deeply doubted life after seeing that his meteorite, cosmic space, self-explosion and other means could not work against Zaraki Kenpeki. Now after seeing Kenpeki and the even more terrifying Bankai, people are even more stupid. The power of Zaraki Kenpeki I imagined at the beginning, including his power after Bankai? If this is the case, then Xiaolei Mimian can't feel better. After all, even Zaraki Kenpeki himself couldn't bear it, so it wouldn't be too embarrassing for him to explode and die. It seems that what is more terrifying than Zaraki Kenpeki is his full power. At the thought of this, these Quincy Masters are secretly palpitating. Chapter 51. Seeing the power of Zaraki Kenpeki, countless Quincy are indeed horrified. And among so many Quincy divisions, it is estimated that only a few cheaters, such as Hasward and others, can barely maintain their composure. Yuhabach was naturally able to remain calm, and just said with emotion. Sure enough, it is worthy of being a special class combat force, and it is worthy of the name. It seems that when I have a chance, I have to eliminate this Zaraki Kenpeki first, otherwise his potential, like this Kurosaki Ichigo, is immeasurable. Even if you lose to him, it's not too dangerous. Besides, Gerald didn't completely fail. He has the perfect holy body I bestowed on him. Facing this simple Shinigami full of attack power, he doesn't need to be afraid. After all, it is a super combat power, and it still has some skills. As for the other captains, you can still catch them. Yuhabach's words boosted the morale of the Quincy a lot. That's right. They have to believe that these Shinigami are not worth mentioning at all. So Zaraki Kenpeki is one of the few exceptions. The Quincy will surely win the final victory. When the war between Gerald and Zaraki Kenpeki caused chaos among all parties, the projection of the three realms remained silent. It wasn't until the audience barely quelled the restlessness that they began to ask questions again. Ding! Continue to start the Q&A session. Among so many barrages, which one is selected as the featured barrage? Please answer within 5 minutes. After hearing this, everyone tensed up again, trying to find the barrage that appeared before. Every time Zaraki Kenpeki liberates Zanpakut, it is a super show. Therefore, there are indeed too many barrages. Madaram Ikeku, Captain level understanding of the 11th team. Urahara Kisuke, Yuhabach is indeed an old man. Kurosaki Ichigo, this isn't even Kenpeki's strongest Bankai. The knife is broken, and 420 since Kenpeki has no consciousness control either. Anohanaretsu, Angels vs Devils. What an irony. Quincy is an angel. Shinigami is a devil. Byakuya Kukaki, sure enough, Kenpeki who can't play without blood. Kurotsuka Mayuri, having said that, why are there so many bullet screens saying that Yachiryu is about to end? If Kenpeki is conscious at this time, he will not be excited, but only sad and angry. Because he would rather not have the power of Bankai than lose 8,000 streams. Answer. Zaraki Kenpeki, what are you kidding? I won't believe it. The only person who can defeat Zaraki Kenpeki is really himself. Answer. Neutra, Kenpeki, deliberately weakening your own strength, I am familiar with this. Ulakshala, the stronger a person is, the more he will have his own weak heart. Star K, I didn't expect that a tough guy like Kenpeki has a lowly at heart. Harry Bell, Imagination V can also continue to recover before, but he has to want to kill himself. This Gerald may not be defeated by the enemy. Ichimaru Jin, don't you know? Kenpeki is called Little Ichigo. Zamari, Aizen-sama, is it similar to Kenpeki? Can't bear my own Bankai. Askin, Kenpeki turned on attack power, and Gerald turned on immune to death. Grammy said, Kenpeki, you have today too. Gerald's lock is bloody, the day nurse has to call Bing Scene directly after seeing it. Ljibero, Zaraki Kenpeki was already a lunatic before, but now he is even more irrational. After everyone made their own answers, the three realms projection began to retrieve the answers. Ding! Next, start searching for answers. The correct answer is if Kenpeki is conscious at this time, he will definitely not be excited, but only sad and angry. He would rather not have the power of this Bankai, and definitely not want to go to Yakian Liu. The first answerer to answer this barrage is Kurosaki Mayuri. Kurosaki Mayuri gets 1 point. Hearing this, the people of Soul Society were all cheering. Kurosaki Mayuri, not bad, I can really get points, I hope the next rewards will have some parts I like. Yamamoto Genryon Agashigakuni, if you need some rewards and other captains, I also hope that you, Kurosaki Mayuri, can help. Zaraki Kenpeki, damn, why do these barrages like to curse me so much? Although what the barrages say makes sense. Kurako Shunsui, thinking about the good, this barrage may be selected because it is long, don't take it seriously. Kuzajishi Yachiru, Xiaojian, some things need to be accepted slowly. Zaraki Kenpeki, okay, don't talk too much about Yakian Liu. My strength is up to me. If I have time, I will learn more about how to communicate with Zanpakut. I must learn Shikai and Bankai, relying on my own strength. Everyone those who are familiar with it can also help me, I am very grateful. Irmiwa Wanjiu, yo, it smells really good at last, right? Anohanaretsu, Captain Zaraki Kenpeki seldom thank others, it's really rare. Hope you get the power you deserve soon. We at Godi I-13 will help you. Madaram Ikeku, Captain, I can help you too. Hehe, although I can't beat you, I can still do it in this respect. Kurosaki Ichigo, I'm not very good at communicating with Zanpakut, but I will help you if I have the chance, Zaraki Kenpeki. Zaraki Kenpeki, thank you everyone. Shinigami, Quincy, and Minos Grande were amazed to see the change in Zaraki Kenpeki. It's incredible that such a change can happen to this fighting madman. It seems that Kuzajishi Yachiru's status in Zaraki Kenpeki's heart is indeed very high. Maybe other captains are far behind. While everyone was still immersed in Zaraki Kenpeki's terrifying combat power, the familiar mechanical sound of the three realms projection came again. Ding! Next, a new famous scene will start playing, and please be prepared to answer questions at the same time. This is the video of two well-deserved Valkyries in Soul Society. Shihaoran Yuryuaki and Sui Feng. First let us see the love-hate entanglement between them. This is a poem dedicated to them. Your shadow, like a purposeless poisonous needle, sows my way to death. Your radiance is like a thunder hitting a water tower gently, cutting off my source of life. This poem has a very different style from the previous poems of Zaraki Kenpeki. In the chat group, Shihaoran Yuryuaki, I actually have my share. The Valkyrie, seems to be a good match for us too. Sui Feng, that's great. As long as it's a video of me and Master Yuryuaki, I'm sure I'll have a chance to answer the question right? But why is there a poem here, and it feels like I'm speaking, it's delicious. Shihaoran Yuryuaki, you girl, can you say such a moving poem? Urahara Kisuke, ahem, even if it's a video about yourself, you may not be able to answer it right, and even more pitfalls. This is based on the rules summarized before. Neutra, it turned out to be two women, really boring. Omadamerekio, haha. Good. I like watching women fight the most. E Bambietta Bastarbayan, cut, can you become a Valkyrie? Let me see how many of you female Shinigami can fight. G Lidato Lampardo, compared with us, it is definitely not worth mentioning. Rukia Kukaki, don't be complacent, you destroyers. Next, I will show you how powerful our female Shinigami is. In the picture, everyone quickly saw the battle scene between Sui Feng and Shihaoran Yuryuaki. After Kurosaki Ichigo rescued Rukia Kukaki, countless people gathered here to find their own opponents. Seeing the messy execution ground, Sui Feng hasn't figured out what to do yet. A figure will be killed in time. Swish! The target is directed at Sui Feng. Sui Feng blocked this person's attack, but his figure was still constantly repelled, and even fell off a high cliff. And Sui Feng also saw this person's face. It is Shihaoran Yuryuaki, whom she has dreamed of for many years. The look on her face was undeniably shocked. At this time, the bullet screen was ridiculed. Sui Feng, it's so cool. Sui Feng let go of me, feeling very happy. The fight between husband and wife has begun. Sui Feng may be a dowry girl and let Urahara Kisuke buy one get one free, is she very willing? At this time, Sui Feng still thought Yuryuaki was guilty, so he said coldly. Yuryuaki, you committed a felony before and defected to the Soul Society. As the Commander-in-Chief of the Secret Mobile Force, I am obliged to arrest you. Now I am stronger than you. Of course, for Sui Feng, it is obvious that the second half of the sentence is the focus. Immediately afterwards, 2 women from the 2nd Division start a contest of speed. Not long after, Sui Feng suffered a slight injury to his shoulder, and Shihaoran Yuryuaki spat out several mouthfuls of blood. Seeing this, Sui Feng quickly joined forces. Sui Feng's Zanpakutsu Zumibaki transformed into a glove-style spike. And it also has a 2-hit kill skill. Once Sui Feng's attack hits an enemy, it will leave a mark. As long as the same position is attacked twice, the marks will be superimposed, and the enemy will undoubtedly die. Shihaoran Yuryuaki did not fight Sui Feng recklessly, and began to retreat strategically. During his escape, Sui Feng left marks on Shihaoran Yuryuaki's body in various places. Just one more time and she can kill Yuryuaki. Barrages floated by. Aizen, 2 hits kill? Ah yes yes yes. As we all know, the skills that must kill are basically unable to kill people. Actually, it cannot be said that Sui Feng's 2-strike kill is invalid. After all, Sui Feng is definitely not willing to kill Yuryuaki with 2 hits. This is no fighting, it's clearly flirting. Don't stop, I just love watching women fight. Couple CP of domineering Yuryuaki and coquettish Sui Feng. Don't fight, it's useless. The bridge has been fixed. Doghead. In the chat group. Although compared to the previous battle, the current battle is less shocking, but everyone still enjoyed watching it. The people on the Shinigami side also know that this is their own people, and they want to brag about each other for business. Kurako Shunsui, oh, your battle is interesting. 0, my speed may be slightly inferior to yours. Zamari, interesting, I also want to compete in speed with these Shinigami. Byakuya Kukaki, don't even think about it, Yuryuaki is much faster than me. Compared with her, you will only be crushed. Baragan, it's a flashy one. If I'm allowed to appear on the stage, I will specifically restrain you melee attacks. Kurosaki Ichigo, these captains are really strong in their own way. Sato Yazutora, indeed, if we hadn't had someone to help us, we probably wouldn't have saved Rukia so smoothly. Inu Orium, yeah, I don't think my eyes can keep up with their speed. On screen. Sui Feng chased after him, Shihaoran Yuryuaki stopped suddenly. Seeing Shihaoran Yuryuaki panting, he was very proud. She also uses white hits combined with Kid's high-end combat skills. Boom! Sui Feng was surrounded by a strong white aura, and his aura suddenly soared. Seeing that she was able to show off in front of her former idol, she was very proud and said, "How about it, whether it is Zanpakut, speed, or this skill, I am far beyond your imagination. See the Berserk Ryutsu next to me? There's no way you can defeat me. Let you see my skill for the first time, take it as my respect for you." Shihaoran Yuryuaki mocked Sui Feng. Yuryuaki has mastered her skill a long time ago, and also gave her a name, instant coaxing. Shihao and Yuryuaki also told Sui Feng that the reason why she was wearing a sleeveless shirt was because the high concentration of qi gathered on her body would blow off the shoulders and other clothes. Boom! Yuryuaki's tall, slender, and hot figure is fully displayed. After seeing that Yuryuaki can also perform instant coaxing, and is so hot, Sui Feng was shocked. How is this possible? Isn't this an original skill that I am proud of? Could Yuryuaki do it too? Damn! I thought I could beat Yuryuaki in this aspect. At this moment, Sui Feng rushed over and competed with Yuryuaki to see who is stronger. However, I don't know if it's because kid is not enough, or because I can't hold back after seeing the idol's hot body. Sui Feng was no longer in control like before and was quickly defeated by Shihao and Yuryuaki. When she fought with Sui Feng before, it was obvious that she was throwing water. At this time, she made a slight move, and Sui Feng was quickly defeated. This is a gap like a chasm that cannot be bridged. At this time, Shihao and Yuryuaki held Sui Feng's hand, causing Sui Feng to fall further. Sui Feng also stated his mental journey at this time. In the past Sui Feng worshipped Shihao and Yuryuaki very much. And also said to Shihao and Yuryuaki-sama who will protect her forever. Sui Feng's feelings for Shihao and Yuryuaki are also very complicated and deep. Monarchs, relatives, friends, lovers. She hated that Shihao and Yuryuaki didn't take her away when she left, so she worked hard to catch Shihao and Yuryuaki back with her own strength. Even, Sui Feng may think that the reason why Shihao and Yuryuaki defected quietly is that he is eloped with Urahara Kisuke. This may be the most uncomfortable thing for Sui Feng. Unfortunately, she ended up losing to Shihao and Yuryuaki at this point. Sui Feng's mentality has completely collapsed. 0.8 She cried so much that she began to question Shihao and Yuryuaki in tears. Why didn't you take yourself away in the first place? It was really a good show when the couple reunited after a long absence. Shihao and Yuryuaki was actually very sad. Urahara Kisuke had to leave Soul Society hastily because of Aizen's hollow experiment framed. It was very difficult for Shihao and Yuryuaki to help them escape, so how could there be a chance to leave with Sui Feng? Moreover, she also doesn't want to implicate Sui Feng. Just like that, Shihao and Yuryuaki held Sui Feng in his arms and made her cry. Everything goes without saying. At this moment, the barrage army strikes again. It's a pity that Sui Feng didn't hear Aizen's words. Longing is the feeling that is the furthest away from understanding. When did you have the illusion that you have become stronger? No wonder Sui Feng is so upset to see the store manager. Sui Feng probably really thought that Ye had eloped with the store manager. Don't look so sad, Sui Feng is probably partying inside right now. This Sui Feng is like a dowry girl, haha, but she was abandoned by Yuryuaki in the end. Sui Feng's greatest achievement is becoming the captain of Omada. Big money field. I wonder who is richer, Omada or Byakuya Kukaki. The second team is really a hidden dragon and a crouching tiger, with a flash goddess and a former god. In the chat group. Sui Feng, ah, what a shameful scene. Shihao and Yuryuaki, oh, it's really hard for you in the past 100 years, Sui Feng. Sui Feng, humph, Master Yuryuaki is really annoying. Omada Marekio, yes, I was also moved to tears. This is the deep friendship between two generations of captains of the second team. Captain Sui Feng, I believe that you can achieve your wish and surpass the Yuryuaki-sama you admire. Sui Feng, Omada, shut up. Chapter 52. When everyone was still moved by the ambiguous relationship between Sui Feng and Yuryuaki, the next scene soon appeared on the screen. Another familiar urban scene. Everyone quickly realized that it must be the battle scene of Meguru Makensei, Hitsugaichware, and others before. This time, an unfamiliar figure appeared. Is an aging espada. Baragan Luzenbern. At this time, Sui Feng and Omada who want to fight against him are like enemies. Baragan, such an unfathomable Ryutsu, will definitely be an extremely difficult opponent. After seeing this scene, many Shinigami were quite surprised. Kurako Shunsui, oh, these Arankars again, I don't know how strong this Arankar is. Baragan, humph, as the king of Hueco Mundo, I don't need to say much about my strength. The next thing is the end of your Shinigami. Even if you can defeat those Quincy's, you will definitely not be able to defeat me. Gerald, who are you, old man? What are you so proud of? I can hit thousands of Su at your age. Sui Feng, are you so powerful? Then tell me what number Arankar you are in Espada. Baragan, humph, is the number given by Aizen important? Anyway, I am the king of virtual circles, and I can easily solve you. Kurako Shunsui, known as the king of Hueco Mundo, he looks really scary. On the screen, the battle is about to start. Sui Feng wanted to suppress Baragan with her own speed, but unfortunately, Baragan's speed was not slower than her, which made her suffer. During the attack, Sui Feng was accidentally caught by Baragan's foot, and was thrown out violently. Seeing the terrifying power of Baragan, Sui Feng was also lost in thought. My speed should be unmatched by few people, this old man must have used some weird means. But it didn't take long for Sui Feng to think about it. Baragan quickly took the initiative to introduce. He told the way of Espada's Death 03 and also showed that his ability is aging. Next moment, Baragan flashed in front of Sui Feng in an instant and touched her shoulder. In the blink of an eye, Sui Feng felt a comminuted fracture of his left shoulder. Simply incredible power. Sui Feng hastily avoided the attack, and had to observe Baragan's ability carefully. Seeing such a strange ability, the Shinigami of the Soul Society were also secretly surprised. Sui Feng, this Baragan is too unreasonable, right? He obviously didn't see how much Ryutsu he released, why did he hurt me so badly? Shihaoren your Yuaki, that's right, and Sui Feng, even if your speed is not as fast as mine, it must be far superior to ordinary enemies. He doesn't look like an agile combatant, does he? Urahara Kisuke, sure enough, the problem still lies in his ability. Kurosaki Ichigo, it seems that you have to keep a distance from him. Once you get close to him, you may be attacked. It is best to use long-range attacks to fight him. Zaraki Kenpeki, is it so troublesome? Can't I just chop it with a knife? If it's not good, I can chop it with both hands. Baragan, ridiculous, do you think you can defeat me with mere brute force? Let's take a good look at it next. A Shinigami captain is not enough to look at in front of me, the king of Hueco Mundo. Kurotsuka Mayuri, hey, I just like such weird ability holders. I can't believe I don't know how they work. On screen, Omida was quick to express his analysis. Think of the Baragan as just a strong melee soldier, just keep your distance from them. Upon hearing this, Baragan smiled coldly. How underestimated him. Baragan quickly started to go into stronger returning mode. Corrupt. Skeleton King. Then, a Skull King with a multi-layered crown on his head and black flames burning all over his body appeared. Holding a black long-handled double-edged battle axe controlled by a chain, like a guillotine. There is also an extremely terrifying breath of death attached to it. Its character can also be said to be arrogant. He's been thinking of himself as the king of Hueco Mundo, after all. Even if he was subdued by Aizen, it was just a reluctance to pretend to be his subordinate. So facing Shinigami such as Sui Feng and Omida, he is even more dismissive. When facing Sui Feng before, he also held a dismissive attitude, but now he is a little bit serious. Death sigh. The poisonous circle spread rapidly, sweeping towards the surroundings. Seeing such a huge decaying area, both Sui Feng and Omida screamed and ran away. But even Sui Feng, who was so fast, couldn't escape the spreading speed of the decayed area. Sui Feng's left hand, which was tainted with the rotten aura, corroded into white bones in an instant. Sui Feng was terrified and had no choice but to cut off his arm immediately, and ordered Omida to cut off his own arm. In the chat group, everyone was really shocked when they saw Sui Feng's tragic situation, and continued to discuss. Sui Feng, I really didn't expect that I couldn't get rid of it at my own speed. Shihaoren your Yuaki, oh, it hurts me so much to see it, you hateful skull, I won't let you go. Omida, you even shot at my captain, I won't let you go. Baragan, a mere Shinigami, you are not worthy of being afraid of the king of the virtual circle. Just wait, this is just the beginning, your life will not be safe, and after that, I will definitely kill more Shinigami. Ulakshala, yes, I believe that in this decisive battle, more Shinigami will definitely be resolved. Stark, come on, Baragan, show off our espada. It would be even better if I used all my strength. It seems that Hollybell and Baragan are on the scene, maybe I will also join this battle. The screen is still playing. Sui Feng lost an arm at this time, which was indeed a great loss of combat strength. She is a Shunpo again, disappearing from sight, leaving Omida alone against the enemy. Omida can only find ways to avoid Baragan's attack, in order to delay time for his captain. Although he was in danger many times, he was always able to turn danger into good luck. After people saw him, they were secretly amazed. Finally, Sui Feng finally gets a chance to launch his own Bankai. Bankai. Jakarake Ben. A thunderbolt soars into the sky. Boom. Afterwards, Sui Feng appeared carrying a super missile with difficulty. This is her Bankai Jakarake Ben. Sui Feng also said very speechlessly. I originally disliked using Bankai very much, because it goes against my identity of stealth maneuvering. The shape is too big to hide, and the attack is very exaggerated. As soon as the words fell, Sui Feng officially launched his own Bankai. Boom! Boom! The powerful impact of the explosion made Sui Feng retreat several hundred meters, unable to stop at all. Relying on Omida's assistance, Sui Feng managed to stop safely. At this time, the barrage also exploded. Good guy! Such a delicate body, such a small Shikai, and Bankai came here. Miss Sui Feng is so cute in contrast. Killing all witnesses is assassination. Killing everyone who finds you is the perfect subterfuge. The highest state of assassination, no survivors. What is within range is the truth. Lord Baragan, times have changed. Head of the Criminal Army Independent Regiment, fire me. Fire me. In the chat group. Shihaoren your Yuaki, ouch, Sui Feng, your Bankai is really good. Sui Feng, humph, of course, I have grown a lot. Last time I didn't use this trick with you, it was because I was merciful, otherwise, you would definitely be smashed to pieces. Urahara Kisuke, Zanpakute's Bankai is a presentation of one's inner thoughts. It seems that you are also a very wild person in your heart. Shihaoren your Yuaki, if you say that, it is really inevitable for you, Sui Feng. Sui Feng, hate, what wildness, I am stubborn. Kurosaki Ichigo, these captains are monsters one by one. Baragan, hehe, don't you get complacent so early, do you really think that this kind of attack can deal with this old man? Relying on Ryotsuo alone, this old man can crush your emaciated body. This Bankai can't even reach me. Grimjo, I can block this attack. If Baragan can't block it, then he's dead. After that, the screen changed again. The Baragan in front of him seemed to be safe and sound, and joined the battlefield again. And besides Sui Feng and Omida, there is another teammate. Aizen, Deputy Kid Chief of the former Kid of the Godai 13th Division, member of the Masked Legion. Aizen is still a little confident about the next fight. It is believed that Kid, who casts spells from a distance, can deal with the decaying area of Baragan. After joining the battle, Aizen started to fight. A green ward surrounds the Baragan. East, west, south, north, sky, and earth, a green columnar barrier in 6 directions, firmly controls Bail Shao. Baragan didn't take it seriously either, and with a wave of his hands, the barrier collapsed. After all, dead Shendo cannot live forever, let alone the kid skills used by Shinigami. Such is the power of aging. Soon, Baragan fought back. Aizen continues to use the stronger sealing technique for Beast Gate. This is Hakugen's ultimate move. He first used the Dragon Tail City Gate to block Baragan's advance. Later, Aizen also asked Sui Feng to use Bankai to help him. But Sui Feng is still a little awkward at this time. It was because of saving them 100 years ago that Sui Feng's idol Shihao and Urahara rebelled against the Soul Society. So far, Sui Feng is still brooding. Aizen can only negotiate conditions with Sui Feng, saying that 200 can realize Sui Feng's wish. Sui Feng quickly agreed, saying that the former deputy kid chief would imprison Urahara Kisuke in the kid barrier for a month. This is the punishment for kidnapping Urahara-sama by Urahara Kisuke. Aizen was angry and funny, but agreed to Sui Feng. So, they were very happy to reach a deal. In the chat group, Hakugen, oh, I didn't expect that I would also participate in this battle. I hope I can perform well and show the majesty of Vizard. Urahara Kisuke, guys, you guys sold me while I was away, have you considered my opinion? Shihao and Urahara, oh, Sui Feng, do you hate Urahara so much? Sui Feng, of course, if it wasn't for him, how could Lord Urahara be forced to leave? I won't forget the enmity of hundreds of years. But I'm also sensible, let him alone. Moon, shouldn't it be too much, right? Shihao and Urahara, well, you really are not a child anymore, you are quite modest. Urahara Kisuke. Baragan, hehe, I don't care what strategies you guys are discussing, but to me, the king of Hueco Mundo, it's ridiculous. Any attack has its lifespan, and I can lighten it. Easy to deal with. Harry Bell, Baragan, you have to behave well, don't lose face to Lord Aizen. On screen. Aizen quickly and completely completed the enchantment. Tiger Bite City Gate, Turtle Armor City Gate and Phoenix Wing City Gate were completed one after another. The 4 Beast Gates are completely completed. However, to Baragan, who is in charge of aging and controls the passage of time, this is simply hilarious. Such mortal means also have an effect on him. However, Aizen quickly made an analysis. Sui Feng's Bankai was very powerful before, and even Baragan could only perform aging processing remotely to make his power attenuate. As long as this enchantment is used, then Baragan can only eat Sui Feng's Bankai solidly. With this in mind, Aizen is very sure of completing the lore on Baragan. Soon, Sui Feng also emptied his body and used his exhausted body to use Bankai again. Jakarake Ben. Boom 1. A powerful attack that bursts out of riot so that other fighters can feel from afar. The strongest enemy seems to be unable to survive the attack of this missile. The audience is also looking forward to it. Will this seemingly invincible controller of death ability, Baragan, be killed by the Shinigami? Chapter 53. After seeing the majestic joint attack of all the Shinigami, the audience is very much looking forward to the power of this move. Sui Feng's Bankai, in terms of sheer damage and shock, is already the best of the Shinigami attacks. Soon, after the smoke cleared, a crack appeared in Hakugen's barrier. Baragan broke through again, swaying a rotten aura, attacking Sui Feng and Omada from a distance. Swish! Sui Feng couldn't dodge in time, he was already infected with a corrupt aura. Fortunately, she reacted very quickly and threw the shoes out in time, so she was safe and sound. Baragan quickly walked out of the enchantment. Except for the bombing on the left side of his face, his injuries were not serious. After being injured by Sui Feng and others, the arrogant Baragan became furious and attacked Sui Feng and Omida and others. Sui Feng and Omida fled in embarrassment. And Aizen was forced out of the hollow state, using the kid barrier to resist. But still unable to resist Baragan's breath of death, his right hand was hit directly. If he doesn't stop trying to survive, it's probably going to be a complete game over. Seeing the powerful power of this Baragan, many viewers were amazed. Baragan, sure enough, so many people deal with me, and I can't please you. Let me be so embarrassed, you are lucky for 3 lives. I will destroy you all next time. Hit Shugaichweir, humph, my Bankai can freeze everything, including elements, I don't believe I can't deal with you. Zaraki Kenpeki, what are you doing so much trouble for? Just let me slash through it with a knife, and just cut through all the rotten breath. Baragan, humph, Zaraki Kenpeki, others are afraid of you, but I am not afraid of you. I can even control death, those imaginations and resurrection of the Titan are nothing compared to me. Kurako Shunsui, it seems that Espada's strength cannot be ignored. I really want to see how Quincy will deal with these voids. Ljabero, hey, there is no need to use such a clumsy aggressive method. If these Shinigami lose the battle and let us have a chance to deal with these Arankars, we can easily kill them instantly. Gremmy, humph, just waiting for the breath of death, what is there to be afraid of? But I can try your trick next time. The breath of death I imagined can definitely become as wide as the sea of death. Of course, after all, the power of Sui Feng and other Shinigami is not so exaggerated at this time, so although Baragan's sense of oppression is strong, it is not convincing enough. Although the audience is afraid of this Baragan, they will not be completely afraid to fight. On screen. In this extremely tense moment, the battle situation changed very quickly. Although Hakagen's right hand was eroded by Baragan, he hid his right hand behind his back heavily and calmly, doing his own small movements. At this moment, Aizen was full of confidence and put forward his own analysis. Baragan's power can ignore all defenses, so why is the bone body with 10 knives not affected? There is only one truth. It shows that he has added a layer of shield on the surface of his body, which can resist the attack of aging. So just attacking from the inside should kill the Baragan. Therefore, Aizen teleported his corrupted right hand into Baragan's body. The breath of death swept over in an instant and continued to spread, turning Baragan's body into ashes in an instant. Even he himself couldn't resist. What? Amidst the screams, Baragan closed his eyes unwillingly. Seeing this scene, audiences all over the world were very moved. That's it. Baragan, who was originally thought to be difficult to deal with, is gone in the blink of an eye? Really laughed out loud. Is such a spicy operation worthy of his bug's ability? Hakagen, hey, it seems that Vizard will make a contribution this time. Is it a shame to say that he is the king of Hueco Mundo? Sui Feng, I didn't expect that the people from Vizard played an important role in the end, giving Baragan a fatal blow. Baragan, ah! How is it possible? I absolutely don't believe this picture, it must be trying to blackmail me, maybe Aizen used Kaika Suijutsu on me again. Ulikshala, shut up, Baragan, don't disrespect Lord Aizen. Neutra, are you ashamed to say that you are number 2? Let me replace it. Grimjo, with such a poor record, are you embarrassed to be ranked ahead of me? I will do it first. Ulikshala, well, you all don't talk, now is not the time to quarrel. Master Aizen has ranked you guys, so don't make such a big comment. At the moment, Baragan is still resentful. As the king of Hueco Mundo, he was defeated by the unknown Shinigami. Still such a joke. What a slap in the face. Baragan, who is extremely arrogant, cannot accept it. Hirako Shinji, oh, Bogan, you did a good job. Very good, it's the name of our Vizard. This is the beginning of our revenge against Aizen. Hakagen, anyway, I am also the deputy kid chief of the kid people, so I can deal with Espada easily. Gerald, he's still a bit clever, but it's nothing to deal with a weak Arrancar. It seems that so far, there are not many Arrancars who are particularly strong, and they are much worse than our Quincy divisions. Urahara Kisuke, not bad, in terms of ingenuity, it can barely compare with me. Sui Feng, Urahara Kisuke. Stop talking, UBD. I haven't settled with you yet. Urahara Kisuke, hey, I'm a victim too, okay? You have the ability to settle accounts with Aizen. Shihaoren Yuaki, Sui Feng, don't blame Kisuke, there is nothing he can do about it. Sui Feng, Yuaki, even you help him. The two women and one man in this triangle relationship began to flirt in the chat group. Ichweir, well, can't you guys mature? In this battle, Baragan's Achilles heel was exposed, which will serve as an important reference for us to deal with Baragan in the future. Anohanaretsu, that's right, his breath of death is quite scary. If you are recruited, my kide will not be able to heal it in time. It must be solved with a battle of wits. Byakuya Kukaki, this is easy to solve, my kid is also very capable, and I am fully capable of dealing with him. Kurosaki Ichigo, well, I don't seem to know anything about it, so I definitely can't face such an opponent. Zaraki Kenpeki, does it really need to be so complicated? Can't I just chop him off with a knife? Kurako Shunsui, Captain Zaraki, you really are still not suitable to deal with this weird opponent, it would be better to leave it to others. Zaraki Kenpeki, alright, then I will deal with the strongest one in Espada. At the same time, the Quincy also started to chime in. Gerard, is this the strength of the so-called Arrancar number 2? It is really vulnerable. It seems that we really don't need to pay much attention to Hueco Mundo. Jiluja, Tisk, then Aizen, as their leader, is probably no more than that, and I might easily kill Aizen. Aljabero, Kairaja may be a bit weaker in strength, but I should be able to easily destroy Aizensuke, right? Aizensuke, oh, I look forward to your performance, I hope you Quincy can really have such a level. In that case, I would have the opportunity to better test my strength. Ulakshala, an ignorant lunatic, this Baragan was just won by Shinigami by luck, and it is nothing. You haven't seen the strength of our other Arrancars yet. Ichweir, but let me say something, it seems that when we Shinigami dealt with Arrancar, we really didn't have as much difficulty dealing with Quincy. Byakuya Kukaki, well, the scene of fighting the Quincy is even more shocking. Matsumoto Ranjaku, indeed, if we compare carefully, our Captain Hitsugaya is obviously the strongest when he is fighting against Quincy, let us see his Bankai full form for the first time. This Holly Bell is completely unqualified to see. Harry Bell, what are you proud of? Shall we fight now? I believe that in the following video, we Arrancar will definitely win the final victory. Whether it is our strength. It's still Aizen-sama's leader, I'll let you all know what it's like to fail. Kurosaki Ichigo, there is also Zaraki Kenpeki, who only used Shikai and even the strongest Bankai when dealing with Quincy. It seems to be very simple when dealing with number 5 Arrancar. 1. At this time, the Shinigami have regained their confidence in the battle against Arrancar. Arrancar is nothing to worry about. The only thing worth worrying about may be the Quincy Master. Of course, at this point many Arrancars are just being blunt. After seeing number 7 Zamari, number 5 Neutra, number 3 Holly Bell, number 2 Baragan all performing so poorly, the morale of Arrancars was very low. Compared with the Quincy, who always make Shinigami suffer, their Arrancar is indeed a bit weak. Now, after watching so many videos, Aizensuke really has to admit that the Shinigami's performance is still the strongest when they are fighting against the Quincy. Is his Arrancar army going to be their stepping stone before they face the Quincy? Still, Aizen isn't too frustrated. After all, he was already a little disappointed with these Aaron cars. After he used Hagyaku to create these Aaron cars, he knew their strength very well. I also know that in the battle with Shinigami, the strength of these Aaron cars is not so outstanding. Besides, even if these Shinigami seem to get stronger later, it doesn't mean that their plan will fail. Maybe later. I already have a chance to break into the Spirit King Palace. And let these dead Chengdu become his subordinates. Perhaps, in the scene where the Shinigami fight against the Quincy, they are not only protecting their own soul society, but also protecting Aizen's own soul society. Perhaps, this battle with the Quincy division was ultimately won by his leadership. In the end, he defeated Yuhabach as the ending. Thinking of this, Aizen is not in a happy mood. His face is still calm, he is still the confident king. He is still waiting for the next video. In addition, these Aaron cars are indeed not very good works, and I still look forward to Kurosaki Ichigo will be better. This is his most perfect work, right? When the forces of all parties were either happy or sad, a familiar voice came over. Ding! Since everyone is very curious about the strength of Minos Grande at this time, famous scenes related to Minos Grande will be shown next. Upon hearing this, Urkiola and Arankar were very happy. Grimjo, that's great, can we finally make more appearances? Ulachala, forget about the first few Arankars, I don't believe we don't have any famous scenes with bright moments. Harry Bell, in the future, your souls. The world may already be under the rule of our Lord Aizen, and maybe we Arankar will help you fight against enemies such as the Quincy in the future. Hitsuga Hehe, what are you thinking? Don't be too sentimental, we Shinigami will not be with you. Yamamoto Moto Yanagi Shigakuni, Aizen will definitely be wiped out by us, and he must be punished for betraying our soul society. When everyone was arguing non-stop, the voice of the Three Realms projection came over. Ding! Next, please watch the battle scene of Star K, the head of Arankar. Stay tuned. After hearing this, Arankars are all excited. The appearance of Espada, who is recognized as the strongest, will definitely save Espada's face. A new scene begins to appear on the screen. When Suifeng and other Shinigami found their opponents, Kurako Shunsui took the initiative to choose Star K to fight. Kurako Shunsui, who is a candidate for the captain, can clearly feel that Star K's Ryutsu is obviously the strongest. So naturally take the initiative to take responsibility and deal with the strongest Espada. The sub-peak battle strength of the two sides began to fight formally. In addition to status, Kurako Shunsui and Star K are very similar in personality. They all look very lazy and careless on the outside, and their strength is unfathomable. But Star K has to listen to Aizen, and Kurako Shunsui has to fight against it for the Soul Society. After saying something, Kurako Shunsui and Star K started the official battle. Kurako Shunsui starts off with just a knife and no shikai. He even played very perfunctorily, first slashing with his right hand, and then switching to his left hand for a few slashes. The battle between the two sides seems to be very ordinary. Even old age. But after this trial, Star K shared his analysis of paddling and fighting. Kurako Shunsui's left hand swings the knife far less than his right hand. And Kurako Shunsui also has a short sword around his waist, it's like paddling water. The two top masters are having an uneasy conversation at this time. After a battle, Star K revealed the number 1 number in his hand, indicating that he is the strongest. Seeing this, Kurako Shunsui didn't dare to be careless. Star K quickly went on the attack, attacking Kurako Shunsui with his own Zero. Meanwhile, Kurako Shunsui's partner, Jaishur Yukatake, was on the edge, even meditating on the ground, chatting with Star K's lieutenant. Facing the fight of these two top masters, the barrage immediately began to complain. Oops, two gangsters fighting, this battle must be, for money, very boring. That's it? That's it? Are you the future captain? Don't be fooled, this is a duel between masters, you can't understand it. Amateurs watch the excitement, experts watch the doorway. As long as one of the two sides reveals its flaws, it will soon be fatally attacked by the other party. This is the highest state of staff. A person like Aizen is not worthy of being a leader at all, and he cannot mobilize the enthusiasm of employees. Uncle Wolf said that fishing is the kingly way. There is nothing wrong with what you said, anyway, both parties are already people with almost the highest professional titles, no matter how hard you try, you can't get the position of boss, why are you so desperate? Besides, the leaders of both sides are standing by and watching, why should the subordinates be so desperate? Kurako Shunsui said, I have waited for thousands of years, but I can't wait for the old man Yamamoto to die, and there is no hope of promotion. If you lie down and lie down, Jingle will become the captain of the second generation. FK, thank you masters for your teachings, this disciple has realized it. At this moment, the barrage is getting more and more outrageous. In the chat group, everyone is also alive. Kurako Shunsui, no way? No way? Don't you really think I'm letting water out? Kurosaki Ichigo, you look like you are doing square dancing for old people. Jaishur Yukatake, cough cough, in fact, this battle still has hidden secrets. The calmer the battle, the more turbulent the undercurrent will be. Both sides are testing each other, if you don't move, you're done, if you move. Amazing. Hitsuga Ichware, wait a minute, except for those joking bullet screens, some information seems to be worthy of our attention. What is the captain of second generation? Trash. Sui Feng, is this just a barrage of nonsense? Urahara Kisuke, however, as we all know, although the barrage is sometimes unscrupulous and even exaggerated to the extreme, it is still a reference. Ichimaru-jin, you are too embarrassed to say it, why not let me say it, indicating that the captain of Yamamoto is very likely to be replaced by Kurako Shunsui in the future. With Ichimaru-jin's words, one stone can stir up waves. This information is even more important than the battle between Kurako Shunsui and Stark. Chapter 54. After seeing this scene, everyone was shocked and started a heated discussion. Komamura Seijin, is it true or not? You can't just talk about it casually. Tosen Kaname, it seems that there will definitely be big changes in the Soul Society in the future. Aizen-sama's plan is likely to succeed. Komamura Seijin, nonsense. What are you kidding? Captain Yamamoto can't die. Yamamoto Moto Yanagi Shigakuni, Komamura calm down, people have to die one day, what if I die normally after thousands of years? Kurako Shunsui is so strong, he is indeed qualified to be the next captain. Baragan, hehe, if you are so old, maybe this Kurako Shunsui can't wait any longer, and will directly replace it. Yami, as the barrage said, the old man can't survive for so long, so it's hard to guarantee that he won't have any other thoughts in his heart. Kurako Shunsui, you can't just say something casually, even if you're joking, it's impossible for me to have such an idea. On the contrary, you espadas are all impure, and some of you are disrespectful to the leader, so it is normal to attack Aizen. Ulukshala, alright, let's keep it simple. Yamamoto Yuanryase Shigakuni will definitely be defeated by our forces, and our Lord Aizen will definitely be able to easily solve him. Yamamoto Yuan Yanagi Shigakuni, are you afraid to slip your tongue when you speak so loudly? As long as this old man is alive, Aizen will never dare to do anything to this old man. Aizen-suke, oh, let's wait and see. The battle on the screen is still very dull. Stark, who was watching the battle situation next to him, also began to ask Kurako Shunsui. I wonder who has the strongest Bankai, Hitsuga Ichware who managed to freeze Harriet Bell, or Kurako Shunsui. Kurako Shunsui said lightly. Captain Hitsuga is a genius. In 100 years, he may surpass me. The implication is that besides Captain Yamamoto, he is the strongest person at present. Hearing this, Star K decided to activate the strongest state. He asked the subordinate officer Lilynet to come back to him. It turns out that Arrancar's Zanpakuto is a blade made by sealing the core of his own power. If the sword is liberated, it means that the true power of each will be liberated. But Star K is different. Other Arrancar split their power into body and blade. Star K, on the other hand, decomposes into two bodies. Star K and Lilynet. Then, Star K said softly. Scatter, pack wolves. Buzz. After a burst of smoke. Returning to the sword, Star K makes a handsome appearance. He holds a musket-shaped weapon in his hand, and his mask becomes an eye patch over his left eye. Ryutsu skyrocketed again compared to before. Seeing Star K's power surge, he put away his sloppy mind and immediately started Shikai Zanpakuto. The flower wind is chaotic, the flower god is crying, the heavenly wind is chaotic, and the heavenly demon is laughing. Kaiten Kaikotsu. Soul Society's rare double sword Zanpakuto makes an impressive debut. The two sides stopped Yuji and put away their sloppy attitude. Star K then talked to his own gun, which shows that Lilynet has become the shape of the gun. And Lilynet seemed to be a little uncooperative with Star K, and had some quarrels with him. Reduced the tense atmosphere a lot. However, before their quarrel was over, Kuroko Shunsui took advantage of the paralyzed opponent and slashed at Star K. Swish! Kuroko Shunsui looks very lazy on the outside, but he is a very vicious person in the interior. He doesn't talk about benevolence and morality with his enemies. However, Star K reacted very quickly and spun immediately, dodging Kuroko Shunsui's attack. Kuroko Shunsui continued to use skills. Not good enough to be alone. He unleashes a whirling wind, obscuring Star K's view. Subsequently, also activates its own Shikai ability. Brand Ghost. Kuroko Shunsui's Shikai brings children's games to life. Just stepping into the range of Kaiten Kaikotsu Ryutsu makes it compulsory for everyone to join the game. The rules are set by Kaiten Kaikotsu. To lose is to die, even Kaiten Kaikotsu's master, Kuroko Shunsui, is no exception. And the rules of this new ghost game are very simple. The one who stands taller wins. Kuroko Shunsui is high above and attacks Star K. But Star K reacted quickly and launched Zero to fight back. Boom! Kuroko Shunsui can only let Shuppo get out of here. Star K launched Zero one after another, making Kuroko Shunsui dodge left and right, not daring to confront directly. But Star K's attack accuracy was too low, and even Lilynet complained about him desperately. Of course, Star K has actually been watching Kuroko Shunsui's dodging habits. After some probing, Star K aimed his next shot at Kuroko Shunsui's landing spot. Boom! Kuroko Shunsui can't dodge, can only use a knife to chop bullets. Cut the brilliant blue Zero straight in two. Star K started using his own pistol, firing countless Zero. Boom! 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 This is how powerful Star K is. Treat other Arrancar's big moves Zero as flat A. The pistol on his right needs to be charged once, which is very powerful. The pistol on the left is slightly less powerful, but it can attack continuously. However, after a round of attacks, Kuroko Shunsui saw the characteristics of Star K's weapon clearly, and said that even Zero, who returned to the blade, could not cause damage to himself. Stark smiled faintly. It's time to show your true strength. Infinite reload Zero. Boom! 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 Thick bullets envelop Kuroko Shunsui. The range is huge, and the burst speed is extremely fast. In the chat group, everyone was very surprised by Star K's ability. Kuroko Shunsui, oh, this Star K is really fast. It's a bit of a cheat indeed. Is his Ryutsu so strong? Isn't he worried about running out of stamina at all? Kurosaki Ichigo, is it true or not? It's incredible that Zero can be issued with such a cheap price. Grimjo, well, this Star K is indeed quite strong. I am still a little convinced. Zaraki Kenpeki, such a violent Ryutsu, I want to fight this person. This is an interesting fight. It is better than the disgusting skeleton before, simple and pure enough. Baragan, brainless brat, who are you connoting? On screen. Kurako Shunsui could only dodge in embarrassment, unable to fight back at all. Even cry in their hearts. If it goes on like this, it won't work. Pushed to such an extent by Star K, Kurako Shunsui even had the idea of using Bankai. Otherwise, it's really hard to deal with Star K. Fortunately, at this time, Jaishur Yukatake, who saw his friend's mind, joined the battle. Jaishur Yukatake told Kurako Shunsui that his Bankai couldn't be used with so many people. After all, this is an indiscriminate large-scale attack. It can be said that Bankai is harmful to others and himself. Jaishur Yukatake also quickly Shikai. All the waves are my shield, all the thunder is my blade. Zgayo no Kotori. Armed with his own Zanpakut, Jaishur Yukatake stopped the Zero and, like a mirror, bounced back to Star K. Hair extensions. Boom. 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 Stark was very surprised and quickly avoided these zeros from himself. He didn't expect that his attack could be rebounded. As if the Shinigami were using zero on themselves. Star K was also puzzled and asked Jaishur Yukatake why he would use zero, which is a genius. Jaishur Yukatake asked him to send it again. Facing Jaishur Yukatake's words, Star K didn't hesitate at all, and immediately fired again. Boom. 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 After seeing his attack being bounced back many times, Star K also analyzed it. He should absorb zero first, and then release his own zero. And the red rope on the double knives also adjusts the speed and power of absorbing energy, so as to achieve more varied effects. And Star K also thought that absorption must have a certain upper limit. As long as he uses 1,000 rounds of zero bursts, he will definitely not have time to absorb them. As Star K prepares to infinitely reload zero again, Kurako Shunsui attacked him from the back again. Star K complained that Kurako Shunsui and Jaishur Yukatake didn't talk about martial arts, but actually fought. But Kurako Shunsui didn't care. Said that he never said that he wanted 1v1. Star K looked cold. This Kurako Shunsui is really not the same person as himself. Although he looks lazy, he is actually a person who will do anything to win and protect the Soul Society. It seems that they have different positions. After all, a battle to the death cannot be avoided. In the chat group, members of different forces talked about it. Grimjo, humph, you Shinigami really don't talk about martial arts, and you even fight 2 against 1, which is completely boring. Kurako Shunsui, if you can gain a numerical advantage, of course you have to make full use of it. Jaishur Yukatake, you don't really think this is a fair duel, do you? For the victory of the war, it's normal to use any means. Zaraki Kenpeki, humph, it's really meaningless. What's the point of 2 versus 1? Such a hearty battle was ruined. Yamamoto Jinyanaga Shigakuni, Zaraki Kenpeki, you better stop talking. Noitra, I agree with Zaraki Kenpeki on this point. A real man should fight purely, not to mention using fancy techniques. Even if it is 2 against 1, it is a blasphemous duel. Ulakshala, not bad. Star K can still win us a little scene. At this moment, Star K is dealing with 2 top captains alone. One is the future captain. One is the right hand of King Ling. This record is indeed enough for him to brag about for a long time. On screen, Star K continues to launch zero attacks. Boom. 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 Whenever Star K shoots, Kurako Shunsui wants Shippo to come to him and swing the knife. And Star K was also a little upset after being pestered by Kurako Shunsui for a while. Simply rotate the body continuously, launching an indiscriminate large-scale attack. Diffuse attack. Become a roaming gunslinger. Boom. 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 No fancy tricks, just pure Ryutsu bump. Ryutsu is strong and can do whatever he wants. After Stark's dense attack, Kurako Shunsui's retreat has been completely blocked. So the only landing point of Kurako Shunsui has been captured by Stark and successfully hit. Boom. It's a pity that what Stark hit with this shot was Jushiro, who suddenly appeared. Shiro. Boom. Tit for a tooth. Stark can only dodge again, very depressed. It seems that I didn't push Kurako Shunsui to a corner, but was plotted by him. At this time, the gun that Lilynet turned into was crazily complaining loudly, saying that the two of them played 2 against 1, which was too despicable. Jaisure Yukatake also retorted, saying that they are essentially 2 people, so it's 2 against 2. And after that, the screen changed again. Stark unexpectedly faced 2 more opponents, Vizard's Torabashi RJR and Love Akawa. His fight with Kurako Shunsui, Jaisure Yukatake, was temporarily interrupted by the sudden appearance of Van Days. At this time, Stark, seeing Baragan died in battle, Aizen still had a very indifferent expression, seemed a little disappointed. It made him, who was already very lonely, feel sad when the rabbit dies. So in the next battle, it is also very negative. Love Akawa jumped at the chance, using her own cactus-looking Tengumaru, and slammed Stark into the ground. Stark also continued to act badly, lying on the ground unwilling to get up. It's even like going to sleep. Lilynet couldn't stand it anymore, and tried hard to persuade Stark to fight quickly. Stark was still listless, continuing to lie down unwilling to get up and fight. After a while, under Lilynet's persecution, they reluctantly began to fight. Torabashi RJR and Love Akawa also started hollow, gaining stronger combat power, and once suppressed Stark who was fighting passively. But later, Lilynet made an emotional persuasion to Stark. Stark wasn't fighting alone, and after splitting from his soul into 2 beings, they weren't alone anymore. Feeling Lilynet's support, Stark braced himself to fight. The double guns in his hands slowly disappeared, and he began to use his strongest moves. Soul split. He divided his soul into many pieces, and at the cost, created countless wolves that turned into blue flames all over their bodies. As long as it bites the enemy, it will explode. And the pack of wolves can also ignore physical attacks, and even lock the enemy. In essence, they are both Stark and Lilynet. Under the attack of these spirit wolves, Torabashi RJR and Love Akawa were quickly beaten and fled. Even if he used Hollow's ability, he was still no match for Stark. Barrages also appeared one after another at this time. The performance of the 2 soy sauce captains is unsightly. Maybe a little bit better than Maguruma can say. So here comes the question, how much can Torabashi RJR and Love Akawa fight? Kangzi has been disconnected, haha, he must have been severely abused by Wanda Wise. Stark really is number 1, he has managed to deal with so many captains by himself, always playing 1 against 2, which is considered the best performance among Arankars. It's also an unprecedented demeanor of a strong man who is still sleeping with his name on his face. It would be perfect if his Zero didn't have body strokes. Indeed, this Zero always hits no one, almost makes me think he is deliberately playing water. In the chat group, the audience recognized Stark's strength. Hit Shugaichweir, this espada is indeed quite strong. It is really difficult to deal with him with 2 captains always joining forces to deal with him. Byakuya Kukaki, his soul is split, the explosive power is so powerful, and he basically can't stop them from getting close, which is really very tricky. Kurako Shunsui, he is indeed a respectable opponent, but he is almost lacking in fighting will. His character resonated with me a lot. Zaraki Kenpeki, this opponent is indeed quite strong, but he is not bloody. Otherwise, I should really want to fight him. Kuzujishi Yachiru, yes, Xiaojian, the relationship between Lilynet and Stark is very good, and they can even fit together, which is really an enviable relationship. Zaraki Kenpeiki, indeed, I don't know why, but I always feel a bit like me. It makes me feel sympathetic. Kurosaki Ichigo, indeed, being able to communicate with one of my clones anytime, anywhere also gave me a very familiar feeling. Having such a reliable partner does make I envy it. On screen. After the soul split, Stark quickly beat Torabashi RJR and Love Akawa out of combat history. Wang Stark landed slowly from the air, and when they made up the knife suddenly pierced through Stark's chest. Swish! Although his attack is very powerful, his defensive power is mediocre, and because of the self-injury caused by the split soul, the combat power of his body is not as good as before. Shocked, Stark looked back, but saw no one. The blade appeared from the shadow behind me. How is this going? Chapter 55. Honest Stark, who was attacked by Kurako Shunsui, was extremely shocked at this time. After a while, Kurako Shunsui appeared from behind the shadow. Only then did Kurako Shunsui explain that his abilities are child's play. This is a game that both parties have to participate in. At this time, the game launched by Kurako Shunsui is Shadow Ghost. Both the enemy and the enemy can launch a direct attack from the shadow of the other. In this regard, barrages floated by. The future captain actually doesn't talk about martial arts so much, what a Shinigami in Shinigami. He even came to cheat, to attack poor Uncle Wolf. Invisible Empire. This captain is not only very strong, but also very dog. Although this Uncle Wolf is very strong, he is unwilling to fight. Shikai can really reflect a person's personality, lazy ISP, and fighting is like a game. The man who least wants to fight is forced to fight, Espada is a shame. Why do I feel like Shinigami is more of a villain? After learning about Kurako Shunsui's abilities, Stark felt bad and immediately flew into the air to prevent the shadow from being used by Kurako Shunsui. Unfortunately, Kurako Shunsui is both a referee and an athlete. Want fair game? There are no doors. He quickly started switching games. Brand new Ghost. The taller's attack power is strengthened. Kurako Shunsui flew into the air and attacked Stark hard. At this moment, Kurako Shunsui, who finally won the opportunity, thought that he was going to solve Stark. It's a pity that Stark is not a fuel-efficient lamp, and soon makes his own wolf pack appear to protect himself. Kurako Shunsui can only retreat in a hurry. Subsequently, Kurako Shunsui could not hear the girl Lilinet's voice, and based on Stark's soliloquy, also made a judgment. If I'm not wrong, your girl should be among the wolves. As long as the wolves disappear completely, the girl will also disappear with it. Kurako Shunsui, who guessed the importance of Lilynet, deliberately hit Stark with psychological pressure. Seeing Stark's gloomy expression, Kurako Shunsui secretly thought that it was true, and continued to attack. Swish! Shunpo on top of Stark, slashing hard. And Stark also knows the rules of the game and uses steering. Swish! He also fought back with fire, slashing at Kurako Shunsui from above. Kurako Shunsui was knocked to the ground and there was a momentary stalemate. Soon, Kurako Shunsui switched games again. Shadow Ghost. Mastering the initiative in the game is great. At this time, Kurako Shunsui's right hand is empty, so he inserts the blade of his right hand into the shadow and hits Stark. Stark's foot was stabbed and suffered a lot of damage, so he had to fly into the air to avoid the damage. And after getting used to these weird games, Stark finally found a chance to fight back. He made himself a pack of wolves emerge from the shadows and quickly came behind Kurako Shunsui. Kurako Shunsui couldn't dodge, and was affected by the wolf's explosion. Boom! Explosion burst into flames. Smoke billows up. However, at this time, Star K didn't care about the enemy, but anxiously called Lilinet's name. One of the three wolves nearby responded. Star K was relieved now, but also very worried. After all, there are only 3 wolves left. It means that Lilinite is likely to disappear in the future. This is the most unacceptable thing for Star K. At this time, Kurosaki Shunsui appeared from high above again, and played a death game against Star K. Brand Ghost. With the buff that increases the attack power from the height, Kurosaki Shunsui rushed down unstoppably, and was about to launch a fatal blow to Star K. In order to protect Star K, the other 3 wolves rushed forward to protect Star K. Kurosaki Shunsui used the long-range skill Unreliable and Alone, and a gust of wind flew by, and the 3 wolves were instantly blown away. Seeing this scene, Stark was deeply shocked. Lilinette. He felt that his heart, which was close to emptiness, was completely empty. Lilinette is gone. Seeing the absent-minded Star K, Kurosaki Shunsui immediately seized the opportunity to attack. Kaiten Kaikotsu's third game is here. Sexy Ghost. Grey. Kurosaki Shunsui cut Star K's right arm very quickly. Immediately afterwards, the two sides began one round after another of kendo fighting. Both sides consume a lot. Star K also remembered the grey that Kurosaki Shunsui called out earlier. Obviously, Star K's own clothing is basically made of grey wolf fur. And Kurosaki Shunsui doesn't have any grey on him. Is this some special game rule? After seeing a lot of white on Kurosaki Shunsui, Star K picked the color white. As soon as the words fell, Star K burst out and attacked Kurosaki Shunsui. And instantly left a deep scar on Kurosaki Shunsui. From the looks of it, Star K obviously had a damage bonus at this time. This is exactly the rule of the game of Yangui. If our side or the enemy says a color, both sides can only hit the opponent's area of that color. If it is cut to another color, the attack will be invalidated. The larger the area of this color on the body, the stronger the cutting power. The smaller the area, the weaker the cutting power. That's why Kurosaki Shunsui chose black before. Fighting and fighting, Kurosaki Shunsui seized the opportunity and cut the mess quickly. He takes off his captain's Haori, and shouts black. At this time, Kurosaki Shunsui wears a black costume and unleashes his power to ultimate. And the direction he slashed was exactly Star K's black hole. Swish! One hit kill. Just one knife. Star K was completely terminated by Kurosaki Shunsui. Not much tragic, but a relatively peaceful death. He lost his body support and fell from the sky. At the last moment of his life, he was still looking in the direction of Aizen. However, the ruthless Aizen has not looked at Star K until now. Stark was filled with emotion. I even felt sorry that I couldn't repay Aizen's kindness. He is such a person. From the beginning to the end of the battle, he never thought about himself. The barrage is sighing for Star K at this point. Alas, Uncle Wolf is dead, I'm not burning up at all. Uncle Wolf really didn't try his best, otherwise, the number 1 name would definitely not be so weak. After all, he has been releasing water all the time, and it won't work if he is stabbed, so it can only be said that he himself doesn't want to live, right? It's really embarrassing, Star K and his fake friends, against real friends like Jushiro and Kurosaki, that's why he didn't play hard. Indeed, Star K sure doesn't want to see anyone with friends die. After Lilinet's soul is gone, Star K definitely doesn't have the will to fight anymore. The behavior of Aizen is also very important. Seeing that Aizen is not considerate of his subordinates, he will definitely lose his fighting spirit. Yet, why do you want to work for a boss who doesn't care about his subordinates? Uncle Star K, this is the best demonstration of lying flat. Later, in order to complement Star K's character design, the Three Realms projection also played some of his past experiences. He is one of the members of the self-propelled Arankar in Espada. He is powerful, but when he is weak and close to Star K, his soul will be automatically consumed and he will die. So, Star K has been without a companion, traveling alone in Hueco Mundo. It can be called too strong to have no friends. Later, in order to get rid of loneliness, Star K's soul split into two individuals, Star K and Lilynet. They later met the Aizen, who became one of the Espada. Barrages floated by. It's a bit like Aizen, they are people who have difficulty finding their own companions, so Aizen can cherish him, right? It can be seen from this that Aizen who can subdue so many Espadas must be terrifying, but it's a pity that Aizen doesn't care about these subordinates. Actually, there are still many differences between the two of them. Kurako Shunsui has always kept in mind the accusation of guarding the Soul Society, and laziness is only a superficial phenomenon. And Star K is really lazy from the inside out. Yeah, Star K probably doesn't even care about his own life after losing his mate. But Jingle still has to keep in mind its own mission. If Kurako Shunsui and Star K can be friends, they must be best friends, right? Void Knight Palace. After seeing his own death, Stark was also filled with emotion. Unlike other Espada's anger, he is more melancholy and sad. Even when he saw Lilynet and the rest of the wolves blew themselves up, it might be more uncomfortable than when he saw his own body die. Even just seeing the scene in the picture, he felt a pain in his heart. He looked calmly at his subordinate officer, who was also himself on the other side. Lilynet, you must never leave me. Seeing these scenes, Lilynet felt mixed feelings in her heart, and her eyes became empty. Well, Star K, I will try my best to help you defeat the enemy, and I will definitely not let you die. I must become stronger. Also, can't your marksmanship improve a bit? Star K smiled bitterly. Oh, really? Whatever. Anyway, I'm not a person who can kill people. Even, when seeing Jaishur Yukatake and Kurako Shunsui, Torabashi RJR, and Love Akawa, it might be out of envy of their friendship. So in the battle, he has not been able to be ruthless. This is the soft heart of a lonely person. Also, while Aizen seems a bit heartless in the picture, Star K doesn't hate Aizen as much as Baragan does. Although the relationship between Aizen and him is the relationship between the leader and his subordinates, the more important reason for him to follow Aizen is because of Aizen's understanding of himself. The mighty Ryutsu makes him basically impossible to find companions. And only Aizen can bear Star K's Ryutsu, and let him find companions and organizations, so that he is no longer as lonely as he used to be. So he is still very grateful to Aizen. At the same time, seeing Stark's death, Ulquiorla's expression became more gloomy and thoughtful. Although he and Star K's personalities are not exactly the same, they can empathize in many ways. And Holly Bell is also silently looking at the picture. 0, asking for flowers. The scene of Stark's death kept replaying in her mind. Is Aizen really such a heartless person? Will Star K hate him before he dies? If he really died, and died in a sacrificial way, would Aizen feel bad for himself? And on the throne of Sui Palace, Ichimaru-jin is still. It's squinting, serious and authentic. Captain Aizen, it seems that the enemy is not so easy to deal with. Aizen just nodded noncommittally, but there was still no panic in the expression on his face. After all, for him, Espada is just a tool, as long as it can complete some tasks to contain the enemy qualifiedly. Even the combined effect of the first few Espadas is not as important as Wanda Wise. After all, Wanda Wise, as the Prince of Extinguishing Fire, is the secret weapon used to deal with Yamamoto genre Ise Shigakuni. In the chat group, Kurako Shunsui, it seems that your so-called Espada is nothing more than that. I can solve it without using Bankai. Harry Bell, this perverted old man, if it weren't for the help of so many people, how could you defeat Star K? Kurako Shunsui, hey, miss, please don't name me like that. I'm the main force in this battle. Ise Nanao, Captain, please control your expression now, although you can't see it from the other side, Please respect yourself. Kurako Shunsui, Xiao Nanao, even you won't help me. Neutra, humph, since so many of you beat him, I'll join in too. With so many hands, you, an old CT, will definitely not be able to get close to me and sneak attack. Even if there is a shadow. It's useless, I have no problem hitting the back. Grimjo, humph, why are they all on stage? I just can't see it yet. 0. The members of Hueco Mundo have mixed feelings after seeing Minos Gran's many failures. At this moment, they all want to find their way back on the lip. Number 9 Espada Yero Nilo, why can't you see me? I can't say about Kurako Shunsui. I should still be able to deal with other weak captains, Sui Feng and so on. Captured. No. 8 Espada al Sapolo, I want to use my ability. Let you people die without knowing how to die. Zamari, and me, as long as I deal with other people and not this nasty Byakuya Kukaki, there should be no problem. If there are 10, I will control 1. Yummy, there's me too, I won't pretend anymore, I'm the most powerful among Espadas. Kurako Shunsui, oh, there is such a deep hidden powerhouse. Gerald, hehe, it's just a group of chickens pecking at each other, too lazy to complain. Hitsugaichweir, cut, although this Yami has a bit of strength, it is still at the bottom. If I spend some time, I should be able to deal with it. At the same time, the relationship between Starkey and Lilynet also attracted many people's attention. Kuzajishi Yachiru, Little Sword, speaking of which, this Starkey and Lilynet are quite similar to us. Zaraki Kenpeiki, oh, really? But I don't need you when I'm fighting, so don't bother me. Kuzajishi Yachiru, but I still think, fighting with me, Xiaojian, you will become stronger. Zaraki Kenpeiki, it's okay, don't say it, anyway, as long as I'm still alive, I won't let you get hurt, I will defeat all enemies in front of me. Of course, the carefree Zaraki Kenpeiki, after seeing the experience of Starkey and Lilynet, actually had ripples in his heart. Could it be that because I am so strong that I have no friends, that's why I split a Yaki and Liu? What can I learn from their experience to protect Yaki and Liu? In fact, it was more because he wanted to enjoy the battle that he sealed his own power in the form of Yaki and Liu. It's just that he has lost his memory. Not long after, a familiar voice sounded. Next, continue playing a Minos Grande video. Its name is Void White. He is the king of Minos Grande, the pinnacle of Vasto Lord. The strongest proxy fight. The power to destroy the world that can smash the gates of hell. After hearing such a description, the audience was very surprised. The name of Minos Grande, is it so unremarkable? To have such a domineering comment, this sub-I should be very powerful. That should be stronger than the so-called Starkey. What kind of existence would this be? Is this guy also under Aizen? Could it be Aizen's strongest hollow? Many viewers are still a little baffled. Hitsugaichweir, cut, it's a hype. I guess it will be solved quickly like the Aaron car that appeared before. Matsumoto Rangiku, even the so-called strongest Espada, in front of our captain, also looks so vulnerable. Aizen-suke, I really didn't expect it. Is he finally going to appear? Very good, I'm looking forward to it. Kurako Shunsui, wait a minute, the Three Realms projection only describes Minos Grande, not Aaron Carr, which means it is just a simple Minos Grande. Jaishur Yukatake, the previous Starkey was the head of Aaron Carr, so what will this Minos Grande be? All the dead Shendu is at a loss. Chapter 56. The Shinigami at this time are indeed full of doubts. The Shinigami are of course very clear about the difference between Su and Aaron Carr. Isn't it because Aizen made them realize Aaron Carr? Only by fusing the power of two species is the strongest. But this whiteness does not seem to be. Captain Yamamoto and others tried hard to recall the notorious Minos Grande they had seen in the long years. But it seems that you haven't heard of this nonsense, right? With such a powerful name, except for these ancient ghosts, there are basically few who can be qualified, right? In this way, with an unbelievable mood, they all watched the next scene seriously. I want to see where the emptiness mentioned by the Three Realms projection is. The picture came to an underground world. Urahara Kisuke, Tessite Tsukabishi, Kurosaki Ichigo, and others are preparing for training here. After seeing that it was their own appearance, the parties were very puzzled. Kurosaki Ichigo, why are we making an appearance? Is this foreshadowing? Hitsuga Ichiware, yeah, I really don't understand, it's clearly talking about the live broadcast of the most powerful virtual. Could it be that these characters in the screen are going to fight this so-called virtual? 1. Byakuya Kukaki, at this time, Kurosaki Ichigo, does he really have the power to deal with such a terrifying hollow? Kurosaki Ichigo, I remembered. Could this be directly related to me? Yamamoto genre Iasei Shigakuni, Kurosaki Ichigo, do you know something? Let us know. Kurosaki Ichigo, oh. I don't know how to say it, but you'll know after reading it. Kurosaki Ichigo felt a little uneasy at the thought that he was what Aizen called the most perfect work. He thought of a possibility. He knows his upbringing and has a lot of experiences related to Aizen. For example, your enemies are basically carefully selected by Aizen. But what if even more terrifying than this is that Zero and even himself are carefully crafted by Aizen? Why does the virtual power in one's body exist? Why am I completely different from other Shinigami? Is it all thanks to Aizen? Could this White Ichigo be the strongest Vasto Lord mentioned here? Thinking of this, Kurosaki Ichigo seemed to be poured with ice water, his body shivered, and his heart felt cold. On screen, Urahara Kisuke begins special training with Kurosaki Ichigo. He knocked out the soul of Kurosaki Ichigo with a cane. A causal chain also appeared on Kurosaki Ichigo's chest. Urahara Kisuke explains this. You have lost your spiritual power because of Byakuya Kukaki. Now you are just an ordinary soul without spiritual power, so you must restore your spiritual power first. Then, Kurosaki Ichigo started to fight against a little girl Yu. After the battle, stimulated his own potential, and recovered his spiritual power, Kurosaki Ichigo began to enter the next part of the training. He fell again into an underground world, and his hands were bound. He was only able to complete the test with his hands tied until the end of the test. Urahara Kisuke asked him to use this state to climb up this deep hole hundreds of meters high. If it cannot be completed within 72 hours, the chain will run through his chest. Let Kurosaki Ichigo become virtual. And after the past 70 hours, Kurosaki Ichigo, whose hands were tied, still couldn't get out of the deep hole. The chain erosion has become more and more severe. This chain seems to have turned into countless big mouths of Su, constantly biting, and preparing to make Kurosaki Ichigo completely become Su. At the same time, countless white substances gathered on Kurosaki Ichigo's face, and the prototype of a mask appeared. At this moment, Tan-mo drifted by one after another. Is it going to become empty so soon? It would be fun if a big hole was pierced at the entrance. Torin warning. As long as there is no aura of the protagonist, Kurosaki Ichigo is dead. If Kurosaki Ichigo goes berserk, Urahara Kisuke might as well. It's fun for the store manager to kill the first person. Calm down, do you understand the strength of the store manager? You will never run out of cards. Do you think the store manager doesn't know about the existence of Naruto? He was the one who gave birth to Ichigo. Without Urahara Kisuke, there would be no Kurosaki Ichigo's various deeds. Urahara Kisuke is indeed a deeply hidden character, and he began to arrange for Kurosaki Ichigo in the early stage. No one can figure out what is going on in Urahara Kisuke's mind. At the same time, countless viewers are looking forward to the following plot. It is not known how Kurosaki Ichigo managed to end the test. And after Under the pressure of Hollow's erosion, Kurosaki Ichigo finally entered his own spiritual space and saw Uncle Zagetsu. An uncle in a black windbreaker, white shirt, long hair and beard, and translucent sunglasses appeared. Uncle Zagetsu started talking to himself. "Very well, you are finally here." Kurosaki Ichigo was a little puzzled by this, and asked who he was. Uncle Zagetsu muttered to himself a little surprised. "Who am I, you ask? It's me. Kurosaki Ichigo." Seeing that Kurosaki Ichigo was still in a daze, Uncle Zagetsu was thoughtful. "Oh, so you can't hear me? Oh, what a pity, how many times do I have to say it before you hear it? I thought that no one in this world knew me better than you. In fact, for various purposes, Zanjutsu-san has spoken out his real name Yuhabach here." But when he spoke, there was a muffled voice, which seemed to have been deliberately erased. At this time, there was also a small wave of explosions in the barrage. It turns out that Kurosaki Ichigo has been hearing badly since then, ha ha ha. Who is here not to let us hear this voice? If nothing else happens, it should be the monk who erased his speech about having Yuhabach. It's frightening to think carefully, the monk appeared so soon? Actually, Uncle Zagetsu wasn't Zanpakuto in the first place, or even Yuhabach. But Ichigo always thought of him as Zagetsu, lol. The real Zangetsu expressed great aggrievedness. One is a tsundere pretending to be an enemy, the other is a caring pretending to be Zanpakuto, they are not really a perfect match. Hueco Mundo. Aizen also half understood at this time. Aizen has seen this Uncle Zagetsu before when Kurosaki Ichigo's Zaraki Kenpeki. But until now he can't figure out the connection between Uncle Zangetsu and Yuhabach. The white Ichigo in Kurosaki Ichigo's body should be the power of the void, which is not surprising. But what the hell is Yuhabach? Is it related to Kurosaki Ichigo's Quincy power? It's a pity that until now, Kurosaki Ichigo has not shown any abilities related to the Quincy. What an unsolved mystery. The other side. The Shinigami were even more confused. At this time, many captains began to look at each other. "Didn't you hear what this uncle said just now?" "I didn't seem to hear it, I only heard a bang." It seems that Kurosaki Ichigo is not the only one who is hard of hearing. Is there any mystery here? Could it be that the Three Realms projection deliberately erased his information, and didn't want us to know his true identity? He made it clear that there is Yuhabach. Although I don't know what he represents in Kurosaki Ichigo's body. Captain Yamamoto was also very speechless. "What are you wearing?" "Who doesn't know, this is the so-called Yuhabach. It is only in front of Kurosaki Ichigo that he can pretend." As the captain of the old enemy Yamamoto, how could he not know that this is what Yuhabach looked like thousands of years ago? In the Invisible Empire, the Quincy's are also very confused, always thinking about the relationship between Kurosaki Ichigo and Yuhabach. Uncle Zangetsu appears again and again, it is really incredible. Seeing that their Quincy masters had already come forward at this time, Yuhabach simply stopped pretending. Otherwise Kurosaki Ichigo will be taken away by his two fathers. Yuhabach, Kurosaki Ichigo. Born in the dark. Poor man. You have to figure out your own spiritual space, figure out what your source of power is. Always keep thinking. Can't say anything about Shinigami, you just believe what? Shinigami is the embodiment of darkness. Yamamoto Yuan Yanagi Shigakuni, Yuhabach. You are still alive. Gerald, is it normal for His Majesty to be alive? Do you really think you can kill him? Chur Sasakaibe, is Yuhabach finally unable to bear to speak? It seems that Kurosaki Ichigo has something to do with him. Kurosaki Ichigo? What are you talking about? How come I didn't understand it from the beginning to the end? Yamamoto Genryuze Shigakuni, Kurosaki Ichigo, don't you really understand? It's okay if you don't understand. Kurosaki Ichigo, don't interrupt me. What kind of Yuhabach is this? It should be the leader of the Quincy division that the Shinigami mentioned before? Tell me, what is my origin? Yuhabach, there are some things that you need to actively explore. You have been manipulated for so long in your life. If you don't even take the initiative to find the truth, what else can you control? Aizen Suk, can Yuhabach speak such philosophical words? Interesting. A perfect test product should indeed have its own independent consciousness. It cannot simply become a marionette. Yuhabach, I hope you can rely on figuring out all the power that exists in your body, instead of relying on my indoctrination. This is my hope for you and also my test for you. After all, Yuhabach also knows that accepting one's true identity requires a process. If Kurosaki Ichigo has awakened the power of Quincy, this is the perfect time to let him know the truth. Kurosaki Ichigo didn't know anything about Quincy at this time, and suddenly said that he was a Quincy. I guess he wouldn't believe it at all. Even if you believe it, you will have to completely collapse. Let's plant a seed in his heart for the time being. Kurosaki Ichigo, what are you guys talking about? Kurosaki Isshin, Ichigo, don't worry about what they say. You have to find your origin first. Think clearly about what you want to do in the future, and what you want to fight to protect. I hope you will not forget your original intention. Kurosaki Ichigo, I don't understand. Kurosaki Ichigo's habitual mentality collapsed at this time. Before, Kurosaki Ichigo didn't quite understand the white self and Uncle Zagetsu. Even more suspicious now. He doesn't even understand the virtual power in his body. Not to mention the hidden and deeper power of the Quincy Master. Kurosaki Ichigo had just returned from Soul Society after saving Rukia. He was very at a loss about the power of the void. He couldn't fight as firmly as before, and he couldn't control the power of the void well. If the power is out of control, it is very likely to cause harm to your companions. Before, he knew that Aizen had an inseparable relationship with his growth. He originally wondered if his virtual power was related to Aizen. What kind of blankness, was it Aizen that had been placed inside his body? As a result, now, another king of Quincy Masters, who is widely known by everyone, has come out, and said that he has a deeper connection with himself. Where is this? Apart from my friend Ishida Uriel who is Quincy, do I have half a dime relationship with Quincy? Daddy is pure Shinigami. Mom shouldn't be a weird existence, right? So why on earth? Facing the Riddlers one after another, Kurosaki Ichigo really broke down a bit. As for the other side, in the Shinigami camp, countless Shinigami were also a little confused, with serious expressions on their faces. The Shinigami are actually a little wary of the existence of Kurosaki Ichigo, and dare not trust him without reservation. Yamamoto Motoyanagi Sage Kuni pointed out solemnly. The current Kurosaki Ichigo seems to be very at a loss about his identity, and he doesn't tend to be in the camp of Aizen or Yuhabach, and he is even very close to the camp of Shinigami. But I am also worried that he is unstable and may turn against him at any time. Either run to Aizen. Either run to Yuhabach's place. Either way, it means Kurosaki Ichigo will be our enemy. Jaisure Yukatake also had a complicated expression and spoke slowly. We can only wait and see what happens, look at the actions of Aizen and Yuhabach, and then see what important information will appear in the video. This matter involves too much, and it is really difficult to handle. Knowing about Shinigami who has Yuhabach, they are temporarily silent on this. After all, to properly handle this matter, the most important prerequisite is to understand the truth. Rukia Kukaki and other people who are close to Kurosaki Ichigo are in a state of disarray. Kurosaki Ichigo is their companion. Could it really be an enemy? But since Kurosaki Ichigo is still on their side, shouldn't he be drawn to Shinigami's camp sooner? How should this be done? Continue using the Shinigami partner Kurosaki Ichigo cares about, to evoke his bond? Never mind. Let Kurosaki Ichigo think about it for himself. After all, the identity of Kurosaki Ichigo is still a mystery at this time, and we have to watch the next video to announce the information before making a decision. Sophisticated people like Kurako Shunsui are even thinking about, should it be both hard and soft, trying to establish a bond with Kurosaki Ichigo? 2.6. While keeping an eye on him and being vigilant, he should also make good use of him so that he does not become a member of the Quincy division. Although his current strength is not very strong, but the potential of the future is indeed immeasurable. This is the best move for Soul Society. As for the Invisible Empire on the other side, of course, it is not good for these Quincy ants to casually gossip about their majesty. Just muttering in my heart. This Kurosaki Ichigo's card is so big that his majesty even said that to him in person. I hope he won't be ignorant and continue to stand by Shinigami's side. If you have the power of Quincy, but you still want to be an enemy of Quincy, that is simply unforgivable. For a moment, only Kurosaki Ichigo was talking in the chat group, which made him look a little embarrassed. If he knows that many people know that this guy is Yuhabach, and he is the only one who is still kept in the dark, it is estimated that his heart will be broken even more. After all, at this time, the image of Yuhabach has not appeared in the projection of the three realms. Kurosaki Ichigo doesn't know that Uncle Zagetsu in his body is actually the king of Quincy, feared by countless people. Yuhabach. Urahara Store. Urahara Kisuke, a very deeply hidden character, also has a very complicated mood at the moment. Many people don't know that the growth of Urahara Kisuke and Kurosaki Ichigo are also inseparable. Without Urahara Kisuke, Kurosaki Ichigo's mother would not be able to live, let alone give birth to Kurosaki Ichigo. So seeing Kurosaki Ichigo's spiritual space, he was also very shocked. He has some understanding of Nyuta's Subai and the virtual power in Ichigo's body. But the existence of Yuhabach exceeded his expectations. When he was training Kurosaki Ichigo, did Yuhabach know all about it? Is there an opportunity to make a move at any time? It's scary to think about it. Chapter 57. The wily Urahara Kisuke couldn't help being surprised and suspicious. No wonder Kurosaki Ichigo always produces power beyond his expectations. With such a complex composition of power in his body, it's hard to think about it. How much power can he gain from Yuhabach? In the process of training Kurosaki Ichigo himself, Kurosaki Ichigo almost became Minos Grande. He also said that if Kurosaki Ichigo can't show his strength, he will really kill him. If Yuhabach felt threatened and made a move to protect Kurosaki Ichigo, would he be doomed in the first place? Thinking of this, Urahara Kisuke couldn't help feeling a little scared. I don't know if I really saved my life. After all, for Urahara Kisuke, who wants to maintain the order of the three realms, his research on various materials and his understanding of Yuhabach are no less than Aizen and others. He also knows a thing or two about Yuhabach's idea of marking Shangling Palace. Anyway, Yuhabach's existence and purpose, as well as his use of Kurosaki Ichigo, are definitely not simple. Urahara Kisuke is getting clearer at this moment. Regarding the future of Kurosaki Ichigo, he must intervene well and guide him to the right path. On screen, Kurosaki Ichigo suddenly found himself in an upside-down building and quickly began to fall downwards. When Kurosaki Ichigo panicked, Uncle Zangetsu followed and fell, and educated Kurosaki Ichigo. Don't worry. Shinigami is in charge of death and controls the vast majority of souls, remember quickly. Don't you just have the Shinigami power you got from Rukia? No. You already have the power of a Shinigami. The original Rukia just awakened the Shinigami power in your body. Hurry up and find the hidden Shinigami power from your source. Uncle Zagetsu flicked Kurosaki Ichigo into a daze. However, because Uncle Zagetsu seems to be a good person, good-looking, and good to himself, he seems to be helping himself out of hollow. Just listen to him. Then, through a game of finding boxes, Kurosaki Ichigo struggles to find his own Shinigami power. Because I remembered what my friend Ishida Uriu said, Shinigami's spiritual power is red. Kurosaki Ichigo soon found the chest where his Shinigami power was hidden. After finding his own chest, he discovered that inside was a Zanpakuto. 03. While Kurosaki Ichigo was having an inner struggle, the outside world is also undergoing tremendous changes. Kurosaki Ichigo, whose chain of karma had been eroded, kept screaming and seemed about to turn into hollow. The others were very worried about this, and were wondering if they should help. Urahara Kisuke said that Kurosaki Ichigo is different from the hollow he has seen before, and seems to have a chance to regain his Shinigami power. But with Kurosaki Ichigo hollow getting worse, Urahara Kisuke's partner, Tessai Tsukubishi, really thinks it can't go on anymore. Kurosaki Ichigo must now be killed. He can only use Kid on Kurosaki Ichigo. Because 99 no 2 stop stretching. The second song 100 Chains. After a series of powerful Bakud, he also used his strongest moves. Finale Swastika Te Feng. A huge steel bearing the swastika falls from the sky, ready to crush Kurosaki Ichigo. However, at this critical moment, Kurosaki Ichigo finally gained strength, burst out a powerful Ryutsu, and bounced the big monument away. Boom! After a burst of gunpowder, a masked Kurosaki Ichigo also appeared in front of everyone. But with Zanpakuto and Siba outfit, it doesn't look like Su. In the chat group, Hirako Shinji, oh, it seems that I have entered the hollow state? But it is a relatively superficial stage. Hitsuga Ichware, his Zanpakuto is really a bit strange, it really doesn't look like a regular Zanpakuto. Stranger than Zanpakuto by Zaraki Kenpeki. Although the audience was a little surprised by this, but considering the performance of Kurosaki Ichigo against Byakuya Kukaki before, they were not so surprised. Sure enough, the power in Kurosaki Ichigo's body is not simple. He has been in contact with Su for a long time. Because of Kurosaki Ichigo and Yuhabach's explosive performance, the audience almost forgot the title of the video. It's actually telling nonsense. Kurosaki Ichigo, now I finally understand why I almost ran away because of hollow. Reminiscent of the title of the video, and the white Ichigo in his body that was about to devour him, Kurosaki Ichigo was terrified for a while. Is my original self almost going to be replaced by the so-called emptiness? Is such a terrifying strongest Vasto Lord really in his own body? Damn, can I really survive this disaster? Uncle Zajetsu save me. Aizen Suke, very good, the ins and outs of these things, I am getting clearer. Ichimaru-jin, hey, I'm a little convinced now that you are indeed the most perfect work of Captain Aizen, Kurosaki Ichigo. Kurosaki Ichigo, ah, what the hell are you talking about? I don't want to hear it. Aizen Suke, Kurosaki Ichigo. It's useless to escape, let's learn the truth slowly. Although your father is an incompetent father. But to become such a perfect work, you must be 3 lucky. Kurosaki Isshin, alright, Aizen, do you have the nerve to speak here? Don't forget, my biological father is still here, so you don't have the right to speak here. Aizen Suke, Shiba Yuxin. You are a very unqualified father. Every child should have the right to know about their own life experience, instead of living in the dark for more than 10 years. Kurosaki Ichigo, ah. Can you stop talking? Aizen Suke, Kurosaki Ichigo, what is more detestable than being weak is the inability to have the courage to face the status quo. Aizen's words made Kurosaki Ichigo's broken heart even worse. He covered his face in the real world, and his body trembled slightly. What the hell are they talking about? Shihaoren Yoryuaki, good guy, is this a family drama? Rukia Kukaki, could it be that Aizen directly implanted virtual force in Kurosaki Ichigo's body? It's like the experiment he did on other captains. Byakuya Kukaki, even after Kurosaki Ichigo was born, did he acquire some virtual power? Is he qualified to be the most perfect work? Kurotsuka Mayuri, having said that, I still remember what the video was talking about at the beginning, right? Why is it talking about Kurosaki Ichigo? Could it be that Aizen wants to use this nonsense to fight Kurosaki Ichigo to stimulate his growth? Abarai Renji, this is a bit possible. After all, most of Ichigo's previous battles were under the control of Aizen. Because at this time, the parties involved, Aizen and others, did not immediately say this answer. So the audience can only wonder. On screen. After Kurosaki Ichigo regained his Shinigami powers, he and Urahara Kisuke began the final stage of testing. Urahara Kisuke also showed his own Zanpakuto at this time, so that Kurosaki Ichigo did not dare to have any slights. Because he found that Urahara Kisuke really had murderous intentions, and if he didn't beat him again, he might die. But Kurosaki Ichigo's Zanpakuto is broken at the moment, there is only one hilt and handle, and the power he has is not enough at all. He was even chased by Urahara Kisuke at one point and was in danger. Seeing this picture, many Shinigami were a little surprised. They discussed it in private. Is Kurosaki Ichigo so weak now? Is it because I haven't found the real strength yet, or is it that Yuhabach didn't give him the strength? Kurako Shunsui asked. Speaking of which, Kurosaki Ichigo has the power of Shinigami in his body? As a Quincy, Yuhabach would encourage Kurosaki Ichigo to regain the power of Shinigami. Kurako Shunsui's words reminded many people. The Shinigami all started chattering. That's right. According to the information we have before, Kurosaki Ichigo prefers to call this person Uncle Zagetsu. So that BD, Yuhabach, is Zanpakuto who has been impersonating Kurosaki Ichigo. From this point of view, Kurosaki Ichigo still prefers Shinigami, which is really good news for us. That's right. Kurosaki Ichigo must have no feelings for Quincy. Otherwise, there's no need for this friend Yuhabach to pretend to be Shinigami's power. Yamamoto Shigakuni couldn't help being a little amused at this point. Humph, Yuhabach, an old BD, actually still uses such methods. After all, do we have to tell Kurosaki Ichigo that this Yuhabach is actually an evil Quincy? Jaisure Yukatake shook his head. Forget it, this Kurosaki Ichigo seems to have a good relationship with Yuhabach, and he still calls him Uncle Zangetsu. He is really regarded as Zanpakuto. We rashly call him a big villain, and Kurosaki Ichigo will definitely not accept it. Do you think we are lying to him? At this time, Zaraki Kenpeki also found something special. By the way, although I don't care about many things you said before. But one thing, the Zanpakuto in Kurosaki Ichigo's hand is in a broken state, not the machete when he was fighting me. How is this going? After pondering for a moment, Anohanaretsu said slowly. Kurosaki Ichigo, is it impossible to gain power from Yuhabach? I hope Yuhabach will completely cut off relations with Kurosaki Ichigo like this broken knife. The Shinigami all agree. Kurosaki Ichigo must not be given the power of the Quincy from Yuhabach. But in the picture, things don't go as the Shinigami want. Uncle Zagetsu spoke in his mental space. Kurosaki Ichigo, what are you running from? Kurosaki Ichigo. Take a good look ahead. Forget your fears. Fighting forward to defeat the opponent, retreating will only make people old, fear will surely lead to death, call my name. My name is. At this moment, under the guidance of Uncle Zagetsu, Kurosaki Ichigo finally called out his name. Zangetsu. Boom. The incomparably powerful Ryutsu blooms instantly. Urahara Kisuke couldn't help but protect his face from the blowing wind and sand. Kurosaki Ichigo's momentum suddenly skyrocketed at this moment. In Soul Society, the Shinigami screamed badly. Could it be that Kurosaki Ichigo finally won Yuhabach's power zone? But they are also confused. Why didn't Yuhabach guide Kurosaki Ichigo to call out his name? Yuhabach has a soft spot for this Zangetsu name. Zaraki Kenpeki has a weird look on his face. Is that to say? Liberate. Yuhabach. Shinigami. This picture is so beautiful. I really can't imagine it. The analysis of Shinigami is indeed reasonable. Because in the Shinigami world, Zanpakuto needs Shinigami to communicate with his inner spiritual space in order to liberate the power zone. And the name is a very important existence in the Shinigami world. If you can't pronounce the correct name of a thing, you can't get its full power. Abarai Renji is a good example of this. And the louder you shout when fighting, the stronger your strength is. It's also a similar setting. And some people who know about Team Zero know that the monk Ichigo Hisub holds all the names of Zanpakuto. In this world, this is not only an abstract concept, but actually a very powerful force. Let Ichigo Hisub be arguably the master of civil war. As long as he wants to deal with Shinigami, erase Shinigami Zanpakuto's name, then there may be no way to use Zanpakuto's power anymore. This is definitely not an exaggeration. Captain Yamamoto Yuan waited for the old captain, still guessing. Is it because the monk modified or erased what Yuhabach said before, so that his voice could not reach Kurosaki Ichigo's ears? That's why his real name can't be known by Kurosaki Ichigo? In other words, Yuhabach knew that Shinigami needed to be restrained by monks, so he had to take this roundabout way to avoid the surveillance of the Soul King Palace as much as possible? So you can't use Yuhabach's real name, only Zangetsu? Then it is quite possible. After all, it is not the exposure of this video, and people in this world really do not know that there is such an existence in the body of 530 Kurosaki Ichigo. On screen. After Zanjutsu's name was called, Kurosaki Ichigo's huge Ryutsu exploded quickly. Buzz. A Zanpakuto that was as tall as a human, with no hilt and guard visible, and a very incomplete shape of the knife appeared in front of everyone. Let Tessai Tsukabishi and others also desperately complain about this. It doesn't feel like Zanpakuto at all. This is just a weapon that Kurosaki Ichigo condensed using spiritual power. After that, with the new weapon, Kurosaki Ichigo quickly defeated Urahara Kisuke. Clang! Urahara Kisuke's Hongji was directly knocked away for a long distance. Seeing this, Urahara Kisuke also said that if he didn't have special defense tools, he would be dead by now. Therefore, Kurosaki Ichigo's training passed. Of course, only he himself knows how much water Urahara Kisuke put in. This also begins the journey of Kurosaki Ichigo. The screen quickly switched to the next scene. After saving Rukia, Kurosaki Ichigo returned to the present world. He found that the mask that he threw once and came back once had disappeared. Bai Ichigo's voice also often appeared in his mind, constantly teasing him, making him unforgettable. And at this moment, in Kurosaki Ichigo's mind, the white Ichigo who had accompanied Uncle Zagetsu appeared. Ichigo! What are you guys doing? Have you been too scared? Haha, it's so interesting, let me approach you slowly. Let me get closer to you. I will have a chance to devour you in the future. And at this moment, the hideous image of Shiro Ichigo reappeared in Kurosaki Ichigo's mind. Kurosaki Ichigo panicked. Don't come here. Kurosaki Ichigo didn't want to see him anymore and wanted to get him out of his mind quickly. He frantically scratched his hair to drive away Shiro Ichigo. But things backfired. This guy continued to torture him, as if he was really going to devour Kurosaki Ichigo. After assisting Kurosaki Ichigo last time, Shiro Ichigo seemed to be hooked. Not only want to substitute, but to steal all Kurosaki Ichigo's keyboard. Kurosaki Ichigo could only sigh at this. Do I want to be with such a guy all the time? Uncle Zagetsu! Can you take care of this guy? At this moment, the image of Uncle Zangetsu in the heart of Kurosaki Ichigo is getting more and more brilliant. And the other viewers were also very surprised. Rukia Kukaki, hey, it's Ichigo's video again. Byakuya Kukaki, what is the relationship between Kurosaki Ichigo and this guy in his body? Will he really be swallowed by him? Kurako Shunsui, by the way, we almost forgot. Isn't the subject of this video talking about void? With his appearance, he looks like Void no matter how you look at it. Could it be the extremely powerful Vasto Lord Void? At this point, the Shinigami were in an uproar. Chapter 58. Seeing this scene, and after Kurako Shunsui made it clear, the Shinigami were even more shocked. They also thought about what Aizen would put in Kurosaki Ichigo's body. But put a Vasto Lord who is known as the King? Also called Whiteness? This is a bit scary. In that case, Kurosaki Ichigo is called the most perfect work, and it is not nonsense. Such a powerful Su, shouldn't he be his own subordinate and directly put in Kurosaki Ichigo's body? Isn't Aizen too generous? Is this to train Shiro, or to train Kurosaki Ichigo? Then Kurosaki Ichigo's lower limit must at least exceed the previous strongest Espada Star K, right? Thinking of this, everyone wanted to complain about the relationship between Aizen and Kurosaki Ichigo. This Aizen is really caring for Kurosaki Ichigo. Hitsugaichwir, Aizen, did you really put this in Kurosaki Ichigo? Byakuya Kukaki, this is even more extreme than putting some Hagyaku inside Rukia. Aizen Suk, that's right, at least to be right, the Su power in Kurosaki Ichigo's body should come from Su Bai. It seems that you Shinigami's reactions are not too slow. If you can't see it after watching the video for so long, it will be a bit embarrassing. Ichimarajin, I can't blame them either, hehe, they certainly wouldn't believe such an unbelievable thing. Kurosaki Ichigo, really? Really? Rukia Kukaki, damn it, what will Ichigo look like? This looks so evil, is Aizen going to make Ichigo stronger, or harm Ichigo? Aizen is such a BD. Sure you could take, if Kurosaki Ichigo was swallowed, it wouldn't be surprising. Virtuality is meant to devour the existence of host. I must really hate the power of Shinigami in Kurosaki Ichigo, or hope that Kurosaki Ichigo will quickly become virtual. Aizen Suk, Rukia, is it meaningful to entangle good and evil? Whether this is beneficial to Kurosaki Ichigo or not depends on him. Could Kurosaki Ichigo have become so powerful without me? Rukia Kukaki, this. Anyway, you must be uneasy. Abarai Renji, Ichigo has to work hard, he must not be swallowed by this guy. Kurosaki Ichigo, I. Seeing so many Shinigami worrying about himself, Kurosaki Ichigo barely got out of the collapsed state a little bit, and was very moved in his heart. Looks like it really is a stone hammer. The white self in my body is the so-called whiteness created by Aizen, right? Damn Aizen! I will never give in. At the moment, Kurosaki Ichigo, tired out, didn't even ask Aizen why he did this. For one thing, Aizen, the Riddler, may not be able to answer. Secondly, what Aizen has been doing all along, creating Captain Hollow Shinigami, calculating Rukia, betraying Soul Society, etc., has a very bad impression on Kurosaki Ichigo. Such a big villain must be doing bad things, right? Then, whether it is for myself or for the Soul Society, Aizen cannot be allowed to succeed. We must overcome this so-called emptiness and grasp the power of emptiness. Kurosaki Ichigo quickly thought of Vizard who appeared earlier. Since Vizard is the one who has mastered Hollow's ability, and will fight with Shinigami in the future, should you still trust Vizard? It is good. If you get a chance, go find them. At the same time, all the Shinigami had mixed feelings at this time. Not long ago I was worried about Kurosaki Ichigo's Quincy power, now I have to worry about his void power. For Shinigami after all. Kurosaki Ichigo shouldn't be on the side of Yuhabach and Quincy, but neither should he be on the side of Aizen and Hollow. Therefore, the people of Soul Society are also thinking what to do to help Kurosaki Ichigo Hollow's influence. When everyone was thinking about each other, the picture changed again. The scene shifts to Uchiha and Yami exploring the world. After feeling their ryutsu, Kurosaki Ichigo rushed over quickly. As soon as Kurosaki Ichigo came here, he saw Sato Yasutora who was knocked to the ground, and a new Orium who was in danger. Seeing these, Arrancar actually wanted to do something to his partner. Kurosaki Ichigo liberates Zanpakuto to fight it. Bankai. Upon seeing this man, Ulchiola quickly realized who Kurosaki Ichigo was. Long orange hair and a black windbreaker. That's right, he is the target. Very good, since he is the target, we will save the trouble of finding him. It seems that the purpose of their coming here is to find Kurosaki Ichigo under the instruction of Aizen. Kurosaki Ichigo didn't know why he was being targeted, and quickly started fighting with these strange opponents. And Kurosaki Ichigo, who turned on Bankai, cut off one of Yami's arms without much effort. It made him grin his teeth in pain, very angry. Ulchiola complained about this. This guy is really nerve-wracking. I've said it a long time ago, let him learn to explore the enemy's nerves. Speaking of which, it is indeed extraordinary that he can have such a powerful Ryutsu after he has just mastered Bankai. However, just relying on him at this moment, he shouldn't be a threat to Lord Aizen. An enraged Yami prepares to use his own Zanpakuto after being badly wounded by Kurosaki Ichigo. And seeing Yami was able to pull out Zanpakuto, Kurosaki Ichigo was shocked. They are so much like themselves. This empty hole in my body. This familiar breath. Are they the same kind as Hirako Shinji and himself? Thinking of this, Kurosaki Ichigo's heart skipped a beat immediately. Kurosaki Ichigo was even stunned, unable to move his body. Now. A familiar voice sounded again. Haha, Kurosaki Ichigo, if you can do it, you should replace me. I can deal with such things casually. Bai sent a request for a proxy strike. Kurosaki Ichigo covered his face with his hands in pain, as if trying to prevent the mask from appearing on his face. No, he will never allow this guy to appear again. That's a badass. If his body is controlled by him, then he will lose consciousness and will no longer be himself. Fight with your own strength. Absolutely can't cheat, please call for me. I, Kurosaki Ichigo, will never cheat. And while he was trying to fight Shiro Ichigo, Yami jumped at the chance and punched him several times, knocking him hard to the ground. Kurosaki Ichigo scolded Shiro Ichigo. Damn it! Could it be that I rejected it, so you came to hinder me on purpose? Beast! Ulchiola also felt a little puzzled at this time. What's the matter with this guy? Ryutsu suddenly became unstable. When he was strong, he was stronger than me. But when he was weak, he was far weaker than me. At this time, Yami didn't care what state Kurosaki Ichigo was in, and just wanted to teach him a lesson. But later, because of the arrival of Urahara Kisuke and Yuhabach, Yami was prevented from killing. Ulchiola and the others didn't want to fight with them either, so they left quickly. Only Kurosaki Ichigo, who is still doubting his life, is left. This feeling of not being able to protect his companions really made Kurosaki Ichigo very uncomfortable. After seeing this picture, the audience also talked a lot. Yami, so that's it. The reason why this guy couldn't beat me back then was because of this thing in his mind? He's really incompetent. Kurosaki Ichigo, alright. You are just taking advantage of others, are you so proud? As long as I am in a normal state, killing a guy like you in seconds is not a problem at all. Shihao and Yuhabach, it seems that the virtual power in Kurosaki Ichigo's body is indeed very troublesome. If he is not careful, he may be defeated in battle. Rukia Kukaki, yes. It's not just this Arrancar, after that, even some very ordinary Minos Grande, Ichigo almost couldn't win. At that time, I thought that he was afraid of not being able to protect his companions, afraid of his own failure, that's why he became so weak. Kurosaki Isshin, son, can you be afraid of such a thing? Come on, I believe you will be able to overcome it. Aizen-suke, yes. You can't let me down. Kurosaki Ichigo, otherwise I would feel very sorry for you. Rukia Kukaki, it's Aizen you again. Hitsuga. Having said that, according to the dialogue between these two Arankars, Aizen sent them to the present world. It seems that they really have a mission, and it seems that they are going to do something to Kurosaki Ichigo. Byakuya Kukaki, are they going to take Kurosaki Ichigo away? It seems that we have to protect Kurosaki Ichigo. Absolutely cannot let Aizen succeed. Soul Society. Shendu draws a relatively unified conclusion. Aizen has created so many hollows with Shinigami powers, he must also want to make good use of Kurosaki Ichigo to achieve his goals. In the future, maybe Kurosaki Ichigo can be used to form a stronger combat power. In addition, because of the video projected by the Three Realms, the future will inevitably be even more turbulent. After seeing his Arankar continue to fail, Kurosaki Ichigo's position in Aizen's heart may be even more important. At that time, the Arankar sent by Aizen to the present world may be much stronger than before. During the discussion among the Shinigami, other places, many people also care about Kurosaki Ichigo very much. Aizen of Hueco Mundo, after seeing Kurosaki Ichigo's state, just kept his old father's smile about it. It seems that Kurosaki Ichigo has to work hard. This small difficulty should not have much impact on him. After all, in the future, he will still be able to fight against himself in the hollow state. Although the future Kurosaki Ichigo is still far from enough to beat himself. But it is better than the current power that is not well controlled, and even suffers backlash. If Kurosaki Ichigo fails directly in the process of becoming stronger, is swallowed by Bai, or is killed by Arankar, it is really too boring. I hope that he can openly and successfully cheat without any worries. Otherwise, I have to give him a push. Also, Ulquiola and Arankar also officially learned about it because of the projection of the Three Realms. It turns out that their respected Aizen-sama planted such a powerful void in Kurosaki Ichigo's body. So how much of their Arankar's position in Aizen's heart is left? Thinking of the fiasco of the previous Arankars and even the former Three Blades, they were all a little ashamed. Some Arankars may all be envious of Kurosaki Ichigo. It is indeed possible to say that Kurosaki Ichigo is the most perfect work of Aizen. Grimjo, a combat madman, was even more dissatisfied with Kurosaki Ichigo. Even Kurosaki Ichigo is eligible to be the most perfect work of Aizen? Take it easy. Abuse him? If you have the chance, you must prove to Aizen and others how powerful you are. I have realized Arankar with the help of Aizen's Hagyaku, but can I beat Kurosaki Ichigo? Simply unbearable. At the same time, Yuhabach in the Invisible Empire also looked at his descendant Kurosaki Ichigo with a smile on his face. Just relying on these weak points, it won't have much impact on my son. He is also a person with my blood flowing, how could he be killed by these weak Su? But having said that, Aizen is really annoying. Hit my son again and again. Forget about the power of Shinigami. Does even Su's power have to be mixed inside his body? Kurosaki Ichigo, I hope you can quickly defeat these two forces. The noble force of Quincy is the most suitable for you. I don't know when will I be able to officially wake up the Quincy power that I hide inside his body. Yuhabach is not Kurosaki Ichigo either, and he doesn't have a full understanding of Uncle Zagetsu in his body. At least it is impossible to determine the source of power in it. It is also impossible to know how much power this Uncle Zagetsu has, which is the power of the Quincy division. But this person looks so similar to himself, there must be an important connection. I hope he can guide Kurosaki Ichigo more and produce the power of Quincy. Shinigami's power is simply not worthy of him. When these people are thinking, Urahara Kisuke, who is deep in the city, actually has his own calculations. It seems that Kurosaki Ichigo at this time will indeed receive the attention of many forces. Needless to say, Shinigami, the forces on Aizen's side are also very concerned about him. Urahara Kisuke can't help but say to himself, it seems that the importance of Mr. Kurosaki has exceeded my imagination. Although there is no movement on the side of Quincy Master, but the calmer it is, the more turbulent the dark tide will be. Can these Quincy Masters figure out the relationship between Yuhabach and Uncle Zagetsu? Maybe they themselves want to know what kind of position Mr. Kurosaki will be at this moment. In the future, besides Arrancar, Quincy may also come to trouble Mr. Kurosaki. Urahara Kisuke has been helping Kurosaki Ichigo, like Kurosaki Ichigo's master. After the birth of Kurosaki Ichigo, he gave no less help than Aizen. Without the help he gave to Kurosaki Ichigo's parents, there would be no Kurosaki Ichigo later. He didn't help Kurosaki Ichigo recover his spiritual power, and he didn't have a series of actions by Kurosaki Tengo who broke into Nori good household soul realm. It can even be said that the growth process of Kurosaki Ichigo is the process of contest between Urahara Kisuke and Aizen. But Urahara Kisuke, who is kind to Kurosaki Ichigo on the surface, actually has his own unique purpose. Everything he does, the starting point is to maintain the order of the three realms. From this point of view, he may also do whatever it takes. Therefore, Kurosaki Ichigo's next growth process must not be able to escape the influence of Urahara Kisuke. While the forces of all parties were thinking, the screen switched again. Came to the virtual circle unexpectedly. Ulquiola and Yami were walking in a dark palace at this time. And here, viewers also saw Aizen once again after escaping Soul Society. Aizen looked at them with a smile on his face. Happy with a king on his face. Like a leader who is planning a strategy and winning thousands of miles away. Ulquiola, Yami. Very good, what did you see in this world? Let us have a look. Ulquiola respectfully took off his own eyeballs, crushed them into countless tiny light spots, and the light spots merged into Aizen's body. It is indeed a real look. Looking at Ulquiola's experience in this world, Aizen seems to be intoxicated. He sees Kurosaki Ichigo, whom he cares most about, and is very pleased with that too. At this moment, bullet screens also appeared one after another. This is the real father. Aizen looked at the scene of Kurosaki Ichigo with a very satisfied expression. Past. Aizen looks intoxicated, it seems to be really excited. Is this the care of the old father? A real father, every move of his son is captured by the camera. The false father, the son is doing great things, but he doesn't care. Aizen thought a lot. Ichigo is not willing to cheat, the parents have to give him a push. Master Bai was very wronged. I just wanted to help you level up, but unexpectedly, I was not allowed to be on the account, and I was abused by a rookie named Yami. Looking at these bullet screens, Kurosaki Ichigo is even more mixed. Chapter 59. Kurosaki Ichigo is doubting life more and more at this time. It turns out that when Ulquiola and Arrancar came to the world, he was in Aizen's calculations. Thinking of myself being seen clearly by Aizen from beginning to end. Kurosaki Ichigo has goosebumps all over his body. On screen, Aizen was non-committal about Ulquiola's decision. Ulquiola, do you think that Kurosaki Ichigo can't pose a threat to me, so there's no need to do it? And at this time, Grimjo was very dissatisfied with this, thinking that it was an extremely weak behavior for them to allow Kurosaki Ichigo's people to leave. And Ulquiola explained seriously. Although Kurosaki Ichigo has a very strong growth potential, but correspondingly, he also has very unstable factors. So if given a chance, Kurosaki Ichigo may become a pawn they use. Even let him join Aizen's men. While they were arguing, Aizen did speak. Very well, Ulquiola, if that's what you think, then do what you think. Do what you think of it. Aizen seems to have a lot of trust in Ulquiola, and has no issue with the way Ulquiola handles Kurosaki Ichigo. Maybe what Ulquiola did was in his plan. Only in this way can we better help Kurosaki Ichigo grow. Grimjo was very upset about this, but there was nothing he could do about it. He decided that he had to do it himself next, and kill this Kurosaki Ichigo who might grow up quickly as soon as possible. The barrage army strikes again. This is Ulquiorra's emotional intelligence, because he saw through Kurosaki Ichigo's status to Aizen, and allowed him to grow up. That's why Ulquiorra is qualified to be Hueco Mundo's second in command. Basically, Ulquiorra is in charge of everything, and the other Arancars must listen to him. Haha, what an EQ! Got it. I realized. Is this why Grimjo was wiped out of number 6 Arancar? I don't know what the leader is thinking, but I still want to trouble Kurosaki Ichigo, I deserve it. After that, the screen switched to the next scene again. Looks like the video about Kurosaki Ichigo didn't end so soon. The screen came to the location of the masked army. Kurosaki Ichigo goes to the base of the masked corps to learn how to master Hollow Aizen with the help of Hirako Shinji. Hirako Shinji, ah! It turned out to be the screen where I appeared. Saragaki Hiri, humph, it seems that Kurosaki Ichigo finally knows to ask us for the Masked Legion. Finding Shinigami doesn't work at all, we know what Q20 is best. Enclosure. Yamamoto Moto Yanagi Shigakuni, okay. Fortunately, later on, we also saw Kurosaki Ichigo and Hirako Shinji taking on Aizen. So if we hand it over to them, we can barely rest assured. On screen. In the beginning, Kurosaki Ichigo and Hirako Shinji fought back and forth. However, those present could also see that Kurosaki Ichigo did not use his full strength, and Hirako Shinji also did not use his strength. Saragaki Hiri was very upset to see that they had been playing for so long and they hadn't really done anything. He kicked Hirako Shinji straight away, and spoke to Kurosaki Ichigo. Kurosaki Ichigo doesn't just want to join the masked army, he can join. Whether he can become a companion of the Masked Legion and learn the Hollow method depends on the strength of Kurosaki Ichigo. If Kurosaki Ichigo is too weak, then they will not care about Kurosaki Ichigo. Therefore, if Kurosaki Ichigo wants to gain strength, he must quickly enter the Hollow state. But after hearing what Saragaki Hiri said, Kurosaki Ichigo still refused. He seems to have a very strong resistance to becoming void. Hearing this, Saragaki Hiri immediately pulled his face down, put on the mask, and entered the Hollow state. If you are afraid and don't want to hollow, then let me just pull out the void in your body. If you don't hollow again, then you will die. Soon, Kurosaki Ichigo was forced to start fighting her. Although this Saragaki Hiri looks very inconspicuous, he really has a relationship with Kurosaki Ichigo. The audience was also a little puzzled. Kurosaki Ichigo, who used to be able to fight Zaraki Kenpeki and Byakuya Kukaki, is now struggling to fight a former vice-captain? Could it be that Kurosaki Ichigo is worse than in the past when he has no way to overcome Hollow? If this is the case, it is indeed not worthy of other forces to win over. Can he be regarded as Aizen's most perfect work? Hit and hit. Saragaki Hiri said coldly. Kurosaki Ichigo, you know that when you fight against a strong opponent like us, if you use Bankai, you will not be able to suppress the void in your body. 17. You've been scared and run away, haven't you? I'm angry when I see your cowardly behavior. I'm always looking forward and backward. I don't want to waste time with you. Saragaki Hiri broke out even stronger. For a moment, Kurosaki Ichigo couldn't breathe. It can be regarded as a rare highlight moment for her former vice-captain. Kurosaki Ichigo also seemed unable to hold on any longer. Although he wants to observe these masked legions hard. See how they wield Hollow's powers and keep their cool while donning their masks. But under the strong oppression of Saragaki Hiri, it failed in the end. As he was about to lose consciousness, he naturally had no way to suppress Shiro Ichigo in his body. Kurosaki Ichigo hollowed again, put on a mask, burst out with a power far greater than before, and finally had a chance to suppress Saragaki Hiri. What? Haha! Boom! With a bohemian smile, Kurosaki Kamigo begins to be controlled by Suyu. Just a face-to-face effort. Just knock down Saragaki Hiri quickly, and crush the mask on his head. Kurosaki Ichigo strangled Saragaki Hiri and was about to kill her. Fortunately, at this time, all Vizards were dispatched to suppress Kurosaki Ichigo, who ran away from Hollow, causing the mask on his face to shatter. Hirako Shinji and others were sweating. Almost got Saragaki Hiri killed. In the real world. Seeing this, everyone was very surprised. Saragaki Hiri, I'm going, this Kurosaki Ichigo is too strong, I almost died. Ide. Hirako Shinji, it seems that it is really necessary for me to find him for training. This guy's full strength is definitely far beyond our imagination. Yamamoto Jinyanaga Shigakuni, so, this is Kurosaki Ichigo, or Su Bai's peak power. Zaraki Kenpeiki, hey, it seems that Kurosaki Ichigo is pretty strong as long as he attacks hard. Rukia Kukaki, yes, he was so weak before, because he looked forward and backward and lacked courage. Byakuya Kukaki, I suddenly felt that I was able to defeat him at the beginning, it was really dangerous. If he didn't control his power in time and tear Arankar's armor. Byakuya Kukaki couldn't help swallowing hard. Back then, I really turned around from the gate of hell. Seeing this, the other Shinigami became more and more sure. The void in Kurosaki Ichigo's body is really powerful. They must protect Kurosaki Ichigo from going astray, losing his sanity, or falling to the forces of Aizen. On screen. In the following time, Kurosaki Ichigo continued to train Hollow. But the training at the beginning was very boring. Kurosaki Ichigo was very impatient about this, and felt that he had already undergone long-term basic training, and he had to formally master Hollow soon. Hirako Shinji agreed and took him directly to an underground world. And set up layers of kid barriers to ensure the safety here. Tessai Tsukabishi and Urahara Kisuke call the insiders. Then, Hirako Shinji got the whole masked corps ready to give Kurosaki Ichigo some real shit. After Hatch Aizen, former deputy kid chief, sealed Kurosaki Ichigo with kid, they all stood around the barrier with serious faces. Be ready to take on Hollow's Kurosaki Ichigo anytime. The masked legion in the real world was also very surprised when they saw this. Muguruma Kensei, is Kurosaki Ichigo going directly to the spiritual world for training? Then he is really very adventurous. Hirako Shinji, being so impatient to master Hollow shows that he knows very well that if he does not master Hollow at this time, he will definitely not be able to protect his companions. Kurosaki Ichigo, this is indeed my character. No matter how dangerous it is, I must master Hollow. Then in the next training, I will definitely see that white self again. I must beat him and really master Hollow. Hirako Shinji, but you also have to be mentally prepared. It took our masked legion hundreds of years to barely master Hollow. If you are so impatient, there is a good chance that something dangerous will happen, and you may even be swallowed by Hollow. Kurosaki, J. Ichigo, don't worry. According to my battle with Aizen, I should barely be able to master this so-called vain power. J. Sure Yukatake, it seems that Kurosaki Ichigo is still enlightened. It must be to defeat Aizen, so he had to take such a risk. A very qualified Shinigami agent indeed. Point 1. Yamamoto Motoyanagi, as long as you are in need, Kurosaki Ichigo, our soul society will try every means to help you. Rukia Kukaki, Ichigo, you can't be too impatient, you should protect your own life first. On screen. After that, Kurosaki Ichigo instantly came to the spiritual world he was familiar with. There are still tall buildings here, dark and low, without a ray of sunlight. Kurosaki Ichigo looked around, only saw Shiro Ichigo, but couldn't see the Uncle Zagetsu he was looking for. Bai Ichigo greeted Kurosaki Ichigo very warmly. Yo, long time no see, Wang. The charming and evil electronic sound line makes the audience's scalp tingle. This white Ichigo calls Kurosaki Ichigo the king? I always feel that this is unsafe. Kurosaki Ichigo looked wary and asked him where is Uncle Zagetsu? Bai Ichigo asked Ichigo slightly jokingly. Is the zangetsu in his mouth the knife in his hand, or this one in his own hand? Kurosaki Ichigo was very surprised. This white self also secretly made a white crescent moon? The agent is going to steal all the owner's equipment? Outrageous! Seeing this scene, the Shinigami were all shocked. Byakuya Kukaki, this white Kurosaki Ichigo, no accident, should be white? It is because he keeps giving Kurosaki Ichigo the power of Hollow, and even wants to capture Kurosaki Ichigo's consciousness. Hitsugaichweir, why is he carrying Zanpakuto behind his back? Su can also directly own death. The power of God. Jaishur Yukatake, that's right, I remember the last time I saw this white Kurosaki Ichigo, he was attracted by that one. Ahem, the middle-aged uncle gave a zangetsu, and then followed. Kurosaki Ichigo fought. Kurako Shunsui, can this so-called white man be able to master the power of Shinigami in the future? Kurotsuka Mayuri, Kurosaki Ichigo is going to get the power of Hollow, and Ichigo also got the power of Shinigami, what an interesting combination. Harry Bell, what's so strange about this? Our Arankar essentially obtained the power of Shinigami, isn't this a basic operation for our Master Aizen? 1. Kurotsuka Mayuri, then this is really interesting. Two different species have undergone two diametrically opposite evolutions, who will be able to succeed in the confrontation between them? Jaishur Yukatake, whoever dominates among them will survive to the end. The Shinigami are all surprised and suspicious at this time. Aizen-suke, don't let me down. Kurosaki Ichigo. You are my perfect experiment, I believe you should be able to control this power, I don't know your superior. That's all. Kurosaki Ichigo, Aizen. I don't want to be your perfect experiment, I am me. My life has nothing to do with you. Aizen-suke, then your words are very contradictory. If you can't control this power, how can you become my most perfect work? If you want to become stronger, just rely on the strength I once gave you. Kurosaki Ichigo. In front of Aizen, no one can win in language. Kurosaki Ichigo was in great pain at this time. He feels that even if he overcomes the so-called Hollow, he will become a pawn of Aizen. What's even more worrying is, if I don't work hard, I don't even have the qualifications to become a pawn. This feeling of being controlled by others is really uncomfortable. Therefore, although he hates Aizen very much now, he still has to use the virtual power that Aizen gave him. If he wants to truly master his own life, he must first become the perfect work of Aizen, and then surpass the master of this work. However, it is not easy to control the power of Hollow, and you still want to get rid of the identity of Aizen experiment? Isn't it as difficult as climbing to the sky? No matter how energetic and fighting Kurosaki Ichigo is, he can't imagine that he has a chance to defeat Aizen in the future. The more he thought about his life, the more confused he became. As for the attack of the more distant Quincy division, he probably has no time to take care of it. Just about Aizen and Hollow is enough for him to toss. In the Invisible Empire. After seeing the complex inner world of Kurosaki Ichigo and seeing the dialogues of Aizen and others, Yuhabach has mixed feelings about it. He could also guess the pain of Kurosaki Ichigo, so he didn't say much for a while. If I reveal a little more about Kurosaki Ichigo, I guess Kurosaki Ichigo is really about to collapse. What is more terrifying than between two species is not just two species, but 3 or even 4. This diversity of identities, the separation between different identities, will really drive people crazy. I hope that Kurosaki Ichigo can overcome all this as soon as possible, and gradually accept his identity as a Quincy Master. And at this time, an even more unbelievable picture appeared. When Kurosaki Ichigo couldn't find Uncle Zagetsu, Shiro Ichigo just smiled evilly. He jumped up wildly, laughing loudly. Ha ha ha! Full of free and easy arrogance. In the process of slashing at Kurosaki Ichigo, he also said in a voice with electronic sound effects. Do you want to know where Zhang Etsu is? Then let me tell you. Zhang Etsu, that's me. Shira Ichigo's words, the sunstone stirs up waves. Soul Society. In private, the Shinigami were talking in amazement. Why is Yuhabach missing? This Vane still calls himself Zagetsu. Yuhabach should be the Zhang Etsu that Kurosaki Ichigo said, or the existence disguised as Zanpakuto. Could it be that Yuhabach was swallowed by the void? In this case, after having Yuhabach, will it not appear again? Then he won't continue to instigate Kurosaki Ichigo, let Kurosaki Ichigo slowly become a Quincy Master. Thinking of this, Captain Yamamoto and the Shinigami were all secretly delighted. If Minos Grande kills Quincy and Shiro replaces Yuhabach, it will be black and white for Shinigami. Maybe in the real world, the real Yuhabach was also killed because of this? Thank you Kurosaki Ichigo for the empty white brother. It really deserves to be the strongest substitute. Aizen has done a good thing too. Chapter 60. Thinking that Bai Ichigo really killed Yuhabach, Shendo was very happy. Of course, Kirako Shunsui was not blindly happy, but said objectively. However, killing Yuhabach is only the most optimistic statement. It is not yet known whether Yuhabach is in Kurosaki Ichigo's body. Actually, it seems unrealistic to say that his body is within Kurosaki Ichigo. But it's possible that part of his soul was damaged. Captain Yamamoto nodded yes. As long as it can weaken some of Yuhabach's strength, it's not bad. Kurotsuka Mayuri also made up the knife at this time. Don't be too optimistic. Although Yuhabach is not a good thing. But how simple is this void that can swallow Yuhabach? This is indeed worthy of what the projection of the three realms said, it can be called the most powerful void. Kurotsuka Mayuri's words hit the nail on the head. Even if the threat of Yuhabach is ruled out, this emptiness cannot be ignored. Captain Yamamoto frowned. In this way, if he can devour Yuhabach, wouldn't he be equivalent to possessing the power of Shinigami, Hollow, and Quincy? When the Shinigami think of this, they can't help but feel horrified. Such a mixture of three species, it's terrible. These Shinigami do not know the truth about the power inside Kurosaki Ichigo. But to some extent, it is indeed true. They face Kurosaki Ichigo, a multi-species hybrid. The power displayed in the future will exceed their imagination. Jaishur Yukatake also raised doubts. However, can this Yuhabach we think can really provide the power of the Quincy? Actually, so far, we haven't seen the power of Quincy shown in Kurosaki Ichigo, but we mainly see the power of Shinigami, or the power of Su. If the power of the Quincy appears, we will definitely not miss it, right? For such a complex issue, Shinigami can only give various contradictory opinions. Maybe this so-called Yuhabach's power is still lurking. In other words, Yuhabach has been swallowed up by the whiteness at some point, so he won't show it anymore. Or maybe Yuhabach couldn't immediately give Kurosaki Ichigo the power of the Quincy, and Kurosaki Ichigo couldn't get used to it for a while, so Yuhabach had to pretend to be the sword spirit of Zanpakuto. For a while, the Shinigami had different opinions. In the process of everyone talking about it. In the screen, the battle between Kurosaki Ichigo and Shiro Ichigo is getting more and more anxious. Kurosaki Ichigo is like a repeater, constantly asking Bai Ichigo where did Uncle Zagetsu hide? The white Ichigo repeater on the opposite side did not give in, and growled impatiently. How many times do I have to repeat, I am Zagetsu? However, the expression on Kurosaki Ichigo's face clearly shows that he doesn't believe it. Shiro Ichigo could only continue to say earnestly. Ichigo. Zangetsu and I are one, I am the spirit power inside you. Zangetsu is also a part of me. We're just different parts of the same being. It's like a human being. When you are born, you are the flesh, and after you die, you will become a corpse. If my power increases, then I will rule this Zangetsu. Whoever can occupy a dominant position in the body, whose form will appear. As long as I can let you continue to use Zangetsu, then you will continue to be dominated by my soul. Candide by Ichigo's truth at this time has completely stunned Kurosaki Ichigo and countless audiences. What the hell? How did this guy really become a Zangetsu? This seems unlikely. No matter how you look at it, it looks like a bloodthirsty frenzy. How could it be Zangetsu, the sword spirit of Kurosaki Ichigo Zanpakuto? The Shinigami who know Shinigami and Zanpakuto very well are all puzzled. Su Shiro, as a Su, must be very repulsed by Shinigami's identity. Surely you don't want to have anything to do with Shinigami's power? Even if you use Shinigami's Zanpakuto, you can't say that your essence is Shinigami power? Say. Naturally, Kurosaki Ichigo didn't want to believe it. Kurosaki Ichigo, he's lying. Can you hear it, UBD? Can you see the live broadcast? I won't believe your nonsense. Of course, Bai Ichigo and Kurosaki Ichigo are essentially the same person, so how could they talk in the chat group? And the Shinigami are also crazily complaining in private. Why do all kinds of guys want to pretend to be Kurosaki Ichigo's Zanpakuto? This Yuhabach made it clear that it is related to the Quincy. No matter how you think about it, it can't be the sword spirit of Zanpakuto Zangetsu. And this white guy who is obviously false, shouldn't he be? Zaraki Kenpeiga became increasingly concerned about Kurosaki Ichigo's mental space after vowing to meditate on Zanpakuto. He also found a lot of things that were wrong. Then tell me, where is Kurosaki Ichigo's real Zanpakuto sword spirit? Kuzujishi Yachiru also followed suit and said cutely. Wow! The real Zangetsu, was it swallowed by the two of them? Or was it hidden by the two of them? They all wanted to occupy Kurosaki Ichigo, so they joined forces for the time being, to take away Kurosaki Ichigo's Zanpakuto's sword spirit. I have to say that you have to be Zanpakuto to barely understand Zanpakuto. The words of Kuzujishi Yachiru and Zaraki Kenpeiga made the Shinigami deep in thought. Is this really the case? Then this friend Yuhabach is really old-fashioned. The majestic king of Quincy wants to bet on the poor Kurosaki Ichigo? For a while, the debate about Kurosaki Ichigo's strength can be said to be one after another. Looking at it further, it is estimated that these dead Shendo will be completely confused. On the other side, in Hueco Mundo, even Aizen, who is a little closer to the truth, is actually a bit puzzled. Although he knows the specific source of the virtual power in Kurosaki Ichigo's body, it comes from his mother, Kurosaki Masaki. That is to say, the mother who was eroded by a powerful experimental product that she created herself. If this white Ichigo is really Kurosaki Ichigo's hollow power, why is he so obsessed with impersonating Zanpakuto? Could it be that he also has some unknown purpose? Ichimarujin continued to narrow his fox eyes and asked with doubts. Captain Aizen, can you fully understand the current situation? Although this emptiness was created by you, it was indeed beyond your control later on, right? It seems unreasonable to simply regard him as this white Ichigo. Aizen smiled and nodded. Yet, to be honest, when Su Shiro blew himself up directly on Kurosaki Masaki, it exceeded my expectations. So we can't understand the white Ichigo at this time, and it's normal. Could it be that, being a ghost, he pretended to be Zanpakuto in order to gain the trust of Kurosaki Ichigo? Then this Sub-I is really too smart. It is indeed the strongest Sub-I I have worked so hard to create. What an actor! As he spoke, Aizen looked at Ichimarujin with a gaze that seemed to have other meanings. Ichimarujin looked a little unnatural, but just shrugged his shoulders, expressing his helplessness. The line of sight also deviated to the side. Afterwards, Aizen continued to look at Kurosaki Ichigo on the screen with a deeper smile on his face. Can Kurosaki Ichigo finally defeat this hollow? Who the hell will be in charge of his future body? Will the tension between Kurosaki Ichigo and virtual power continue for a lifetime? Aizen is increasingly curious and anticipating about Kurosaki Ichigo's future. In fact, if Shiro Ichigo learns about these people's views, he will definitely cry out his grievances. I'm really doing it for Ichigo. Is it the real Zangetsu too? Why do you not believe it? This, indeed, does not blame the Shinigami and Kurosaki Ichigo. The main reason is that Bai Ichigo's previous misleading was too serious. Offered several times to devour Kurosaki Ichigo to replace him. And his laughter and tone of voice are so evil, no matter how you look at it, he doesn't look like a good person. If he is the embodiment of Kurosaki Ichigo's Zanpakuto Zanjutsu, it will definitely not harm Kurosaki Ichigo. So no matter how you think about it, he is a bad guy. Therefore, the analysis of countless viewers also missed this correct answer. In fact, Daily Care is indeed the real new bottle. He is essentially a combination of Shinigami and Void, so he is also part of Kurosaki Ichigo Zangetsu. At the same time, it will also have the power of Hollow. As long as he behaved a little more normally and treated Kurosaki Ichigo a little better, it would not have caused so many misunderstandings later. Kurosaki Ichigo has been tortured by all kinds of riddlers all his life, no wonder he always breaks down easily. And at this moment, the screen is still playing. Kurosaki Ichigo is still very attached to Uncle Zagetsu at this time. Hearing Bai Ichigo's explanation, he also stubbornly said, "In this case, as long as I kill you, Uncle Zagetsu can regain the dominance and reappear in my spiritual center, right?" Shiro Ichigo laughed angrily when he heard this. Why does Kurosaki Ichigo always miss the thick-browed man? Why can't I believe that I am the real Zangetsu? I am really going to be jealous. Can honest people not believe what they say? I look so similar to Kurosaki Ichigo, but I still can't gain his trust. He still sneered. Guard, just relying on you? It is absolutely impossible to defeat me. Although suppressed by Bai Ichigo, Kurosaki Ichigo can't lose the momentum. Impossible. You should look at this trick first. In order to prove himself, Kurosaki Ichigo used Bankai directly. He couldn't believe it. This is the way Uncle Zagetsu made a secret for himself, Bankai. Even if I use Bankai myself, I can't beat this counterfeit Shikai? Unfortunately, to his great surprise, Shiro Ichigo did exactly the same thing as him. Didn't you say, you can't beat me? Shiro Ichigo glared at him arrogantly, holding the knife in both hands. The tip of the knife points forward. The two of them pose together, holding machetes, and shout together. Bankai. Buzz. 0, ask for flowers. Both sides used Bankai at the same time, and the momentum suddenly skyrocketed. The shape of White Ichigo is almost exactly the same as that of Kurosaki Ichigo, but the color has become white, and he also holds a small white Tensa Zangetsu in his hand. One white and one black, as if one good and one evil formed a sharp contrast. This surprised Kurosaki Ichigo again. This guy can still steal? Definitely a peek at my training with Uncle Zagetsu. A sinister guy indeed. Absolutely plot against yourself. During the battle, Kurosaki Ichigo asked unconvinced. UBD, when did you learn Bankai? Bai Ichigo said very proudly. Of course I learned it at the same time. As for Kurosaki Ichigo, how dare he question his own strength? He must be taught a lesson. Your Bai yet is still your Bai yet. After seeing such a picture, the audience was naturally even more shocked. Originally using Zanjutsu's virtual is enough to surprise them, and now they can also use Bankai just like Kurosaki Ichigo. This is outrageous. Those Arankar though are also able to use Shinigami powers. But that's also called returning edge, not Bankai. Is Shiro really the guy with Shinigami powers? An empty meeting Bankai, who would believe it? On screen, the ensuing battle intensified. Under Bai Ichigo's attack, Kurosaki Ichigo's clothes were getting more and more damaged, which meant that his spiritual power had been consumed more and more. And when Kurosaki Ichigo used the crescent moon, Bai Ichigo was still very dissatisfied, and directly taught him how to use the correct crescent sky. He rushed directly in front of Kurosaki Ichigo for close range, and released crescent sky rush. 0. Boom. Let Kurosaki Ichigo get blasted all over. This is the correct way to open the crescent sky. Bai Ichigo is even more proud and disgusted. Ichigo, you're the real deal. Did you forget? The first person to use the crescent moon in the state of Bankai is me. He was referring to the scene when he was helping to fight against Byakuya. You just know how to follow my example, and you still suffer so badly. And after that, Shiro Ichigo directly grabbed Kurosaki Ichigo's Zanpakuto with his hands, and let it be dyed white quickly, constantly disappearing under Shiro Ichigo's control. Seeing this, Kurosaki Ichigo is even more hopeless. My Zangetsu! Kurosaki Ichigo completely lost his fighting spirit. Why'd Ichigo such a powerful enemy? He will know the moves he knows. He has all the weapons he has. Even more slippery than playing by yourself. Still knitting? Seeing Kurosaki Ichigo lose his fighting spirit, Shiro Ichigo is a little dissatisfied. What is your Zangetsu? Didn't I say it? I am Zagetsu. He came with a favorite headbutt. Kicked the unarmed Kurosaki Ichigo a long way and crashed into a building. Shiro Ichigo is very disgusted with Kurosaki Ichigo. Humph! This Ichigo is not only a fool, but also a coward. In order to wake up Kurosaki Ichigo, Shiro Ichigo started to turn the knife and stared at Kurosaki Ichigo aggressively. He word by word, back to Kurosaki Ichigo to explain his theory of the king and the mount. Ichigo, do you know what the difference between a king and a mount is? I'm not asking you about the difference between a man and a horse, between 2 legs and 4 legs, this kid's guessing game. If 2 people look exactly the same, whether in ability or posture, who can dominate between them? During the battle,